7th Squad, what is your situation over there? Hello. 7th Squad respond at once. Chu Han stared blankly at the corpse of the Titan giant more than 300 meters tall, lying ahead, while in the distance the golden dragon torn cleanly in half, and the shattered earth beneath his feet all wordlessly spoke of the battle's brutality. The rest of his squad had already been buried beneath the collapsed mountain. 1 hour earlier at Kanglan City. No. Free high school. Students with your current talent, you are destined to be unable to enter higher academies for further study. Joining the army is your only path forward. At this moment, the great battle outside the city was nearing its end, yet the Kanglan City garrison had already been smashed to pieces, its formations utterly destroyed. I am here to order you to form 10 temporary squads and head outside the city to scout. According to Article 47 of the wartime regulations, you must obey this emergency conscription. In the crowd, Chu Han let out a bitter smile. Having awakened the special talent of beastification for him, to enter a higher academy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Now he had been chosen as cannon fodder together with the others from 3rd High. I promise you this: as long as you return alive after you graduate, Kanglan City will give you priority in joining the city garrison. Your benefits will be doubled, and you will be directly granted the rank of captain. The life and death of Kanglan City now rest upon your shoulders. When Chun-Li issued this order, his heart was heavy. 2 hours earlier, a Titan giant over 300 meters tall and a golden dragon 400 meters long had broken through a spatial rift, the most powerful creatures Kanglan City had ever faced. Indeed, the mightiest beings Blue Star had encountered in nearly 100 years. In less than a minute, the Kanglan City garrison was completely annihilated in the shockwaves of the two beasts' battle. Helpless, he had no choice but to come to know. 3 High School for emergency conscription. Looking at the young faces before him, he had no idea if any of them would return alive. General, it's time to move, the principal beside him reminded softly. Everyone go to the back and collect your protective suits and communication devices. Teachers will serve as captains and lead their squads to slowly approach from the east, west, south, and north. Remember, your mission is only to scout the battle situation of the two beasts, not to fight them. You will make it back alive, do not be afraid. 3 armored troop carriers full of people slowly ground to a halt. Zhang Shushan, brows tightly knitted, gazed at the bridge that had once spanned the river and now was reduced to nothing but broken piers, and let out a helpless sigh. He waved to the rear, and the students began filing off the vehicles one after another. The bridge ahead is broken, the vehicles can't cross. It seems we'll have to take a detour from the other side. Zhang Shushan studied the map and found another route. Just as he called his team to change direction, the ground suddenly began to tremble, as if the world itself were shaking. We have to speed up. Every second we stay in this cursed place adds to the danger. We finish this fast and get out. 7th Squad jogged along the route. Occasional tremors rolled in from the distance, but none were enough to affect them. Stop. Zhang Shushan waved to the rear, and everyone hurriedly halted. Old Li sent the drone up to scout. A balding, middle-aged man beside him gave a slight nod, then gently took the backpack from his shoulders and placed it on the ground, retrieving a small drone from within. However, the drone had barely risen a dozen centimeters off the ground before it suddenly went limp, as if its power had been cut, wobbling and crashing back down. Damn, it looks like we'll have to get closer to those two monsters. Zhang Shushan clenched his teeth. Though his heart resisted 1,000 times over, he knew that at this moment there was no other choice left. The faces of those behind him all grew solemn. Everyone understood that getting closer to the monsters meant tremendous danger, yet they could only grit their teeth and press on. Hello, this is Zhang Shushan, captain of 7th Squad. Command, do you copy? Zhang Shushan adjusted the frequency on his communicator as he called out loudly again and again. He stood at the very front of the team, his squad around him on high alert. A harsh crackle sounded. Only static came from the communicator. In the distance, the Titan giant resembled an invincible primordial demon god. Its arm, like a pillar propping up the heavens, clamped tightly around the golden dragon's massive jaws that gleamed with a chilling light. The Titan giant let out a roar that shook the heavens, then gathering all its strength, began to tear savagely to both sides. A colossal energy gathered in the golden dragon's mouth, and then burst forth as a beam that swept indiscriminately across the surroundings. Run! Even without Zhang Shushan's command, everyone had already turned and was sprinting for their lives. The mountain that had served as their cover met the energy beam, and like ice under a blazing sun began to melt and crumble at terrifying speed before collapsing with a thunderous crash. The squad had no time to escape before they were engulfed by an avalanche of boulders and earth buried beneath a suffocating deluge of debris. In an instant, all that remained was a dead, choking silence. Cough, cough. Only after a long time did Chu Han finally struggle up from beneath the heavy soil. His face was caked with dirt as he staggered to his feet. Now he was the sole survivor of the squad. Ignoring the pain coursing through his body, he used both hands to claw desperately at the earth soil packing under his fingernails without him even noticing. After a long while he dug out the first classmate, already no breath left in the body. The distance had fallen completely silent. The two giant beasts had either decided the victor or shifted the battlefield elsewhere. Gritting his teeth, Chu Han set off alone toward the front. If he returned with the mission undone, he would be treated as a deserter and shot. Better to stake his life in a final gamble. With that thought, Chu Han limped toward the battlefield. My God! Chu Han's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the devastated earth ahead, where the colossal corpse of a Titan giant over 300 meters tall lay sprawled. Even in death, that immense body radiated a chilling pressure, as if still proclaiming the savagery of the battle it had just fought. His gaze slowly shifted into the distance where the once majestic golden dragon now lay ripped in two. Its mangled body reeked of blood, and its scales shimmered with a dim, fading luster beneath the sun. The air around him was thick with the stench of smoke and blood, like a scene torn from the end of the world. Chu Han's throat bobbed involuntarily as he forced down a hard swallow. Chu Han walked forward, wanting to study more closely the Titan giant that had torn the dragon in half. Just then, the seemingly dead Titan giant suddenly snapped its eyes open and fixed its gaze on the tiny human before it. So weak, and yet it looked so much like him. In that instant, Chu Han lost consciousness. In a daze, he felt himself falling into a fantastical dream. In the dream, he transformed into a thunder titan hundreds of meters tall. Lightning in his hands was like a toy to be played with, leaping and flashing between his fingers at will. Dragons had become his snack, something he casually devoured to sate his hunger. A little titan that only reached his knees clung to his massive leg, nuzzling and clinging with adorable dependence. All at once the scene shifted. Countless giant dragons surged in like a raging tide, invading his territory under the lead of a golden dragon over 400 meters long. Yet he did not fear them in the slightest, and rose to meet them in battle. One dragon after another, each with a different hue, had its skull shattered by his overwhelming strength as dragon blood sprayed through the air. However, the enemy's numbers were overwhelming. Knowing that to continue fighting would only cause greater casualties, he could only shout for his kin to retreat. Hearing his cry, the golden dragon's eyes flashed viciously. It released the near-death titan clamped in its jaws, then beat its wings and shot toward him at terrifying speed. He did not retreat in the slightest, fending off the golden dragon's attacks, while seeking opportunities to strike back. The two of them fought furiously all the way until in the chaos they accidentally plunged into a spatial rift. 7th Squad, what's your situation over there? Hello. 7th Squad responded at once. As if jolted awake from a deep sleep, Chu Han fumbled to grab the walkie-talkie at his waist. This is Chu Han from 7th Squad. The battle has already. As he spoke, Chu Han once again looked toward the Titan giant ahead. Its tightly shut eyes seemed to tell him that what he saw before was nothing but an illusion. Squad member Chu Han, what happened with the giant beasts? This is Chu Han. The battle between the Titan giant and the golden dragon has ended. Both sides have fallen in combat, and in 7th Squad, everyone except me has been killed. Good. Chun-Li punched the air in excitement. The radio link had only just been restored, and already he had received such good news. I will dispatch the logistics unit to handle the aftermath. You just stay where you are and wait for support. Chu Han let out a long breath and prepared to sit down, only to realize that the sharp pain in his left leg had vanished. Even the minor wounds on his body were already healing on their own. An hour later, Chun-Li led a group of white-coat researchers and logistics troops slowly to the front of the giant beast's remains. The moment their gazes fell upon the mountain-like carcass, they were all stunned by the sheer magnificence of the sight. They gaped, exclamations of astonishment rising one after another. Even in death, the giant beast exuded a mysterious and awe-inspiring aura. Zhao Haoshui, you will take charge of on-site operations first. Draft a plan for transferring the beast's remains and get it to me as soon as possible. Chun-Li turned to Chu Han, standing to the side, and smiled. Student Chu Han, your mission is complete. Just board that black helicopter over there. I have already instructed the pilot to take you safely back to No. 3 High School. Chu Han opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but in the end swallowed the words back down. He silently glanced at the Titan giant, then turned to look at the black helicopter, his mind a tangle of thoughts. The roar of helicopter blades approached from the distance. Principal Kong Ruibin of No. 3 High School looked up at the sky in agitation, yet the lone black helicopter seemed to be silently proclaiming a cruel outcome. You must be Chu Han from Class 3, first year, right? Where are the rest of your squad? Chu Han shook his head, a complex expression of solemnity and grief crossing his face. Alas, Kong Ruibin sighed. So far, Chu Han was the only student who had returned. Student Chu Han, you must be exhausted. Go home and rest early. Your parents are surely very worried about you. At the thought of his parents, Chu Han broke into a sprint toward home. At this time, all the buses within the city had already stopped running, and everyone was hiding in their homes, silently praying for the disaster to end soon. Click. Chu Feng hurriedly looked toward the door, and sure enough, it was his precious son who had returned. "Honey, stop crying, our son is back." A plain-looking woman in her 40s rushed out of the room and threw her arms around Chu Han. "Mom, don't cry. See, I'm perfectly fine." "Son, you have no idea. After the sirens started blaring, your mother and I went to the school to look for you, but the campus was completely deserted. Only your old principal was standing there, and he wouldn't say anything. Just told us to go home and wait for news. It frightened your mother half to death." Chu Han gently patted his mother's shoulder. His parents were ordinary people without awakened abilities. In the face of such a calamity, they were utterly powerless. He thought to himself, "I must become stronger. I absolutely cannot allow a day to come when faced with those monsters again. I am incapable of protecting even my own parents. Dad, Mom, don't be afraid. The first level alert has been lifted, and those two monsters have perished together. Everything is returning to normal. Mom, I'm hungry. Please cook something for me." Perhaps from the enormous expenditure of energy, Chu Han felt particularly ravenous today. Soon everything in Kanglan City returned to tranquility, as if those two giant beasts had never appeared at all. "Mom, are there any other dishes?" Chu Han patted his stomach. Although he had already eaten many bowls of rice, he did not feel the slightest sense of fullness. "Xiao Han, are you really that hungry today? I've already cooked all the meat and vegetables we had for the next 2 days. But it's fine. Later I'll go out and buy more meat, and we'll have a hearty dinner tonight." Unable to wait any longer, Chu Han dashed down to the basement. Although he had gone through so much today, his spirit remained high, and he felt as if his body was brimming with inexhaustible strength. 103 kilograms. Chu Han stared blankly at the number. When he had left home that morning, his full-strength punch had only reached 101 kilograms. How had he grown stronger after spending half a day as a scout? Unable to make sense of it, he simply stopped trying to. Chu Han began his training for the day. The overwhelming power of the Titan Giant and the Golden Dragon had deeply shaken him. Before those two monsters, he had been like an ant, any casual movement from them enough to end his life. Chu Han's talent was exceedingly peculiar. It was called beastification. From the name alone, it should allow him to transform into various exotic beasts to enhance his combat power. Yet no matter how he tried to activate it, this talent showed not the slightest response. Suddenly the image of the Titan Giant flashed through Chu Han's mind. In that instant, his body underwent a shocking transformation. His once slender 1.70 m frame seemed infused with some wondrous power and began to shoot upward rapidly. His muscles swelled like an inflating balloon, each strand seeming to contain inexhaustible strength. A mysterious power surged through his body. Beastification had finally been unleashed. Bang! The basement ceiling, only 2 meters and 30 centimeters high, was blown open into a large hole. The tremendous noise startled Father and Mother Chu, who began shouting anxiously for Chu Han. "Xiao Han, what's happening down there? Are you all right?" Chu Feng opened the basement door only to see a 3-meter little giant standing there. It looked like Chu Han, except his head was stuck up into the ceiling. "What kind of monster are you? What have you done to my son?" "Stop messing around, Dad, it's me. This is my awakened talent ability, beastification." Chu Han braced his hands against the ceiling and yanked his head out with a sharp tug. Watching Chu Han gradually shrink back in a human form, Chu Feng scratched his head and said, "Then be careful next time. I'll go find some cement to patch this hole up." Chu Han looked at his still thin hands, then up at the large hole in the ceiling. It was no illusion. Something within his body had undeniably changed. "Honey, Xiao Han seems so strange today. His appetite has nearly increased tenfold." Lu Yu whispered softly as she watched Chu Han devour his meal with ravenous intensity. "It's perfectly fine. Our son is only 15. Right in the prime of physical growth. Besides, he awakened his talent barely over a month ago. Cultivation places tremendous demands on the body. This is entirely normal." Chu Feng spoke calmly. Though he himself had never tread the path of cultivation, he was no stranger to its fundamentals. "Moreover, while our family isn't extraordinarily wealthy, we certainly have no trouble feeding Xiao Han well. Starting tomorrow, go to the Mystic Beast Pavilion each day and buy 2 genes of first-tier Mystic Beast meat. Xiao Han must never fall behind in nutrition." Lu Yu nodded. The couple ran a sizable department store in Kanglan City, earning over 100,000 Xia coins monthly, well within their means to afford first-tier Mystic Beast meat. The next morning at dawn, Chu Han stared in stunned silence at the monitor before him. Overnight, his strength had risen again, from 103 kilograms to 105. "Xiao Han, it's the principal's call." His mother's voice broke through his astonishment. The call was urgent. The outcome of yesterday's incident was likely imminent. "Hello, this is Chu Han. This is Kong Ruibin, principal of No. 3 High School. If you're available, please come to campus as soon as possible." "Understood, principal. I'll be there right away." Chu Han changed clothes and sprinted toward the bus stop. After last night, all infrastructure in Kanglan City had fully resumed operation. Chu Han, I regret to inform you that the casualty rate among faculty and students at No. 3 High School has reached 93.7%. Everyone else, except you, is hospitalized. The school can no longer operate. Stunned by this thunderclap of tragedy, Chu Han froze. His high school life had lasted barely over a month. Was it already over? Seeing Chu Han's ashen expression, Principal Kong Ruibin intuitively grasped his thoughts. Don't worry, Chu Han. I've already coordinated with the principal of No. 1 High School. You and your hospitalized classmates have all been transferred there. Simply bring your personal dossier to Principal Chen Ruisi. He will not make things difficult for you. Chu Han scarcely recalled how he walked out of the school gates. Life's dizzying oscillations had struck with such suddenness that he felt utterly disoriented. As the flagship senior high in Kanglan City No. 1 High School held unparalleled prestige and influence, an illustrious jewel in the city's educational crown. Only students with Class A or higher awakened talents were admitted. Its faculty resources and academic support far surpassed those of No. 3 High School. Chu Han, Principal Kong has briefed me on your situation. You've made a meaningful contribution to Kanglan City. I won't let you lose your education. Very well, I'll assign you to Class 2 of Grade 10. You'll receive full access to all resources just like every other student. Xiao. What instructions, Principal? A bespectacled man in black stepped in from the adjacent room, evidently the principal's secretary. Take this dossier to Qian Lauscher, head of Class 2. Inform him this student is an official transfer into his class. Principal, with all due respect, our school admits only rigorously selected elites. Introducing a transfer student midterm would be unfair to others. Principal Chen Ruisi raised an eyebrow, his expression turning resolute and unyielding. This is my decision. So tell me, who is the principal here? You or I? The secretary offered an awkward smile and hurried out with the file. And as for this young man, Chu Han, just follow him. Xiao tends to chatter, but pay him no mind. Chu Han trailed after the bespectacled Zhao Gao, listening all the while to his incessant commentary. Chu Han, No. 1 High School isn't easy to settle into. This year's Grade 10 cohort numbers 255. 13 possess S-class talents, and the rest are all Class A elites. By the way, what's your talent classification? Chu Han broke into a cold sweat. Clearly No. 1 High School wouldn't be easy to navigate. I possess a unique talent, bestial transformation. It's unranked. It's unprecedented, the first of its kind. Zhao Gao glanced at him with surprise. Unique talents were seldom auspicious. They offered no precedent, no guidance, meaning years of solitary trial and arduous exploration. Knock knock. Come in. Qian Lauscher, this is Chu Han, a transfer student assigned specifically to your Class 2 by the principal. Chu Han tilted his head slightly forward. A young scholarly-looking male teacher sat writing intently, no older than 25. A transfer student. Let me see. Qian Sheng took the dossier, scanned it, and nodded slowly. Ah, I see. You were from No. 3 High School. Secretary Zhao, please convey to the principal that this student is now under my care. Chu Han, please wait here a moment. I'll escort you to class once I finish this task. Zhao Gao set down the file and vanished without delay. Only Chu Han and Qian Sheng remained in the office, the soft rhythmic scratching of pen on paper filling the quiet space. All right, Chu Han, we're ready to go. In classroom 2 of Grade 10, every student fixed their gaze upon the unfamiliar face at the front, already sensing what was coming. Wait, no one mentioned a transfer student. True, but he's not bad-looking. Qian Sheng silenced the murmurs with a firm, resonant strike on the lectern. Quiet down. This is Chu Han, our new transfer student. Please welcome him warmly. Chu Han, you'll sit beside Lin Dongsheng in the back row. Chu Han followed the teacher's gesture and saw a cheerful boy waving at him with radiant friendliness. Taking a deep breath, he strode forward with steady resolve toward his new seat. Hey there, Chu Han. I'm Lin Dongsheng. Just call me Dongsheng or Ashing. Nice to meet you, Lin Dongsheng. Though Lin Dongsheng seemed unconcerned, Chu Han quickly realized why he sat alone. Brother Chu, you're new here. Let me introduce you around. See that silver-haired girl in the center of the front row? That's Wang Shiyin, our class beauty. But don't even think about pursuing her. Her father is the school's vice principal, and she has several formidable admirers who'd brook no rivals. Now look at the black-haired girl reading quietly on the far left. That's Chao Minglin. She may seem gentle and reserved, but she's our strongest. Her S-class talent, natural breath, is impressive enough, but her mastery of the spear is legendary. Even I, Lin Dongsheng. Lin Dongsheng, if you're so fond of talking, then you'll escort Chu Han on a full tour of the campus. At once Lin Dongsheng sprang to his feet, eyes alight. Mission accepted. Let's go, old Chu. I'll take you to see our training room at Class 1. Lin Dongsheng enthusiastically pulled Chu Han to training room No. 3, where there were not many people and plenty of empty spots. Your blood value is 53A and your mental strength is only 3. Old Chu, your foundation is quite poor, especially with such a low mental strength of 3 points. That's too weak. Did your previous school not teach you how to meditate? Chu Han awkwardly scratched his head. Indeed, Class 3 had never taught the meditation, just a month of military training followed by that disaster. Oh, isn't this our new classmate? How come your blood value is only 53, so low? Chu Han turned around to find it was the class flower Wang Shiyao, along with her 3 sycophants. Exactly, with such low attributes you must have gotten in through the back door. How can you compare with us? Chin, don't say that randomly, maybe others have some background. Chu Han clenched his fists. If he weren't unable to beat those few, he would definitely let these sycophants know why the flowers are so red. Lin Dongsheng quickly pulled Chu Han away from the training room. With so many people on the other side rushing in would surely lead to trouble, especially since Chu Han's blood value and mental strength were both inferior. Old Chu, don't be disheartened. Before you came, Wang Xiao's blood value was only 61, the lowest in our class too. Seeing someone lower than her inevitably makes them want to vent their vanity. However, your attributes are indeed too low. Come, I'll take you to the logistics office to collect your weekly benefits. In the logistics office, the most important place in Class 1, over a dozen surveillance cameras monitored all directions. 247. Chu Han, a student from Class 1, Grade 2. Current resources available: first level nutritional potion. Old Chu, this first level nutritional potion refreshes once every Monday. Oh, just come and collect it directly. After drinking it, you will feel a surge of heat throughout your body, as if you have endless energy. Wait, why did you drink it now? Hurry to the training room to unleash your youth, or else you'll waste its potency. Chu Han walked alone toward the training room. After drinking the first-level nutritional potion, he only felt a slight warmth in his stomach, nothing more. There was no overwhelming heat at all, as Lin Dongsheng had described. Blood value 56. Chu Han's eyes widened as he stared at the numbers on the display. These past few days he had vaguely felt that something unknown had been happening to him. His suddenly increased appetite, the growing strength each day. Oh, just after drinking the first-level nutritional potion, his blood value had increased by another 3 points. Chu Han patted his stomach, realizing it had become quite remarkable. Old Chu, when you have time, go to find the old class teacher to make up for the classes. Meditation is very important, you mustn't fall behind. Chu Han thought of Lin Dongsheng's advice and hurriedly rushed toward Qiansheng's office. I understand your intention. Indeed, the educational philosophy of Class 3 emphasizes physical training with insufficient focus on meditation. But remember, those who cannot attain levels are merely mortals. To break the shackles of mortality and transcend into the extraordinary, the first step requires a blood value of 100 and a mental strength of over 10 points. Only when your mental strength reaches 10 points can you absorb the spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth, and only with a sufficiently strong body can you retain and refine that energy. As he spoke, Qiansheng pulled out a 4-leaf clover sculpture from a pile of miscellaneous items and placed it on the desk. All students in Class 1 practice the 4-leaf clover meditation. When you successfully outline the 4 leaves, your mental strength will be considered qualified. Coincidentally, I have time today, so we'll give you a little extra help. Sit down, close your eyes, empty your mind, don't resist, and my mental strength will guide you through the 4-leaf clover meditation. Chu Han felt as if something had been added to his mind. Gradually, he began to sense the existence of mental strength for the first time. A white line moved through the endless darkness like the only twinkling star in the night sky. Although faint, it bravely tore through the impenetrable darkness. Chu Han thought of nothing, but the white line began to move on its own. It slowly wandered and gradually outlined a 4-leaf clover. That 4-leaf clover seemed to be a miracle sprouting from the darkness, with the textures on its leaves clearly visible, as if carved with great care. Chu Han's head throbbed painfully, and he instantaneously emerged from the meditative state. Your mental strength is too low. Even with my help, you cannot maintain it for long. Remember to take the time to meditate every day and don't rush. If 2 leaves are too difficult, then start with 1. Whenever you can outline a complete 4-leaf clover, you can come find me. Chu Han nodded excitedly. This was his first encounter with mental strength, and he found it all so novel. The classes in Class 1 were very free, or rather there were practically none. Unlike the first level where everything is an illusion. Thus, all the new students in Grade 1 were trying every means to train and meditate, enhancing their blood values and mental strengths. Mom, is there something wrong with today's food? Why do I feel full after just eating so little? Lu Yu looked at Chu Han with satisfaction, feeling that the money was well spent. As long as you're full, that's good. You need nutrition right now, you can't go hungry. If you're not full, just say so, and Mom will buy more. Chu Han nodded, cleaning up the dishes and putting them in the kitchen to wash. Honey, I heard. Chu Han returned to his room and began to meditate. After Qiansheng's mental guidance, he smoothly entered a meditative state. In the darkness, a white line slowly wandered, striving to outline the main stem of the 4-leaf clover and then the first leaf. Hiss! Chu Han inhaled sharply. The headache forced him out of the meditative state. He had clearly shaped 80 of the first leaf, yet in the end it all fell short. Chu Han lay in bed for a while to rest. Once the headache subsided, he immediately got up to start the second round of meditation. A sleepless night, Chu Han seemed to be addicted, repeating the same process over and over. Finally, a 4-leaf clover with 1 leaf appeared in his mind. Chu Han exited the meditation feeling joy and satisfaction surging like a tide in his heart. However, before he could savor this joy, Chu Han suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and fainted just like that. Xiao Wan, wake up quickly, you're going to be late. The morning tranquility was shattered by the urgent knocking and his mother's calls. Chu Han stood up with sleepy eyes stretched lazily, and the joints in his body made a slight crack sound before he slowly walked toward the door. He grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it, slowly opening the door. Mom, you don't need to wake me up. There's no concept of being late in class 1. It's very free. Although Chu Han said this, he obediently changed into a set of clothes and headed to school. Don't be afraid, Lao Chu. This weekly physical assessment is something everyone must do. You've been with our class 2 for 5 days now, so it's a good opportunity to see your progress during this time. Chu Han was not nervous at all, or at least he was confident that his vitality value wouldn't be the lowest. It's just that. Dongxing, why do you say that the most formidable girl with black hair and that bald guy don't need to wait in line for the physical assessment? They are prodigies. How could they be like us mere mortals? In simpler terms, they have already reached a rank, and they are now proper class 1 extraordinary beings, so they naturally don't need to queue weekly like us struggling mortals to measure vitality values and mental strength. Hurry up, Lin Dongsheng. You've been talking nonsense down there all day. The class monitor Zhu Shui shouted angrily. She was genuinely annoyed by Lin Dongsheng, but unfortunately, she couldn't overpower this talkative guy. Name Lin Dongsheng. Vitality value 91, mental strength 9. I wouldn't have guessed, Dongxing, your attributes are not far from ranking up. Chu Han expressed his surprise. Lin Dongsheng usually slacked off during practice, so he didn't expect his attributes to be so high. Hey, keep it low-key. I won't tell you that my dad is an 8-star powerhouse, a major in the 7th Army Corps of the Great Xiao. Lin Dongsheng said proudly, even though Chu Han never asked about what his dad did. Chu Han knew student, it's your turn. After a long wait, it was finally Chu Han's turn for the physical assessment. I'm telling you, this Chu Han is just a weakling. His vitality value is so low. Name Chu Han. Vitality value 66, a mental strength 5. Chu, you are now second to last in vitality value and dead last in mental strength. You need to keep working hard. But since you just joined our class 2, there's still hope for you to catch up. Alright, class monitor. Zhu Shui nodded in satisfaction. The new student was quite obedient, unlike Lin Dongsheng, who often challenged her authority, which made her grind her teeth in frustration at the thought. Lao Chu, Lin Dongsheng whispered while pulling on Chu Han's arm. Look at Wang Shiyao, her face is all red. Your vitality value is just slightly higher than hers now. She's got the lowest vitality value. Chu Han looked towards Wang Shiyao, and indeed her originally fair face was now flushed red, her brows tightly knit together, and her eyes seemed to blaze with anger. Chu Han then glanced at the screen on the stage. Name Wang Shihan. Vitality value 65, a mental strength 7. Although his vitality value surpassed hers, his mental strength was still far behind. Chu Han clenched his fists, secretly determined to start a rigorous training regimen to fully tap into his potential and strive to enhance his mental strength. Dongsheng, do you know any ways to improve my meditation efficiency? My mental strength is too low. Lin Dongsheng tilted his head in thought, then provided 2 solutions. I don't mind telling you, my dad guided me in training, using his own mental strength to help me meditate for a month, which is why my mental strength is so high. However, if you don't have a high-level extraordinary elder, this route won't work for you. Another method is the soul crystal, which is a white crystal formed from the residual mental strength of extraordinary beasts after they die, requiring a high contribution score to exchange for it. But only after you rank up will the school grant you contribution points. Or you could join the military. Each month you will receive contribution points according to your rank. Chu Han rolled his eyes at him. Both solutions were practically useless, and it seemed he would have to rely on himself. Thus, Chu Han officially began his devilish training for mental strength. That morning at 6, he got up to meditate, stopping only when his head throbbed painfully. The 4-leaf clover meditation method became his entire life. Even the Great Xiao's 7th set of national middle school body refining methods were cast aside by him, since his vitality value would naturally increase. The next day, Chu Han's intense mental training came to an end. It wasn't due to his lack of willpower or inability to endure hardship, but rather an unexpected visitor arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lu Yu shouted loudly, surprised by the early morning knock. Hello, we are from the Kanglan City Guard's Intelligence Department. Here are our credentials. Is Chu Han there? Lu Yu was so scared that her legs went weak, and she held onto the doorknob to keep from falling. Husband, come quickly. After a thorough explanation from the 2 captains, Chu Feng, and Lu Yu finally believed that their son had not committed any crimes. Husband, go call our son out. Okay. After his meditation ended, Chu Han, who was lying on the bed resting his eyes, was forcibly awakened by his dad and left the house. Chu Han looked at the two officers flanking him on either side and momentarily felt as if he was being arrested for committing a crime. Can you two big brothers tell me what's going on? But the two ignored him, standing straight and guarding the car door as if preventing him from jumping out and escaping. Arriving at the Kanglan city government building, the strict military control was evident. The two officers continued to guard Chu Han on either side until they brought him to Chen Li's office. Long time no see, Chu Han. You two can step out for a moment. The two officers saluted Chen Li sternly and then exited the room. Chu Han, please take a seat. You need not be overly anxious. I am just here to ask you a few questions. According to the research of the 3rd Special Research Institute of the Great Xiao on the Titan Giant and the Golden Dragon, it was found that the Titan Giant had no blood within it, completely empty, while the torn-apart Golden Dragon retained quite a bit of essence blood. Of course, I'm not suspecting that a student like you stole the blood from it. I merely want to know if you noticed any strange phenomena at the time, or if there were other creatures or humans present. After all, you were the first to arrive at the scene. Chu Han suddenly recalled that moment when the Titan Giant opened its eyes, and that strange dream made him feel as though he was experiencing the legendary life of the Titan Giant firsthand. Chu Han, do you remember anything? Chen Li asked excitedly. Beasts of the mythic level like the Titan Giant were exceedingly rare, let alone the vital blood within it. This blood could be a great asset for assisting in cultivation or for studying its genes. Chu Han slightly shook his head as if trying to forcefully dispel the tidal wave of memories surging in his mind. General Chen, at that time I was petrified by the enormous corpse and didn't pay attention to whether there were any unusual occurrences around me. Chen Li sighed. Indeed, why would he ask a first-year high school student? Chu Han, you may return now. The two soldiers who brought you here will ensure you get back safely. As Chu Han stood up ready to leave, he suddenly thought of something and decided to turn back thick-skinned. General Chen, I suppose I have contributed to the country, right? Of course that counts. Chen Li looked at Chu Han with confusion, unsure of what he wanted to say. Well, I heard that contribution points can be exchanged for some resources. Lately I have been practicing cough cough. Chen Li was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, I overlooked this matter. I only allocated compensation to those students and teachers who sacrificed their lives, but forgot about you. How about this? As a personal reward, I will grant you and those still in the hospital 100 contribution points, and you will be promoted to the rank of captain. Each month you can go to various national departments' logistics offices to receive 100 contribution points. Would that satisfy you? Chu Han nodded excitedly. The soul crystal was beckoning to him. Lao Chu, what resource are you actually going to exchange? I've been waiting for you nearly half an hour. And no wonder Lin Dongsheng was growing impatient. Chu Han had stood before the logistics office for so long, still indecisive. Just 2 grade 2 soul crystals. Chu Han sighed. He'd thought the 100 contribution points he'd finagled from General Chen Li, plus another 100 granted monthly with his rank of captain, constituted a veritable fortune. Yet those 2 grade 2 soul crystals had devoured every last point of his 200. As Chu Han exhaled in helpless resignation, Lin Dongsheng beside him stood utterly dumbfounded. His own father, an 8th rank expert, doled out a mere 150 contribution points per month as pocket money. Lao Chu, you truly conceal your depths. And Lin Dongsheng clapped Chu Han on the shoulder and shook his head as he walked away. Puzzled but unfazed, Chu Han picked up the small box that slid smoothly from the cabinet. Inside rested 2 white crystals, each no larger than a medicinal pill. Before exchanging them, Chu Han had already consulted Lin Dongsheng thoroughly. These soul crystals required seclusion in a soundproof chamber where one would gradually absorb their energy using spiritual awareness. Bang! And Chu Han flung open the front door and called into the kitchen where his mother, Miss Lu Yu, was still rinsing vegetables. Mom, I'm entering seclusion in the basement. Don't disturb me, not even for dinner. Got it. And still uneasy, Chu Han dashed back upstairs from the basement. Absolutely no interruptions. Otherwise I'll suffer a catastrophic backlash and lose control of my cultivation. Chu Han placed the soul crystals before him and swiftly sank into meditation. Whether illusion or not, the silvery thread before his inner vision now appeared longer and thicker than before. The silvery thread drifted slowly through the air, inching toward the soul crystal resting on the floor. And no, perhaps his spiritual awareness was still too weak. The thread had barely crept 20 centimeters from his mind when a searing pain forced him to abort the refinement entirely. Chu Han pondered briefly, then wiped the crystals clean and slipped both into his mouth. This way his spiritual awareness could make contact far more directly. Gurgle, na soft yet unmistakable sound echoed in the hushed silence, the involuntary swallow of saliva. Chu Han's face paled. His 2 soul crystals, worth 200 contribution points, had just vanished down his throat. In thump thump, he flipped himself upside down, twisting and writhing in frantic attempts to dislodge them, but to no avail. Drained of all strength, he slumped lifelessly onto the floor. All is lost, and he grieved for 5 minutes, then straightened his spine and rose anew. No, I shall transmute sorrow into resolve. What the soul crystals failed to deliver, I will reclaim through sheer meditation. Chu Han stilled his breath, centered his mind, and sank once more into deep meditation. This time he was certain the silvery thread had grown markedly longer and thicker. If before it measured merely 3 centimeters in length and half a centimeter in thickness, it now stretched 4 centimeters and swelled to a full centimeter in girth. Chu Han attempted to trace a 4-leaf clover, and this time the first leaf emerged effortlessly. Emboldened, he pressed on and sketched the second leaf in swift succession. Soon the outline of the third leaf shimmered into being, exquisitely formed, gradually sharpening from haze into crystalline clarity. Though fatigue began to mount, he persevered, inch by painstaking inch, until a flawless complete leaf hung suspended in his inner vision. Huff, huff. Chu Han withdrew from meditation, gasping for breath. My head doesn't ache, so I haven't yet reached my limit. My potential runs far deeper than this. And after a brief rest, he re-entered meditation without hesitation. Night fell, a heavy velvety blackness enveloping the house. All was still. Chu Feng and his wife Lu Yu slept soundly, dreaming sweet dreams, while one lone figure slipped silently toward the refrigerator. Just as I thought, Mom would never abandon me. Indelight lit Chu Han's face like buried treasure unearthed. He carefully retrieved the leftovers from the fridge and heated them in the microwave for 5 minutes. His seclusion ended abruptly, summoned not by enlightenment, but by a hollow rumbling growl from his stomach. Only then did he glance outside, and realize night had fully descended. Lao Chu, feeling nervous. I heard Xiao recently persuaded her elders to procure several vials of second-rank nutrient elixirs. She's sworn to keep you firmly beneath her. Chu Han stole a sidelong glance at Xiao. His kiblet value had surged dramatically, yet he wondered whether her second-rank nutrient elixirs could match such momentum. Name Xiao. Chi blood value 77. Spiritual awareness, strength 7. Shiyao, your kiblet value jumped 12 points from last week. Remarkable progress. Class leader Zhu Shui smiled warmly. She knew well how long the class beauty had brooded over ranking dead last in kiblet value. Xiao stepped down from the platform with quiet triumph and shot Chu Han a sharp, challenging glance. Don't feel pressured, Lao Chu. Victory and defeat are the tide of war. Just win next time. Chu Han rolled his eyes. When had he ever agreed to compete with Xiao? Rest easy. I've improved significantly. Don't be startled when you see my numbers. Ha. Rebound. I've improved too. Just don't faint when you see mine. Name Lin Dongsheng. Chi blood value 100. Spiritual awareness, strength 9. Lin Dongsheng strode off the platform with swagger, currently ranked first in class, surpassed only by 2 prodigies. Well, not startled yet. Lin Dongsheng basked in the stunned gazes of his peers. This was the aura of a true genius. Name Chu Han. Chi blood value 80. Spiritual awareness, strength 8. What the? How did Chu Han leap from dead last to 23rd overnight? I told you, he must have elite backing. His spiritual awareness leapt from 5 to 8. Clearly he consumed some rare high-grade resource. A faint knowing smile curved Lin Dongsheng's lips. In intelligence gathering, he held an unassailable advantage. Trouble's brewing for you, Lao Chu. As the old saying goes, women and petty men are hardest to nurture. You've just provoked one. Chu Han followed Lin Dongsheng's gaze and met Xiao's blazing, furious stare. Though she'd pleaded relentlessly until her grandfather finally secured 2 vials of second-rank nutrient elixirs, lifting her from the absolute bottom, she'd still been overtaken by Chu Han. Chu Han rubbed his temples. Right now his sole focus was accelerating his kiblet value and spiritual awareness, reaching the threshold of official cultivation rank. He had no desire to entangle himself with anyone. A week later during the class meeting, Chu Han looked at the empty seat beside him and felt a bit out of place. Chu Han, it's your turn. Class monitor, do you know where Lin Dongsheng went? It's been a day since I've seen him, and am a bit unaccustomed to it. Zhu Shui pouted, expressing her discontent. That guy successfully entered the ranks yesterday, and is probably studying the Xuanwu technique now. The Xuanwu technique is a means to help humans better harness their own power. Since the collision between Blue Star and another world's spiritual energy spread, prompting humans and various creatures to begin their cultivation. The Xuanwu technique is a new martial art developed from various ancient martial practices. You don't need to envy Chu Han. At your current pace, you could also step into the first rank next week. According to school regulations, students who break through to the extraordinary within half a semester can choose any Xuanwu technique to learn. You still have over half a month of ample time. Zhu Shui was also quite astonished by Chu Han's cultivation speed. While others slowed down, how was he still progressing so quickly? Yet she didn't envy him. In a few days, she too would step into the first rank, reaching that new domain. Name Wang Shiyao. Vitality 83. Mental strength 8. Wang Shiyao looked at Chu Han's remarkably superior data and fell silent for a moment. By the time she looked down, Chu Han had already vanished into the crowd. Qiansheng was in a good mood lately. The students in Class 2 were steadily improving. 7 students had already broken through the extraordinary limits to become first-rank spiritual practitioners this year, ensuring a solid year-end bonus. Knock knock. Come in, Chu Han. What brings you here? Qiansheng had a deep impression of this transfer student. Although his foundation was weak, he was very diligent in his cultivation. His improvement speed was as rapid as a rocket, quickly catching up to the other students in the class. By the way, I remember you were on the verge of a breakthrough, right? Qiansheng rummaged through the pile of documents for the latest data sheet from Class 2. Yes, Teacher Qian, I have already broken through. Chu Han replied, cheerfully, a smile on his face. In fact, his vitality had already exceeded 100 days ago. He was just stuck at a mental strength of 9. It wasn't until last night that Chu Han successfully visualized the 4-leaf clover during meditation, confirming that his efforts were not in vain. Qiansheng paused for a moment to calm his emotions. Given the current situation, this year's year-end bonus could be expected to increase by another 10 to 20%. Name Chu Han. Vitality 103. Mental strength 10. Not bad, not bad. You have indeed reached the standards of a first-rank spiritual practitioner. Let's go. I'll take you to the energy chamber that the school has prepared for students who have made breakthroughs. As spiritual practitioners, we need to absorb a large amount of spiritual energy from the environment at the moment of breaking through each rank. However, the new students like you have a low efficiency in transporting spiritual energy. Therefore, the school has concentrated the spiritual energy in one room. Under high concentrations, you will only be overwhelmed if you don't want to absorb it. There's no chance you won't be able to absorb the energy. Beep teacher card. The door to the energy chamber slowly opened, and before Chu Han even stepped inside, he felt waves of energy rushing toward him as if they were tangible. Hurry and absorb the spiritual energy for as long as you can. But don't overdo it. There will be plenty of opportunities. Focus and calm your mind, unifying body and spirit. Chu Han quickly entered a meditative state, as described in the book, beginning to transport spiritual energy. His mental strength left his body, and countless white light dots danced around him like lively little spirits gently circling his form. Since you are all so proactive, I won't hold back. The white lines moved like a greedy little snake, continuously drawing in the surrounding white light dots into his body. As the vitality surged and mingled with the spiritual energy, they permeated and fused within his meridians and cells, gradually becoming one. With each bit of spiritual energy absorbed into his body, Chu Han's vitality became increasingly robust and surging. What was once like a raging river now resembled a torrential tsunami, crashing and roaring within him. As his vitality strengthened, Chu Han's muscles, meridians, and bones also became more resilient under the nourishment of energy. The white line, symbolizing his mental strength, gradually thickened and lengthened as it worked tirelessly. Chu Han was enjoying himself in the energy chamber, but outside, Qiansheng was anxiously waiting. The 7 students before him had spent no more than half an hour, yet Chu Han had already been breaking through for almost an hour. This kid isn't stuck in there, is he? Don't let him become the first person in the school's history to get stuck during a breakthrough. After a long wait, Chu Han finally opened the door to the energy chamber and walked out. Chu Han, you really are a worry. I was genuinely afraid you'd get stuck in there. Chu Han rubbed his head, actually not wanting to come out. He just had absorbed all the white light dots inside, and there was no choice but to exit. As Qiansheng reprimanded him, the two left the energy chamber. Bang! Inside the energy chamber, a muffled sound was heard as the dazzling energy crystal above suddenly shattered, turning into countless fine white powder that drifted down. In the office, Chu Han wore a long face, his once bright eyes now dim. How had he never noticed before that Qiansheng could talk so much? He had been criticized for half an hour, and there hadn't been a pause longer than 5 seconds. After a while, Qiansheng slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of warm tea, probably having spoken so much that he was running out of saliva. By the way, after all this time, we haven't tested your vitality and mental strength. Fortunately, I have a testing device in my office. Name Chu Han. Vitality 122. Mental strength 11. I remember your vitality was only 103 before you went in, right? Qiansheng looked at Chu Han as if he were a monster. Did he really increase his vitality by 19 points after just over an hour in the energy chamber? He truly wanted to send Chu Han to a research lab for dissection to see what was happening inside his body. Cough cough, Teacher Qian, I heard that after entering the ranks, one can choose a Xuanwu technique to cultivate. Is that true? Chu Han quickly changed the subject, and as expected upon mentioning serious matters, Qiansheng stopped caring about Chu Han's vitality. The Xuanwu technique is very important. It is a key factor that affects a person's ultimate combat power. Our school still recommends that students choose a type of weapon as their major direction. After all, human strength has its limits. Relying solely on the human body, how can one fight against those ancient beasts? Personally, I recommend using guns. The longer they are, the stronger they become, and they are safer. Of course, you can also choose knives, swords, axes, halberds, or spears. However, Chu Han wasn't listening seriously. He was thinking about his innate talent, beast transformation. This talent allows for a transformation that enhances his physical attributes in every aspect. Therefore, choosing a weapon seemed difficult as his size may change in the future, making weapon sizing hard to determine. Teacher Qian, are there any Xuanwu techniques that focus on enhancing the physical body? I just want to rely on my fists to crush those beasts. Qiansheng paused for a moment, contemplating before replying. Our school does have Xuanwu techniques meant for refining the body and battling beasts, but they are generally chosen by those who have awakened physical-related talents. Upon saying this, Qiansheng slapped his forehead in realization. I forgot to consider your talent since you were from Sanzhong. Is your special talent beast transformation a talent that enhances the physical body? Then you can try these Xuanwu techniques. Qiansheng picked up the keyboard and began typing, eventually selecting several Xuanwu techniques. Mighty Bull Strength, a fundamental body refining technique that strengthens the practitioner's body by imitating the strength and aura of a mighty bull. Practitioners can absorb the essence of the mighty bull, making their muscles as solid as a bull, greatly increasing their strength and granting them formidable crashing power. Herbal body refinement technique, using various herbs as supplements. Practitioners boil themselves with fire, allowing the medicinal properties to penetrate their skin, enhancing their defensive capabilities and increasing bodily strength. Our school only has these two yellow-grade Xuanwu techniques for body refining. To acquire more advanced techniques, you will have to wait until you enter a higher-level institution for further study or join government departments or military organizations to accumulate contribution points for exchange. Personally, I recommend the herbal body refinement technique as it has a quick entry and good effects, slightly better than the Mighty Bull Strength. More importantly, if you choose this technique, the school will provide you with the necessary herbs for body refining free of charge to help you get started. In contrast, a portion of Mighty Bull Essence costs dozens of contribution points and can only be exchanged with contribution points. You can't buy it. Teacher Qian, I choose the herbal body refinement technique. Contribution points equal resources, and resources translate into vitality values transformed from what one consumes. Fundamental attributes are paramount. In the basement, a large cauldron was placed on an oversized electromagnetic stove. Inside the cauldron, water gently swayed with various herbs floating on the surface. The temperature of the water was maintained at 100 degrees Celsius, and after the water boiled, it was time to enjoy the herbal bath. Chu Han adjusted the temperature according to the instructions recorded in the Baichao body refinement art and slowly entered the cauldron. Suddenly, Chu Han recalled Qiansheng's warning to him. Refining the body is quite simple, it only hurts a little. Feels great. As the temperature rose, the medicinal effect was gradually absorbed by the skin, and the qi and blood within his body surged, while the spiritual energy between heaven and earth slowly approached Chu Han. Chu Han's skin began to change as well. His previously smooth skin became rough and tough. I'm running out of water. Chu Han left the cauldron, no longer feeling the intense heat. It seemed the first stage of his training had come to an end. He recalled the clear records in the Baichao body refinement art. The first stage was skin refinement, and this process required repeated boiling with the same batch of herbs for a total of 3 times to be considered complete. The second stage is flesh refinement, and according to the method, a completely new batch of herbs must be used, also undergoing 3 rounds of boiling. Each boiling was a baptism for the flesh. In the third stage, bone refinement, herbs were no longer needed. Instead, one must soak in the blood of a 5th-grade diamond tiger. Sell your love, I bear the burden of my conscience. The ringtone of a phone nearby interrupted him. Chu Han looked over and saw it was his friend Lin Dongsheng. Hey Lao Chu, that's not fair. I leave for a week, and when I come back I hear you've also entered the ranks. Hurry to the school's martial arts hall now. 3 for a spar. My knife techniques are reaching perfection and my hands are itching for a test subject. Lin Dongsheng had a premonition that if he didn't find an opportunity to beat Chu Han now, he might not get another chance. Sure, I'm going right now. Chu Han smiled as he also wanted to test the effects of the Baichao body refinement art. I say, Dongxing, are you trying to split me in half with that big knife? Chu Han's mouth twitched slightly. The silver knife gleamed with a unique metallic luster, its blade smooth as a mirror, yet it exuded a sharp aura that made it evident it was no ordinary weapon. Lin Dongsheng awkwardly set down the silver knife in his hand and chose a black knife without a blade from the weapon rack in the martial arts hall. Come on, let me show you my furious tiger 5 slash. Chu Han crossed his arms to block Lin Dongsheng's slash, eager to test the defensive capabilities of the Baijiao body refinement art. Bang bang bang. Lin Dongsheng stopped after 3 slashes, not because he couldn't execute the 5 slashes, but because he feared hurting Chu Han, who had chosen to take the hits. Chu Han glanced at his arm. The slight pain quickly dissipated, leaving only a white line of a knife mark. Wait, Lao Chu, aren't you practicing body refinement? Are you going to wrestle with those exotic beasts later? Lin Dongsheng imagined the scene and couldn't help but shiver. It was just too beautiful a picture. I've thought it through. My awakened talent leans towards physical strength and am not very compatible with weapons. Lin Dongsheng's eyes lit up excitedly, exclaiming, quick, let me see what your talent is like. Chu Han hesitated for a moment, silently thinking of that majestic figure. Titan. His height of only 1.7 meters seemed to be injected with some mysterious power, beginning a stunning transformation. Chu Han's bones emitted a slight cracking sound as they gradually elongated and his muscles began to swell. A formidable tall, muscular giant appeared before Lin Dongsheng. Lin Dongsheng was stunned, his eyes wide and mouth agape as if he could fit a fist inside. The large knife he had been tightly holding in his hand slipped away unnoticed. This is too cool. Lin Dongsheng excitedly ran in front of Chu Han, stroking Chu Han's sturdy thigh. Chu Han felt goosebumps all over and almost instinctively kicked Lin Dongsheng away. You go back, we're still sparring. What sparring? I suspect you could send me back home with just one punch. I'm so jealous. My talent is only suitable for escaping, not for facing enemies heat-in. I've decided next week during the exotic beast hunt, I'm teaming up with you. Chu Han returned to his normal form and asked in confusion, what exotic beast hunt? Don't you know? Every year in late November, we have a welcome ceremony for new students which involves hunting first-tier exotic beasts in South Min Mountain. Of course, those who haven't entered the ranks are not qualified to participate. You don't have to worry, that place gets cleaned out every year, so there won't be any exotic beasts above the first tier. Chu Han crossed his arms over his chest, seeming to ponder whether to team up with Lin Dongsheng. Lao Chu, trust me. You have strength, I have information. This time at South Min Mountain, we'll take all the valuable herbs without leaving a single one behind. Information. Chu Han looked at Lin Dongsheng with a puzzled expression. Yes. Every year the military sends special reconnaissance soldiers to scout the exotic beasts in South Min Mountain. Moreover, due to the recent battle between the Titan Giant and the Golden Dragon, the defenses of Kanglan City suffered heavy losses. Now the 7th Legion's 7th Division is assisting in the defense, which is commanded by my father. Lin Dongsheng said proudly, but upon seeing Chu Han's indifferent expression, he quickly began to entice him. In this hunting event, each exotic beast counts for points, and since I have the map, we won't need to search everywhere, saving us a lot of time. Moreover, the person with the highest points can receive a reward of 200 contribution points. I just want the title of champion, or I'll give you all the 200 contribution points as a reward. How does that sound? Chu Han looked at Lin Dongsheng with confusion. He only wanted the fame, not the reward. Lin Dongsheng didn't seem like the kind of person who would make such a foolish decision. Seeing Chu Han still not budging, Lin Dongsheng gritted his teeth and decided to pull out the big guns. All right, I admit that if I win the championship, my dad will reward me with 500 contribution points. I'll give you 200 points directly. Isn't that enough for a brother? Deal. Chu Han shook Lin Dongsheng's hand. By the way, Lao Chu, what's your chi and blood value now? I haven't been idle this past week. I'm already at 119 points of chi and blood. Chu Han tilted his head in thought, wondering if his chi and blood had increased after the training with the Baijiao body refinement art. Name Chu Han. Chi and blood value 129. Spiritual strength 11. Chu Han walked over to check, and his chi and blood value had increased by 7 points since yesterday, showing rapid progress. Dongsheng, where are you going? At the entrance of the martial arts hall, Lin Dongsheng's lonely figure slowly walked away into the distance. He no longer asked Chu Han about his training progress. On the west side of Nanmin Mountain, 2 sneaky figures were lurking behind the trees. Lin Dongsheng continuously compared on his smart tablet and finally confirmed the target. Yes, old Chu, behind that black spine dog is the Chi Xian grass, a 2nd-tier spiritual herb worth 70 contribution points. Later you draw that big dog away, and I will quietly sneak over and steal the Chi Xian grass. Chu Han did not act, but instead posed a question that had been hidden in his heart for quite some time. Dongsheng, I have a question. I'm not sure whether to ask or not. Then don't ask. No, if you want to ask, just ask. What secrets can't we brothers share? You said your dad is a 7th-tier powerhouse with a major general rank. Logically, you shouldn't lack contribution points, but why? Lin Dongsheng sighed, unable to bear recalling the past. Every family has its own difficulties. My dad says a man should carve his own path. Unless I achieve something myself, he only gives me 100 contribution points each month, enough to keep me alive. Lin Dongsheng felt bitter inside, but he usually wouldn't share this with others. Once he started, he wouldn't be able to stop. Lin Dongsheng complained for over 10 minutes while perched in the tree, making Chu Han regret having asked this question. Seeing Lin Dongxing pick up his water cup to drink, Chu Han quickly jumped down from the tree and shouted, "I'm going to lure the monster." The black spine dog showed its sharp teeth instinctively as it looked at the approaching human. Since it arrived at this peak half a year ago, it had been captivated by the fragrance of the Qi Xian grass. Originally, it had eaten 3 Qi Xian grasses down to just 1, yet it remained unwilling to let go. Bang! Chu Han and the black spine dog collided, and the dog was indeed formidable. Chu Han's vitality at 134 not only failed to push it back, but instead was knocked back a step. Seizing the opportunity, the black spine dog bit down on Chu Han's arm. The tactic that had worked countless times before only left a few wounds on Chu Han's arm before he punched the dog on the head. Even after taking a heavy blow to the head, the black spine dog still held on tightly. Chu Han felt the pain and knew he couldn't continue like this. The black spine dog sensed the arm in its mouth was rapidly swelling. Soon it realized it couldn't hold on any longer and quickly released its bite, retreating. The black spine dog gazed at the enlarging human before it. Its mind told it this was still that weak human, but the instinct buried deep within its bloodline urged it run. Before the black spine dog could decide between its mind and instinct, a massive shadow loomed over it like a dark cloud. Immediately, 2 strong arms swiftly grasped its small head and violently tossed its entire body into the air. Awoo! The black spine dog emitted a mournful howl. Before it could land, a fist shadow enveloped in a fierce wind suddenly broke through the air and struck hard against its head. The black body spun around, flying backward like a kite with its string cut. The black spine dog lay on the ground, twitching as red blood flowed from its 7 orifices. It felt its life slipping away, unwilling to accept its fate, but a large footprint had already stamped down on its head. Chu Han looked at the blood of the black spine dog on the ground and recalled the blood of the Titan that had vanished. Perhaps the key to activating his talent lay within this blood. Chu Han slowly extended his hand and gently placed it on the crimson blood. To his surprise, the blood seemed to suddenly come to life, flowing towards him. Chu Han felt dazed as the blood within him boiled and surged. However, there was no dream like last time, nor could he experience the life of the black spine dog. Chu Han envisioned the figure of the black spine dog in his mind. Beast transformation activated. A minute passed, then 5 minutes, yet Chu Han remained in giant form, not transforming into a black spine dog. Whoosh whoosh. Chu Han instinctively twitched his nose, catching a familiar scent as an object rapidly approached him. Chu Han turned his head to see Lin Dongxing quickly coming towards him. Wow, old Chu, you managed to handle that black spine dog directly. The scout had estimated its strength to be at the peak of the 1st tier, which was really unreliable. This dead dog doesn't seem quite right. Lin Dongxing carefully examined for a moment and found that there wasn't a single drop of blood on the black spine dog. Old Chu, why is this black spine dog? Lin Dongxing turned back to see Chu Han in a daze and quickly shook him awake. Old Chu, why isn't there any blood on this black spine dog? Could it have mutated? That doesn't make sense, as a mammal shouldn't have no blood. Chu Han looked at it and said softly, "My talent can harness this blood for cultivation. This is my secret, and you must not tell anyone." Lin Dongxing nodded knowingly, giving a thumbs up. "Don't worry, old Chu, I Lin Dongxing have a tight mouth. Even if my parents ask, I won't tell them." Lin Dongxing took out his phone, aimed it at the intact lower half of the black spine dog, took a picture, and uploaded it online. Lin Dongxing 1 points. "Let's go, old Chu, we're heading to the next place." "That's a great place." Throughout the journey, Chu Han didn't listen to what Lin Dongxing was saying, but was preoccupied with the seemingly mutated nose he had, obtaining enhanced sense of smell from a black dog. Wasn't that just a dog's nose? "We've arrived, old Chu. This is one of my primary targets. I call it the White Hell." Chu Han curiously looked down and saw a blurry scene of white. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. Peering closely, he discovered countless uniquely shaped mutated white rabbits stirring about, resembling a white surging ocean. Based on his visual estimation, there were at least 120 mutated white rabbits, with about 30 large rabbits at the 1st tier. It's time to showcase my true skills. My knife techniques are not to be trifled with. Watch me carve a bloody path. Lin Dongxing raised his silver knife and charged at the rabbit horde, sparks flying as the fierce knife light cut through the air. Wherever he went, mutated white rabbits suffered numerous casualties. Lin Dongxing easily broke through the encirclement, but soon he sensed something was off. All the mutated white rabbits stood up and looked at him, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. The mutated large white rabbit in front jumped up, directly kicking towards Lin Dongxing. Yet Lin Dongxing had trained hard in knife techniques, and he blocked the kick with his knife. Bam bam bam. Lin Dongxing blocked the frontal attack, but was caught off guard by flying kicks from 3 other directions. Those mutated white rabbits seemed to have a tacit understanding, luring him from the front, while simultaneously launching flying kicks from 3 different directions, catching Lin Dongxing off guard. His body swayed as he struggled to steady himself. Damn it! Lin Dongsheng kicked away an ordinary mutated white rabbit, realizing he not only had to defend against the flying kicks of the mutated large white rabbit, but also had to be wary of the bites from ordinary mutated white rabbits. As he swung the large knife, Lin Dongsheng rushed back along the path he came from. A hero should not suffer needless losses. It wasn't just these rabbits that had teammates. Old Chu, save me quickly. Chu Han shook his head, thinking Lin Dongsheng would have some killer move, but he was too disappointing. With his strong arms, Chu Han held onto a nearby tree, veins bulging on his hands as he uprooted the 4-meter-tall tree. Meanwhile, in his frantic escape, Lin Dongsheng had even lost his large knife, leaving him running for his life with his hands over his head. Dongsheng, get out of the way. Chu Han threw the giant tree down. Seeing this, Lin Dongsheng quickly dove to the side. The densely packed white rabbit horde was crushed by the giant tree, creating a gap in the white formation. The remaining mutated white rabbits all stared at Chu Han, abandoning Lin Dongsheng, who was standing aside. The originally crimson eyes now seemed to flicker with an even more eerie light, filled with an elusive ferocity and determination. But Chu Han was undaunted, charging directly into the rabbit horde. The flying kicks from the mutated large white rabbit felt like a massage to him, while the ordinary mutated white rabbits couldn't even break his skin. In contrast, Chu Han punched one mutated large white rabbit and kicked two mutated small white rabbits. Before long, the group of mutated white rabbits decreased at a visible rate. Seeing this, Lin Dongsheng also lost his fear, stealthily circling down to retrieve his large knife, taking down one mutated white rabbit with each slash. After a long time, the hillside was strewn with corpses. It must be said that these mutated white rabbits were incredibly tough, fighting until the last one without retreating. I didn't expect these mutated white rabbits to be so fierce, but still we are better than them. Chu Han ignored him and attempted to absorb the blood of the mutated white rabbits. But perhaps these mutated white rabbits were too weak. The beast transformation talent didn't seem to want their blood. His hand stayed there for a long time without any response. Old Chu, didn't you want to absorb blood? Why aren't you getting to work? There are so many mutated white rabbits here, it should be enough for you to absorb for a long time, right? Chu Han said irritably. You quickly collect your mutated white rabbits, take pictures, and upload them for points. I'm tired and need to rest. Don't be like this, Old Chu. You can't be so ungrateful. Chu Han returned to his normal form. After fighting for so long, he was indeed a bit tired, lying on the hillside and watching Lin Dongsheng search for the corpses of the mutated white rabbits. Old Chu, why did you hit them so hard? You sent these mutated white rabbits flying so far away, or it's going to be tough to find them again. Chu Han pretended to be asleep and didn't reply. Lin Dongsheng didn't care whether he responded or not, muttering complaints as he searched diligently. Lin Dongsheng, 28 points. While Lin Dongsheng was busy, Chu Han opened his phone to check the leaderboard. First place, Lin Dongsheng. Points 29. Second place, Chao Minglin. Points 18. Third place, Guan Qilan. Points 15. 73rd place, Chu Han. Points 0. Chu Han awkwardly covered his eyes. This score was indeed too disgraceful. What are you doing, Lao Chu? Lin Dongsheng said discontentedly as he saw Chu Han rush over, messing up his arranged mutant rabbits. Are there any mutant rabbit corpses that haven't been uploaded? Lin Dongsheng scratched his head. It was only his fault for taking pictures too quickly. What's wrong, Lao Chu? Didn't we agree that all points go to me and the contributions to you? Chu Han looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, feeling upset. On the mountain path, the two walked side by side. Lao Chu, it's not that I'm saying this, but face doesn't matter. What matters is substance. If I win the championship, you could get 400 contribution points. Isn't that a lot of contributions? But don't worry, I still have many targets on my map. Our next target is a mutant white tiger. We'll use it to break your embarrassing 0 points. Lin Dongsheng pointed ahead. Hidden beneath the dense green leaves were 3 bright red fruits. Those 3 fruits resembled 3 dazzling rubies shimmering under the sunlight. A snow-white white tiger lazily lay under the tree, soundly napping. Its fur, pure as snow, glimmered with a faint silver sheen under the mottled sunlight filtering through the leaves. Lao Chu, this white tiger looks tough. Oh, be careful. If you can't fight it, flee. Bang bang. 2 pieces of wood struck the head of the Tiger King, interrupting its afternoon nap. After claiming this mountain for so long, no one had dared to provoke it. Could there be challengers from outside? The Tiger King lazily stood up, scanning the surroundings. Humans. The Tiger King had a very deep impression of this race. They were numerous and wielded strange weapons. It walked towards Chu Han with graceful steps, its eyes observing the surroundings, trying to locate hidden enemies. How could this mere human dare to challenge it? Chu Han's expression grew heavy. This white tiger was different from the previous blackback dog and mutant white rabbit, giving him a strong sense of oppression. Chu Han dared not be careless and directly activated his beast transformation talent, transforming into Titan form. The Tiger King suddenly stopped, tilting its head at the suddenly enlarged human. Ow! Two emerald green wind blades quietly coalesced in the air, swirling, with faint fluctuations slicing through the air at incredible speed towards Chu Han like lightning. The air seemed to be sliced open by these sharp wind blades, leaving two visible trails. Chu Han caught one wind blade in each hand and squeezed hard, causing them to shatter into fragments that dissipated into the air. Chu Han opened his palm, revealing a shallow cut in his hand. The Tiger King opened its mouth, seemingly mocking Chu Han, or perhaps chanting a spell. Suddenly, four emerald green wind blades appeared in the air, doubling the number of blades shooting towards Chu Han. Despite his large size, Chu Han was exceptionally agile. He dodged the wind blades and charged towards the Tiger King. He was not a fool who would just stand there and take hits. The sharp teeth glimmered with a chilling light under the sun. This time the Tiger King truly laughed. It loved these fools who thought it could only unleash wind blades. These ants didn't understand the immense power hidden beneath its strong physique. Although this time the ants were larger, they were still just ants. The white figure darted like a flash of lightning, colliding with an unyielding tank. With a loud bang, the tremendous impact exploded at the moment of collision, causing the air to tremble slightly. Immediately, the white figure could no longer withstand this powerful force. Its body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Chu Han staggered back several steps. This white tiger was the first beast that could force him back in a contest of strength. The Tiger King slowly stood up from the ground, gently shaking its massive head, still a bit dazed from the recent impact. But Chu Han would not foolishly stand there and give it a chance. He charged forward, aiming punches at its head. Chu Han's arm muscles bulged, each punch accompanied by a whooshing sound, as if he were pouring all the strength in his heart into these blows, hammering down on that creature's head. With each heavy hit, the Tiger King's previously dazed expression quickly became clear. If it couldn't win, couldn't it run? For long legs exerted force together, muscles tensed, and the Tiger King dashed backward like an arrow released from its bow. One must say that four legs run faster than two. Chu Han chased for a long time, but couldn't catch up to the creature, exhausting most of his stamina and panting heavily in place. Meanwhile, the white figure watched him from a distance, its long tail swaying in the air, emerald green wind blades appearing around its tail. The Tiger King opened its mouth. Though it said nothing, it seemed to express everything. The balance of attack and defense has shifted, little brother. Meanwhile, Lin Dongsheng took advantage of the fierce battle between Chu Han and the white tiger to quietly sneak around to the other side of the tree. The three bright red fruits on the tree were precious items: the third-grade spirit fruit, flame, heart, Zhu fruit, each worth at least 200 contribution points, an important ingredient for body refining techniques, and various special potions. I'm going to get rich. Lin Dongsheng carefully picked the flame heart Zhu fruit and placed it in a reinforced glass box in his backpack. Lin Dongsheng excitedly turned around, ready to call Chu Han to retreat, only to find the battlefield eerily silent, with both the man and the tiger having vanished. "Where's Lao Chu, my big guy?" Lin Dongsheng jumped in place, quickly following the footprints on the battlefield and sprinting into the jungle. Before he could run into the jungle, two emerald green wind blades shot from a distance, brushing past his clothes and startling him into stopping in his tracks. Soon a tremor resonated from afar, and a familiar figure appeared in Lin Dongsheng's sight. Before he could feel joy, he discovered a white figure was chasing his friend. Chu Han grabbed Lin Dongsheng and pulled him to run for their lives together, while the Tiger King leisurely pursued them, maintaining a safe distance while releasing wind blades, forcing both of them to run everywhere. "Lao Chu, stop, don't do anything or resist." Chu Han halted in place, feeling a strange force enveloping him, and then his body slowly sank into the ground beneath his feet. Turning his head, he saw Lin Dongsheng grinning proudly, sinking into the ground just like Chu Han. "Ow!" The Tiger King lunged suddenly, but the two figures had already vanished. It frantically dug into the earth with its forelegs, continually launching wind blades around, digging 3 feet into this area, yet still failing to find the two damned little thieves. It suddenly stopped, seemingly thinking of something, and dashed towards the flame heart Zhu fruit tree. Just as the Tiger King left, two figures slowly rose from the ground a dozen meters away. It was the already disappeared Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng. My earth escape technique is quite good, Lao Chu. It's top-notch for saving one's life. Though carrying you makes it a bit strenuous, I could go much faster alone," Lin Dongsheng said while panting, and Chu Han was not any better off, covered in various small injuries. "A whoa!" A furious roar echoed from afar, making Lin Dongsheng, the very instigator, tremble involuntarily as he seized Chu Han and bolted down the mountain in blind panic. That white tiger is certainly no Tier 1 spirit beast. It has already awakened its bloodline talent. It must be a Tier 2 spirit beast. Let's flee now. The two battered figures leaned on each other, struggling along the rugged path as they retraced their steps out of Nanmen Mountain. Once Chu Han judged the distance from the tiger's sovereign to be safely great, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Sweat streamed down his cheeks, He was utterly spent. Chu Lao, hurry. We must go. If that white tiger catches up, we're doomed. Lin Dongsheng urged anxiously, but Chu Han merely waved him off and refused to rise. We're far enough now to be safe. Say, should we report this white tiger? It's absurdly overpowered. Those who can defeat it may not outrun it, but those who cannot outrun it will surely fall before its might. Its wind blades fly without restraint as if drawn from an inexhaustible well. Yes, we absolutely must report it. Calmed at last, Lin Dongsheng pulled out his phone and dialed Qiansheng. Hello, Lin Dongsheng, what do you want at this hour? Trying to get me to cheat for you. Impossible. Not even if your father is an 8th rank expert. Qian teacher, please don't jump to conclusions. I'm not here to pull strings. Here's what happened. We encountered a suspected Tier 2 white tiger spirit beast in Nanmen Mountain. Not only has it awakened its bloodline talent, but its wind blades have neither cooldown nor spiritual energy cost. It unleashes them relentlessly. Hurry and deal with it. Otherwise your prize students will be left half dead. Beep, beep. Lin Dongsheng sighed helplessly as Qiansheng hung up before he could finish. Ding ding. Simultaneously, both Chu Han's and Lin Dongsheng's phones chimed with incoming messages. They hurriedly unlocked their screens. Dear students, Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng, due to the emergence of a Tier 2 spirit beast in Nanmen Mountain, the Nanmen Mountain hunting tournament has been prematurely terminated. Please evacuate the area immediately. Qian Lao works fast, Lin Dongsheng muttered wryly. A helicopter descended slowly, its rotor whipping the grass into a whispering rustle. Dongsheng, if you've fabricated this report, I'll petition the academy for your expulsion. Lin Dongsheng grinned sheepishly and stepped forward to guide Qiansheng. Here it is, Qian Lao, that white tiger over there. Qiansheng reversed his long spear and strode swiftly toward the tiger sovereign. So, you've brought reinforcements to settle the score. The tiger sovereign fixed its gaze upon the 2 petty thieves in the distance, and upon Qiansheng racing toward it. Spiritual energy surged around its body like churning boiling tides. In an instant, a dozen emerald green wind blades coalesced in midair, then shot toward Qiansheng like lethal arrows. Qiansheng's pupils contracted sharply, such volume signaled anything but an ordinary beast. Qiansheng halted, spinning his spear with lightning speed, a whirling vortex that shattered the incoming blades. Wait, these blades feel unervingly weak. Sensing the anomaly in their impact force, he abruptly stilled the spear. When he looked up again, the white tiger had vanished, vanishing into the distance at full sprint. Dongsheng, is Qian teacher truly capable? It's been quite some time, yet he hasn't subdued even a Tier 2 white tiger spirit beast. Don't worry. Though Qian Lao stands at the peak of the 3rd tier, on the cusp of breaking into the 4th, subduing a Tier 2 white tiger is child's play. Besides, if it couldn't even overwhelm the 2 of us, it's clearly feeble. Lin Dongsheng spoke with unruffled composure. In the distance, Qiansheng emerged into view, but not as they'd imagined. No tiger corpse slung over his shoulder. They exchanged glances, wisely holding their tongues. The 3 walked back in silence, until Lin Dongsheng, unable to bear the quiet any longer, broke it first. Qian teacher, you will say nothing? Some truths are best buried deep. Should I hear rumors abroad, rest assured, I'll make your next 2 years exceedingly uncomfortable. Lin Dongsheng swallowed his words and obediently followed Qiansheng toward the helicopter. Qian teacher, was that Tier 2 spirit beast neutralized? Of course it was. I handled it personally. A mere Tier 2 spirit beast poses no challenge whatsoever. Qian master, let's return. The pilot nodded, his hands moving deftly across dials and control levers. A low mechanical hum rose as the rotors began to spin, slowly at first, then accelerating into a steady resonant thrum. The helicopter lifted gently from the earth, ascending into the sky and veering toward Kanglan City. Qiansheng shot Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng a murderous glance. Chu Han instantly shut his eyes, feigning sleep. Hey Chu Lao, wake up. I thought you were faking it. Turns out you really fell asleep. Chu Han opened his eyes to Lin Dongsheng's grinning face looming overhead. After hours of combat, Chu Han was utterly drained, yet somehow managed to slip into deep slumber during the brief flight. Go home and rest, Chu Lao. I'll handle the rest. I guarantee your contribution points won't suffer a single point. Chu Han gave a slight nod and disembarked, heading toward bus stop No. 7. Though Lin Dongsheng loved to talk big, his integrity remained unimpeachable. Back home, Chu Han felt every ounce of strength drain from his body. He dragged his weary frame upstairs, each step heavy with exhaustion. The moment he entered his room, he collapsed onto the bed, shoes still on. The soft mattress enveloped him like a warm, tender embrace. He closed his eyes, breathing in the familiar sense and serene stillness of his room, whereupon fatigue and pressure flooded in wave upon relentless wave. Soon gentle, rhythmic breathing filled the air. He surrendered completely to slumber's sweet oblivion, shutting out all clamor of the world beyond. Son, dinner's ready. Chu Feng called out loudly, only to be gently silenced by Lu Yu. Husband, don't shout. Xiao Han came home utterly spent, collapsed onto his bed without even removing his shoes. Let him rest. I'll keep his meal warm. Chu Feng nodded quietly. Youth, how effortlessly it surrenders to sleep. On the other side, while Chu Han was immersed in dreams, Lin Dongsheng received the award certificate from the principal amidst the envious gazes of everyone, and his phone beeped with a message indicating that 200 contribution points had been credited. I never expected that this seemingly weak chatterbox would actually take first place. 29 points is quite impressive. Interesting, I should find a chance to spar with him and see his true strength. Chao Minglin looked puzzled, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Dongxing, trying to derive answers from him. She remembered that Lin Dongxing, her classmate, had no remarkable qualities apart from being excessively talkative, yet his points exceeded hers by nearly 10. The excitement was always fleeting, and soon the crowd dispersed. The square, which had just been crowded, gradually became empty. Lin Dongsheng proudly carried the award certificate and headed home, eager to claim the grand prize. A long spear shot in from a distance, blocking his path. Lin Dongxing, I remember your talent isn't suited for combat. How have you suddenly become so strong? Lin Dongsheng cursed inwardly at the unwelcome interruption, turned around, and smiled as he said, Dear Minglin, ever since I lost to you last time, I have completely dedicated myself to my cultivation, so this first place is a reward for my efforts. All right, I challenge you, Lin Dongsheng. I refuse to accept that you took first place. Lin Dongsheng immediately felt a chill run down his back. He truly couldn't defeat this madwoman, having been soundly beaten in their previous encounters. Lin Dongsheng abandoned his earlier playful demeanor and said seriously, Chao Minglin, I risked everything to secure first place. Don't be fooled by my cheerful appearance. I am actually covered in wounds and can hardly accept your challenge right now. Chao Minglin's bright eyes were filled with confusion, but she understood that she couldn't force an injured person to duel with her. With a soft sigh, she slowly lowered the spear she had been tightly gripping. All right, then I'll challenge you once you're healed. Seeing her relent, Lin Dongsheng quickly took his leave. Only a fool would accept her challenge. He might not be able to fight her, but he could certainly avoid her. When it came to fighting, he wasn't capable, but he had never been afraid of running away. In the villa area of the city center of Kanglan City, Lin Dongsheng handed the award certificate, which symbolized his first place, to the square-faced man ahead. Seeing the man's incredulous expression, Lin Dongsheng even took out his phone to show the points leaderboard. First place, Lin Dongxing, 29 points. Second place, Chao Minglin, 20 points. Little victory, you didn't create this chart and certificate to fool me, did you? If you dare to deceive me, the consequences will be severe. At the very least, I'll hang you on the rooftop and beat you for a day and a night. Dad, can you trust your son a bit more and doubt him a bit less? This score can be verified easily by sending someone to the school. Lin Dong collected his suspicions and readily transferred 500 contribution points to Lin Dongsheng. As the commander of the 5th Division of the 7th Army Corps, verifying the authenticity of this ranking would be a simple task. I haven't checked on your studies for about 2 weeks. Today I have time, so let's have a good father-son talk. Lin Dong closed the door, looking at Lin Dongsheng with a kind smile. 10 minutes later, Lin Dongsheng was already lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Wait a minute, I remember that the level of the first high school is quite good. How could you still take first place? Is this year's batch of students that weak? Lin Dong, puzzled, glanced at his phone, and the report he received confirmed that Lin Dongsheng wasn't lying. As he pondered this, he failed to notice that Lin Dongsheng had quietly gotten up and slipped away. Awakening refreshed, Chu Han left his bedroom and headed straight for the refrigerator. After sleeping for so long, he was famished. After eating his fill, he noticed it was still dark outside and decided to meditate first. A first-grade spiritual energy practitioner merely begins to explore this world, capable of absorbing spiritual energy to refine oneself. Spiritual energy is just a passerby. To break through from first to second grade, one needs to store the spiritual energy in their dantian. Only when the stored spiritual energy fills the entire dantian can one be considered second grade. A second-grade spiritual energy practitioner can guide the spiritual energy within their body to aid in combat, enhancing their power, thus allowing them to unleash the true prowess of their mystic arts. Chu Han slowly closed his eyes, immersing himself in his thoughts, and began to inspect his dantian. Under the exploration of his consciousness, the scene within the dantian vividly emerged. Inside the dantian, strands of spiritual energy intertwined like lively threads. However, the space occupied by this spiritual energy was only 1/3 of the dantian, which was still far from qualifying as second grade. I need to find a way to gather more resources for cultivation. Chu Han muttered to himself. Thinking of this, he opened his phone, and indeed the contribution points from Lin Dongsheng had arrived. Dear Chu Han, you have received 400 contribution points from Lin Dongsheng. Chu Han picked up his phone and skillfully found Lin Dongsheng's phone number, but realizing it was still dark outside, he decided to send him a text. Dongxing, meet me at the school's logistics office at 9 a.m. We have something to discuss. At exactly 9 a.m., the logistics office of the first high school was devoid of students coming to exchange resources except for Chu Han and Lin Dongxing. Dongxing, what is your progress with spiritual energy? I'm only at 1/3. I don't know when I can break through to second grade. Lin Dongxing, who had been yawning and appeared to be half asleep, suddenly perked up upon hearing Chu Han's words. Old Chu, you're falling behind. I'm already over halfway through. Breaking through to second grade is just around the corner. Dongxing, your cultivation progress is so fast, quickly guide me. Lin Dongxing, usually so eager to teach others, hesitated for once, not because he didn't want to help, but because he didn't understand himself. Old Chu, you should focus on refining your body, or don't put too much emphasis on spiritual energy cultivation. I suggest you consult Old Qian. Oh, I also don't know much about body refining. Chu Han easily opened the office door and approached Qian Sheng. Chu Han, you are too polite. If you're coming, just come without bringing gifts. Qian Sheng smiled broadly, ready to accept the box, but Chu Han raised his hand and awkwardly explained, Teacher Qian, this is the medicinal material for my 100 herbs body refinement technique, not a gift. Qian Sheng retracted his hands, awkwardly took the tea set, and started brewing tea to ease the awkward atmosphere. After a long while, it was Chu Han who first voiced his doubts. Teacher Qian, I feel that my progress in spiritual energy is slow, but Dong Sheng said that body refinement and spiritual energy belong to two different paths. How should I choose? Qian Sheng took a sip of tea, beginning to tutor Chu Han at a leisurely pace. Dong Sheng is not wrong. Human strength is finite and the path of cultivation is inherently difficult. How can one achieve both body refinement and spiritual energy? Since your talent is suited for body refinement, you should pursue that path decisively. The road of body refinement is arduous, requiring a substantial accumulation of resources to achieve success. I remember there is a comprehensive guide to body refinement in the library. You can go borrow it. Preface: body refinement requires great willpower, enduring what ordinary people cannot bear. Pain is but routine. Of course, the most important thing is to have money. Without money, everything else is nonsense. You must not buy nutritional potions, as they are both expensive and impractical. Beast meat is different, gets cheap in quantity, but requires a lot of time to digest the energy contained within. Body refinement level 1 blood and chi value breaks 100, strength reaches 200 kilograms. Body refinement level 2 blood and chi value breaks 250, strength reaches 500 kilograms. Body refinement level 3 blood and chi value breaks 500, strength reaches 1000 kilograms. Chu Han frowned and said, Isn't this a comprehensive guide to body refinement? Why does it only introduce the first 3 levels? What about the remaining 6 levels? However, the mention of beast meat is quite relevant. He could eat a lot, and even 2 kilograms of first-tier beast meat daily still left him feeling unsatisfied. I'm sorry, student, but our school's logistics department does not sell beast meat. If you want to buy it, you need to go to the Beast Pavilion. Beast Pavilion. That's right. The Beast Pavilion is located at No. 107 Bamboo Street. You can take bus No. 145, 147, or 150 to get there directly. They specialize in selling various grades of beast meat. As long as you have money and contribution points, you can buy anything. Chu Han returned home, dropped off the medicinal materials for the 100 herbs refinement technique, and immediately headed towards the bus station. The Beast Pavilion in Kanglan City was established in collaboration between the Illusion Beast Group and the government, specializing in selling various items related to beasts. There is nothing you can't buy if you can think of it. Upon getting off, Chu Han didn't even have to search. A shopping mall whose ground area is conservatively estimated to exceed 2 million square meters captured all his attention. The Beast Pavilion is quite impressive. Beast meat sales area, turn left 127 meters ahead. Following the signs, Chu Han navigated around and finally arrived at the beast meat sales area. Contrary to his expectations, there were no staff present besides a few customers, and a considerable queue formed around 20 machines. He observed as the people in front operated the machines, and beast meat was dispensed from a window beside the machines. First-tier beast meat, 500 Xiao coins per 1 pound point contribution. Second-tier beast meat, 5,000 Xiao coins per 10 pound points contribution. Third-tier beast meat, 30,000 Xiao coins per 60 pound points contribution. Fourth-tier beast meat. Your military rank is insufficient. You need at least the rank of major to purchase fourth-tier beast meat. Chu Han scratched his head. Oh, why was buying beast meat so complicated? He calculated his contribution points. The 400 points he got from Lin Dongsheng were spent on 2 portions of medicinal materials, leaving him with 330 contribution points. 2 pounds of second-tier beast meat and 2 pounds of third-tier beast meat totals 70,000 Xiao coins, 140 contribution points. Dear customer, using contribution points for payment can give you a 10 discount. Oi, please choose your payment method. There's such a good deal. Chu Han decisively chose to pay with contribution points, saving 14 points. A gentle light swept across his face from the device, and a second later the screen popped up with the message, facial payment successful. Holding 2 bundles of meat, Chu Han went straight to the basement where the large cauldron for body refinement was just what he needed. He placed the cleaned third-tier beast meat into the cauldron, added water, and began to cook. Half an hour later, a delicious aroma wafted from the cauldron. Chu Han didn't know how to cook, so he just sprinkled some salt considering it done. The third-tier beast meat was quite chewy, although it was a bit bland, it was not unpleasant. Woof woof. The dog next door barked twice. It was a real dog, and here he was cooking meat in the dead of night. Is it so fragrant that it won't let the dog sleep? After consuming 2 pounds of meat, although it wasn't a large quantity, Chu Han felt a rare sensation of being full. He then performed a set of the 7th National Middle School Student Body Refinement Boxing to aid digestion. His body gradually warmed as he practiced the boxing technique, and the blood and chi within him surged and expanded. An hour later, Chu Han felt that the blood and chi within him had calmed down. He looked at the prepared medicinal materials and decided to seize the opportunity to clean the cauldron before directly starting the cultivation of the 100 herbs refinement technique. After 2 rounds of practicing the 100 herbs refinement technique, his originally rough skin became as smooth as jade, making Chu Han look like a little puppy now. With his fair and smooth hands, he opened the packaging box of the home version of the blood and chi tester which he had seen when he was about to leave the beast pavilion, and casually spent 5 contribution points to buy it. Name Chu Han. Blood and chi value 208. Mental strength intensity 13. 208. Chu Han was startled by this number. How could his blood and chi value be so high after just 2 weeks without testing? His gaze turned to the punching force tester nearby. Chu Han's increasingly strong body had grown larger, and a small giant nearly 4 meters tall appeared in the basement. Veins on his arms bulged like winding snakes, and his fist as large as a watermelon sliced through the air and struck the punching force tester. 810 kilograms. Chu Han was startled by his own strength. According to the Comprehensive Guide to Body Refinement, a second-level body refiner has a blood and chi value exceeding 250 and a strength above 500 kilograms. Does this mean I am already a second-level body refiner? Chu Han's days began to settle into a routine. He spent the remaining contribution points to buy 4 portions of third-tier beast meat, which had excellent effects, raising his blood and chi value to 241. However, from then on, the growth of his blood and chi began to slow down, increasing by just a point each day. Time flew by like a white horse passing a gap, and soon the first semester for the first-year students came to an end. What awaited them was a ranking battle that would determine the resource allocation for the next semester. During this time, Chu Han did not remain idle. The Xuanwu technique required spiritual energy to enhance his attack power, but his spiritual energy had only reached half of the Dantian, making progress slow. Thus, in preparation for the ranking battle, Chu Han studied various ancient boxing techniques online to fully leverage his advantage and strength. It was once again time for the weekly class meeting, and today's gathering was earlier than usual with an unusually heavy atmosphere. Ahem, everyone, let's not be too unhappy. For the final exam, we will adhere to the principles of fairness and justice. First, I will nominate 4 students as challengers, and each student will have 1 opportunity to challenge. The victor will take the place of the previous one. As for the winning student, they will receive an additional 50 contribution points each month next semester. Only 50. That's so little. Indeed, just 50 after all this anticipation. 50 is not insignificant, so don't turn it down. Lin Dongsheng's remarks stirred up a wave of commotion, transforming the classroom into a marketplace. Qian Sheng remained unperturbed, quietly observing the noisy students below. Have you all finished? It's my turn to speak. I also feel that 50 contribution points is too little. What resources can be exchanged for just 50? Nothing worthwhile can be obtained. However, these 4 students will represent our class in a PK against 16 students from other classes in the Imperial City. The champion will receive a reward of 1,000 contribution points, and the blood of a 5th-tier Crimson Flame giant elephant worth 5,000 contribution points. The runner-up will receive 500 contribution points, and the third place, though the most pitiful, will still get 200 contribution points, which isn't too shabby. What about the remaining 17 students, Teacher Qian? Lin Dongsheng eagerly asked, feeling he had little chance of placing in the top 3, but still had a chance in the top 20. Chao Menglin sighed, having avoided Lin Dongsheng ever since he rejected her challenge last time. She had been waiting for a chance to spar, but now doubted whether he was truly competent. Chao Menglin initial 2nd-tier strong combat power, not recommended for challenge. Lu Yu 1st-tier skilled in swordsmanship. Lin Dongsheng 1st-tier adept in knife techniques. This kid talks too much and I doubt his skills, I recommend challenging him. Chu Han 1st-tier body refining. This kid follows the body refining path, tough and resilient. I don't let him chop the knife all to pieces, not recommended for challenge. Now these 4 are the challengers I your teacher recommend. Here's a friendly reminder, everyone quickly take a photo. Let's head to the No. 5 arena. Hey old Qian, what do you mean my skills are lacking? Why recommend challenging me? I was the champion of the last hunting competition. Can't you show me a bit of respect? Lin Dongshen continuously protested ahead, but Qian Sheng ignored him, walking on his own. In the No. 5 arena, students from Class 1 and Class 2 were taking their places. Although not all had arrived, some had already initiated challenges. Lin Dongxing, I challenge you. Lin Dongxing squinted at the challenger, recognizing him. Wang Yang, the 12th student from Class 2, had chosen a gun technique as his Xuanwu skill. If you think I'm a weakling just because you listened to old Qian's insinuations, my big knife has long been itching for a fight, come face me. Wang Yang furiously stepped onto the stage, having been annoyed by Lin Dongxing for a long time, who constantly chatted like a walkie-talkie. Standing tall like a pine tree, he gripped his long spear tightly, its body gleaming with a cold light. His gaze was fierce, fixated solely on Lin Dongxing. With the spear in hand, Wang Yang launched a direct strike, the spear tip piercing the air like lightning. However, Lin Dongxing had long trained against spear techniques, with Chao Menglin as his imagined enemy, and with a swift swing of his big knife, he drew a shining arc through the air. The big knife howled through the air, accurately striking Wang Yang's spear. The sound of metal clashing rang out, sparks flying. Crazy Tiger's 5 slashes. His internal chi surged wildly, the spiritual power like dancing threads of light rapidly adhering to his knife. Lin Dongxing was already on the verge of reaching the 2nd-tier threshold, and his burgeoning spiritual power could unleash the might of the Xuanwu skill. The ferocious knife technique struck like a torrential storm. After just 3 strikes, Wang Yang could no longer hold up his palms, ruptured, blood gushing forth, and the spear slipped from his grasp. Wang Yang stood there dazed, struggling to calm the surging chi within him and the sense of defeat in his heart. I lost. After winning, Lin Dongxing was overwhelmed with excitement and satisfaction, as if the entire world was under his control. He roared. Who else? Me. 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 The crowd eagerly raised their hands, vying to get on stage. Ahem, I just finished a match and need a moment to rest. You all can challenge others first. That's right, our arena competition must ensure fairness. Let Dongxing take a break. You can only choose to challenge someone else. Qiansheng stepped in to oversee the situation, and seeing the others, they could only abandon this opportunity. I challenge Chu Han. A familiar voice called from the crowd as Wang Shiyao, holding a long whip, stepped onto the stage, pointing the whip at Chu Han. Lin Dongxing quickly circled around from the other side, leaving the stage for Chu Han and Wang Shiyao. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Teacher Qian specifically advised against challenging me. Let's talk. If you're a man, come up to the stage. Exactly, are you afraid to duel with a girl? Shiyao, go for it, knock him down. Chu Han felt helpless. He was already intimidated by Wang Shiyao, but seeing Su Luzhong Zhe and Zhao Shan, who were still cheering her on, made him even angrier. Last month, Wang Shiyao finally reached the 1st tier. Although it was half a month slower than Chu Han, she showed no fear. Wang Shiyao swung her right hand fiercely, and with a sharp whoosh, the long whip shot forth like a black lightning bolt, carrying a fierce momentum and endless killing intent, rushing towards Chu Han. Too slow. Chu Han grasped with his left hand, and the silver long whip was firmly held in his palm. Wang Shiyao pulled back with all her strength, but the whip remained unmoved in Chu Han's grip. If you have the guts, let go. Okay. Wang Shiyao was momentarily stunned, not expecting Chu Han to actually release her whip. The spiritual energy within her flowed like it was awakening from slumber, then began to wildly gather in her right hand. A glint flashed in Wang Shiyao's eyes as the long whip danced like a silver serpent, carving dazzling arcs through the air. The whip seemed to possess its own consciousness, striking towards Chu Han from various tricky angles, at an astonishing speed, and with a bizarre trajectory. Phantom Snake Whip. Crack. The silver long whip evaded Chu Han's grasp, and a series of continuous cracking sounds echoed on the stage. One must admit that Wang Shiyao's long whip had some merit, as Chu Han repeatedly tried to seize her whip, but was skillfully evaded. Go Shiyao, whip him into a top. That's too cruel, I can't bear to watch. Lin Dongxing munched on sunflower seeds, finding the whole situation rather amusing. Even his Crazy Tiger's 5 slashes struggled to break through Chu Han's defenses. What use was this soft, feeble whip? Huff, huff. After a minute, Wang Shiyao was gasping for breath, her whip now limp and powerless. Wang Shihan had only entered the 1st rank for a short time, with too little spiritual energy stored in her dantian. Her endurance was poor, and Chu Han effortlessly yanked the silver whip from her hand. You can't even make good use of the opportunity one gave you. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then they all turned to look at Chu Han. Chu Han stood there quietly, his clothes now riddled with several tears, yet there wasn't a single trace of blood on his body. He was completely unharmed, not even a faint scar could be found. Such strong defensive power. This thought emerged in the minds of the onlookers. Wang Shihan's eyes turned red, a thin veil of tears welling up in her bright gaze as she bit her lower lip, struggling to suppress the tears that were about to spill. But in the end, she couldn't hold back, running out of the competition arena in tears. Not a shred of gentlemanly conduct. Exactly how could you bully such a lovely girl like Chu Han? Chu Han glared at the three sycophants, feeling it inappropriate to hit a girl like Wang Shihan. As for these three sycophants, he had endured them for long enough, but there was a limit to his patience. You three sycophants have had enough. Why not act like decent people instead of dogs? Come up and challenge me, Onion. The three exchanged glances as they truly had no intention of challenging Chu Han. After all, they had seen the fate of others and lacked the confidence to surpass him, leaving the atmosphere awkward. Don't be shy, Su Lu, you were the loudest, just now go take him on. Zhang Zhe, you go too. If you defeat Chu Han, you might win Wang Shihan's heart and take her home. Xiao Shan, don't be a coward. What have you gained from being a sycophant for so long? This chance is rare, don't let it slip away. Lin Dongsheng wouldn't let this opportunity slip by brainwashing the three of them until they felt compelled to act, but the last vestige of rationality reminded them to hold back. Are you afraid? Don't dare to face me. Then I'll give you a chance. Come at me, three and on. The three looked at each other, their legs trembling as they took a step forward. Hey, it's a good opportunity, 3 against 1. Now next time it'll be 1 against 1. How many chances like this will you get? Su Lu clenched his fists and said to the two beside him, it doesn't matter if he looks down on us, we can't back down, let's go take him on. Seeing Su Lu leading the charge, Zhang Zhe and Xiao Shan gained confidence and followed suit. Chu Han considered himself to have a very good temper, but seeing these three sycophants, his anger surged as he unleashed his strongest form. Titan. A giant nearly 4 meters tall appeared before the classmates of Class 2 for the first time. Wow, such a cool transformation. So big. The crowd's attention was instantly drawn to the girl, who exclaimed about the size. What I meant was such big muscles. Ooh, I love muscular men. Fortunately, Chu Han had specially prepared several sets of clothes made from elastic materials, otherwise he would have exposed himself. Chu Han paid no attention to the gasps from the audience. His gaze was fixed on Su Lu. Suddenly, he pushed off with his legs, his figure shooting towards Su Lu like an arrow, creating a whistling wind as he sprinted. Without hesitation, he swung a powerful punch. Bang! A dull yet resounding sound burst in the air, akin to metal clashing, crisp, yet filled with a chilling impact. Su Lu's broadsword was struck, creating a fist-sized dent, and then it flew backward. Su Lu himself stumbled and fell to the ground from the force. Nearby, Zhang Zhe and Xiao Shan were left dumbfounded, but Chu Han didn't forget about them. Grabbing one in each hand, he forcefully slammed them together. Bang! The audience covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight. It was too painful. Zhang Zhe and Xiao Shan lay on the ground, stars in their eyes, forgetting who they were and where they were. Su Lu secretly abandoned his teammates and jumped off the platform. Before he could feel relieved, a massive figure followed him down. Su Lu, behind you. Before Su Lu could comprehend what his classmates were saying, his collar was yanked up by an unseen force, and he soared through the air, crashing down hard onto the platform. The three defeated ones piled up on the platform, and then a heavy weight sat down on them. Ouch! Su Lu cried out in pain, his back hurting. I'm giving you a chance now. Will you continue being sycophants? Haven't you heard that being a sycophant leads to nothing? You brute, my love for Shiyao is true love. Do you understand what love is? Exactly, life is precious, but love is more valuable. We vow not to submit. Xiao Shan didn't speak, but that didn't mean he had given in, or as the one at the bottom, the burden was too heavy, and he could no longer muster the words. Moi. Chu Han picked up Su Lu's broadsword, which had a dent, and smacked his behind with it. Ouch! Are you going to submit? If not, we can continue. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Hey! Chu Han chuckled, swinging the broadsword continuously. Although Su Lu was a bit weaker, his spirit was unyielding, and no matter how much Chu Han struck, he refused to admit defeat. Teacher Qian, there's no need for this. Old Chu knows his limits. Hitting someone's behind won't cause any serious harm. Lin Dongsheng hurriedly stepped in front of Teacher Qian, trying to stop him. Teacher Qian wasn't worried about Su Lu. His backside was resilient. But the others couldn't take it. Su Lu is fine, but Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhe below have already foamed at the mouth and fainted. Can you take responsibility for this? Lin Dongsheng took a closer look. Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhe were already rolling their eyes back. He quickly made way. Chu Han, move your big butt aside, otherwise I will give you a red card and have you removed. Seeing the homeroom teacher intervening, Chu Han could only stand up and let the three go. Teacher Qian picked up Xiao Shan and Zhang Zhe, preparing to take them to the infirmary. Su Lu, with that tough mouth of yours, you should be fine, right? Su Lu pouted and said nothing, hopping along to keep up with Teacher Qian. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? I still have some strength left. The crowd shook their heads in unison, realizing it was better to bully Lin Dongsheng and Lu Yu, the soft targets, than to take on Chu Han and Xiao Minglan the tough ones. An hour later. Classmates, dear brothers, please don't challenge me anymore. I'm truly out of strength. Lin Dongsheng was gasping for breath, pleading for mercy, as everyone wanted to come up and spar with him. By the end, even the 10 or so classmates who hadn't entered the first rank were trying to challenge him. Dongxing, I've heard that your school's final exam is tomorrow. You won't be unable to make it into the top 4, will you? Lin Dongsheng opened the door, and as soon as he stepped in, he saw Lin Dong sitting in the hall waiting for him with a newspaper in hand. Dad, how did you know? You think I wouldn't know about your school with just a phone call? As per the usual, it'll give you a reward of 1,000 contribution points for first place, 500 for second, and 200 for third. What if I don't make it to the top 3? If you can't even make it to the top 3, you'll treat you to a version of braised pork with vine shoots. Last time at the hunting competition, you came in first. Can you really not make it to the top 3 in a mere final exam? Lin Dongsheng ended his recollection, and Chu Han could only pat his shoulder in consolation. That's how it is. After the final exam, I'm planning to travel to the neighboring Moyu city right away. Old Chu, are you coming with me? I've heard that the deputy city lord of Moyu city is an 8th-tier feathered winged person where humans and winged beings coexist harmoniously. It sounds quite interesting. Chu Han shook his head, rejecting the offer. The holiday is the perfect opportunity to improve oneself and surpass other classmates. How could one waste it on traveling? As the two chatted and laughed, the final ranking list for the first year also came out. Chu Han versus Lu Yu, Lin Dongsheng versus Xiao Kong. Lu Yu is really unlucky. He draws you as his opponent in the first round. Lin Dongsheng shook his head, feeling sorry for Lu Yu before heading to his own competition stage. Chu Han, don't hold back. Show me how strong your defense is. Chu Han and Lu Yu stood facing each other with a fiery fighting spirit flickering in Lu Yu's eyes. Last night, watching Chu Han battle 3 lick spittles had stirred his blood, but with Xiao Minglan's superior cultivation, he knew he couldn't win. However, Chu Han was eager to test whether his sword techniques could break through Lu Yu's defense. The long sword flashed with a silver gleam as spiritual energy wildly surged towards it. Facing the 4-meter giant before him, Lu Yu had no intention of holding back and struck with all his might. Smack! Lu Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized he was empty-handed against a blade. Lu Yu, my empty-handed defense technique isn't bad, right? I may not have practiced offensive Xuanwu techniques, but I have delved deeply into ancient martial arts. Lu Yu remained silent as the remaining spiritual energy within him surged towards his hands, yet he still couldn't budge the sword held by Chu Han. Lu Yu's face turned red, veins bulging on his neck as he exerted every ounce of strength he had. But even when his spiritual energy was exhausted, he couldn't pull the sword from Chu Han's grasp. Chu Han, let go. I concede. Lu Yu smiled bitterly. The gap was too great. Chu Han must have reached the 2nd tier. As he left the arena, he caught sight of Lin Dongsheng sitting in a daze in a chair. In stark contrast to the stalemate between Chu Han and Lu Yu, Lin Dongsheng's battle ended swiftly. Dongsheng, how did you end up so disheveled? Lin Dongsheng's hairstyle was in complete disarray, resembling an explosion, and his clothes were in tatters. I'm really in a terrible state. It's heartbreaking to even talk about it. Lin Dongsheng sighed, not wanting to elaborate further. Chu Han versus Xiao Kong. Xiao Kong. I wonder what kind of opponent he is. Chu Han gazed at the central screen, murmuring. But upon hearing that name, Lin Dongsheng instantly perked up. This is fate. Old Chu, you must help me take revenge and knock that guy's overnight meal out of him. So he eliminated you then? Chu Han pondered. Old Chu, you don't understand. That guy is too crafty. The moment I stepped up, before I could even draw my sword, a bolt of purple lightning struck down from the sky, stunning me completely. Even when I burrowed underground, I couldn't escape this kid's pursuit. A bolt after bolt of purple lightning forced me out from underground. Lightning? Is that a talent ability? Chu Han inquired curiously. Having been at class 2 for 2.5 months, he hadn't yet encountered any particularly formidable talent abilities. Yes, that kid has an austere talent ability, lightning manipulation. Its power is truly outrageous. But it doesn't matter, old Chu, I have high hopes for you. Chu Han nodded. Regardless of the lightning, he planned to break through Xiao Kang's defense first. Are you quite familiar with that Lin Dongsheng from earlier? Chu Han nodded, and in silence his figure transformed from 1.8 meters to a 4-meter giant. I just made him run around like a drenched dog after I defeated him. Quite pitiful. Aren't you angry? Don't you want to help him take revenge? I wasn't thinking much of it. After all, it's normal for there to be winners and losers in sparring. But now I've changed my mind. I want to turn you into a pig's head. Chu Han's expression turned cold as he spoke. Xiao Kong felt the pressure. Having relied on his steer ability, lightning manipulation, he had dominated Class 1 for a long time, and the powerful purple lightning was not an attack any first-tier spiritual practitioner could withstand. However, this 4-meter giant left him uncertain, not knowing Chu Han's depth. As the referee called for the start, purple lightning descended from the sky, crashing towards the giant opposite. Chu Han neither flinched nor dodged, extending his hand to grasp the bolt of lightning. Old Chu. At this moment, Qian Sheng and the others were equally confused, not understanding what Chu Han was trying to do. Did he intend to crush this bolt of purple lightning as well? Chu Han wasn't overthinking at this moment. The memories of the Titan giant surged back to him, and he simply felt that this bolt of lightning was cute and friendly. It shouldn't attack him, it should be his friend. No, not a friend, the power of lightning should submit to his will. Huh. The purple lightning struck Chu Han's hand, yet the scene everyone imagined, smoke sizzling, did not occur. Instead, the purple glow flickered on Chu Han's hand, and then fell silent. Xiao Kong stared blankly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The lightning flowed through his skin and into his blood, drifting smoothly into his dantian. Chu Han quietly observed, noticing a purple speck of dust appearing where the lightning had vanished. He nodded thoughtfully and called out to the still-dazed Xiao Kong. Did you not eat before coming here? You have no strength at all. Put in some effort and don't be afraid of hurting me. I can take a beating. Xiao Kong, coming back to his senses, was infuriated by this remark, causing his hair to stand on end as his internal spiritual energy began to swirl. Thicker bolts of lightning emerged in the air like a giant python opening its gaping maw, charging at Chu Han with great ferocity. Chu Han stood still, feeling the terrifying power rushing towards him. But with a thought, the ferocious lightning transformed into a docile little bunny, willingly merging into Chu Han's body, flowing with the blood and ultimately merging with the purple speck of dust in the dantian. The purple speck of dust, originally difficult to see with the naked eye and only perceptible through spiritual power, expanded slightly, though it remained minuscule. Xiao Kong frantically summoned lightning, showing no signs of stopping, continuously unleashing his talent ability, entirely disregarding how rapidly his internal spiritual energy was depleting. As time passed, his internal spiritual energy was nearly exhausted, and his vital energy began to wane, yet he couldn't even create a small hole in Chu Han's clothing. Xiao, you are not cut out for this. When you spoke so confidently at the beginning, I thought I met my match, but it turns out you couldn't even tear my clothing. Xiao Kong spat out a mouthful of old blood. His once proud lightning was like a toy before Chu Han, and the blow exceeded his capacity to bear. With a thought, the lightning pearl that had transformed into a small orb released a hint of power, coalescing into purple lightning before Chu Han's fingertip, shooting towards Xiao Kong. Chu Han wasn't devoid of humanity. Seeing Xiao Kong on the verge of passing out, he shot a small bolt of lightning to give him a jolt, unaware that this very bolt became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Before the lightning even struck Xiao Kong, he fainted directly from the shock. All right, Dongsheng, now that you've seen it, it's time to go. Your father, the general, is waiting for you at home. Brother Chong, please let me off this once. Just tell my father I went straight to Moyu City for a vacation after the match. He won't blame you. Li Chong smiled faintly and shook his head. If Lin Dongsheng escaped, his own life would become unbearable. Fortunately, Lin Dong had foreseen his son's reluctance and dispatched Li Chong in advance to supervise the match. Sigh. Lin Dongsheng exhaled deeply and rose obediently to leave. Not because he lacked the will to flee, but because Li Chong, a fifth-rank spiritual energy practitioner, was certainly capable of apprehending him, a mere first-rank student. Teacher Qian, where's Dongsheng? Chu Han glanced at the empty seat beside him and asked, puzzled. He's been taken home for discipline. Focus on your own match. The championship is no easy prize to claim. The roster for the next round has just been posted. Chu Han looked ahead. Chao Minglan versus Han Zhen. Wei Yinjin versus Zhang He. Chu Han bye. How come there's a bye? He scratched his head. Seemed his luck was truly favorable. What else could it be? With 5 competitors, one must inevitably receive a bye. Given how exceptionally you performed in your last match, a bye is only fitting. Chu Han watched the slender girl on stage. In daily life, she appeared quiet and reserved, often lost in a book during class meetings like a literary muse. Yet in combat, she was ferocious. Each thrust precise, each strike aimed unerringly at vital points. Her opponent Han Zhen, however, was no ordinary foe. He stood firm as an immovable mountain. His long staff whirled with breathtaking speed, every motion slicing the air with a piercing shriek, as though rending the very atmosphere apart. A dense lattice of staff shadows wove an impenetrable defensive net. Han Zhen longed to counterattack, but the girl's spear technique was too fierce. He'd intended to defend, patiently waiting for her momentum to peak and then falter. Only then would he strike. Yet Han Zhen was driven steadily backward, overwhelmed by her tempestuous assault. The girl grew fiercer with every exchange, not tiring but intensifying, each thrust sharper, each lunge swifter. Clang! Her spear deflected his staff high into the air. It spun end over end, tracing a wide arc before crashing heavily onto the floor with a dull, resonant thud. A sliver of cold light halted inches from his throat, the gleaming tip of her spear sharp and merciless. Teacher Qian, what is Chao Minglan's innate talent? How is it possible that Han Zhan exhausted himself completely toward the end, while Chao Minglan only grew stronger? As if neither her stamina nor her spiritual energy were being depleted. What nonsense are you dreaming up? You're both my students. I certainly won't divulge her talent to give you an edge. Teacher Qian Sheng spoke calmly. Embarrassed, Chu Han shifted his gaze to the other match. The duel between Wei Yinjin and Zhang He unfolded quite differently. Two evenly matched fighters, both wielding great sabers, both trained by their homeroom teacher in the sky-splitting/martial art. Zhang He panted heavily, beads of sweat rolled slowly down his rugged cheeks. Old Wei, I'm spent. If you've still got strength left, take over. If you're done too, let's call it a draw, all right. Wei Yinjin gave a wry smile. He too had reached his limit. We learned the same techniques from the same master. We simply can't break each other's stance. Referee, does this count as a draw? The referee glanced toward the grade director, who gave a slight nod. He stepped forward and halted the match. Wei Yinjin and Zhang He draw. Next match, Chu Han versus Chao Minglan. Miss Chao, you've just completed a match. Would you like a brief rest? Chao Minglan shook her head, rose, and strode directly onto the arena, holding a spear longer than her height by a full meter. Seeing this, Chu Han wasted no time. He entered from the opposite side. Chao Minglan gazed up at the giant looming before her, nearly 4 meters tall, more than twice her own height. Yet not a trace of fear flickered in her eyes. Instead, boundless battle fervor blazed within them like wildfire. A glint of cold light struck first, then the spear lunged forth like a dragon. That weapon seemed suddenly alive, transforming into a rampaging azure serpent surging with unstoppable force and majesty. Faced with that strike, Chu Han merely slapped it aside, deflecting its aim. Spiritual energy surged into his right hand. Chao Minglan tightened her grip, twisted the spear, and struck his forearm. But that desperate correction lacked sufficient power. It tore through his sleeve and left only a pale streak across his arm, nothing more. Chu Han's expression darkened. He had sensed the spear's increasing force. This was likely the manifestation of her S-rank innate talent. Rainbow piercing the sun as Chu Han contemplated launching an all-out assault to overwhelm Chao Minglan swiftly. Her battle aura soared to its zenith. Brilliance flared at the spear's tip, immense power coalesced silently. Then, a razor-sharp spear aura materialized, shimmering with lethal intent. That thrust was too swift, too overwhelming. Chu Han had no time to evade. Nor did he wish to. His fist met the spearhead, heat-in knuckles trembling as the aura surged like an enraged dragon toward his iron fist. Yet Chu Han's fist pressed forward with unwavering resolve, like falling stars hurtling earthward, crashing relentlessly against the spear. Where iron met aura, the luminous energy gradually frayed and dissolved beneath his relentless blows. Bang! The aura shattered, and the spear tip itself bent under the impact. Chu Han stood motionless, his right hand trembling slightly as crimson blood welled and streamed steadily downward. Each drop fell softly to the ground, blooming like scarlet flowers amid dust and grit. This was the gravest injury he'd sustained since beginning his body-refining cultivation. Chao Minglan staggered backward. Her ultimate strike had consumed her utterly, yet still failed to defeat him. No matter. Her stamina and spiritual energy were already replenishing. Nature's gift to her, the S-rank talent, natural respiration. So long as she remained in combat, she drew vitality from the surrounding world to restore herself. But Chu Han would grant her no such reprieve. Blood still dripped from his right hand, his injury deeper than anticipated, rendering it useless for now. But his left hand remained ready. He charged forward, striding boldly toward Chao Minglan, who instantly lunged forward with her spear. To her astonishment, Chu Han neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the warped spearhead to pierce deep into his chest. A faint smile touched his lips as his left hand seized the shaft, gathered force, and hurled, spear and wielder alike soaring high into the air. Chao Minglan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never imagined he would resort to such a move. Her spear remained firmly clutched in Chu Han's grasp, while she, propelled by the tremendous recoil, flew backward like an arrow loosed from a bow. Yet her reflexes were extraordinary. Midair, her petite frame twisted gracefully, robes fluttering like wings, as she realigned her posture and landed lightly, perfectly balanced. Chu Han examined the spear in his hand, then drove it forcefully into the floor below the arena, where it stood upright, quivering faintly, before turning his gaze back to the girl. Your spear is gone. Do you wish to continue? Chao Minglan showed no anger, even though her weapon truly was lost. Suddenly, a subtle smile curved her lips. I underestimated you this time. I hope we may spar again, but next time you won't lay hands on my spear. With that, she turned and walked away from the arena, retrieving her spear with effortless grace before vanishing into the crowd. In the bottle, the essence blood of the crimson flame giant elephant lay quietly, while Chu Han watched beside it, his inner desire unable to be contained any longer. Logically, although he was a second-tier body cultivator with a strong physique, recklessly consuming the essence blood of a fifth-tier exotic beast was still an exceedingly dangerous act, even bearing the risk of bodily explosion. Yet Chu Han did not care. As his finger approached the bottle's mouth, the essence blood of the crimson flame giant elephant flew towards his fingertip, without any external force permeating through his skin and merging into his body. Chu Han closed his eyes, a familiar sense of disorientation washed over him once again, and he fell into that strange dream. But this time the protagonist was no longer the majestic titan, but a colossal fire-red giant elephant that was suffocating in size. The giant elephant resembled a burning hill, its entire body glowing red, as if flowing with lava. It let out a howl to the heavens, the sound rumbling like thunder across the sky. Then it lifted its two massive legs as thick as stone pillars and stomped down fiercely. Boom! The earth erupted with a deafening roar, the ground shattering like fragile glass. The cracks spread like greedy mouths, rapidly extending in all directions, dust flying everywhere and stones crumbling. From the unfathomable depths of the fissure's eerie howl seemed to echo, as if calling from the depths of hell. In reality, Chu Han seemed to be drawn by the mysterious power of the dream, involuntarily mimicking the giant elephant stomp. At that moment, he felt as if he had formed a wondrous resonance with the giant elephant in his dream. With a thunderous sound, the once incredibly sturdy floor of the basement began to tremble slightly. Thin cracks spread quietly across the floor like a spider web, dust cascading down. Chu Han was also startled awake by this sudden change, staring in a daze at the basement floor he had inadvertently damaged. Is this the power gained from the essence blood of the crimson flame giant elephant? Chu Han pondered quietly. If even his ordinary state could unleash such power with a stomp, how terrifying would his strength be in titan form? In front of the supermarket, a sudden commotion erupted like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly shattering the original tranquility. I say, Uncle Chu, I've already given you a discount for our many years as neighbors. If you don't pay the protection fee today, your supermarket might not be able to continue operating. Xiao, don't stray down the wrong path. Although there are indeed fewer soldiers in the city lately, public order will eventually improve. What will you do then? Chu Feng argued with the black-haired man outside the supermarket, but it was evidently of no use. The black-haired man seemed calm and had no intention of attacking, but the five little brothers behind him could no longer hold back, picking up clubs and preparing to rush in and cause a ruckus. How do you intend to force the supermarket to close down? A cold voice sounded from behind, and the speaker was none other than Chu Han, who was ready to purchase some third-tier exotic beast meat with a large sum of money. Xiao Han! Chu Feng exclaimed with delight, but quickly stepped out of the store to grab his arm. Young people can be impulsive. Oh, let's not start a fight. Uncle Chu, this is your son Chu Han, right? I heard he got into the 3rd middle school. That school has no future. Why not just come out and join me? Xuanwu said proudly as his little brothers laughed behind him. Once our gang grows strong and our numbers increase, dominating Kanglan City and making a fortune will be a piece of cake. Dad, it's fine. I'll let me handle this. You go inside and rest for a bit. Chu Han pushed his father into the supermarket and then closed the door. My dad is an ordinary person, and let's not disturb him. How about we step outside to practice? Xuanwu laughed heartily. Although he hadn't completed his studies and was expelled from the military, he hadn't wasted his years. Just 2 months ago, Xuanwu finally reached the 3rd rank, and with his confidence swelling, he wanted to make a name for himself in Kanglan City. All right, young people have ambition. Let me teach you a lesson, you who are unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. Xuanwu walked onto the wide street, but suddenly felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart and turned around. Upon turning, his eyes widened in shock, as if a giant invisible hand had gripped his heart tightly. There stood a figure resembling an ancient demon god, a giant towering over 4 meters. Damn, this guy looks tough. Boss, should we bail out? A nearby little brother with yellow hair was a bit scared and proposed a very good suggestion. What are you afraid of? He's just a high school rookie, but it's obvious he's just awakened a flashy talent. If he were really strong, how could he end up in that rundown 3rd middle school? Xuanwu shot a glare at the little yellow-haired boy. Fleeing in the face of danger is a military taboo. In the army, he would be executed for that. I need to correct you on 2 points. First, the 3rd middle school is not a rundown school. Second, I am no longer a student of the 3rd middle school, while I am now a student of the 1st middle school. Before Xuanwu could sort out what Chu Han said, the latter had already charged at him. Xuanwu did not dare to think any further and hurriedly grabbed an iron hammer from the green-haired boy behind him and prepared to defend himself. Bang! The dull sound of collision seemed to explode in the air, and Xuanwu felt an irresistible immense force strike him, sending his body rolling helplessly like a bowling ball. His world spun violently in that instant, with only the howling wind and the sound of his body scraping against the ground remaining in his ears. Good, that packs a punch. Standing up, Chu Han felt that this punch indeed had some substance, causing him a slight injury, but he hadn't even unleashed his true strength yet. The chaotic wind hammer technique. In his hand, a large hammer swung, cutting through the air with a whoosh. Every swing seemed to stir the surrounding air, creating visible waves of airflow. Veins bulged on Chu Han's arms as he gripped the hammer tightly, pouring all his strength into it. Boss, go for it. Teach this kid a lesson. Beat him into a pig's head. Several little brothers cheered him on from behind as Chu Han accelerated towards Chu Han. Though his hammer looked intimidating, Chu Han showed no signs of fear. Bang! The loud sound erupted like thunder on the street, the clash between the iron hammer and iron fist reverberating. Surrounding pedestrians gathered, becoming spectators, standing on the same side as the 5 little brothers. Go for it, boss. Don't lose to that monster. Go for it, big brother with the hammer. The clash of hammer and fist, the contest of strength, made the audience's blood boil. The air seemed ignited. Each collision of hammer and fist sounded like beating war drums. The spectators' eyes sparkled with excitement and fervor, eager to rush in and replace Chu Han in a melee with Chu Han. Chu Han was also quite frustrated. How had he suddenly become the villain? On the opposite side, Chu Han was increasingly alarmed. Oh, what kind of defense and strength was this? As a third-tier spiritual energy user, Chu Han's chosen chaotic wind hammer technique was fundamentally a power-oriented path, and the accumulating force from his hammer swings was supposed to overwhelm the opponent. Yet now he was the one being pushed back, while the other party appeared lively and seemingly uninjured. The iron hammer began to deform, its power waning, and everything was heading in an unfavorable direction. With a slip of his hand, the iron hammer was sent flying by a punch from Chu Han, followed by an uppercut that left him seeing stars, collapsing to the ground and unable to rise. Wow! A gasp echoed from the crowd, and when Chu Han turned around and glared, his fierce gaze instantly scared off the onlookers, leaving only 5 little brothers with differently colored hair standing at a distance. Why aren't you carrying your boss away? What are you staring at? The yellow-haired boy, along with the remaining few, lifted Chu Han and prepared to leave the battlefield. Wait, take your boss hammer with you too. The green-haired boy cautiously returned, lifting the iron hammer and running off, following the others to leave this place of trouble. Chu Han shook his head and returned to his ordinary form as he walked back into the store. Xiao Han, are you hurt? Chu Han shook his head and picked up a bottle of mineral water to drink. Dad, I remember there weren't any thugs collecting protection fees like this before. Oh, what's going on? Chu Feng shook his head and sighed. Sai, I heard that there have been exotic beasts attacking the defense line outside the city recently, and the patrol teams are out helping, and now the city has become quite chaotic and many people don't dare to go out. Chu Han frowned slightly. He seemed to sense the unsettling atmosphere in the air, as if a massive storm was about to arrive. Dad, it's better if you don't come to the supermarket for the next few days. Stay at home with Mom. This atmosphere feels a bit off. Chu Feng nodded. In fact, he was a bit scared too, locking the supermarket door before preparing to leave with Chu Han. Xiao Han, where are you going? Aren't you coming home? I'm just going to buy something. I'll be back soon. You go home first. So expensive. Chu Han furrowed his brows as he looked at the screen displaying 299 contribution points. The medicinal materials required for the second transformation of the 100 herbs body refining technique were exorbitantly priced, consisting entirely of second-tier spirit herbs and a single third-tier spirit herb, the snow velvet flower. Refining the body once required nearly 300 contribution points, and after 3 times a total of 897 contribution points would be gone. The first prize for the final exam only rewarded 1,000 contribution points, which could not compensate for such consumption. Gazing at the dark green medicinal liquid in the cauldron, the viscous fluid swayed slightly, exuding a peculiar herbal aroma. Chu Han stood silently in front of the cauldron, expressionless as he stepped into it, slowly sitting down and allowing his body to be completely immersed in the medicinal liquid. On the first day, Chu Han felt a tingling sensation all over, as if countless tiny insects were gently crawling on his skin. The dark green medicinal liquid began to seep slowly into his skin, bringing a unique sensation. Although the hot water in the cauldron was scalding, it posed no threat to him now. He slowly closed his eyes, striving to adapt to this unusual sensation in his body. On the second day after waking up, Chu Han stepped back into the cauldron. After a night of settling, the color of the medicinal liquid seemed to have deepened further. As his body came into contact with the medicinal liquid, once more the tingling sensation intensified, as if a force was stimulating every pore in his body. He gritted his teeth, enduring this discomfort as he began to regulate his breathing. On this day, he could distinctly feel a faint warm current slowly flowing within his body, as if it were repairing some subtle internal injuries. By the third day, Chu Han had gradually adapted to the peculiar sensations brought by the medicinal liquid. He confidently walked into the cauldron, sitting down and entering a meditative state. The medicinal liquid seemed to establish a special connection with his body, beginning to pulse rhythmically. He could sense subtle changes occurring in his muscles and bones, as if his strength was gradually increasing. The surrounding air appeared to be drawn by some force flowing slowly around the cauldron. Sitting within it, Chu Han felt no sensation at all akin to a normal bath. He understood that he had already mastered the second transformation of the 100 Herbs body refining technique. He stood up slowly, the medicinal liquid flowing down his strong physique. Looking at himself in the mirror, Chu Han felt a wave of indescribable emotions surge within him. The once frail youth had vanished, replaced by a new figure possessing a robust physique and 8-pack abs. His well-defined muscles emanated a sense of power, as if containing endless explosive strength. Chu Han punched the strength tester, delivering a force of 730 kilograms. He frowned slightly, transforming into his Titan form, and struck with all his might, generating a force of 1362 kilograms. He took a deep breath, a slight smile appearing on his lips. These contribution points were not wasted. They had transformed into an enhancement of his strength and a metamorphosis of his body. Name: Chu Han. Health points: 332. Mental strength: 21. Hey Dongsheng, where are you now? I've made significant progress and need someone to practice with. Lin Dongsheng was furious. He had been enduring inhumane treatment these past few days, while Chu Han was living comfortably. Old Chu, you have no idea how I have something to attend to, gotta go. Chu Han hung up the phone, a scent of blood wafting from a distance, irritating his nose. Ever since enhancing his sense of smell by absorbing the blood of the black-spined dog, he would wear a mask whenever he went out, as the various strange odors on the streets were overwhelming. However, today his cultivation had greatly increased, and in his excitement, he forgot to wear a mask. As he walked into a narrow alley, the sound of his footsteps echoed clearly in the silence. When his gaze fell deep into the alley, he spotted a gale wolf nonchalantly gnawing on a human corpse. That bloody and brutal scene pierced into Chu Han's heart like a sharp thorn. His eyes instantly filled with rage, the anger bubbling within him like magma ready to erupt. Bang! Chu Han sent a punch crashing into the jumping gale wolf, slamming it into the wall. The wall emitted a dull sound from the immense impact, instantly forming a deep dent as the brick shattered. His anger did not cloud his judgment. He had long detected several putrid smells in the air. He knew that there was definitely more than one gale wolf in the vicinity. The gale wolf, still gnawing on the corpse, turned in surprise, not expecting this human to be so alert. 3 more gale wolves emerged from the shadows, surrounding Chu Han from the front and back. Chu Han sneered. A few mere second-tier gale wolves thought they had him cornered. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the gale wolves were sent flying, crashing heavily onto the street and causing pedestrians to scream. The street, which had already been sparsely populated, became desolate in an instant with no one left in sight. A massive figure struggled to squeeze out of the alley. Chu Han calmly opened the fire hydrant beside the street and simply washed off the blood from his body. Looking at the corpses of the 5 gale wolves, Chu Han felt that something was amiss and hurried home. As he ran down the street, a sharp, piercing emergency alarm sounded. It was the high-level alert of Kanglan City. Woo woo. Chu Han's expression changed. The sound signified that Kanglan City was facing a crisis that even the military could not stop, and all residents needed to seek refuge in the underground shelter through the nearest entrance. The last time this alarm rang was during the disaster a few months ago. Xiao Han, where have you run off to? Let's hurry to the shelter. Chu Feng and Lu Yu waved at Chu Han at the door, worried that their son had not fled with the crowd, but stayed home waiting for him. Only upon seeing that familiar face did they rush out. It's okay, Dad, Mom, let's hurry and go. The Chu family quickly merged into the flow of people heading towards the underground shelter entrance. Oh! A sharp scream rang out as 4 different exotic beasts charged toward the crowd from all directions. Dad, you take Mom inside quickly, don't worry about me. Titan. Bang. The giant and the bull beast collided like 2 meteors, crashing into each other, producing a thunderous roar. Chu Han extended his strong arms, grabbing the bull beast by the head, unleashing incredible strength as he lifted it high. The bull beast, known for its immense strength, not only failed to launch its opponent, but was instead tossed into the air. It let out a terrified roar as it struggled futilely with its limbs. Then it crashed heavily to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chu Han punched the bull beast's soft belly, blood splattering as a large hole appeared in its abdomen. Moo moo. The bull beast wailed in pain, its limbs twitching incessantly as its pupils dilated. Chu Han turned to look at the other exotic beasts, noticing several students also fighting back against the attacks of these creatures. Dong Yu, using all her strength, found herself no match for the bloodthirsty spotted deer as a grade 1 spirit user, but fortunately her awakened ability was the A-class talent of earth manipulation, as walls made of soil rose from the ground desperately, trying to block the relentless charge of the bloodthirsty spotted deer. Though these earthen walls could only hold the beast for less than a second before being mercilessly shattered. Dong Ye's eyes reddened as she watched the bloodthirsty spotted deer approach closer, her breathing becoming rapid and erratic. She had never felt death so near, close enough that she seemed to smell its scent. But she did not retreat, for she knew there was no way back. Behind her was the crowd of her parents, aunts, and uncles, all her closest kin. Bleat. The bloodthirsty spotted deer which had been charging suddenly became like a red flash of lightning lunging at Dongyu. A larger figure like a meteor suddenly arriving crashed into the second-tier beast, and it was none other than Chu Han coming to the rescue. Chu Han had been pondering which fight to support first, but upon seeing the other two battles going smoothly and realizing that the girl here was on the verge of collapse, he decisively dashed over. The bloodthirsty spotted deer was still struggling to rise, its eyes glinted with ferocity and unwillingness. Despite sustaining a heavy blow, its tenacious vitality compelled it to refuse to surrender easily. But the massive figure had already closed in, sitting down heavily on its back. Punch after punch. The deer's antlers were broken, and its face was covered in blood. Gradually, the limbs of the bloodthirsty spotted deer, which had been twitching slightly, stopped struggling, as if its power had been cut off. Its once fierce eyes lost their brilliance, becoming hollow and dim. "Thank you," Dongyu said softly, her cheeks flushed. "No need to thank me. You should follow the crowd to safety," Chu Han replied, not even glancing at the shy girl as he rushed towards the distant ongoing battle. Bang! With Chu Han's support, the other two battles quickly came to an end. "I am Lu Wan from Class 1 Senior 3 at No. 1 High School. I am Chin Sun from Class 2 Senior 3 at No. 2 High School." The two beside him briefly introduced themselves. They were well aware of the giant's strength before them. However, since he appeared young, they wondered why they had never seen him before. Chu Han glanced at the two and felt compelled to introduce himself. "I am Chu Han from Class 2 Senior 1 at No. 1 High School. Senior 1. The two stared at the giant in disbelief. How could someone in their first year be this formidable? Chu Han ignored them as a large portion of the crowd had already fled to the underground shelter, and Chu Feng and Lu Yu were almost there. Boom. Suddenly the ground behind the crowd cracked open, and a purple giant python over 10 meters long slithered out of the hole. It excitedly gazed at the large group of food ahead. These diminutive humans were just right for its evolutionary feast. But soon it noticed the robust 4-meter-tall giant in the distance. Usually it wouldn't regard such a foe as a threat, but for some reason it sensed a hint of danger emanating from this giant, who was several times larger than others. "This big guy is troublesome. From its size, it should be a Tier 3 mutant beast," Lu Wan said gravely, and Chun's son nodded in agreement. "This big guy is tough. Let's work together to buy time for the others behind us," Chu Han remarked, looking at the two gasping friends beside him. Their courage was commendable, but their strength was a bit lacking. "No need, you two should help the people in the back evacuate quickly. Let those inside lower the gate." "But how can you possibly handle it alone?" "Don't worry, we're not the type to fear death," the two replied. Chu Han slapped his forehead and then pushed the two away. "Rest assured, I may not be a match for it, but that giant python can't do anything to me. I have absolute confidence in my defense. In fact, it's you two I'm worried about. If you join the fight and I can't escape, what will you do?" Lu Wan and Chun's son exchanged glances. Since the other party was so confident, they knew further persuasion was unnecessary. Besides, they were aware of their poor condition and feared they would drag Chu Han down. The purple giant python reared up, staring directly at the slowly advancing Chu Han. Its instincts told it that this guy wasn't easy to deal with, but it also couldn't give up the many food sources ahead. Hiss! The purple giant python coiled its body and suddenly opened its massive jaws, shooting a stream of purple liquid like an arrow. However, Chu Han reacted swiftly. He didn't choose to take the hit, but instead nimbly dodged. 3 splashes of purple liquid hit the ground, causing it to visibly sink at a rapid pace, quickly corroding a large hole. The edges of the hole were jagged, emitting a pungent odor. "Spitting on the ground isn't very civilized. Let me punish you on behalf of the sanitation workers." Chu Han circled around the purple giant python, occasionally dodging its old phlegm. After observing the opponent's movements for a while, as the purple giant python prepared to spit again, Chu Han swiftly charged in and grabbed its tail. The purple giant python hadn't reacted yet when it felt a tremendous force at its tail. With Chu Han's powerful throw, its massive body drew arcs through the air. Whoosh! The sound of wind rushed past as the purple giant python struggled and twisted in the air, but Chu Han's grip was like iron claws refusing to loosen. Soon he slammed the python heavily to the ground. However, this kind of attack was trivial to the purple giant python. The dense purple scales on its body were not mere decorations. The armor formed by these scales helped it withstand attacks and reduce impact, but this was merely an appetizer. Chu Han repeatedly slammed its tail against the concrete slab until both sides were deepened into pits. He stopped attacking only when he was exhausted. Huff huff. Chu Han panted in place while the giant python had long since fallen silent. He looked towards the distant shelter where the heavy 5-meter-thick metal gate had descended, completely isolating the shelter from the outside world. You can't close the door? My son is still outside and hasn't come in. Lu Yu wailed, but the gate had already descended. There was no way for the people inside to lift it again. And don't worry. Brother Chu said that the snake can't harm him. He is very confident in himself. Lu Wan stepped forward to comfort her, but at that moment, an unexpected event occurred outside. Just as Chu Han diverted his attention towards the shelter, the previously silent purple giant python, which seemed to be dead, suddenly opened its glowing eyes. Its tail launched a surprise attack, wrapping around Chu Han's lower body. Then it opened its jaws wide to bite him. As the purple giant python approached, a nauseating odor assaulted Chu Han. He grasped its large mouth with both hands and pulled desperately to pry it open, resulting in a stalemate. Gurgle. The sound of liquid echoed from within the purple giant python's body. Chu Han understood that this beast was about to spray venom again. If he were hit directly in the face, he wasn't sure if he could withstand it. Fortunately, Chu Han had another trick up his sleeve. If it could spray venom, he could discharge electricity. Chu Han opened his mouth wide, and the purple thunder pearl in his dantian emitted a brilliant glow. Countless bolts of lightning quickly condensed into a purple energy ball in his mouth, then swiftly flew towards the giant python's mouth. The purple giant python's eyes widened. It hadn't released its venom yet. How could this human spit lightning? Hiss. The purple giant python twitched all over. If the lightning ball landed on its armor, it wouldn't be afraid at all, but its internal organs couldn't withstand such an attack. The tail that had been tightly coiling around Chu Han gradually lost its strength. Its powerful muscles seemed to slacken all at once, and the iron-like grip began to loosen. Chu Han shook his body, flinging the snake's tail away, and then with a mighty pull he tore the purple giant python in half. Bang bang. The sudden sound startled the people inside the shelter, causing them to step back in fright. Mom, can you hear me? I'm Chu Han. I've dealt with that purple giant python outside. You and Dad stay safe inside while I check if anyone else needs help. Xiao Han, you must be careful. Don't overdo it. Lu Yu shouted loudly but received no response from Chu Han. At this moment, Chu Han was extremely fatigued after several battles, realizing that he had expended too much energy and urgently needed to replenish it. Chu Han sat down at the dining table, his eyes gleaming like a hungry tiger eyeing its prey as he stared at the table full of food. He picked up his utensils and immediately began to eat with a ferocity that swept everything away. Hungry, Chu Han tossed vegetables and meat directly from the refrigerator into the pot to cook together, not even sparing the bread and fruits, clearing out the food prepared for 3 days. Not enough, still not enough. Chu Han murmured to himself. This food was merely a temporary relief, not enough to fill his stomach. The landline phone rang at home, and Chu Han put down his bowl and chopsticks. Who would be calling him at this time? Old Chu, why can't I reach you on your mobile phone? Luckily, I know your home number, or else. Chu Han's eyes brightened. Lin Dongxing's family was wealthy. Surely they had enough supplies. Dongxing, do you have anything to eat at home? I'm so hungry. Yeah, but I'm currently. Lin Dongxing paused instinctively to reply. As long as there's food, I'm coming over to find you now. Lin Dongxing, speechless, put his phone into his pocket and turned to head home. Ahead, a blue lion licked its lips and charged towards Lin Dongxing, but before it could get close, Lin Dongxing had already sunk into the ground, disappearing from sight. The blue lion could only let out a frustrated roar towards the sky, changing direction to continue searching for new prey. Old Chu, how many days have you been starving? My family's weekly food reserves have all been consumed by you. Chu Han patted his stomach. Ever since absorbing the blood of the purple crystal python, he felt increasingly hungry. Although his physical strength had recovered, it felt as if a voice in his mind kept telling him, not enough, not enough. He needs more energy. Chu Han tilted his head, trying to ingratiate himself with Lin Dongxing beside him. Dongxing, your family is quite wealthy. Don't you have any hidden treasures? I can accept any level 5 or 6 beast meat and essence. Lin Dongxing rolled his eyes at Chu Han. His family was not a supply department. How could they have such things? Even if they did, his father wouldn't tell him. I don't know about that, but I do know of a place that has some. Chu Han looked at the familiar building before him and took a deep breath. Dongxing, isn't this what they call taking advantage of a fire to rob? Lin Dongxing looked at the beast pavilion ahead, proudly saying, you tell me if this meets your requirements. Doesn't it have plenty of beast meat? Moreover, since this is a special period, borrowing a little wouldn't be a problem at all. Chu Han hesitated for a moment, but the renewed hunger in his belly forced him to make a choice. It's so quiet. Usually the beast pavilion is crowded. I didn't expect it to be so quiet now. The two walked towards the beast meat selling area, only to see a pile of machines ahead. What do we do now? I don't even know where the beast pavilion's warehouse is. Lin Dongxing shrugged, helplessly shaking his head. Recalling the usual process of buying beast meat, Chu Han turned his gaze towards the transport pipeline next to the machines. Follow me. Chu Han transformed into a giant, and began to smash the transport pipeline with powerful punches, creating a large hole for himself to pass through, forcefully carving out a path to the harsh reality. Lin Dongxing stared in shock at Chu Han, who was violently clearing a path. By the time he came back to his senses, Chu Han had already gone far. Wait, old Chu, stop. Chu Han turned around, looking at Lin Dongxing in confusion. Did you forget about my special ability? I can directly walk through walls, there's no need for such trouble. But it seems I've already smashed through the warehouse. Chu Han paused for a moment, looking at the large hole ahead. Lin Dongxing followed Chu Han's gaze and saw a warehouse filled with countless beast meats. As they entered the warehouse, Chu Han looked at the various grades of beast meat in front of him, and his eyes instantly lit up like brilliant stars suddenly appearing in the night sky. Old Chu, how should we handle this meat? Why don't we pick some of the most expensive to take back? Lin Dongxing searched around, but found no cooking tools, having to abandon the idea of cooking meat on the spot. When he turned around, he found that Chu Han had already begun to gnaw on the raw meat, making a crunching sound. No way, old Chu, you ate so much at my house, and you can't wait for this. Don't scare me. Lin Dongxing retreated repeatedly. The current Chu Han looked less like a human and more like an irrational beast. Chu Han felt troubled as well. It had been less than half an hour since he left Lin Dongxing's house, and he was already experiencing intense hunger again. Seeing the pile of beast meat on the ground, this hunger reached its peak. Unable to bear it, he ripped open the packaging to indulge. The only fortunate thing was that the beast meat seemed to have been processed, lacking any foul smell. Lin Dongxing huddled in a corner, covering his eyes. The scene was too frightening. In Titan form, Chu Han's speed of consumption was astonishing. In less than 10 minutes, the small mountain of level 4 beast meat was completely devoured. Quickly, Chu Han turned his attention to the level 3 beast meat on the other side. It was evident that the level 4 beast meat could not satisfy his appetite. Bang! Chu Han suddenly sat down. After finishing off the stock of level 3 beast meat, the hunger in his belly finally vanished. Dongxing, why are you hiding in the corner? Lin Dongxing lowered his hands. Seeing Chu Han seemingly back to normal, he said hesitantly, Old Chu, are you human? You won't swallow me in one bite, will you? Chu Han glanced at the empty level 3 and level 4 areas, falling silent for a moment, unsure if he was still human. I think I must have been affected by some unknown toxin after battling the purple crystal python. Ever since then, my body has undergone changes and has become extraordinarily hungry. Really? Absolutely. If I were some monster, I would have eaten you first. After knowing you for so long, have I ever done anything to harm you? Lin Dongxing thought for a moment, seemingly accepting Chu Han's explanation just as he was about to step forward to ease the atmosphere. Watch out! Chu Han shouted urgently, throwing a piece of beast meat at Lin Dongxing. Bang! Before Lin Dongxing could react, he heard a sound of collision behind him. Turning around, he saw a nearly 2-meter-tall black spider. At that moment, the large spider had been smashed in the head by a chunk of beast meat, green blood oozing from its head onto the ground, creating a rather disgusting sight. Old Chu, you scared me. Just a little spider. Lin Dongxing's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils sharply contracted, and his heart seemed to skip a beat. Countless green, ghostly lights flickered in the passage, resembling numerous malevolent eyes fixated on him. Don't be afraid, Dongxing, just some little spiders. It's just a chance to digest after a meal. Chu Han pressed one hand on Lin Dongxing's shoulder, halting his retreating body, then walked alone into the passage, feeling an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Bang, 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 bang. A series of terrifying and intense collision sounds suddenly erupted in the passage. The sound resembled a fierce clash between steel, causing the walls of the passage to tremble slightly, with dust cascading down. Immediately, green blood began to flow from the passage, gathering into a small stream that gushed forth. This stream carried a nauseating odor, making Lin Dongxing unable to suppress his urge to vomit. Let's go, Dongxing, it stinks here. A familiar voice came from the passage. Lin Dongxing entered to find a gruesome scene, with over a dozen black spider corpses lying haphazardly. Chu Han stood in the men's restroom. He had slightly modified, rinsing the green blood off his body with cool water. Old Chu, it seems like this isn't over yet. Chu Han put down the hose and crushed a spider that rushed towards him. What a hassle, Dongxing, stick close to me and don't fall behind. Chu Han looked up at the black spiders surging in from all directions like a tidal wave, some as small as a few dozen centimeters, and others 3 or even 4 meters long. It seemed they had stirred up a spider horde. Chu Han advanced towards the hall, initially moving steadily. But as his fighting spirit surged, his legs began to accelerate. His strides grew larger, and his pace faster, resembling a war machine slowly coming to life. Chu Han's sturdy body charged directly into the swarm of spiders, using his tremendous momentum to crush the spiders beneath his feet, producing a crunching sound. Even the large spiders, 3 to 4 meters in size, were no match for him, as their massive bodies were sent flying, arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Lin Dongxing followed closely behind Chu Han, and it must be said that the towering 5-meter giant offered a genuine sense of security. Bang! Before Lin Dongxing could think further, the colossal figure before him, as solid as a mountain, was knocked back at an even faster speed. He quickly sidestepped to avoid being knocked down alongside Chu Han. What is that? Lin Dongxing looked at the black pillar in front of him, which was thicker than his entire body, swallowing hard. He slowly turned his neck to look outside the window, only to see an eyeball larger than himself peering through. Dongxing, run! Lin Dongxing's face was filled with terror, his heart racing as if it would leap out of his throat, and he ran for his life. His feet flew as he pounded the ground, each step exhausting all his strength just to increase the distance from danger. Meanwhile, the terrifying black spider legs, resembling the spears of death, violently pierced through the hard ceiling. The once sturdy ceiling crumbled under the spider legs' assault, shattering like fragile paper with debris and dust flying everywhere. Dongxing, use your earth escape ability. Are you frozen with fear? Chu Han shouted loudly, prompting Lin Dongxing to remember his ability to escape underground. Bang, bang, bang. A massive spider, nearly 25 meters tall, stood outside the beast hall, its black legs like sharp spears digging deep into the ground. Its 8 eyes of varying sizes and shapes emitted a faint cold light fixated on the deep hole in the ground, but it was disappointed to find no human corpse. Boom. The emperor spider withdrew its front legs, turning to face the culprit that had slain its kin, quietly moving towards the street where Chu Han had gone. The enormous and menacing body of the emperor spider trembled slightly, and suddenly its round abdomen began to rhythmically contract. Next, from a mysterious gland in its abdomen, a torrent of black spider silk was ejected. The spider silk was thick and tough, quickly weaving into an impenetrable web in the air, rushing towards Chu Han at an alarming speed. The black spider silk seemed to possess life, carrying a fierce momentum and a sharp sound as it sliced through the air. Hearing the sound of slicing air from behind, Chu Han knew the opponent must have used some sort of hidden weapon. He rolled to the right, narrowly avoiding the direct attack of the spider silk. A flash of anger and unwillingness crossed the emperor spider's eyes as it realized that its attack with the spider silk had no effect on Chu Han. It let out a sharp screech filled with rage, a sound that seemed to penetrate thick stone walls, resonating in the air. Then, without hesitation, it began to pursue fiercely, using its 8 thick black legs. Each time its massive black legs struck the ground, a dull thud echoed, and it moved at an astonishing speed, raising a cloud of dust behind it. Trailing closely behind the emperor spider were hundreds of black spiders of various sizes. They surged like a tide of darkness. The sound of their footsteps and hisses intertwined, creating a chilling cacophony. They followed closely in the wake of the emperor spider, seemingly infected by its fury, determined to eliminate Chu Han. Like a swift bolt of lightning, Chu Han darted left and right in his escape. His figure sometimes flashed behind a huge stone pillar, and at other times he sped past an abandoned vehicle. The emperor spider could only crash through these obstacles. Using the various buildings and geographical advantages, he managed to shake off the emperor spider and its black tide. Old Chu, this way. Come here. Lin Dongxing's voice came from a narrow alley, and Chu Han's eyes brightened as he quickly reverted to his normal form and dashed into the alley. In the end, I still have to save you. Lin Dongxing placed a hand on Chu Han's shoulder, and a special glow enveloped Chu Han's body as the two descended slowly into the ground. Rumble. 2 ordinary residential buildings crumbled before the furious emperor spider like they were made of paper, reduced to rubble in mere moments. The first research institute of Kanglan City. As the only advanced research institute in Kanglan City, it has been under lockdown for over 2 months. During this time, top talents from various fields across the Great Xia have come to observe and study the remains of 2 superclass beasts. Amidst the competition between various factions, the corpses of the Titan Giant and the Golden Dragon were scheduled to be transported to the capital Luoyang by the returning 3rd Legion's 5th, 6th, and 7th Divisions in 2 days. But now the ground outside the Research Institute was littered with corpses. Many high-end researchers who hadn't managed to evacuate lay dead. Various bizarre beasts were feasting on human corpses, and only a man in a black trench coat wearing a monkey mask was walking toward the Research Institute. Strangely, the surrounding beasts seemed oblivious to him, focused solely on their meal. With a wave of his hand, the door, forged from glass special alloy, high-speed steel alloy, was sliced apart like tofu. Just as he prepared to enter the institute for a visit, 2 soldiers in military uniforms slowly descended from the sky. They were Lin Dong, an 8th-rank spiritual energy user, and Shun Li, a 7th-rank spiritual energy user who had just arrived from the front line. Oh, you've dealt with that batch of cannon fodder quickly. Your efficiency is commendable. Lin Dong's gaze was sharp as he stared intently at the man, asking in a deep, forceful voice, which organization are you from? Is it the mysterious Illuminati, the Phantom Beast Group, or the alliance of various races formed by different exotic species? The man in the trench coat smiled slightly, pulling out a jade flute from his pocket, saying, these details are insignificant. Once you capture me, you'll know everything, won't you? But before that, you must first play with my treasure. The melodious sound of the flute gently swept across the surface of the lake, creating layers of ripples carrying an ethereal and soothing charm that floated softly in the air. After a long while, the man in the trench coat slowly set down the jade flute. It seems your treasure is unable to come. Let's have some fun, the three of us. Lin Dong's gaze became focused and stern as he slowly reached for his back, smoothly and steadily drawing a longbow of ancient design. The longbow exhibited a deep green hue as if stained by the passage of time, exuding an air of mysterious weight. Its surface was intricately carved with various mysterious runes. These runes twisted like winding curves, fluid and lively. With a flick of his hand, the man in the trench coat unleashed his spiritual power, and a whirlwind more than 20 meters high suddenly appeared in the open ground. Prior to the confrontation, he had gathered information on the two. Chen Li was merely a 7th-rank brute, posing no threat. But Lin Dong was different. The Baixian spirit bow, as a top-tier spiritual artifact, held formidable power. Moreover, the user was Lin Dong, who had tirelessly honed his archery skills for over 20 years. It was not an exaggeration to say he might not leave alive. Overlord Fist. Chen Li's gaze was determined and fervent as he fixed his sights on the raging whirlwind. He took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy, and suddenly hurled a punch at the whirlwind. A nearly 5-meter-high fist imprint like a giant hammer roared through the air with a fierce wind crashing toward the whirlwind. Yet these fist imprints were mercilessly crushed by the azure whirlwind. But Chun Li was not without effect. One fist imprint after another bombarded the whirlwind like a barrage of cannon fire, preventing the azure whirlwind from advancing. Lin Dong drew the bowstring, and the surrounding air seemed to be drawn and forming a subtle cyclone. The black arrow shot forth like a green streak of light, streaking across the sky with such speed that it was hard to track. The whirlwind entangled with Chun Li instantly dissipated, but simultaneously a gale comparable to a level 14 typhoon swept toward the arrow with unstoppable momentum. The wind howled sharply and mournfully as if it could tear everything apart. Wherever the wind passed, the air seemed to twist, forming visible vortices. Dust and debris rolled in the wind like countless bullets swept along by the furious gale. The arrow was immediately engulfed by the tempest. The power attached to it gradually eroded by the wind, and soon the weakened arrow was blown far away. Yet in this brief confrontation, Lin Dong had already gathered strength to shoot a second arrow. Meanwhile, Lin Dongsheng had returned to the Lin family villa with Chu Han through the underground. The Emperor Spider was still rampaging desperately, trying to find Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng. How thrilling! That black spider is clearly a 7th or even 8th tier beast, yet it let us escape. Luckily, I propped up the crumbling building, otherwise the outcome would have been uncertain. Just as Lin Dongsheng was proudly boasting, Chu Han had already collapsed to the side. Old Chu. In a haze, Chu Han's consciousness could only hear Lin Dongsheng's anxious and panicked voice calling his name continuously in his ear. The voice seemed to come from a distant place, intermittent, yet incredibly clear. Finally, Chu Han's world fell into silence and darkness, and he completely lost consciousness. Wow, so hot. Lin Dongsheng touched Chu Han's forehead, feeling it was at least 60 to 70 degrees Celsius. But upon closer inspection, Chu Han didn't seem to be suffering from any serious illness. His breathing was steady, his face calm, and his chest rose and fell gently. In the evening, Chu Han suddenly opened his eyes, feeling a cool sensation in his body. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was lying in a bathtub. Chu Han stood up abruptly, causing the water surface to ripple gently with the movement, producing subtle sounds of flowing water. He now felt his strength had become significantly stronger. He could crush a purple crystal python with a single punch. The dim room was instantly illuminated by the light, and Lin Dongsheng approached the bathroom with a large knife, only relaxing and lowering the knife when he saw it was Chu Han. I said, "Old Chu, being friends with you is really too hard. I'm always worried sick every day." Chu Han paid no mind to Lin Dongsheng's complaints. He only wanted to test how much his strength had increased. "Dongsheng, hurry, take me to your training room. I feel like I've broken through again." Lin Dongsheng sighed, turning to lead Chu Han to his family's training room. I must say, Lin Dongsheng's family is indeed wealthy. The training room is over 100 square meters with all kinds of weapons available, and even the blood test devices and punching power testers are high-end versions requiring hundreds of contribution points to acquire. "Dongsheng, isn't this the energy crystal used when promoted to the 1st rank? You have this at home. No wonder your spiritual energy progresses so quickly. You should have filled your dantian with spiritual energy and have already broken through to the 2nd rank. Name Chu Han. Blood value 552. Mental strength 31. According to the old saying of Lao Chu, a blood value of 522 corresponds to a third-grade spiritual practitioner. Chu Han's face beamed with uncontainable joy, but Lin Dongshin clutched his heart tightly, with one hand staggering backward in disbelief and shock. He had just struggled to break through to the second-grade realm last week, feeling a flicker of pride within. Yet now Chu Han had already stepped into the third-grade realm. Why is the gap between people so vast? Lin Dongshin said in discomfort, but Chu Han had already transformed into his Titan form and was eager to test his attack power. Punching power 2,248 kilograms. Wait, Lao Chu, how did you mutate again? Before Chu Han could rejoice, Lin Dongshin had already exclaimed. Chu Han, originally nearly 5 meters tall in his Titan form, had grown almost another meter, becoming a 6-meter giant, but that was not all. A layer of purple crystal-like scales covered Chu Han's body, resembling a war god clad in purple armor, exuding an imposing and powerful aura. He stood there quietly, his posture as straight as a pine tree, surrounded by a purple glow that gave an indomitable sense of pressure. Lin Dongshin approached and gently touched the purple scales. Not to mention, in terms of appearance, this armor completely conquered Lin Dongshin. But Chu Han was not concerned about looks. He was rather interested in the defensive power of the purple scales. Dongshin, now you strike these purple scales with all your might. I want to know how strong their defense is. This is very important to me, so please help me out with this. Lin Dongshin frowned slightly, a look of hesitation on his face, saying, isn't that a bit much? These purple scales look so beautiful. If I break them, it would be a waste. And what if I injure you? But after Chu Han's repeated insistence, Lin Dongshin still raised his silver sword and struck forcefully at the purple scales. Clang! Lin Dongshin's silver sword struck violently against Chu Han's purple armor. In an instant, sparks flew as if dazzling fireworks were blooming in the night sky. However, upon looking at the purple scales armor after enduring such a powerful strike, it remained completely unscathed, with not even a single scratch appearing. Now Lin Dongshin was rather dissatisfied, continuously striking around Chu Han, but causing no harm to the purple scales. After a few minutes, Lin Dongshin stood aside, leaning on his sword, panting. The scales were indeed hard. I can't keep this up, your scales. Before Lin Dongshin could finish, he was interrupted by Chu Han. Dongshin, how's that emperor spider? No problem, I saw it wreaking havoc in the school area 2 hours ago. It won't be here so soon. Chu Han pointed to a small black spider ahead, but Lin Dongshin paid it no mind. Isn't it normal for a few spiders to appear in the training room after not being cleaned for a while? No need to be alarmed. Chu Han reacted quickly, and at that critical moment his strong hand shot out, like lightning, grabbing Lin Dongshin's arm and yanking him up from the ground. Almost simultaneously, a deafening crash rang out, as an incredibly thick spider leg pierced through the originally solid wall of the training room with tremendous force. The hard wall instantly collapsed under the immense impact, with rubble and dust flying everywhere. Chu Han pulled Lin Dongshin and smashed through the other wall, creating a path as they charged ahead, with the emperor spider closely pursuing behind. Dongshin, hurry up and unleash your abilities. I can't, Lao Chu, I need time to gather strength, otherwise I won't be able to take you with me. Chu Han thought for a moment, and simply threw Lin Dongshin far away, attracting the emperor spider's attention as he ran for his life. Although Chu Han's strength had greatly increased, the distance between them was still closing. The emperor spider was not foolish either, ever since it was narrowly escaped by Chu Han using geographic advantages last time. It had preemptively destroyed many of the buildings in the area just to prevent Chu Han from escaping its pursuit again. Huh, is that an internal conflict among those beasts? What are you talking about? That one ahead is human, and I recognize him. He's a student from the first high school. Chu Han looked at the two military uniforms 500 meters ahead, one of whom he recognized as Chun Li, the commander of the Kanglan City Defense Forces. Before Chu Han could call for help, a green arrow shot towards him, brushing past. The emperor spider behind him was hit, one of its legs shattered by the arrow, causing it to lose balance and fall to the ground, creating a large pit. But it was obvious that this was only a minor injury. Losing a leg was not a big deal for it. The emperor spider struggled to stand up, but another glowing green arrow broke another leg, and now with two front legs lost, it looked as if it was kneeling in a rather pathetic state. Whoosh! The third arrow shot out, instantly bursting the emperor spider's largest eye, with green blood mist splattering in all directions. The emperor spider howled in pain. This time, it was no longer a minor injury. This hit truly hurt. General Chen, I'll leave the rest to you. I need to rest for a bit. All right, leave this spider to me, Chun Li replied, and then charged towards the emperor spider. Lin Dong turned to look at Chu Han, who was watching from the side, and kindly asked, Chu Han, do you know if my son is with you? Chu Han was not foolish. There were only two high-grade powerhouses in Kanglan City. One was Chun Li, and the other was Lin Dongshin's father, Lin Dong. Uncle Lin, you don't need to worry. I threw Dongshin over there. Those little spiders can't do anything to him. am not worried after all. While the two were speaking, a head suddenly popped out from the side, followed by a familiar figure appearing in front of them. I said, "Old Dad, why did you arrive so late? This is dereliction of duty." Lin Dong almost burst out in anger, but remembering there were others around, he suppressed the urge to scold his son. "I was discussing the mastermind behind the scenes with old Chun at the research institute. But you two also did a good thing. I was wondering where that trench coat man's treasure when it turns out he was chasing after you too." Lin Dongsheng's eyes lit up, his gossip spirit ignited. "So, Dad, did you catch that mastermind? Who on earth is so ruthless that Kanglan City was almost destroyed by them?" Lin Dong sighed, feeling deeply frustrated. Originally, he had heavily injured the trench coat man with 3 arrows, but unexpectedly the other party had reinforcements, not only stealing a small vial of golden dragon's blood, but also rescuing the trench coat man, leaving him and Shunli empty-handed. Thinking of this, Lin Dong looked at the Emperor Spider ahead, believing that capturing this spider would provide a chance to follow the clues and find the mastermind. No matter which organization it is, those who dare to commit such heinous acts must pay a painful price for it. Whoosh! Anger burned fiercely in Lin Dong's eyes as he drew his bow, a streak of emerald light darting across the sky like a shooting star. The Emperor Spider, continuously ejecting webs, let out a wail as a familiar arrow pierced and exploded one of its eyes. Chun Li's muscles tensed, power instantaneously gathering in his hands as he forcefully broke through the resilient spider's silk enveloping him. Those threads snapped like fragile strings before his overwhelming strength. With a push of his foot, Chun Li surged toward the Emperor Spider like an arrow released from its bow. As he neared its head, he unleashed a flurry of strikes without hesitation. His fists, like heavy hammers forged from steel, struck the Emperor Spider's head again and again, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind. The relentless punches resembled a barrage of bombs, and the Emperor Spider's hard shell was brutally shattered with chunks of flesh and goo splattering everywhere. Chu Han hesitated at the sight of the Emperor Spider's blood. First of all, it wasn't his trophy, and secondly, the green blood was indeed disgusting. He was unwilling to consume it. After a long time, the city guard and the temporarily summoned mid-tier cultivators finally dealt with the remaining monsters outside the city. They immediately organized themselves to enter Kanglan City and purge the beasts lurking inside. Sighing, Chu Han ultimately let go of his greed, choosing to turn away and join the main force in clearing the monsters. Oh heavens, my home is gone. As the monsters in Kanglan City were eradicated, the ordinary citizens who had taken refuge in the underground shelters gradually began to emerge. Many stood frozen at the sight of the ruins before them. Soon a suffocating atmosphere spread through the air. Some even collapsed to the ground, crying out loud as they gazed at the devastation. Chu Han accompanied Chu Feng and Lu Yu back home, where their residence had been destroyed beyond recognition, with only the basement remaining relatively intact. Not only them, but over half of the buildings in the city had been demolished during the Emperor Spider's rampage. Coupled with the other beasts wreaking havoc in the city, only the northern district of Kanglan City remained unscathed. "It's all right, Dad. You and I will work hard to rebuild the house within a week. When father and son work together, their strength can break through gold." "That's right," Chu Han comforted, but Lu Yu was also dissatisfied. "What about me, your mother? I can move cement just fine." Kanglan City embarked on a vigorous reconstruction effort. In just 4 days, Chu Han's family managed to restore their house to a livable condition thanks to Chu Han's physique as a third-tier body cultivator, which allowed him to work tirelessly for 20 hours a day with great efficiency, drawing envious glances from others. Some even offered to hire him with large sums of Daxiao coins to join their construction teams, but Chu Han declined without hesitation. At the same time, Lin Dongsheng was also struggling as his father Lin Dong was extremely busy. As the sole heir of the Lin family, he had to take on the responsibility of rebuilding their villa, laboring daily with a few others to carry bricks, cement, and build walls. Unfortunately, the Lin family villa was too large, making the reconstruction overly complicated. A month passed quietly, and aside from some public buildings still under construction, the other residential areas were fully rebuilt. New buildings rose from the ground, neatly aligned. Unfortunately, Kanglan City's first high school fell into the category of lower priority public buildings. Chu Han and the other students of the first high school could only stare blankly at the ruins, but soon matters took a turn for the better. While Chu Han was lost in thought looking out the window, his phone suddenly vibrated, snapping him back to reality. He opened the message and quickly scanned the screen. "Hello, Chu Han. After discussions among the school's higher-up, students at the second-tier level and above will be led by teachers to exchange and study at the first high school in Moyu City. Please contact your homeroom teacher for further details." Qian Sheng was also troubled. His phone had been bombarded with calls these past few days, leaving him no time to rest. As of now, only 11 students from Class 2 of the first year had reached the second-tier level, allowing them to participate in the exchange at Moyu City First High School, while the remaining students were anxious. However, they were helpless due to their low cultivation levels, and could only obediently wait at home for the school's reconstruction to be completed. Qiansheng explained to each student's parents, feeling quite helpless as a mere first-year homeroom teacher. Ding, you have received an email from Qiansheng, the homeroom teacher of Class 2 in the first year. Chu Han opened the email and was surprised to find it was a guide to Moyu City. Moyu City, one of the 3 frontier cities of the Daxiao Empire. As a city where otherworldly races and humans coexist, it serves as an experimental city for peaceful coexistence. Moyu City ranks 4th in area nationwide, more than 4 times the size of Kanglan City. Moreover, Moyu City possesses specially designed spatial gateways that allow humans and other races to travel freely between the 2 worlds, while the gateways prevent the passage of large beasts, thus ensuring a degree of safety for Moyu City. Moyu City Autonomous Law 1. To ensure the safety and rights of otherworldly races, all races in Moyu City enjoy equal rights with human residents. 2. No discrimination against otherworldly races based on appearance is allowed. 3. All other races entering Moyu City must learn the official language of Daxia. 4. No. Phew. Chu Han let out a deep breath. He had to admit that the laws of Moyu City were rather complicated. Overall, they allowed otherworldly races to live freely like humans. Dongxing, why are you calling me instead of preparing properly? Old Chu, I just searched for information about Moyu City online. Guess what I found? Lin Dongxing exclaimed excitedly, but Chu Han knew that whatever made Lin Dongxing this excited was certainly not anything serious. Seeing that Chu Han did not respond, Lin Dongxing took the initiative to continue. I just visited the official website of Moyu City and saw many beautiful otherworldly women. The vixen from the promotional page had a fiery figure and 3 snowy tails behind her, making my blood boil. There are also winged people, rabbit people, and elves. Don't think I'm keeping all the good stuff to myself. Oh, I've already compressed the photos and sent them to you. Dongxing guarantees the quality. Chu Han's lips twitched slightly, and he shook his head helplessly before decisively hanging up the phone. With a mix of curiosity and scrutiny, Chu Han adjusted his sitting posture, opening the compressed file sent by Lin Dongxing, like an appraiser preparing to admire a precious piece of art. However, it must be said that Lin Dongxing's taste wasn't bad, his standards were indeed high. The next day, 15 buses were neatly parked in front of the gate of the first high school. Since the collision of the 2 worlds 300 years ago, countless powerful beasts have rampaged through Blue Star via spatial rifts, causing severe damage to human transportation tools like high-speed trains and ships for a long period. To this day, buses, which allow humans to park and escape at any moment and engage in flexible combat, have surprisingly become the preferred means of transport for humans. Oh, isn't this the big sycophant Su Lo? How come you've also been promoted to the 2nd rank? Quite unexpected, huh? Lin Dongxing initiated a conversation, but Su Lo merely curled his lip and retorted, mind your own business. Don't say that we are classmates after all, just showing my concern for you. By the way, where's your goddess Wang Shiyao? Still lingering at the 1st rank. Mentioning Wang Shiyao, Su Le's eyes instantly turned melancholic, sending chills down Lin Dongxing's spine. Sai, how can you still bring her up? Shiyao was angered by your good friend and transferred to another city. My love story ended before it even began. Lin Dongxing awkwardly scratched his head, realizing that Su Lu was genuinely upset, so he refrained from continuing the awkward conversation and returned to his seat, putting on an eye mask to sleep since the journey was long. 10 hours later, Chu Han and the other students disembarked from the bus. They had arrived at their destination, the first high school of Moyu City. As the top school in Moyu City, it implemented a more brutal ranking elimination system. Out of over 3,000 students in the school, only the top 1,000 could receive substantial resources, while the remaining 2,000 could only use the school's basic training facilities and receive some advice from teachers. The rest had to find their own way. Brother Jia, I heard that the people from Kanglan City have arrived, and that Black Bull Old Wolf and their crew are causing a stir at the school gate. Oh, let's go check it out. Huang Junjia put down his large blade. Watching the excitement was one of his few hobbies apart from cultivation, so he could not miss this lively scene. Let me see what level the people from Kanglan City are at. At this moment at the school gate, Chu Han and his group of several hundred stood frozen in place, staring at the large black bull. Indeed, the bull-headed figure was none other than Jeek, the son of the bull-headed chieftain, currently ranked 99th on the Moyu City leaderboard. Hey, this mountain is mine, this tree is planted by me. If you wish to pass this road, leave some toll. The bull-headed man roared while Han Shuji quietly observed the bull-headed man opposite him. As the vice principal leading the team from Kanglan First High, he did not expect to be provoked even before entering Moyu City First High. Powerful spiritual energy erupted from his body like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly pervading the surrounding air. This spiritual energy carried a palpably oppressive force, forming a visible vortex centered around him. As a peak 6th rank expert, just a step away from the 1st rank, his spiritual pressure was something that a 3rd rank spiritual practitioner could not resist. The bull-headed man trembled, no longer daring to be so arrogant. This teacher, please retract your spiritual energy. Oh, I was just hoping for a friendly spar with the students from Kanglan City, not to be a bandit. Seeing that the bull-headed man had backed down, Han Shuji withdrew his spiritual energy. After all, this was someone else's territory, and it was necessary to be somewhat restrained. Ahem, I am Jeek from class 1 of the second year. I have heard that experts from Kanglan City have come to exchange and learn. Please enlighten me. This time, only students from the first and second years of Kanglan City. First high attended. Most third-year students had already been heavily recruited into the military by the damaged Kanglan City Guard, while a few had made other plans. I'll go. Xiao Kong, who possessed lightning abilities, was the first to step up. Ever since he was soundly defeated by Chu Han in the last final exam, he had been harboring a fire in his heart, feeling embarrassed. This was the perfect opportunity for him to regain his face by defeating the bull-headed man opposite him and winning the crowd's cheers. Zizzes. A thick purple lightning transformed into a spear and thrust towards the bull-headed Jeek. As a newly promoted second-rank spiritual practitioner, Xiao Kang's lightning power had increased significantly, and his control over his abilities had become more adept. As the lightning spear, nearly 1.5 meters long, approached the bull-headed Jeek, it suddenly split into 3 smaller spears, attacking Jeek from 3 different directions. Jeek, who had planned to punch the shabby spear to bits, was evidently unprepared for such a change. Momentarily flustered, he could only blankly explode the middle spear, while the other 2 pierced into his face and leg. Han Shuji shook his head and explained to the students behind him, Xiao Kang's idea is quite good. Unexpected changes often yield remarkable results, but his opponent is a bull-headed man. The bull-headed clan prides itself on physical training. The stronger one's physique, the higher their status. Their clan leader Jita is a peak 8th rank physical cultivator, a master-level figure. Ordinary 7th and 8th rank spiritual practitioners could not inflict any harm on him. Furthermore, it is worth mentioning that Xiao Kang's full-strength attack might not even be able to injure the opponent, let alone the divided small spears. As Han Shuji had predicted, the 2 lightning short spears failed to harm the bull-headed Jeek. Jeek shrugged, and with a push of his feet he charged towards Xiao Kong, like an arrow released from a bow, kicking up dust in his wake. Xiao Kong stared at the nearly 3-meter bull-headed man before him, a figure that brought back unpleasant memories, but he was no longer the person he used to be. Xiao Kang's pupils constricted, another freak who followed the path of physical training. He had pondered how to deal with these large, immensely defensive monsters. Until Kanglan City began its reconstruction with various construction tools everywhere, Xiao Kong happened to see a rotating electric drill and had a marvelous idea. Spiral impact. The spiritual energy within him surged violently, akin to a runaway wild horse rampaging through his meridians. Lightning coalesced before him into a spiraling shape resembling an electric drill, the sizzling sound of the current intertwined with the dazzling lightning, exuding a terrifyingly powerful aura. This move was Xiao Kang's newly perfected ultimate technique. With his current reserves of spiritual energy, he could only unleash it once before exhausting himself, thus this strike would determine the outcome. Jeek let out an excited roar, a sound that seemed to erupt from deep within his chest, filled with endless fervor and passion. He relished such clashes of power, as they brought him a unique thrill. The bull's horn collided with the purple electric drill, and the intense impact transmitted through the bones to Jeek's nerve endings, immersing him in an indescribable ecstasy. Bang! The purple electric drill gradually disintegrated in midair as Jeek broke through the blockade and approached Xiao Kong. What a thrill! Too bad I just broke through to the 3rd rank in physical training last month, otherwise your move would have truly caused me quite a bit of trouble. Looking at Xiao Kong, who was pale and unable to continue fighting, Jeek shook his head and walked back. On the other side within the crowd, Chu Han could no longer contain the fervor igniting within him. His eyes were fixated on the fierce battle unfolding on the arena, fiery passion dancing in his gaze. The roaring sounds of battle and the collisions of power resonated like uplifting drumbeats, striking his heart repeatedly, causing his pulse to quicken involuntarily. Ever since Chu Han chose the path of body refinement, the Minotaur Jekka was the first kindred spirit he had encountered, which made him unable to suppress his excitement. I come to challenge you. Shuka shouted loudly, believing it was his responsibility to step up and salvage the situation as the only student in his sophomore class to break through to the 3rd rank. Senior, let me go first. A hand stretched out from the side, pulling Shuka back, just as he was about to step into the arena. Shuka frowned at Chu Han beside him and said unhappily, the opponent is a 3rd rank body refiner. What are you, a freshman, trying to do here? You need not worry, I will not lose. Han Shiji watched this scene with great interest. As one of the 2 vice principals of the school, he had been paying attention to several outstanding students of this year's freshman class, and Chu Han was among them. For nearly a decade, Kanglan City had not chosen any contestants for body refinement, which made Han Shiji particularly curious about Chu Han. His talent for enhancing his physical form always sent the audience's adrenaline soaring. Shuka stepped back and let Chu Han go first. In exchanges, winning or losing is not important, it's good to progress from defeat. Chu Han quickly walked up to Jekka, excitedly greeting him. I am Chu Han from Class 2 of the sophomore year in Kanglan City. This is my first encounter with another body refiner. Please give it your all so I can experience your strongest power. Jekka looked down at the one who stood at just 1.8 meters tall and asked in confusion, since you are a body refiner, why are you so small and slender? You should eat more meat to grow taller, little brother. Chu Han looked up at the towering Jekka who stood 3 meters tall. In a normal state, he indeed felt dwarfed by the Minotaur, and he did not enjoy looking up at others. Jekka watched as Chu Han rapidly inflated from 1.8 meters into a giant over 5 meters tall, his eyes nearly popping out. Ha ha ha, your muscles are massive. I can't wait to clash with you. The Minotaur, Jekka laughed heartily, his fighting spirit ignited. In front of the empty school gate, 2 colossal figures stood facing each other. Sunlight poured down, outlining their sculptural silhouettes, muscles bulging like small hills, exuding an aura of strength. Bang! Chu Han and Jekka collided like 2 moving mountains, their arms entwined tightly, muscles instantly tensing, veins bulging like twisted serpents. The power between them surged violently, as if an invisible storm erupted between the two. Chu Han felt Jeek's strength. It was his first time experiencing a power that matched his own. However, Jeek's gaze was filled with determination and resilience. He had hoped to make a name for himself after breaking through to the 3rd rank, but unexpectedly faced a formidable opponent in his second match. Both of their faces flushed, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads and sliding down their cheeks. Then they both instinctively retreated, realizing that this stalemate would not result in a clear victor. After a brief rest, the two lunged at each other like caged beasts. Their fists, accompanied by gusts of wind, began a frenzy of exchanges. Bang! The first punch collided, producing a muffled yet resonant sound, as if thunder had exploded next to their ears. Jeek's fist struck like a meteor, and Chu Han did not back down, immediately countering with his own punch. Every punch that met carried immense force. Their arm muscles trembled violently, as if their bones were bearing the weight of thousands. Sweat splattered through the air with their movements. Their breathing became rapid and heavy, yet their actions showed no signs of slowing. Fists fell like raindrops, intertwining in the air to form a dazzling array of fist shadows. The cheers and shouts of the surrounding spectators rose and fell, seemingly infected by the fervor of the fierce exchange, plunging into a frenzy. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Amidst the intense collisions, Jeek's movements began to slow. Each punch seemed to bear the weight of heavy shackles, losing the rapid strength he had at the start. Chu Han keenly noticed the change in his opponent and intensified his attacks. His defense was stronger, his stamina more abundant, and he remained in peak condition. Finally, under a powerful strike from Chu Han, Jekka could no longer maintain his balance and stumbled to the ground. Jekka stood up, gazing at Chu Han with a complex expression. This was his first time losing in a clash of physical strength against a peer. I lost, but this does not mean that our Minotaur tribe is inferior, it's just that I am too weak. If you have the opportunity, come to our Minotaur tribe. The elders will treat you well. Jekka left with a downcast expression, passing by the school gate, where he was mocked by a gray werewolf. Jekka, you're not impressive either. Losing to a human in strength really embarrasses our Minotaur tribe. Jekka shot a cold glance at the gray werewolf. The Minotaur tribe and the werewolf tribe had been entangled in hostility around Moya City for nearly 100 years, and Jekka particularly disliked these cunning werewolves. If you have the guts, come up and spar, just don't cry for your mother if you get beaten. The gray werewolf Langfeng sneered coldly, having this very intention. Having narrowly lost to Jekka in the last ranking battle, he was currently ranked 100th, seizing this opportunity to redeem himself. As long as he defeated Chu Han, wouldn't that prove he was stronger than Jekka? Hey big guy, don't hurry off, come and spar with me. Chu Han stopped in his tracks, turning to face the slowly approaching gray werewolf. One must say Moya City truly lives up to its reputation as a melting pot of various races. After getting off the vehicle for less than half an hour, he had already encountered both a Minotaur and a werewolf, 2 intelligent races from another world. Chu Han gently flexed his wrist, the bones emitting a faint cracking sound. His muscles were slightly tense, like a cheetah poised to pounce, ready to unleash tremendous power at any moment. The gray werewolf slightly raised the corners of his mouth, wearing a rebellious smile, then slowly extended his finger and lightly waved at his eyes, filled with provocation, as he looked at Chu Han. Come on, hit me. Chu Han was momentarily taken aback. He had never encountered such a peculiar request. Like a moving tank, he charged towards the 2-meter-tall gray werewolf. His steps were heavy and powerful, each footfall seemingly causing the ground to tremble slightly. Langfeng grinned, his smile bearing a hint of wildness and defiance. The sharp wolf claws stretched out, slicing through the air with a glimmer of cold light. The sharp claws seemed capable of easily tearing apart any obstacle. He slightly curled his fingers, the tips of the wolf claws gleaming with a chilling radiance. Like a ghost, Lang Feng swiftly dodged Chu Han's charge. His steps were light and rapid, gliding through the air without a sound. Immediately, Lang Feng began to frantically slash at Chu Han, who was clad in purple armor, moving like a whirlwind around him. The blade in his hand carved sharp arcs through the air, accompanied by the sound of slicing wind. The light of the blade flickered against the purple armor, producing a series of crisp clashing sounds while sparks flew in all directions. Lang Feng's figure resembled an indefatigable dancer, constantly shifting positions and angles around Chu Han, with his attacks surging forth like a relentless tide. "Is this all you've got?" Chu Han's words felt like a sharp dagger, brutally wounding Lang Feng's pride. His voice was not loud, yet it carried a strong sense of oppression. Before Lang Feng could respond, a massive fist came hurtling towards him. That fist was like a meteor, carrying immense force, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Before Lang Feng could halt his assault, the fist was already within inches of him. Bang! The gray wolf was sent flying by a single punch, tumbling across the ground. Its body resembled a sandbag being struck, producing a dull thud as it scraped against the earth. Each roll kicked up a cloud of dust, and its gray fur became disheveled in the process. When it finally came to a stop, a long mark was left on the ground. It struggled to stand up, its eyes flashing with a momentary confusion. Chu Han's purple armor showed no signs of damage, let alone any scars left on him. In contrast, Lang Feng's wolf claws had already been worn down by half, and it would take at least 2 weeks to recover. Seeing that Chu Han seemed ready to continue his assault, Lang Feng took a deep breath and turned to escape towards the campus. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one needn't worry about firewood. Chu Han waited for a minute, and seeing that no one else was coming to block him, he returned to his team. "Brother Jia, aren't you going to join in? This is a great opportunity to make a name for yourself. If we take down the people from Kanglan City and prevent them from entering our school, who wouldn't know who the leader of the second year is?" Huang Junjie kicked a subordinate away, realizing that the strongest aspect of the hulking opponent was not strength but endurance and defense. With just the heavy knife in his hand, he had no confidence in breaking through the opponent's defense. If there was no certainty, it was better not to act. "Let's leave after the spectacle. There's no need to stick our necks out. We have plenty of time ahead." The main force from Kanglan City marched majestically into Moyu City No. 1 high school. One couldn't help but admit that the opponent's school was significantly larger than their own, and the students they encountered along the way were quite spirited. The campus roads were wide and tidy, with lush trees lining the sides, standing like loyal sentinels guarding this sacred place of knowledge, while the tall teaching buildings loomed majestically. "Old Zhang, this isn't fair. Are you trying to intimidate us at the school gate?" Han Shouji complained to the hurriedly arriving vice principal Zhang, who wiped the sweat from his forehead and repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, old Han. I had no idea this group of rascals was planning something. Are your students all right? Of course, despite your school having minotaurs and werewolves, their strength still falls a bit short." Zhang Su looked back at the crowd in surprise. Minotaur Jia and werewolf Lang Feng were indeed the elites of this year's second year, not to be underestimated. He didn't expect them to find themselves in the hands of these students from Kanglan City. "Old Han, you don't know this, but these students from different races are quite hard to manage, with volatile tempers and a penchant for battle." Zhang Yuan wore an expression of helplessness and distress, shaking his head while sighing. "By the way, Shao Kai, take the students from Kanglan City to the newly vacated dormitory and get them settled. Old Han, let's go to my office for tea and talk." In the office, Zhang Su began to brew tea leisurely. Hot water poured into the teapot, emitting a soft hiss sound as the tea leaves rolled in the water, releasing fragrant aromas. Han Shouji was not in a hurry, waiting quietly. "Old Han, in fact, the higher-ups have already given us a heads-up. This time the city government allocated extra funds for our school specifically to arrange for your school's students. However, we cannot break our school's rules, and only true talents deserve the resources provided by the school. Thus we discussed and decided to initiate this year's ranking battles in advance. Usually only the top 300 receive rewards, but this year, to accommodate your students, how about rewarding the top 500 instead?" Han Shouji narrowed his eyes. Before coming here, the principal had confidently stated that he had already made arrangements with the higher-ups. Why was there still a need for a ranking battle now? Moreover, Moyu City traditionally has a larger population and more talents, which made it impossible for their school to compete. Seeing Han Shouji leisurely sipping tea, Zhang Su chose not to comment on his proposal, though he felt increasingly anxious. "Old Han, if you have any objections, please voice them. We can still negotiate." Han Shouji remained silent, contemplating the principal's instructions on how to secure more benefits for the students. "How about this? I can take a step back and reserve 100 spots for your students between ranks 300 and 500. How does that sound?" Han Shoji smiled, slightly realizing that if he could take a step back, he could take a second one. Old Zhang, that's not fair. As far as I know, your school's ranking battles only reward the top 300. This year, the additional 200 spots should all belong to us. Zhang Su fell silent, sitting there with a slight frown. His task this time was to secure more spots for his own students, a goal he had to strive for, yet he found himself in a difficult position. Zhang Su sighed softly, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the table as he weighed various possibilities in his mind. The other party wasn't foolish. An arbitrary addition of 200 spots would undoubtedly attract scrutiny and controversy. His fingers tapping on the table suddenly stopped as Zhang Su thought of a good idea. To make the other party give up the duck-legged hand, he just needed to place something more enticing next to him. Old Han, you shouldn't just focus on these 100 or 200 spots. You need to broaden your perspective. Every year, the first place in our ranking battles receives an additional low-grade spirit artifact. With your chance to participate in the ranking battles this year, you might accidentally bring back a low-grade spirit artifact. The tea in the cup suddenly lost its flavor as Han Shoji looked at Zhang Su with confusion. Old Zhang, you're not trying to fool me, are you? Even I took over a decade to accumulate enough contributions for a low-grade spirit artifact. Is your school really that generous? Zhang Su revealed a slight smile, realizing he had hooked the fish. I am always honest. How could I deceive you? Our old principal has traversed the different realms for decades, befriending many dwarven master blacksmiths. What's a mere low-grade spirit artifact? Even a high-grade spirit artifact is just a small matter. 5 kilometers from Mou City lies a bottomless pit where countless mutated creatures lurk in the darkness, known to the people of Mou City as the Abyss. 115 years ago, the Abyss erupted with unusual fluctuations, resulting in a massive assault of mutated creatures on Mou City, causing extensive casualties. Since then, every year the elite students of Mou City's first high school have been organized to clear the monsters from the first 5 layers of the Abyss, while the remaining 4 layers are handled by the military. Alright, that's the situation. In 1 week, you will also participate in their Abyss ranking battle. The most important thing in this battle is to stay alive. The longer you stay inside, the higher your final ranking will be. Of course, some may think of hiding on the first layer, but that is impossible. The military clears the area every hour, and if you are caught without progressing to the next layer, you will be disqualified. Han Shuo explained calmly, but seeing the disheartened expressions of the crowd below, he knew it was time to up the stakes. The rewards for this ranking battle are incredibly generous. A total of 2,341 participants, with the top 500 students able to earn significant contribution rewards. From rank 101 to 500, it's needless to say each person will receive 2,000 contribution points. From rank 100 to 11, each will get 3,000 contribution points. Ranks 4 to 10 will receive 4,000 contribution points each. The third place will earn 5,000 contribution points, the second place 6,000 contribution points, and the first place 7,000 contribution points. The crowd below looked at Han Shuo with fiery eyes, and Chu Han was no exception. His chest slightly heaved, and his breathing unconsciously grew heavier. Excitement shone on everyone's faces. When had they ever seen such substantial contribution points? The numbers seemed to carry a magical power, causing every heart to tremble. Seeing the enthusiasm of the crowd stirred, Han Shuo nodded in satisfaction and then dropped the bombshell. Most importantly, the first place will receive a spiritual artifact as a reward. Many may not understand the value of a spiritual artifact, but let me put it this way: I have been the vice principal for 15 years, and it took me 13 years to accumulate contribution points just to exchange for a low-grade spiritual artifact. You can imagine its value. Han Shuo turned to leave, paying no mind to the enthusiastic cheers behind him. If it were him in his youth, he might have been too excited to sleep. Old Chu, come here. Chu Han, seeing Lin Dongsheng continuously waving at him, could only walk over helplessly. What's up? I was still thinking about something. Old Chu, we brothers have cooperated so many times with remarkable achievements. This time in the ranking battle, we will surely shine once more. Chu Han nodded. Although Lin Dongsheng talked a bit much, he was reliable in action. But wait, Dongsheng, your ground-shifting ability should work wonders in the Abyss, right? Why not just hide? Lin Dongsheng scratched his head. He had considered this tactic, but Han Shuo mentioned that the military would come down to supervise. Who knows if they might have special abilities or high-tech means to detect him. Moreover, his ground-shifting ability is not unlimited and comes with a time constraint. Even though I would be invincible in the Abyss, I certainly can't abandon my brothers to enjoy myself alone. I've thought it through. You should invite that Minotaur from last time to join our team. His strength is formidable, with both of you as shields in front who could challenge us. Additionally, I already have a choice for a ranged attacker, and with my unbeatable scout, this Abyss expedition will be perfect. Chu Han pondered. Lin Dongsheng seemed to make sense. After all, the pathways in the Abyss are intricate, and with many mutated creatures, he might not be able to secure the championship on his own. Alright, I'll go secure the Minotaur Jeek. You invite the ranged attacker. Lin Dongsheng excitedly gave an okay gesture and then eagerly ran out of the dormitory. In fact, even if Lin Dongsheng hadn't suggested it, Chu Han had planned to visit the Minotaur tribe. A gathering of muscle-bound bulls focused on physical training sounded intriguing. This way, right? Why can't I find the Minotaur tribe? Chu Han frowned, filled with confusion, as he stood on the bustling street. Surrounding pedestrians came and went with a cacophony of voices rising and falling. He widened his eyes, anxiously scanning the area, utterly baffled. The address Jeek gave him was right here, yet no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't even catch a glimpse of the Minotaur tribe. Chu Han, over here. Jeek's robust figure appeared like a tower at the entrance of a secluded community. Curious, Chu Han followed Jeek inside. However, the moment he stepped into the community, Chu Han was stunned, his expression frozen in surprise. In his imagination, the Minotaur tribe should be a dilapidated, primitive place, much like an ancient tribe filled with simple thatched houses and rough arrangements. Yet everything before him completely overturned that vision. Though it was called the Minotaur tribe, what stood within were luxurious villas. His gaze quickly swept around. Every villa was grand and opulent, even larger than Lin Dongsheng's enviable home. The architectural style of those villas was unique, with exquisite decorations and spacious yards complementing each other, silently narrating the luxury and distinction of this place. Chu Han stood there in a daze, his heart surging with endless amazement and confusion, as if he had entered a fantastical and unfamiliar world. Jeek, you were defeated by this human squirt. Jeek, you're really pathetic. I feel like this human strength doesn't even match mine. Not long after, a group of small minotaurs rushed out, surrounding Chu Han and Jeek, chattering excitedly. Jeek, furious, grabbed one small minotaur after another and tossed them away. A minute later, all the small minotaurs had disappeared and the surroundings quieted down. Jeek, aren't you afraid they'll get hurt doing that? They're just kids. It's fine, these little calves are stronger than they look. This level of roughhousing won't hurt them. Just as Jeek finished speaking, the group of small minotaurs rushed back, each one asking Jeek for another round of their airborne stunts. Half an hour later, at Jeek's home. Chu Han, what brings you here? I remember our relationship isn't that good. Or are you here to spar with me again? Jekka, please calm down. Sparring can happen anytime. Actually, I sought you out today regarding your school's ranking tournament. Seeing Jeek's eyes blaze with combat fervor, Chu Han quickly reassured him. Hearing this was a matter of importance, Jekka slowly sat down and asked, puzzled, what about the ranking tournament? If my memory serves, this year's tournament isn't scheduled until mid-November, still over 2 months away. You weren't aware? This year's tournament has been moved forward to next week. Moreover, participants from Kanglan City will join, and the rewards have been significantly increased. I've come specifically to invite you to join my team. With 2 elite frontline warriors like us working in tandem, claiming first place should be effortless. How will the rewards be distributed? Jekka fell silent for a moment, carefully weighing the advantages and drawbacks. Chu Han smiled faintly. Asking about rewards meant Jeek's acceptance was all but certain. Let me outline our squad's composition. You and I as frontline warriors will draw aggro. Meanwhile, my friend has awakened an earth-burrowing talent and will serve as our scout during this tournament. He is currently recruiting a long-range support specialist. For now, we are 4 in total. As for rewards, there's no need to rank contributions. We'll divide them equally among all 4 members. Jekka nodded, accepting Chu Han's proposal. Agreed. Let's sign a contract. A contract? Chu Han looked utterly bewildered. Jekka eyed him warily. Don't assume that because we minotaurs appear physically imposing, we're mentally simple. Without a formal contract, how do I know you won't sell me out later? Chu Han scratched his head. Logically, it made perfect sense. Very well. Well, draft and sign the agreement once the full team is assembled. But I also came to discuss something else with you. During our last duel, your strength suddenly doubled for a brief period. Though that surge faded quickly, I found it deeply intriguing. Jekka paused, then rose and clapped a heavy hand on Chu Han's shoulder. Ha ha ha. You're curious about blood ignition. A trivial matter. Leave it to me. Let's go. Jekka led Chu Han away from the villa toward a building resembling a school. At birth, human nature is inherently good, though similar by nature habits cause us to drift apart. Clear rhythmic recitations drifted from within. Chu Han halted, unconsciously stroking his chin. Jekka, why have you brought me to an elementary school? Chu Han asked, puzzled, gazing at the sign above the entrance. Minotaur Elementary School. No longer grinning, Jekka spoke solemnly. When our Minotaur clan first settled in Xuanwu City, we were constantly mocked. Brute strength, feeble mind became our defining epithet. My father, Jedi, the current chieftain of our clan, realized change was imperative. So he founded this very school and assumed its headmastership. Every new generation of Minotaurs must undergo 6 years of rigorous education here. Chu Han was struck by quiet awe. Jedi sounded like a man of profound wisdom. Dingling, dingling. As the dismissal bell rang, a flood of young Minotaurs poured forth from the school gates. Jekka, A little Minotaur girl in a pink dress dashed toward him and flung her arms around his waist. With gentle resignation, Jekka lifted her up and introduced her to Chu Han. This is my younger sister Jieling. Linger, say hello to Brother Chu Han. Brother Chu Han, she chirped. Chu Han stood momentarily stunned, a strange warmth rising in his chest. Beyond their stature and physiognomy, these Minotaurs differed little from humans. They dwelled in identical houses and studied the same subjects, reading, writing, arithmetic. Where's Father Jekka? I need to speak with him. No sooner had Jekka spoken than a towering Minotaur, 5 meters tall, clad in a crisp suit and tie, wearing spectacles, emerged from the school deep in animated conversation with several humans holding books. Jekka, what brings you here? Do you need something? Father, this is my friend Chu Han. Jedi removed his spectacles, staring at Chu Han in disbelief. Jekka, you lost a raw strength contest to this slender human. Forgive me, friend. I bear no prejudice, only profound doubt. Did I perhaps cradle the wrong infant all those years ago? Jeek's face flushed crimson. Bad news travels fast. Apparently word of his defeat had already spread across the entire Minotaur clan. And what esteemed guest brings you to our Minotaur settlement? I've heard your people possess a secret art, one that briefly unleashes extraordinary physical power. I've come expressly to learn it. Jedi listened, then agreed without hesitation. Of course. Jekka, take him to the martial training ground. He'll join you shortly. Chu Han blinked in surprise. Was this secret art truly so unguarded, freely bestowed upon any seeker? Come along, Chu Han. You'll only need to pass a brief trial. Given your prowess, it should pose no difficulty. Following Jekka, Chu Han stepped onto the training ground. The moment he entered, searing heat rushed at him like a physical wave. Air itself shimmered under the sun's relentless glare. Ahead, over 100 young Minotaurs trained across the vast expanse. Their massive muscular frames stood out starkly beneath the blazing sun. Some gripped enormous bronze cauldrons with both hands, others bore them squarely on their shoulders, a few even balanced them atop their heads. Our Minotaur clan cultivates only the physical body, not chi. To fellow practitioners devoted to corporeal refinement, we extend open arms and warm welcome. Do you see those 8 great cauldrons at the center of the training ground? They weigh 600, 800, 100, 100, 140, 1600, 1800, and 200 kilograms respectively. Lift the 7th, and you earn entry into the Minotaur Brotherhood. Thereafter, every physical cultivation method and secret art stands open to you. Unnoticed Jedi had already appeared behind them. The Minotaur Brotherhood. Chu Han's eyes widened. What on earth was that? Precisely. Having migrated to planet launching, our clan seeks greater prosperity. Thus, integration into human society is essential. All who master corporeal cultivation to a high degree may join our brotherhood. Together we delve deeper into the path of the flesh. Chu Han's expression turned oddly strained. May I ask, how many members does your brotherhood currently number? Ahem. The brotherhood was founded just over a year ago. Should you pass this trial, you shall become its very first human member. Brother Chu, just go ahead and do it. I can lift 2,000 kilograms with ease, so you should have no problem at all. Smack. Jedi slapped Jekka on the head, leaving him dazed. You sly little rascal, do you think I don't know you have already secretly learned the blood ignition secret technique? Jeek's old face turned red. He didn't expect that this secret had been discovered. According to the rules of the Minotaur clan, one could only learn the blood ignition secret technique after passing the strength trial. However, he had sneaked into the ancestral hall while Jedi was teaching the young Minotaurs and learned the technique. Did you think you could pull it off effortlessly? Your 6th uncle already told me about it. While Jedi was scolding, his son Chu Han had already arrived beside the largest green cauldron. The green cauldron was forged from an unknown metal shimmering with a strange light under the sun. Chu Han cautiously extended his hand, gently touching the cauldron's body, feeling its cold and hard surface, which had the unique texture of metal. With a loud shout, Chu Han firmly grasped the edge of the cauldron and began to exert force to lift it. Veins bulged on his forehead, and his expression twisted in a grimace from the exertion as sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the dry ground. His arms trembled continuously, and the massive cauldron slowly lifted off the ground, yet its weight felt like an immovable mountain. Gritting his teeth, he continued to exert himself, his legs starting to shake slightly. However, despite Chu Han using all his strength, the cauldron ultimately did not rise, crashing heavily back to the ground. Your friend seems incapable. How does it feel that his strength is even less than yours? It seems you have been too lazy in your training since entering high school, losing to such a frail human. Jedi said with dissatisfaction, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze filled with reproach and disappointment. Chu Han did not rush. He was attempting to lift the cauldron a second time. However, Jekka, being scolded by his father, became anxious, fearing that his father might actually take action. Brother Chu, stop messing around and give it your all, but don't let others laugh at you. Hearing this, Chu Han turned his head to look around, and indeed the young minotaurs who had been training hard had stopped their work, gathering around and whispering. Chu Han took a deep breath, deciding to end this quickly. His body rapidly expanded, transforming from a relatively frail figure compared to the minotaurs into a muscular form. His bones crackled as if undergoing some miraculous reorganization. Power surged within him like a roaring tide. The young minotaurs around him became fervent, all excitedly watching the growing giant before them. Their eyes sparkled with excitement, as if witnessing some incredible miracle. Some minotaurs began to shout loudly, their voices filled with excitement and joy, as if their cheers were a tribute to the giant. Chu Han grasped the two legs of the cauldron, and the once incredibly heavy cauldron now seemed to lighten under his strength. His arm muscles tightened, veins bulging like coiling dragons as every ounce of strength was pushed to its limit. The cauldron began to sway slightly under his movement, producing a dull grinding sound. Then with an imposing roar, Chu Han directly lifted the green cauldron. It seems reasonable for you to lose to such a monster. I guarantee he is certainly not a pure-blood human. Oh, perhaps he is a hybrid born from some ancient deity and a human. Jedi muttered softly, having seen many such ancient progeny with special bloodlines in the limitless wilderness, each of whom was extraordinarily abnormal beyond the explanation of common sense. Bang! Chu Han slowly set down the cauldron, which landed heavily on the ground with a muffled thud, stirring up clouds of dust. Before Chu Han could catch his breath, a group of minotaurs had already surrounded him. Most of these young minotaurs were around 2 meters tall, taller than him in his human form. Now these minotaurs could only reach his waist, each of them excitedly circling around him like children. Big brother, what secret technique is this that allows you to grow so much? Your muscles are so bulky. Oh, I want to be as strong as you. I want to learn too. I want to learn too. I want to learn too. Chu Han felt embarrassed looking at these young minotaurs. Jekka was only 19, so these minotaurs must be around 11 or 12 years old. As an only child, Chu Han had no way to deal with these little brats. Fortunately, Jedi noticed Chu Han's awkwardness, grabbing one and roaring, "Get back to training. With your soft little bodies, you'll be chased and beaten by outsiders as soon as you leave the tribe. Go back and run 20 laps while holding the cauldron. If you don't finish, you won't be allowed to go home for dinner tonight." A wail arose, and the young minotaurs began to move, running around the training ground while holding the cauldron. Other punishments might be tolerable, but not being allowed to eat dinner was absolutely unacceptable. After all, in the Minotaur clan's understanding, only by eating more meat could they become even stronger, which was a lesson passed down through generations. Deep within the community stood an ancient ancestral hall. The heavy and ancient door bore the marks of time, creaking open to reveal stories of the past. Upon entering the ancestral hall, a sense of solemnity mixed with age enveloped him. Light streamed through the narrow gaps of the windows, forming hazy beams in the dim space. The walls of the hall were adorned with indistinct murals, seemingly depicting ancient legends and the glory of ancestors. In the center stood 2 striking wooden statues of minotaurs. The wooden statues were intricately carved from dark wood, and despite the passage of time, they still exuded a mysterious aura. The minotaur statues were vividly carved, with the left statue displaying a face full of rage, while the right statue had deep, dignified eyes that seemed to pierce through time. The statue on the left is the blood ignition secret technique you seek. Approach it and look directly into its eyes, and you will obtain the technique you desire. Remember, it's the left statue. He paused slightly, his gaze fixed on Chu Han, his tone becoming more serious. Do not approach the right statue. With your current body strength, you cannot withstand its impact. Chu Han stepped forward, each step feeling heavy, the hall silent except for the sound of his soft footsteps and his own heartbeat. As he got closer to the left statue, Chu Han sensed a faint, mysterious aura approaching him. Creak. Jedi and Jekka stood still, but the door closed automatically. Chu Han stared at the furious statue before him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time quietly slipped away. Suddenly, a heavy pressure descended upon his shoulders without warning, as if an invisible hand was pressing down on him. The pressure came swiftly and heavily, causing Chu Han's body to shudder. Chu Han felt as if he were carrying a 1,000-pound boulder, his legs starting to tremble uncontrollably. His knees gradually bent under this immense pressure, as if an irresistible force was compelling him to kneel. Titan. In his Titan form, Chu Han felt much lighter, as if that burdensome pressure had suddenly eased considerably. He could clearly sense the powerful energy surging within him, as if every cell was infused with boundless vitality. The pressure now felt like a comforting shoulder rub. Chu Han straightened his posture, a slight smile playing on his lips, and provocatively said to the wooden statue, "Is that all you've got? Haven't you eaten?" The wooden statue seemed to respond to his provocation. In an instant, the pressure on Chu Han's shoulders intensified, as if an invisible mountain had suddenly pressed down. However, Chu Han merely furrowed his brow slightly, continuing to stand firm. Not enough. Can you make it a bit more challenging? Is this all you've got? Chu Han shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the surrounding space. After a while, Chu Han felt the pressure on his shoulders vanish in an instant, the once heavy sensation dissipating without a trace, catching him off guard. The previously emotionless eyes of the statue suddenly flickered with piercing red light, the crimson glow seemingly imbued with some mysterious magic instantly enveloping Chu Han. Chu Han felt a daze wash over him, as if an invisible force was crashing against his brain. Immediately thereafter, the blood and chi within him began to surge uncontrollably, like a volcano within him on the verge of eruption, with hot energy raging inside. His blood and chi boiled like scalding water coursing through his meridians, making his body feel scorching. In an unprecedented sensation, Chu Han felt terrifyingly strong. He could knock out Jieka, who had fought evenly with him for over 10 minutes with a single punch. He understood that this was the secret technique, blood ignition. Although he had not seen any textual descriptions or images, this technique was deeply imprinted in his mind, as if it were instinct. He didn't know when it had gotten dark. In Chu Han's perception, he had only been inside for a little over 10 minutes. Yet when he opened his eyes to the outside world again, he was astonished to find that over 4 hours had passed in reality. Creak. Chu Han pushed open the door, startling Jieka, who was dozing off beside it. Jeek's head jerked up, his sleepy eyes suddenly widening with a mix of confusion and surprise. Oh, you're out. Booyaloo. Chu Han gazed at the roasted lamb before him, its enticing aroma and glistening surface rendering him unable to look away, and he couldn't help but swallow. This lamb was no small creature. Chu Han estimated its weight to be over 200 jin. Its massive body lay on the plate, the golden crispy skin exuding an irresistible charm from every part. Turning his gaze to Jita's table, he saw a roasted pig that was twice the size of the lamb. The pig was glistening red and emanating a fragrant aroma. Jialing, though young, was quite the warrior, joyfully devouring a roasted chicken with both hands, a look of satisfaction radiating from her face. Grease dripped from the corners of her mouth, but she paid it no mind. Brother Chu, hurry and eat. This roasted lamb won't taste as good when it's cold, Jeek reminded politely, then also began to gnaw on the lamb. The cheerful atmosphere and the tempting food instantly dissipated Chu Han's concerns. He relaxed, letting go of his inhibitions, and reached out to tear off a leg of lamb to eat. Burp. Chu Han rubbed his belly and let out a satisfied belch. This meal had been truly fulfilling. Everyone has eaten quite a bit. Jeek will take care of the table. Jialing will go do her homework, and Chu Han come with me. Oh, what do you mean by that? Tomorrow in class, I will be the first to check if you can recite the 3-character classic. If you can't, you know the consequences. Under Jita's threatening gaze, Jialing obediently returned to her room. In the study, Jita kindly asked little Chu, now that you have joined our elite group, we are all family now. You should have already learned the burning blood technique, which is a legacy left by our ancestors. It differs from ordinary martial arts techniques. You shouldn't use it casually. Oh, while activating burning blood grants you double the strength, it greatly consumes your chi and blood, and prolonged use can harm your body. Chu Han quickly nodded. Although he had only used burning blood for over 10 seconds, he had already felt some changes in his body. It's getting late. Ooh, I've prepared a guest room for you to rest. Tomorrow, Jeek will take you to soak in the hot springs. This is a special training method of our Minotaur tribe, so you can look forward to it. Chu Han scratched his head and left the study, wondering how soaking in hot springs was related to training. The next morning, Jeek took Chu Han out of the villa. Although confused about soaking in hot springs in the morning, Chu Han did not refuse. On the way, Chu Han transformed into his Titan form. After yesterday, he understood that these Minotaurs revered muscular builds and towering figures, looking down upon all weak and short races. To avoid trouble on the way, he decided to head to the hot springs in his Titan form. Chu Han's plan was sound, but trouble still approached. The Minotaurs passing by turned their heads to gaze at him, their large eyes filled with confusion, as they had never seen a human more robust than themselves. Standing atop the mountain, Chu Han looked down, and the intense heat hit him like a wave, causing beads of sweat to form on his forehead. In the bubbling magma below, several exceptionally strong Minotaurs were leisurely soaking in the hot springs. They seemed utterly unconcerned about the high temperature, their faces radiating a look of contentment. Their muscular forms flickered in the dark red magma, and they occasionally let out low, deep roars as if enjoying this unique hot spring bath. Is this your hot spring? Aren't you afraid that a volcanic eruption will destroy your Minotaur tribe? Haha, you don't need to worry about that. This is an artificial volcano, it won't erupt. Just follow me. Jeek chuckled and then demonstrated for Chu Han, slowly climbing into the dark red magma along a ladder on the mountainside. Oh woo. Jeek made a strange sound for a few moments, then fell silent as the unfriendly gazes around him made him behave. Chu Han climbed down the ladder and stepped into the dark red magma. Hiss. He trembled all over. The sensation was indescribably intense. A scalding heat rushed through him like countless fine needles, sharply stimulating his skin, and the intense sensation almost made him cry out. The initial heat was nearly unbearable, and he instinctively wanted to pull his foot back. But he gritted his teeth, resisting the impulse, and tried to maintain his composure. As time ticked by, he gradually adapted to the temperature of the magma. What was once intolerable heat seemed to become more acceptable. Gradually, his body began to relax, the magma enveloping his feet, as if warm hands were gently massaging him, and a sense of comfort began to spread throughout his body. The once unbearable scorching heat had transformed into a pleasant warmth, and a look of enjoyment appeared on his face, as if he were immersed in a warm and cozy world. Isn't it comfortable? This is not ordinary magma. This artificial volcano conceals a spirit vein underground. Although the vein is small, it is sufficient for our use. The spiritual energy stimulates our skin with the magma's heat, helping us refine our bodies and bones, allowing us to enter the golden body realm more quickly with numerous benefits. But don't soak for too long, or you might feel dizzy. Jeek whispered, but his words piqued Chu Han's interest. Golden body realm. What level is that in body refining? In our body refiners, the golden body realm is equivalent to your human cultivator's 5th to 9th levels, while the 1st to 4th levels are referred to as the blood refining realm. Body refining starts from blood refining. The increasingly robust chi and blood nourish everything, continuously strengthening while providing nutrients for muscles, skin, and bones. Once our chi and blood surpass 1500, we can begin the 3 stages of skin refining, muscle refining, and bone refining. My father is currently at the peak of the golden body realm, his physical body indestructible. Even without divine intervention, a formidable individual from the 1st to 9th levels cannot defeat my father, and he won't die easily. As long as he is given enough time and energy, he can gradually recover from even the gravest injuries. Seeing Chu Han look at him earnestly, his eyes filled with a thirst for knowledge, Jeek felt immense enjoyment. Perhaps it was this sense of achievement that made his father love being a teacher. But Jeek stopped there, as this was merely basic knowledge he had heard from Jita. He didn't understand any further details. Don't look at me, I only know this much. I can't even match you, let alone reach the golden body realm, which is still a long way off. Anyway, once your chi and blood reach 1500, just go find my father. He is a great teacher and will help you with any questions. Lao Chu. Lao Chu. Chu Han was immersed in molten lava when a familiar voice suddenly called his name. He swiftly glanced left and right. Yet within the volcanic crater, aside from Jekka and the other minotaurs, and the churning, roiling magma, no other figure could be seen. Where are you looking? Look up above you. Startled by the words, Chu Han paused for a moment before lifting his gaze skyward. There, astonishingly, a head emerged from the sheer, unyielding cliff face. Its familiar features instantly triggered recognition. Lin Dongsheng, the master of earth-piercing and wall-walking arts. Chu Han shouted upward. What on earth are you doing popping out of solid rock like that? You nearly gave me a heart attack. Just wanted to surprise you. What do you think? Was my entrance suitably spectacular? Lin Dongsheng chuckled, grinning. Enough talk. Climb up now. It's scorching down here. I can't bear it another second. Rising to his feet, Chu Han shook himself vigorously, flinging dark red droplets of magma downward before ascending the ladder to the crater's rim. Here's your pack. Lin Dongsheng tossed Chu Han's large backpack over. Chu Han reverted to human form and deftly unzipped the pack to change clothes. Nowadays, whenever he ventured out, he always carried several spare outfits. His garments inevitably shredded upon transformation. Fortunately, his purple armor concealed the metamorphosis, otherwise he'd never dare assume his Titan form in public. What brings you here this time? You have the nerve to ask me. I've dialed you dozens of times since yesterday, and not a single call went through. I half feared you'd been strung up and roasted over a fire by these minotaurs. Lin Dongsheng bristled with irritation, entirely wasted on the search. Chu Han blinked in mild astonishment. His phone had run out of power, and Jekka's home lacked a compatible charger, so the matter had simply stalled. Jekka, still climbing the ladder behind them, took offense at Lin Dongsheng's remark. The minotaurs were no barbaric race. Don't slander us. Minotaurs coexist peacefully with humans. We're all friends. Would we ever roast Brother Chu and serve him for dinner? Lin Dongsheng glanced at Jekka and shifted into an affable smile. Judging by how well you and Jekka get along, I assume he's already agreed to join our team. Perfect. I've just secured our 4th member. Let's meet tonight at 9 o'clock, room 3030, Fox Immortal Pavilion. Fox Immortal Pavilion? Chu Han asked, puzzled, but Jekka perked up immediately, clearly intrigued. I know it well. A splendid place. The cuisine is exquisite, though portions are stingy and prices steep. I've only dined there once for experience. Ahem. Tonight's gathering is mainly to introduce our new teammate and prepare for the Abyss descent in a few days. This season's ranking tournament offers unprecedented rewards. If we commit, we aim solely for first place. Fox Immortal Pavilion, the most renowned restaurant in Mayu City, loomed ahead like a resplendent golden palace at the heart of the bustling thoroughfare. Exquisite crystal chandeliers cast shimmering light, evoking stars glittering across the night sky like priceless calligraphic scrolls, and classical paintings adorned the walls, infusing the space with refined cultural elegance. Chu Han entered the pavilion beside Jekka and Lin Dongsheng, and at the threshold he spotted several graceful young women standing poised and serene. Clad in soft pink silk robes, their hems fluttered gently in the breeze, like delicate peach blossoms swaying in spring winds. Yet what captivated him most wasn't their attire or beauty, but the three foxtails swaying playfully behind them. Lao Chu, don't stare at their tails. It's terribly rude, Lin Dongsheng whispered discreetly. Chu Han hastily averted his eyes and fell in step behind the others. Welcome. Do you have a reservation? Room 303, Lin Dongsheng. The foxskin hostess tapped her tablet, verified the booking, and gestured for a steward to lead them forward. This is room 303. Your guest arrived early. Chu Han looked ahead, and there stood a petite girl barely 5 feet tall, idly scrolling through her phone by the door. Her lustrous pale gold hair cascaded like a silken waterfall over her shoulders, shimmering with ethereal radiance. Delicate pointed ears peeked mischievously from beneath the strands. But such details paled beside the magnificent tumterlong golden longbow slung across her back. Hi Xuanwu, you arrived early. So these are the two legendary frontline titans you boasted about. Honestly, they look rather ordinary to me, Xuanwu remarked, unimpressed. Lin Dongsheng hurried forward, swung the door wide, and gestured courteously. Would I ever lie to you? Please come in. We'll talk while we eat. Seated around the table, Lin Dongsheng seized the lull before the first course to introduce everyone. Xuanwu, I swear I'm telling the truth, this Minotaur brother Jekka ranked 99th in the last tournament. Just look at his imposing physique. He's unquestionably the mightiest frontline warrior at your academy. As for the one seated beside him, well, he's even more formidable, my dearest friend Chu Han. Don't let his unassuming appearance fool you. He makes Jekka seem tame. They'll stand front and rear, sealing off every threat, while you safe in the back unleash your arrows. Xuanwu nodded, accepting Lin Dongsheng's explanation. Lin Dongsheng exhaled in quiet relief, then turned to introduce Xuanwu to Chu Han and Jekka. This is Xuanwu of the Elven clan. Though young, her talent and strength are extraordinary. She skipped grades to enter grade 12 at just 14, and her archery, peerless. No one in her generation rivals her. Indeed, among my peers none can match me. When the time comes, Lin Dongsheng will scout ahead. You two frontline warriors will hold back the surging monsters. Everything else rests with me. To our victory, cheers. Xuanwu sprang to her feet, her golden hair dancing like liquid light with the motion. She raised high a tall-stemmed goblet brimming with milk. Cheers. Lin Dongsheng rose, raising his glass in enthusiastic agreement. Chu Han and Jekka exchanged glances, then lifted their own glasses. With Lin Dongsheng's infectious energy, laughter mingled with fine food and merriment filled the table. Well, Xuanwu, since when did you consort with minotaurs? Such simple-minded, muscle-bound brutes. You've shamed our entire elven lineage. Just as the four stepped out of the Fox Immortal Pavilion, a voice sliced through the air, sneering, disdainful. The youth speaking wore a faint, contemptuous smirk. His eyes gleamed with arrogance and prejudice. But Xuanwu's brow furrowed, a flash of displeasure crossing her eyes. She straightened proudly and retorted without hesitation, Shisui, you remain as foolish as ever, judging solely by appearances. Minotaurs may indeed lack subtlety, but they possess virtues of their own. At the very least, their towering frames shield me from enemy blows. Jekka had just begun to feel touched, until those final words froze his expression in place. See you at the tournament, Xuanwu. I'll show you no mercy. Let's go. Shisui flicked his wrist and strode into the pavilion, arms draped possessively around two girls' slender waists. Shisui's as insufferable as ever. Let's ignore him entirely. Xuanwu spoke, only to find no reply. Turning, she saw all three still gazing after Shisui's retreating figure. Elves truly are magnificent. Beauty graces both genders alike. Absolutely. I wish I were that handsome, and had girls falling for me unbidden. I've never even held a girl's hand in my life. Lin Dongsheng sighed wistfully, while Jekka nodded vigorously in heartfelt agreement. Xuanwu watched them, fury rising. She let out a sharp humph and strode off, refusing to waste another word on such exasperating fools. 5 kilometers west of Mou City, in a desolate area, a towering outpost stands like a silent guardian. Since the abyssal uprising 74 years ago, when swarms of underground creatures assaulted the unprepared Mou City, causing significant casualties, this outpost was swiftly established. This steel city has become the first solid fortress against another invasion by the underground creatures. At this moment, a group of energetic and vibrant young people arrived at this steel city. I say, Jekka, what is that cylindrical object on your back? I've never seen anything like it before. Chu Han looked at Jekka, who was carrying a heavy weapon, and asked curiously, "Oh, this is the exclusive totem weapon of our Minotaur clan. You see, it can sweep, it can smash, it's very useful. Don't you have a weapon?" Chu Han looked at the totem on Jeek's back and felt it was quite suitable for their body refining practitioners. "Old Chu over here." Lin Dongsheng waved and called out, and the four-member team regrouped. On that vast and mysterious ground, over 2,000 students formed an irregular circle, all eyes inadvertently drawn to the seemingly bottomless abyss. The first level of the abyss is nearly 20 meters from the surface, and under the sunlight people can still see many disgusting small insects crawling slowly or climbing over each other, varying in shape and sending chills down spines. Bang bang. Hello fellow students, I am your Vice Principal Zhang, responsible for this abyssal ranking competition. The rules are quite simple. The last one standing is the winner. The first level mainly consists of first-tier insects, which are not a major concern. The second and third levels are mostly second-tier creatures, with few third-tier ones appearing. As for the fourth and fifth levels, creatures below the third tier cannot survive at all. Zhang Su paused, took a sip of water from a cup handed to him by someone beside him, and continued, "As for the sixth level, I advise everyone not to approach it. The sixth level is ruled by a swarm of golden horn ants, and even high-tier creatures from the seventh and eighth levels do not dare to recklessly enter their territory. You could say the sixth level is our underground defensive line. In Mou City, of strong beasts cannot come up, and weak beasts pose no threat to us. This group of golden horn ants can be considered our good friends." Zhang Su thought he had made a rather humorous joke, but no one responded. All the students were focused on the abyss. "Well, it seems you all are quite anxious. Let me remind you, friendship comes first, competition second. Do not harm each other's names. General Liu, please clear a path for the students. All right, everyone, prepare the incendiary bombs." A man in military attire took the microphone, and with a command, hundreds of soldiers began to hurl incendiary bombs into the first level of the abyss, countless bombs soaring through the air and then plummeting into the abyss. Almost simultaneously, the powerful cannons in the Steel City also began their assault. Shells screamed out from the cannon mouths of the Steel City, striking fiercely into the abyss with tremendous force. In an instant, a raging fire ignited within the abyss. The flames spread like a frenzied beast, rapidly enveloping the first level of the abyss completely. The scorching flames soared into the sky as if attempting to incinerate the entire abyss. The high temperature distorted the surrounding air with waves of heat radiating outward. Amidst the blazing inferno, the crowd could occasionally smell a putrid odor wafting from below. This was the pungent smell emanating from the unidentified objects in the abyss being scorched by the flames, mingling with the smoke of combustion and permeating the air. After a long while, the flames that had rampaged through the abyss gradually lost their might and began to extinguish bit by bit. As the flames died down, the nauseating stench that had lingered in the air also dissipated with the wind across the vast expanse, as if it had never existed. Students, you can now go down and eliminate the remaining insects. Remember, anyone remaining on the first level after half an hour will be directly eliminated. From now on, every hour we will send someone to notify everyone. You need to continuously delve deeper into the abyss, or you will be eliminated." Chu Han and the others exchanged glances before jumping down into the abyss with the main group. The land scorched by the flames lay in utter silence. The once moist soil had turned dry and hard, as if all its moisture and vitality had been drawn out by the fierce fire. A thin layer of ash covered the ground, transforming from a deep brown to charred black. Tisk, this is really cleanly burned. Apart from us, not a single insect can be seen. Lin Dongsheng complained, and after more than 10 minutes, the four of them walked through the first level of the abyss, encountering no living creatures apart from other competitors. But everyone was quite tacit, not engaging in mutual slaughter, as this was just the beginning. "Students, please proceed to the second level of the abyss to exterminate those filthy insects. Anyone still lingering in the first level after 5 minutes will be directly eliminated." Upon hearing this, everyone jumped through the large hole, entering the second level of the abyss. Each level of the abyss has 3 passages leading to the next level. It is said that this is the mark left by Mou City during the attack on the abyss 60 years ago. Unfortunately, the expeditionary force suffered too many casualties and had no choice but to retreat from the 6th level of the abyss. The plan to purify the abyss was declared a failure, and it was changed to eliminate the first 5 levels of small karami each year. "There are too many insects here." Chu Han frowned, raised his hand, and crushed a black beetle that had jumped over its green blood, slowly oozing out and staining his hand. That's why the school arranged the ranking competition in the abyss. The competition is secondary, while clearing out these underground creatures is the main task. Lin Dongxing swung his large knife, hacking left and right, while Jekka also worked hard to clear the insects on the right, with only Suashia leisurely strolling behind. According to her, it wasn't yet her time to act in the second level. Her domain lies in the fourth and fifth levels. Whoosh! A black arrow shot in from a distance, and Chu Han's ears twitched ready to intercept this arrow. Just as he raised his hand, a red glowing arrow shot in from behind, precisely striking the black arrow. With a resounding bang, the two arrows collided violently in midair, creating a visible ripple of air. Fragments of the black and green arrows splattered everywhere, resembling vibrant fireworks blooming in the night sky. Shisui, you're still as despicable as ever, only resorting to such sneaky tactics. Xuaxia's lips curled slightly downward, her eyes filled with dissatisfaction and disdain towards Zizhuo's behavior. There's no choice, but it's easier to dodge a direct attack than to guard against a concealed arrow. Often this tactic proves effective, doesn't it? A familiar figure emerged from around the corner. It was the male elf Shisui who had been encountered at the drunken immortal pavilion. Since that's the case, let's settle our differences here and see if you've made any progress during this time. Don't run away like you did last year when I defeated you. Xuaxia pulled back her golden longbow, knocking a black arrow onto the string. The black arrow was enveloped in a fiery red glow resembling a flickering flame, intense and dazzling, as it instantly wrapped the arrow, bestowing it with newfound power. In a flash, Xuaxia's gaze sharpened, her fingers slightly loosened, and the bowstring snapped back, with great force, launching the arrow with tremendous power. The arrow, cloaked in fiery red light, shot through the air like a meteor, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound and a terrifying surge of energy, speeding towards Shisui. Shisui was not to be outdone. He swiftly drew two pitch-black arrows and knocked them onto his bowstring. The arrows shot upward like black lightning, striking the target in a peculiar one after another manner. Xuaxia's arrow clearly had more power, shattering Zizhuo's first black arrow with overwhelming force, but it was blocked by the second arrow that followed. Chu Han and the others watched the two girls with keen eyes, their gazes sweeping back and forth like predatory beasts ready to pounce at the slightest movement, eager to jump into a fight at any disagreement. Those three guys over there are so disgusting, their gazes are practically eating us alive. Seriously, have you three never seen a woman before? Let them fight, do whatever you want. Jieku was fuming, his eyes almost spitting fire, but seeing that Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng weren't moving, he said in frustration, since Xuaxia and that pretty boy are fighting so fiercely, shouldn't we join in? If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Thus the five outside became mere spectators, occasionally swatting away various insects that came too close, as if they were just missing some snacks and drinks. On the other side, Xuaxia and Shisui quickly determined the victor, with Shisui ultimately losing when Xuaxia shot his hat off with an arrow. Shisui, you should drink more milk, you're too weak. Zizhuo's face flushed red, the color spreading from his cheeks to his ears. He shot a fierce glare at Xuaxia, but said nothing, not even picking up his hat from the ground, turning away from the sorrowful place. Xuaxia gleefully picked up the fallen arrow, clearly delighted by her victory over Shiyao. Students, please proceed to the fourth level of the abyss quickly. Those who remain on the third level after 10 minutes will be eliminated. Unknowingly, they had already reached the fourth level, where 90% of the students had chosen to give up, leaving only a few to continue fighting. Upon entering the fourth level of the abyss, Chu Han felt a distinct change in the environment. There was not a single light source requiring flashlights to illuminate the path, and the air had become thin, filled with an indescribable heaviness and a decaying scent. With every breath, Chu Han could almost smell the faintly pungent odor that seemed to emanate from the countless years of decay concealed in the air. Hisses. In the narrow passage, a black water snake that was nearly a meter thick collided head-on with the group. The black water snake lay like a thick pillar across the passage, its cold body emitting a nauseating fishy smell, while its cold eyes flickered with a strange light. Chu Han slightly furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the creature. The black water snake lifted its head, flicking its crimson tongue, clearly showing no intention of yielding, and neither did their side intend to retreat. Charge! Jieku shouted as he dashed forward, but faster still was Xuaxia's fiery arrow. The arrow struck the black water snake's forehead, flames scorching its skin. The black water snake, driven mad by the sudden pain, twisted its massive body, letting out chilling roars as it rushed towards the group recklessly. Bang! Jieku hurled a totem at it, causing a concussion that left it dazed and sprawled on the ground. Chu Han was not idle either. He bombarded the black water snake's weak spot with ferocious blows until it could emit no sound and perished. Only Lin Dongsheng stood dumbfounded in the distance, witnessing the group's bravery, muttering, "I'll go scout ahead," before diving into the ground. The monsters in the abyss seemed to generally have poor vision and sensing abilities, often allowing their opponents to strike first when they collided. Clang! As sounds of fighting echoed ahead, the three were considering whether to advance when Lin Dongsheng returned. "Old Chu, there's a sword-wielding expert fighting a giant beetle up ahead." "A sword-wielding expert?" Yes, his sword aura is like a tangible force howling through the air with overwhelming might. Moreover, his sword can fly from his hand, which is quite impressive. Hearing this, Chu Han immediately became interested. Let's go take a look. In the passage ahead, a nearly 3-meter-long single-horned gray beetle was entangled with a young man. Its shell, as hard as steel, shimmered with a dark luster resembling a meticulously crafted armor, exuding a mysterious aura in the faint light. The shell was covered with peculiar patterns as if left by the passage of time and nature. The black-clad youth wielded a longsword that radiated white light, with sword aura emanating from it like an invisible, yet immensely powerful force, creating a sharp energy field 10 centimeters from the blade. With each swing of his longsword, the sword aura struck down upon the single-horned gray beetle's shell like an unbreakable blade. There was a series of crisp sounds as visible cracks began to appear on the once seemingly indestructible shell. These cracks spread across the shell like a spider's web. This is quite impressive. Ooh, I wonder if his sword aura can pierce through my purple armor. Jieku, do you know him? Chu Han asked curiously. Of course, he's Zhang Heng from Class 3, the nephew of Vice Principal Zhang, and the first place in the last ranking competition. Honestly, I feel he's just a step away from reaching the 4th tier. His sword aura hurts a lot. I don't even dare to confront him, Hedon. The single-horned gray beetle let out a sharp and mournful screech, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of its soul, echoing in the air for a long time. Its massive body began to tremble slightly, with more and more wounds appearing like cruel mouths, mercilessly tearing apart its tough defenses. Each wound acted like a sharp source of pain, inflicting unbearable suffering. The once formidable single-horned gray beetle now showed signs of weakness and helplessness under the torment of its injuries. Black blood dripped like loose beads from its wounds, splattering on the ground and creating bizarre black blood flowers. Fearful, the single-horned gray beetle attempted to flee, unaware that this was a path to its demise. Zhang Heng stood calmly in place, showing no signs of panic or urgency, only coldly watching the beetle's frantic escape. But in an instant, the long sword in his hand erupted with astonishing power like a bolt of lightning across the sky. The sword seemed to have a will of its own, transforming into an arrow released from a bow. In that split second, the sharp tip of the sword effortlessly pierced through the narrow gap between the single-horned gray beetle's head and neck. With a dull thud, the long sword plunged deep, freezing the single-horned gray beetle's movements. Its massive body, which had still been struggling to escape, collapsed to the ground, as if hit by a paralysis spell. The longsword flew back into Zhang Heng's hand. He cast a cold glance at Chu Han and the others, saying nothing more. The single-horned gray beetle was too resilient, and right now he was too drained of spiritual energy to engage in a fight. This lad seems a bit aloof. Lin Dongsheng stroked his chin, abandoning the thought of greeting the other party. The remaining students, please head to the 5th floor quickly. Those who linger on the 4th floor for more than 10 minutes will be directly eliminated. The 4 hurried towards the central passage of the 4th floor, heading to the abyss 5th level. Chu Han frowned slightly, his expression grave as he spoke in a low voice. Something is off. This level is too quiet. Not a single beast in sight. Everyone's nerves were taut. In fact, the silence was not the main reason for Chu Han's concern. A strong scent of blood wafted from the passage ahead. The acrid smell seemed to carry the aura of death, causing unease to swell within Chu Han. After all the candidates had just arrived at the 5th level, logically such a brutal battle should not have occurred yet. "Ill scout ahead," Lin Dongsheng volunteered, but was stopped by Chu Han's outstretched hand. He sensed a peculiar scent approaching them. Sure enough, seconds later a figure appeared before them. In that dim passage, a striking silhouette emerged unexpectedly. It swayed, its unique golden antennae glimmering with dazzling light in the faint illumination, resembling an artwork crafted from pure gold. The antennae gently waved as if probing its surroundings, exuding an air of mystery. Its form resembled that of a typical ant, yet radiated an unparalleled majesty and strength. Though its body was small, every contour seemed to harbor boundless power. Its hard shell resembled golden armor, giving an impression of being indestructible. Indeed, it was the overlord of the 6th level, the golden horned ant. Is this the golden horned ant? Wasn't it said they reside in the 6th layer of the abyss? Forget about that. Oh, prepare for battle. They'll go first. Jieku, provide support. Chu Han spoke solemnly, while the golden horned ant grinned, savagely delighted to find new food to offer to its queen, as this delivery was offered right to its door. It began to move slowly, producing a soft rustling sound, as if the footsteps of death were approaching. Its eyes locked onto the group, as if selecting the most delectable prey, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. Chu Han kicked off the ground with his legs shooting forth like an arrow, throwing a punch at the golden horned ant. The golden horned ant was filled with surprise, its previously leisurely movements halted, seemingly unable to believe that this human dared to attack first. Bang! After a brief moment of astonishment, the golden horned ant was instantly enraged. It let out a sharp shriek of fierce light flashing in its eyes. Then its strong hand clenched into a fist accompanied by a whooshing sound as it retaliated with a punch colliding head-on with Chu Han's attack. However, it clearly underestimated the strength of the human opposite. Chu Han was sent staggering backward. Chu Han pressed the advantage his continuous strikes, leaving the golden horned ant unable to defend itself, not noticing the old sixth behind it. Bang! A massive minotaur totem struck the golden horned ant's head, breaking one of its golden antennae. The loud sound echoed throughout the passage, yet the golden horned ant's head appeared quite resilient. It remained upright, not falling down, but the real lethal blow came not from the sneaky minotaur, but from an arrow from the side. Swish, swish, swish. Always lurking nearby, Saxia seized the opportunity, launching 2 arrows she had aimed at for a long time. The 2 arrows, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, cut through the air like 2 burning meteors, precisely hitting the golden horned ant's head. The arrowheads embedded deep within flames ignited on the golden horned ant's head, emitting a sizzling sound. Angered by this sudden attack, the golden horned ant roared in fury, wildly shaking its head in an attempt to shake off the 2 deeply embedded arrows and the irritating flames. But Chu Han and Jack would not let this great opportunity slip by their massive fists, and the minotaur totem struck simultaneously on the golden horned ant's head. Under the onslaught of the 2 immense forces, the golden horned ant's head burst apart like fireworks with a loud bang. This golden horned ant isn't all that impressive, yet it's the overlord of the 6th level. Lin Dongxing mumbled from the back, but Jack held an opposing opinion. Its strength has earned my respect. To withstand Jack's headshot and still stand tall is already a feat. Jack remarked, the passage filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. The crisis of the golden horned ant was thus alleviated. The originally tense and oppressive ambience was swept away, replaced by relaxation and joy. What is this smell? Why do I smell something strange coming from the golden horned ant? Chu Han's nose twitched. This scent was quite peculiar, one he had never encountered before. There's no smell at all. Could it be that this golden horned ant lost control of its bowels before dying? Old Chu, is your nose that sensitive? Lin Dongsheng and Jack circled around the golden horned ant, but found nothing unusual. Lin Dongsheng even poked it with a knife, confirming that the golden horned ant was undeniably dead. Suddenly, the sound of countless heavy and chaotic footsteps surged like a tide from all directions. The sound grew closer, carrying a chilling sense of pressure. The expressions of the group changed drastically, a flicker of panic flashing in their eyes. Almost instinctively, they exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, turned around, sprinting madly back the way they came. Lin Dongxing, quickly use your earth escape technique to take us away. No way, Saxia, my earth escape technique can only take 2 people at most, and it requires time to charge. The group's expressions changed slightly. They were blocked in front and pursued from behind. What to do now? Chu Han gritted his teeth and made a decision. Then Dongxing, you take Jack and Saxia to retreat first. I'll stay behind to hold them off. But there's no but about it. You know my defensive power. Even if I can't win, I can hold on for a long time. You 3 can't. If this swarm of golden horned ants swarms you, you'll be torn apart. Lin Dongxing hesitated for a moment, grabbing Saxia and Jack with each hand, a layer of light slowly rising. Although Lin Dongsheng was reluctant to abandon his brothers, he understood that what Chu Han said was indeed the best plan. Old Chu, hang in there, I will come back to save you. Rest assured, I won't die easily in such a dark place. Chu Han glanced at the 3 about to be enveloped in light, then turned to charge towards the swarm of golden horned ants surging like a tide. His long hair flowed wildly as he sprinted. Bang! Chu Han plunged into the surging horde of golden horned ants like an enraged lion. His eyes burned with endless fury, his body erupting with a power akin to a volcanic explosion fueled by the secret technique blood ignition. This mysterious technique seemed to unlock a forbidden door, injecting boundless power into his being. He could feel his blood burning, each drop transforming into energy that nourished him. Chu Han's fist was like a heavy hammer forged from steel, each swing accompanied by a whistling sound. The 2 golden horned ants in front were sent flying by his punch, crashing into the swarm behind, only to be replaced by more golden horned ants surging forward. Chu Han grabbed a golden horned ant by its antenna, yanked it violently, and smashed it to the ground, then stomped down hard, the ant's rigid shell cracking crisply beneath his foot. Another golden horned ant attacked from the side, its sharp pincers glinting menacingly. Chu Han remained calm, swinging his arm to deflect the attack, and immediately countered with an elbow strike to the ant's head. The golden horned ant staggered from the blow, but quickly lunged at him again. With a roar, Chu Han unleashed a surge of power, gripping the ant's body and forcefully tearing it apart as the creature let out a pained screech. In that moment, Chu Han resembled a war god, cutting through the swarm of golden horned ants with ease, leaving fallen ants in his wake. His body was drenched in the blood of golden horned ants and his own sweat. Yet he did not flinch, using his fists to slay every foe. Though his violet armor absorbed all the damage, it had now become tattered. The once resplendent purple scales were now marred with scratches and dents. Huff huff. Chu Han gasped heavily, finding himself alone in the corridor, the remaining golden-horned ants all fallen in pools of golden blood. Before he could catch his breath, the golden-horned ants from behind had already pursued him, while a new wave advanced from the front. At this point, Chu Han was no longer at his peak. The previous battle had drained much of his stamina. His breathing had become heavy, and rapid sweat soaking through his clothes, dripping continuously down his cheeks. The ground trembled. With a powerful kick, Chu Han struck the boundary between the 5th and 6th layers of the abyss, causing the thick soil to crack open with numerous fissures. The cracks spread rapidly like a spider web, and the tremendous force caused the ground around to tremble violently, sending dirt and debris flying. Before the golden-horned ants could react, they fell alongside Chu Han into the 6th layer of the abyss. With a loud bang, Chu Han and the golden-horned ants crashed heavily onto the ground of the 6th layer, a cloud of dust billowing into the air. Chu Han quickly rose to his feet. This drop of over 10 meters wouldn't kill him. However, it was evident that it wouldn't kill the golden-horned ants either, as they swarmed around him, leaving him no escape. Unlike the previous 5 layers, the 6th layer of the abyss was expansive, illuminated by a faint glow. Chu Han stood ready, his muscles taut like a drawn bowstring, poised to respond to any incoming attack. Strangely, although the golden-horned ants surrounded him, they showed no intention of attacking, standing obediently, as if waiting for a command. Chu Han felt a deep sense of confusion, yet he dared not relax for a moment, keeping his eyes fixed on the golden-horned ants, vigilant to their every movement. Soon the golden-horned ant swarm erupted into chaos, the cacophony breaking the silence of the space. The ants began to part, creating a pathway. A creature larger than the ordinary golden-horned ants slowly emerged from the parted ranks. Its steps were steady and powerful, each stride exuding a sense of authority. Its shell glimmered with an even more dazzling light, and unlike the ordinary golden-horned ants that only had golden antennae, this one also had a golden head, clearly the leader of the swarm. Zhi. The golden-horned ant leader's compound eyes sparkled with a strange light as it curiously regarded Chu Han. In its decades of existence, this was the first time it had seen a human. Before it stood Chu Han, a stark contrast to any creature it had previously encountered. His tall frame appeared especially jarring in this space, akin to an unyielding mountain. The golden-horned ant leader pondered internally, calculating that with such a large stature, the firm muscles beneath must be tender. It imagined presenting such prey to the queen, knowing she would be immensely pleased. Meanwhile, Chu Han was also assessing the golden-horned ant leader, who clearly surpassed the ordinary golden-horned ants in strength, likely a 4th or even 5th-tier beast, yet it was his only chance for escape. As the old saying goes, capture the leader before the followers. Chu Han's gaze hardened. If he were to face hundreds of golden-horned ants, even if they stood still for him to kill, he wouldn't be able to finish them off. The overwhelming numerical advantage was an insurmountable mountain, but this golden-horned ant leader, though powerful, could potentially be defeated at the right moment, creating an opportunity for him to escape. Zhi. The golden-horned ant leader watched as Chu Han's fist came swinging, raising a pincer nonchalantly to intercept it. Though the punch carried formidable force, upon contact with the leader's pincer it felt as though it had struck an indestructible wall. Although the human's strength was impressive, the gap between them was simply too vast. Chu Han's expression changed. His vitality had reached 756 points, and in Titan form his full power strike exceeded 3,000 kilograms of force, which would be difficult even for a 4th-tier beast to withstand. Yet the leader effortlessly blocked the punch, indicating it was at least a 5th-tier beast. However, Chu Han was not hopeless. He still had one final trick. Before leaving Mou City, he had specifically sought out a charging station to recharge himself. Under the astonished gaze of the charging station staff, Chu Han placed the charging plug he usually used for his car onto himself, receiving a continuous flow of electrical power, which was then absorbed by the Thunder Pearl within him. He only stopped when the Thunder Pearl became overloaded and could no longer absorb any more electricity. Of course, he had paid for it. The recharge cost him 7658 Xiao coins, proving that charging wasn't cheap. At that moment, the golden-horned ant leader had grabbed Chu Han's hands, preparing to take him to the queen's palace. Zizi. Suddenly, electric arcs erupted from Chu Han's hands, the faint purple lightning flickering with a mysterious glow in the dim space. The golden-horned ant leader glanced at the lightning in Chu Han's hands, unimpressed, and shrugged. To it, such a feeble energy posed no threat whatsoever. But then Chu Han transformed into an enormous power bank, with the Thunder Pearl continuously releasing a powerful current. His body became a conductive medium, channeling an overwhelming current that surged relentlessly into the golden-horned ant leader. The current instantly intensified, crashing violently within the ant leader's body. Its eyes widened in terror, unable to comprehend that Chu Han had such a hidden power. The intense current surged chaotically inside it, causing immense suffering. It struggled to break free from Chu Han's grasp, but Chu Han held on tightly, offering no chance of escape. The roar of the current echoed throughout the sixth layer of the abyss, resembling a furious storm. Under the relentless assault of the violent electric current, the body of the golden-horned ant leader gradually turned charred black. The current flickered and danced upon its hardened exoskeleton, emitting a pungent, burnt smell. Its limbs began to twitch, and its massive pincers hung limply, the once glimmering compound eyes losing their luster. Finally, with a dull thud, the golden-horned ant leader collapsed. Its enormous body crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The surrounding golden-horned ants watched in terror, momentarily at a loss. Chu Han stood there slightly panting, gazing at the electrocuted leader, a surge of victorious joy swelling within him. But he also understood that this battle was not yet over. These golden-horned ants could launch another attack at any moment. A strange occurrence unfolded. Although the golden-horned ants were in disarray, they did not take any action. They fidgeted restlessly in place, their antennae waving incessantly, as if communicating something, yet it remained incomprehensible. They neither fled in fear as if bound by an invisible force, nor did they rush forward to avenge their leader, instead standing there dumbfounded, watching him. The pulse of energy enveloped Chu Han like a surging tide. Come to me. A mysterious voice echoed in Chu Han's mind, as if emanating from a distant void, carrying an irresistible allure. Chu Han felt a daze take over his mind as the intense mental wave transformed into an invisible cage, instantly imprisoning his consciousness. His gaze became hollow and bewildered, akin to a soulless marionette mechanically walking westward. His steps were stiff and rhythmic, as if drawn by some mysterious force. The golden-horned ants seemed to have received some silent command, retreating to the sides, actively clearing a path for him. The dark mass of ants parted like a tide, forming a narrow passageway. In the passage, Chu Han walked expressionlessly, his figure appearing particularly eerie in the dim light. Huff, huff. Chu Han gasped heavily, as if trying to draw strength from the air, the heavy breaths flooding the entire space like a tide. The sensation from earlier was too terrifying. He could still feel his body, sense the surrounding environment, yet could not control his movements. That feeling of powerlessness was like a giant black hand tightly gripping his throat, nearly suffocating him. He felt as if he had become an observer, helplessly watching his body being manipulated by a mysterious force moving toward an unknown direction. Fortunately, he regained control over his body. Chu Han clenched his fists tightly, feeling every inch of his muscles, a strong sense of joy and relief surging within him. He never wanted to experience that sense of helplessness again. Come and don't make me waste my strength again. Chu Han stood quietly, his eyes fixed on the cave before him. The cave was dark and deep, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast, emanating a mysterious and dangerous aura. He couldn't help but swallow hard, an indescribable tension and fear surging within him. He knew that there must be a terrifying golden-horned ant inside. That powerful mental wave was emanating from this cave, and he was drawn here by that very force. This unknown entity possessed a power he could not resist, that damned feeling of powerlessness. Chu Han's face turned ashen as he stepped into the cave. Inside the cave, a gigantic golden-horned ant over 30 meters long lay on the ground, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. No, it shouldn't be called a golden-horned ant. Its golden body resembled a work of art carved from gold. Not only did it lack the grotesque appearance of a golden-horned ant, but it also possessed a strange beauty. Chu Han had never seen such a beautiful and powerful creature, filling him with confusion and unease. Thank you for your compliment, human. Chu Han was bewildered. He hadn't spoken at all. I can sense your thoughts, which is why I can communicate with you. Let's have a chat. Oh, I want to know what life on the surface is like, and what your human race is like. Chu Han scratched his head, realizing that he was no longer in immediate danger, so he began to explain the life on the surface to the golden-horned ant queen. So you humans no longer harbor animosity towards other races. I remember a long time ago, a large group of humans invaded our territory, ruthlessly slaughtering my children. It was truly terrifying. My children united and finally drove those humans out of our homeland, but we suffered heavy losses as a result. The golden creature's eyes were filled with anger and sorrow, its massive body trembling slightly, as if recalling those painful memories. Yes, your majesty, from what I've seen, various races coexist harmoniously in MOU City. Bull-headed people, winged people, fox tribes, werewolves, and so on all live well in MOU City. Any race that possesses wisdom and is willing to abide by the laws of MOU City can settle there. A beautiful and powerful being like you, as long as you are willing to extend goodwill towards humans, can surely join us in MOU City. How about this? I am willing to take the lead and do my part to help you join MOU City. That's wonderful. I have longed to leave this dim underground world for a long time, but unfortunately I am about to die, and have no chance to see the scenery on the surface. Chu Han quickly lowered his head to avoid incurring the golden-horned ant queen's wrath. In fact, while explaining the world above to her, he had already sensed something was amiss. Beside the golden-horned ant queen lay a corpse. This corpse belonged to an unknown creature, but judging by its massive skeleton, it must have been no ordinary being when it was alive. Moreover, the right half of the golden-horned ant queen's body had completely vanished. Chu Han initially thought that was how she was supposed to look, but now it appeared she had been injured by a nearby beast. Yes, you guessed 80% correctly. I was at the critical moment of giving birth, about to bring forth the strongest ruler of my golden-horned ant clan. But that damned centipede unexpectedly ambushed me. Although I ordered my children to search for food everywhere, attempting to harness that energy to heal my wounds, my injuries were just too severe. Well, that's enough chit-chat. Human, do you want to live or die here? Make your choice. Chu Han's eyes flickered. This golden-horned ant queen needed something from him, and it seemed his life could be spared. My child cannot perish here. I will give him all my remaining energy to help him be born into this world. And you need to take my child to the surface and care for him well, until he possesses the power to protect himself. He should not live in this dark underground world like I did. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I swear that as long as I have something to eat, I will never let him go hungry. After a long while, the golden-horned ant queen laid a white egg radiating a gentle glow, as if it contained endless vitality and hope. Soon after, a faint cracking sound was heard as a small golden ant slowly crawled out of the egg. Its tiny body emitted a pure light, warm and dazzling like the rising sun. The little ant stared blankly at Chu Han, its gem-like eyes filled with curiosity and innocence. Chu Han was also stunned by the appearance of this small ant. He quietly observed it, then reached out his hand to gently touch this adorable little creature. However, the little ant clearly did not appreciate the gesture and bit Chu Han fiercely. He quickly withdrew his finger, surprised that this newborn creature had such sharp teeth that could pierce his skin. It should be noted that even a second-tier spiritual energy user like Lin Dongsheng could not breach his defenses or harm him. The little golden ant looked towards its mother, enveloped in warm mental energy. Go on, he is your father. Follow him into the outside world and explore. The little golden ant looked at Chu Han in confusion, then back at its mother, wondering why its father and mother looked so different. Yet being so young, it did not have much opinion and chose to obey its mother. Thus, the little golden ant climbed onto Chu Han's broad shoulder and found a comfortable spot to settle down. Go on, take him to the world above. You will not encounter any more troubles along the way. The golden-horned ant queen lay quietly, her massive body resembling a silent mountain. Soon the body of the golden-horned ant queen began to shrink, her once brilliant golden shell losing its luster, becoming dull and lifeless. Her body shrank at a visible pace, as if eroded by some special energy. Each segment of her shell gradually withered, as if the life force was rapidly draining from her being. As time passed, the queen's body became smaller, eventually turning to ashes. The fine ashes fell gently like snowflakes, disappearing into the soil, without leaving a trace, as though she had never existed. On the way back, all the golden-horned ants looked at the little golden ant on Chu Han's shoulder, kneeling slowly. The bloodline suppression signaled to them that this was their king. Meanwhile, Lin Dongsheng had managed to send Jieka and Xiao back to the fourth layer, where the patrolling soldiers immediately checked their identities and announced their elimination. However, at this moment, Lin Dongsheng was not concerned about elimination. He just wanted to return to save Chu Han. Who would have thought that the swarm of golden-horned ants would chase them to the fourth layer, driving the last few surviving students up as well? Report, the golden-horned ants have charged to the fourth layer. Please prepare for interception as soon as possible. Seeing soldiers behind them with pursuers, Lin Dongsheng and the others had no choice but to continue running upwards. In the first layer of the abyss, the atmosphere was tense and heavy. The guards above watched closely below, anxiously awaiting the safe evacuation of Lin Dongsheng and the last batch of survivors. When they finally saw Lin Dongsheng and the others disappear into the safe zone, their taut nerves relaxed instantly, but immediately after they sprang into action with the utmost speed. Without hesitation, the guards ignited the fuel they had prepared in advance. In an instant, flames roared up like a wild beast, engulfing the first layer once again. The intense flames soared into the sky as if they wanted to burn the entire abyss to ashes. The high temperature and thick smoke filled the air, making it nearly impossible to breathe. The golden-horned ants were blocked by this wall of fire, angrily waving their pincers in an attempt to break through, but the power of the flames forced them to retreat begrudgingly. Calm down, right now with the fire covering the way back, you can't return. You can burrow underground, but you cannot burrow through fire. Xiao pulled Lin Dongsheng, preventing him from running back. Some were joyful while others were troubled. Just as the safely evacuating students were filled with joy, some sharp-eyed individuals pointed at the fire, and said, "Look, a golden-horned ant has broken through." A gasp broke the brief silence. The guards' expressions changed, and their nerves tightened once again. The soldiers quickly raised their weapons. The sound of unsheathing blades echoed in the air. They fixed their gaze in that direction, seeing a figure over 5 meters tall, crossing the sea of flames, slowly approaching. That massive form appeared particularly majestic in the glow of the fire. "Old Chu." Lin Dongsheng's excited voice echoed in the air as he waved his hands, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Others might not recognize him, but how could he not recognize this familiar figure? Chu Han had his palms together, the little golden ant obediently lying in his hands as he walked through the flames. The flames raged around them, but Chu Han appeared remarkably calm. For someone who had once bathed in lava, this fire posed no significant threat. He strode steadily toward Lin Dongsheng and the others. "Dongsheng, are you three all right? Old Chu, you're incredible. You not only broke through the golden-horned ant swarm, but also kidnapped a little golden ant. Indeed, Brother Chu, from now on I, old Neo, will bow to no one but you." Suo Xia didn't say much, but her beautiful eyes reflected her astonishment at Chu Han's strength. Chu Han looked at the little golden ant in his hands, pondered for a moment, and said, "Since you will be following me from now on, you shall take my surname Chu, and your name will be simply Jean." The little golden ant seemed to understand Chu Han's words, slightly nodded its small head, and then reached out its tiny antennae to gently touch Chu Han's finger, accepting this new name. "All students, please leave the abyss quickly and take the bus back to MOU City. The specific results will be announced the day after tomorrow. Oh, please do not worry." This voice echoed around the abyss, clearly reaching everyone's ears. The students began to move their faces, showing signs of fatigue, greeting each other as they walked orderly toward the direction of the bus. In the bustling crowd, the four of them boarded the bus. They had arrived in the roar of the engine, breaking the momentary silence. Outside the window, the abyss gradually receded, replaced by a vast expanse of wilderness. In the conference room of MOU City No. 1 middle school, 4 vice principals were holding a struggle session, and the target of criticism was one of the vice principals, Zhang Su. "Old Zhang, this plan was proposed by you, and now the school has lost a low-grade spirit weapon. You must take responsibility for this." "Yes, I thought it was unreliable back then, and now it has indeed gone awry. How are we supposed to explain this to the old principal?" Zhang Su glared at the 3 old fellows across from him, remembering how enthusiastic they were when he proposed the plan, all approving it unanimously. Now that something has gone wrong, they all want to shift the blame onto him. "It's too late to pass the buck now. This plan was approved by all 4 of us, and now that there's a problem, you want to throw all the responsibility on me. Even if I was willing, do you think the old principal would believe it?" The 3 were taken aback. Although the old principal was over 200 years old, he was still sharp as ever. Thinking it over, they realized they couldn't escape being punished either. "Old Zhang, you are the most resourceful. What do you suggest?" "At this point, I have 2 plans. First, we 4 will share the losses caused by this spirit weapon equally." "No way. No way. No way." Before Zhang Su could finish, he was met with unanimous opposition from the 3. Then there's no choice but to go with Plan B. "Dear students, due to an unexpected incident, the golden ant has breached the abyss. The last few students to finish this ranking competition are tied for 10th place, each receiving a contribution of 4,000 points. The additional contribution rewards for the top 3 and the low-grade spirit weapon for the first place are cancelled." This message caused a stir among the students. "Brother Chu, something's wrong." Chu Han, who was soaking in molten lava in an artificial volcano, looked up at Jekko above. The scorching heat of the molten lava surrounded him, reddening his skin. Recently, he had truly grown fond of this artificial volcano, though every immersion allowed him to feel the surge and growth of his vitality. Little Jean, the little golden ant who was sunbathing on a tree, heard Chu Han's call and jumped directly from the trunk onto his hair. "What's wrong, Jekka? It's rare to see you so anxious." "Something's wrong, Brother Chu. Those old folks are up to something. They directly canceled your first-place reward. They want to deprive you of your low-grade spirit weapon." Chu Han quickly took Jeek's phone and glanced at the message. "Brother Chu, where are you going? Stay calm. Those old folks are all 7th-grade spiritualists. You can't handle them." "I'm not an idiot. I'm going to find outside help." After saying that, Chu Han hurried back to the temporary residence of Vice Principal Han Shua. "This is outrageous. These old fellows have no shame at all. I'm going to talk to them." Half an hour later, Han Shua returned with a bruised face. "Are you okay, Principal Han?" "Calm down, Chu Han. Those old fellows are too much. Tomorrow I will go to the MOU city government to protest and find connections. I can't let them withhold your spirit weapon." Chu Han was dumbfounded and could only leave Han Shua's residence helplessly. Ultimately, they were too weak, allowing others to bully them. "How did it go, Brother Chu? Is the outside help reliable?" Jeek's anxious voice echoed in the air. However, Chu Han replied with a slight shake of his head. "That's normal. Brother Chu, how long has it been since you came to MOU City? How many people can you know? Come on, let's go to my house for dinner." Jekka dragged Chu Han towards his home without giving him a chance to refuse. After all, Jeek's family's barbecue portions were generous and delicious. At the dining table, the little golden ant was furiously gnawing on a chicken leg, completely oblivious to anything else in the world. Despite his small size, he was unleashing an astonishing amount of energy, his appetite rivaling that of jailing the 1-meter-3 Minotaur. Jedi finished the battle in 3 minutes and 24 seconds, then picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Little Chu, I heard from Jekka about your situation. Don't be disheartened. That's how this world is, whether in the savage wasteland where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, or in the seemingly orderly blue star, everything ultimately boils down to who has the bigger fist. In the face of absolute power, all morals, rules, and emotions are mere clouds. When our Minotaur tribe first moved to Mou City, Jedi fell into memories. Over 80 years ago, their Minotaur tribe suffered a disaster from giant pythons in the savage wasteland. With no choice but to survive, the hundreds of Minotaurs that remained had to leave their homeland under the leadership of the old chief and come to this so-called peaceful blue star. The newly arrived Minotaur tribe was not eloquent and was assigned to the most dilapidated area, often bullied by the people of Mou City, and even other migrating alien races would step on them. After enduring for several years, the young Jedi finally reached a small success in the Diamond Realm, and with skin as tough as iron, he beat the 6th and 7th grade experts of Mou City, gaining a reputation in the city. Sorry, I tend to reminisce as I get older. I Jedi still have some influence in Mou City, so let me communicate with them. Yes, Brother Chu, my dad has been in Mou City for decades. This is not a trivial matter. Chu Han's frown relaxed. Right, how could he forget about the Minotaur tribe? They had been in Mou City for nearly 100 years, and they were indeed local power. Knock, knock. Come in. Xuanwu looked up towards the door and saw a nearly 5-meter Minotaur bending down to squeeze in. Fortunately, the buildings in Mou City were constructed on a larger scale to accommodate alien races who otherwise Jedi wouldn't have been able to enter. Hello, Vice Principal Zhang. I am Jedi, the chief of the Minotaurs. I came to discuss the reward for the first place in the ranking competition. After all, little Chu was the last one to emerge after crossing the sea of fire in front of everyone. This first place rightly belongs to him, don't you agree? Xuanwu glanced at the Chu Han behind him, and then at the strong Minotaur Jedi in front of him, realizing that the visitor was not here for friendly terms, and he alone couldn't overpower Jedi. It's like this. It's understandable, but I am just a vice principal and can't make decisions. Then you should call those who can make decisions here. Jedi's words cut off Zhang's excuse. 10 minutes later, the 4 vice principals gathered together. Seeing that his side was fully present, Xuanwu felt more confident and began to speak more assertively. That's how it is, Mr. Jedi. After discussion among the 4 of us, our answer is not possible. Jedi glanced at the now assertive Xuanwu, said nothing, and walked towards the door. Xuanwu let out a sigh of relief, but soon his smile turned gloomy as he saw Jedi stop at the door, remove his glasses, and hand them to Jekka. Jekka, take little Chu and leave first. I will talk some sense into the other vice principals. Jekka nodded, took the glasses, and then closed the door quickly, dragging Chu Han downstairs. What do you think you're doing? I warn you. We 4 together could even challenge a 9th rank expert. Don't bring ruin upon yourself. Jada's massive frame steadily advanced toward the 4. Xuanwu and the others felt overwhelming pressure. Jada's reputation was no stranger to them. Rumors claimed that decades ago he had been hailed as invincible among 8th rank cultivators, undefeated across Mou City, until the venerable principal himself intervened and barely edged him out, curbing his arrogance. No choice then. Since you're so unyielding, I'll have to reason with you another way. Outside the building, Jada and Chu Han had already stepped onto the open ground. Uncle Jada, you've got your glasses on. Surely they're more than just decoration. Chu Han exclaimed in astonishment. He'd always seen Jada in a suit and spectacles, genuinely assuming he suffered from myopia. You wouldn't understand. My father wears glasses to look more scholarly. Boom. Just as Chu Han and Jada chatted idly outside, a massive hole burst through Xuanwu's office wall, and a figure shot across the sky like a meteor, hurtling swiftly into the distance. Wasn't that Vice Principal Xuanwu? That old wretch. Looks like he's just been dealt with by my father. Inside, the building staff, immersed in their work, were jolted upright by the sudden thunderous crash. The blast struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly shattering the office's serene calm. For a breathless moment, everyone froze, heartbeats seeming to skip, before leaping up in shock and curiosity, rushing out en masse to witness the spectacle. Footsteps and hushed murmurs tangled together. A minute later, combat erupted anew, this time with cataclysmic force, shaking the very world around them. With a deafening roar, 2/3 of the teaching building collapsed in an instant, sending plumes of dust billowing skyward. Bricks, tiles, and rubble rained down, a sight that chilled the blood. As onlookers stood stunned, a figure hurtled backward like a severed kite, so fast no one could react. Then came a heavy, muffled thud, The figure slammed violently into the landscaped green belt, flattening a swath of shrubbery. Bystanders gasped sharply, staring in horror. "Vice Principal Lin, are you all right?" A female staffer's cry pierced the stunned silence. Hearing her cry, the crowd snapped back to awareness and rushed toward the green belt. Everyone scrambled to lift Vice Principal Lin to his feet, faces etched with urgent concern. Lin now stood pale, and dust streaked his body, marked with scrapes. "Cough, cough, I'm fine. How is old Zhang?" But scarcely had the words left his lips when he vomited a gout of crimson blood, splattering violently through the air and staining the white robes of the person before him. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Had Vice Principal Zhang also been beaten? None of them had seen it. Reporting Vice Principal Lin, Vice Principal Zhang was just flung away. Judging by trajectory, he must have landed over a kilometer off. Lin turned toward the speaker, only to find a minotaur answering with solemn gravity. Instantly, another torrent of blood surged from his mouth. This time the white-robed man had learned his lesson, standing clear of Lin. The blood fell harmlessly onto the grass. "You're my little apple, like the loveliest cloud at heaven's edge." Amidst the chaos, Lin Yi's phone rang, an abrupt, jarring chime. Someone nearby hastily fished it from his trouser pocket and answered. A weary voice came through the line, "Old Lin, let it go. Just hand over the spirit artifacts they want. It's as if we've labored 2 full years for nothing." A complex expression crossed Lin Yi's face, resentment, resignation, hesitation. Then a long sigh escaped him. "Very well. When one holds the cleaver and the other lies as fish upon the board, give them what they seek." In the ruins, Jiada stood motionless, holding Wang Hongfei aloft like a salted fish, limp, lifeless, discarded without care. Across from him, Zhao Shi spoke with bitter resignation. "Brother Jiada, old Lin has agreed. The vote passed 3-10. Please set old Wang down. He's nearly suffocating." Jiada glanced down at Wang Hongfei. His face flushed crimson, eyes rolled white, as indeed near the brink of asphyxiation. Jiada paused, then slowly lowered Wang Hongfei. "Old Wang, are you all right? Still breathing? Since you're not dead yet, hand over the spirit artifacts. Now." 60 or 70 years old, yet acting like a petulant child. "Do you have no shame?" Zhao Shi and Wang Hongfei flushed deeply. Having failed miserably, they'd even taken a beating for nothing. "Master, that old ox is insufferable. He's humiliating our entire school." Zhang Su's face burned with fury, his eyes blazing with incandescent rage. After being punched airborne by Jiada, he realized the gulf between them was immeasurable, no contest at all. So he fled straight to the rear mountains seeking aid. Before him sat by Fa Lao Ruan, white-haired, serene, and effortlessly painting. None other than Shangwan Yun, principal of Moyu City No. 1 middle school for 107 years, a 9th-rank expert. The elder sat utterly composed, his silver hair drifting softly in the breeze, brush strokes fluid and unhurried, as though worldly turmoil held no sway over him. His brush stilled. Zhang Su's eyes lit up. Hope surged within him, convinced the elder would finally intervene. He watched, breath-held eyes brimming with desperate longing, only for the elder's next act to crush his hopes entirely. The elder gently tore the half-finished painting, shreds fluttering silently into the wind, then calmly picked up his brush once more and began anew. Seeing the elder unmoved, Zhang Su wasted no words. Kneeling, he began kowtowing to the floor. He knew Shangwan Yun, well, compassionate, soft-hearted, unable to bear such abject pleading. Each bow echoed in silence as Zhang Su prayed inwardly, begging the elder's heart to soften, to rise in his defense. His forehead reddened and swelled, but he paid it no mind. In that moment, only one thought consumed him: to enlist the elder's aid and wash away this disgrace. "Alas, why must you suffer so?" The elder sighed, voice heavy with sorrow. "Jiada withdrew from the martial world 30 years ago to cultivate tranquility. This time you must have provoked him first, else he would never have lifted a finger. Apologize where due. Compensate where required. Go now." With a gentle wave, the elder dismissed him, but Zhang Su refused to budge, rooted in place, jaw clenched with stubborn resolve. "Master, you cannot let this stand. Jiada's arrogance knows no bounds. If we fail to teach him a lesson, how shall we ever hold our heads high in Moyu City?" A torrent of surging energy erupted, fierce spiritual energy howling like a gale, hurling Zhang Su violently into the courtyard. Zhang Su tumbled helplessly, scrambling upright in disarray, just as the elder's voice drifted serenely, "That old ox Jiada, thick-skinned and tough. 30 years ago, I still held slight dominion over him. But I am aged now, and my vital essence wanes with each passing day, while he remains in his prime power at its zenith. Do you understand?" His tone carried quiet melancholy and irrevocable truth. Zhang Su stood frozen in the courtyard, absorbing the elder's words, complex emotions rising within him, understanding inevitability, the stark reality of his own inferiority against Jiada. Yet resentment still burned fiercely in his chest, unquenchable, unrelenting. The wind settled. Silence descended. And with a final defeated sigh, Su walked away. In front of the yard, sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. A 2-meter-tall old white ape sits quietly in a rocking chair which appears somewhat small beneath its massive frame. The old white ape is fully engrossed in the book in its hands, its furry large hand gently flipping the pages as if immersed in a different world. It slightly lowers its head with a focused and profound gaze, occasionally furrowing its brows as if pondering the content of the book. Xiao hesitated for a moment, but thought that although the old white ape was of the 8th rank, it had an introverted personality, preferring to quietly read rather than engage in conflict, and fearing it could not defeat the old bull beside it, so he abandoned his obsession. This is Jita, the chief of the Minotaur clan, and next to him is Chu Han, the first-place winner of this ranking competition. According to the rules, he can enter the treasury to select a low-grade spirit weapon. The white ape lifted its head to glance at Chu Han, then put down the book and opened the door. "Come in." Chu Han followed the white ape into the yard, the stone path beneath his feet glistening slightly in the sunlight. They arrived in front of a house, the door ancient and simple, while inside were displayed a dozen weapons. These are the low-grade spirit weapons prepared by Mr. Shangwan for the students. Once there were over 100 spirit weapons here, but as time passed, each year a student would come to take one away, and now only 13 weapons remain. Perhaps in another 12 years this place will become a storage area for miscellaneous items. Chu Han circled the room where there were knives, swords, spears, and staffs, all quite decent spirit weapons, but unfortunately these weapons were too light, feeling like toys in his hands. "Teacher Ape, is there a larger and heavier weapon here? These are too light for me." Chu Han's gaze swept over the 13 low-grade spirit weapons, but he was imagining the feeling of holding a more formidable and heavier weapon. The old white ape was taken aback for a moment, then quietly regarded Chu Han, its profound eyes seemingly reflecting a hint of contemplation. "There is indeed a weapon that meets your requirement for spiritual energy, but are you pursuing physical refinement? It's rare to see a student who focuses on physical refinement, and I have never encountered one who could achieve first place," the white ape said, leading Chu Han back to the yard. Bang! The white ape suddenly punched the ground, its massive fist carrying astonishing power as it collided with the surface. A dull thud echoed, and the ground shook violently, soon beginning to collapse. Amidst the swirling dust, a heavy sword approximately 3 meters long slowly emerged. The sword's blade was broad, emanating an ancient and heavy aura. Mysterious patterns adorned the blade, revealing themselves intermittently amidst the dust. Chu Han's gaze was fixed on this heavy sword, his eyes shimmering with surprise and excitement. He could sense the immense power contained within it, as if it had been forged specifically for him. The white ape observed Chu Han's reaction and nodded, saying, "This sword is indeed too heavy, so no student has chosen it. I also dislike it taking up space, hence I left it here. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have nearly forgotten its existence. This sword is named Wufeng. It was crafted by the dwarf master Hela during his visit to Blue Star for exchange and learning, inspired by the phrase a heavy sword, without a sharp edge, great skill in simplicity that he read. You might as well give it a try and see if it suits you." Chu Han reached out to grasp the Wufeng sword. However, the weight of the sword was much more than he had anticipated. He had thought he could easily control the sword with one hand due to his strength, but to his surprise, despite his efforts, the Wufeng sword did not budge an inch. Chu Han was astonished by the sword's incredible weight, then exerted all his strength with both hands before he was finally able to lift the heavy sword. Feeling the heavy weight with both hands, Chu Han's eyes sparkled with excitement. This Wufeng sword weighs 2,465 kilograms. Being able to lift it is already impressive. The white ape looked at Chu Han with a hint of admiration in its eyes. "But you need to practice further, merely lifting it is not enough. This sword is heavy and hard, incomparable to ordinary weapons. Even if the blade is damaged, it can automatically absorb spiritual energy for self-repair. Of course, it is only a low-grade spirit weapon, so do not have excessively high expectations for its self-repair capabilities." With a creak, the door opened again, and Chu Han joyfully walked out with the Wufeng sword on his shoulder. Jita looked at the 3-meter-long heavy sword, and then thought of the totem he usually used, immediately feeling envious. "Brother Jita, look, Chu Han has already received his prize, hasn't he? Don't worry, I still have to hurry back to prepare for class. I don't have so much time to waste on you." Jita waved his hand, leading Chu Han and Jack away from the school. In the distance, 2 people quietly watched Chu Han's departing figure. "Xiao, didn't I tell you? With that old bull around, your student won't suffer any losses." "But Uncle Xiao, so let's leave this matter as it is. Look, those 4 were also beaten by that old bull and are injured even worse than you." Han Shuo felt reluctant, but the external assistance he sought was unwilling to engage in further conflict, so he could only leave helplessly. Back at the Minotaur neighborhood, Chu Han was like a child who had just received a new toy, swinging the Wufeng sword lightly, feeling the whistle of the sword wind. Then he carefully examined the patterns on the sword's body. He was immersed in this joy, forgetting everything around him. Xiao Chu, do not overly rely on external objects, especially weapons. Although weapons can aid you in battle, true strength comes from your own power and the firmness of your heart. If you rely too heavily on weapons, losing them could land you in trouble. You must continually sharpen yourself, becoming a true powerhouse rather than solely relying on a weapon. Seeing that Chu Han was not listening, Jita felt it was his duty as an elder to guide the younger generation on the right path. Xiao Chu, now that you have acquired a sharp weapon, I suppose you want to experience its power. Uncle Jita, what do you mean? Jita stood up, took off his glasses, and beckoned Chu Han with a finger. Come attack me with all your might, and let me see how powerful your woofing sword is. Chu Han looked at him, a surge of intense fighting spirit rising within him. Transforming into his Titan form, he tightly gripped the woofing sword, feeling the heaviness and power emanating from it. Do not worry about hurting me. If a little brat like you can injure me, then all my years of training would be for nothing. Chu Han gripped the hilt firmly, secretly mobilizing all his strength to launch an attack. With a bang, the woofing sword seemed to strike an indestructible wall. The immense recoil from the blade made Chu Han's arms tingle. He widened his eyes, staring at Jita's unharmed palm. Although he knew Jita was much stronger than him, he did not expect that his full-force swing of the woofing sword would leave not even a trace on Jita's palm. This is the mastery of skin refinement in the diamond realm. My skin is harder than all the metals on Blue Star, and those below the 8th rank cannot even inflict the slightest harm on me. Then, with a surge of blood energy, Jita seemed to be enveloped by a powerful force. He suddenly swung a punch down towards the ground. With a tremendous boom, a powerful shockwave instantly spread from the ground. The shockwave surged like a torrent, carrying unstoppable force outward. Chu Han barely had time to react before being struck by the powerful shockwave. He felt a massive force rush at him, propelling his body backward uncontrollably. When Chu Han stood up, he saw a large pit about 10 meters in diameter centered around Jita. Jack was also knocked away by the shockwave, staring at Jita in shock. With the mastery of muscle refinement, you can better exert your own strength. Originally, a single point of blood energy could produce 2 kilograms of force, but now a single point can produce 3. As for bone refinement, it can enhance the strength and endurance of your body. Without mastering bone refinement, your blood energy values will be capped at a certain limit and cannot be improved further. Seeing that Chu Han and Jack were both awed by the power of this punch, Jita nodded in satisfaction. Only through continuous self-refinement can one become a true powerhouse. Never rely solely on a weapon. All right, you two, fill this area back in. I need to go prepare for class. Jita put on his glasses and walked in the direction of home. Chu Han watched Jita's retreating figure, filled with emotion. Jita felt like an insurmountable mountain, evoking both awe and a desire for challenge within him. In the early morning, Chu Han wielded his unsharpened sword, freely swinging it in the open space. The shadows of the sword flickered, and the sound of the wind howled. In order to better unleash the power of the unsharpened sword, he had been practicing some ancient sword techniques these days. Suddenly, the sound of a text message interrupted his practice. He frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes, but his mood lifted upon seeing a notification of contributions received. Jekka, how many contribution points did you get? Not much, just 4,000, Jekka replied in a flat tone, yet there was a faint hint of pride on his face. The people around them glared angrily at this boastful minotaur. 4,000 contribution points could already be exchanged for many resources. I have 7,000 contribution points. What do you think I should exchange for? Everyone's gaze was instantly drawn to him, their eyes filled with shock and envy. 7,000 contribution points was indeed a tremendous fortune, enough to allow one to select from a plethora of resources. Chu Han said with a conflicted expression that opting to exchange for the blood essence of a strange beast might grant him new abilities, but it could also result in nothing, leaving him empty-handed. As for exchanging for cultivation resources, he wasn't sure which ones were suitable for his current stage. Let me take a look. Jekka swiped his tablet and then provided his suggestion. If you want to rapidly increase your vitality, I recommend this dragon blood fruit. It is said to be nourished by the corpses and blood of various subdragons, capable of awakening hidden potentials deep within one's body. Furthermore, the dragon blood fruit can significantly enhance one's vitality, allowing cultivators to be full of energy and vigor while also strengthening their physical body, increasing both strength and endurance. Cultivators who possess the dragon blood fruit will be fiercer in battle, their vitality flowing like a mighty river, greatly enhancing their endurance in prolonged combat. Jekka then scrolled down, pointing to a syringe-like object, and said, "This is the gene serum of the 6th-tier beast Cloud Chaser Tiger. After injection, it can enhance the physical body and grant you the innate abilities of the Cloud Chaser Tiger. However, this item is not only expensive, but also has average effects. It is said that some users experience mutations after injection, growing tiger claws, so it's better not to use it." Classmates, I've been listening for a while. You are looking for treasures to enhance your physical bodies, right? Aye. Just as Jekka was introducing various body-refining treasures, to Chu Han, a small, shifty-eyed individual squeezed his way over. However, Jekka clearly didn't want to hear him talk any further and pushed him away. Jekka, it seems he has something to say to us. Brother Chu, don't mind these people. They're either up to no good or they're thieves pretending to be nice. This little fellow looked so sleazy that it was obvious he wasn't a good person. But the little guy didn't give up. Instead, he angrily retorted at Jekka. You Minotaur, your appearance is predetermined by fate. What can I do about it? What if someone sees you and says that Minotaurs look dull? Do you think that's fair? How can you judge a person by their appearance? It is so unfair to judge me solely based on my looks. Jekka was momentarily taken aback and instantly changed his view of the little guy, solemnly apologizing to him. You are right. I apologize to you for my superficiality. May I ask how to address you? He just call me Oldly. I've heard that both of you have quite a bit of contribution points, and judging by your physiques, you must be powerful warriors on the body-refining path. I have a good item here. I wonder if you are interested. First, tell us what this good item is. If it truly is a treasure, as you say, we will naturally be interested. However, the path of body refinement is fraught with difficulties. Not just any item can catch our eye. Hearing Chu Han say this, Old Lee's eyes lit up, and he eagerly pulled the two to a corner. What I have here is truly a treasure. Have you ever heard of the Heart of the Divine Wood? Heart of the Divine Wood. Chu Han and Jekka exchanged glances, and then shook their heads in unison, clearly having never heard of it. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. In the depths of the mysterious and ancient forest on the western edge of the boundless wilderness, there stands an astonishing tree of life. It reaches a height of 70 meters, towering like a green giant spire, piercing the clouds, seemingly connecting the mysterious veins between heaven and earth. From a distance, the trunk of the tree of life appears thick and upright, like a massive stone pillar. The brown bark is covered with the marks of time and mysterious patterns, as if telling endless stories. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, transforming into countless golden beams, as if nature has bestowed this miraculous tree with a sacred glow. Listening to Old Lee's tale, Chu Han seemed to envision the majestic tree of life, but this beautiful moment was ruthlessly interrupted by Jekka. Stop with the fanciful talk. Just tell us what the Heart of the Divine Wood does. Old Lee chuckled awkwardly. This Minotaur was truly hard to deal with. The Heart of the Divine Wood is taken from the core of the tree of life, possessing vibrant vitality and immense life force. After absorbing the power of the Heart of the Divine Wood, you can nourish your body, repair internal injuries and ailments, and promote cell regeneration and vitality, allowing your physical body to radiate even greater vigor and vitality. Moreover, it can grant the physical body the ability to naturally heal itself. Of course, the effectiveness of this ability. Chu Han felt tempted. After hearing Old Lee's introduction, the Heart of the Divine Wood really seemed like a good item. Hey Dad, I've come across something called the Heart of the Divine Wood. Yes, it's said to be the core part of a 70-meter tree of life, possessing vibrant vitality and immense life force. I understand. Alright, I'll hang up now. Jekka confidently stopped Chu Han, a glint of wisdom flashing in his eyes. My dad said that this Heart of Life is a good item and can be bought. How much do you want to sell it for? Old Lee does business with fairness. Good items are just good items. I overheard that one of you has 4,000 contribution points, and the other has 7,000. I urgently need funds for turnover, so I'll sell it to you for 11,000 contribution points. Jekka nodded. This price isn't high. My dad said that the effect of the Heart of Life is no less than that of the blood essence of a 7th-tier beast. Anything below 20,000 contribution points isn't considered expensive. Upon hearing this, Old Lee's eyes were glued to the two, filled with anticipation and desire. His body leaned forward slightly as if eagerly awaiting their response. However, this Heart of Life must have been stolen from the Wood Elf clan, right? The Wood Elf clan has guarded the Tree of Life for generations. You must have faced long-term pursuit after obtaining this Heart of Life through improper means, and now you're in a hurry to sell it. But anyone who dares to absorb this Heart of Life will become an enemy of the Wood Elf clan. Without absolute strength, one wouldn't dare to accept this hot potato. Am I right? Old Lee's smile froze and he cursed inwardly. It was rare to find a wealthy-looking, seemingly foolish Minotaur, yet the other party turned out to be unexpectedly shrewd, not as easy to fool as he had imagined. It's not that exaggerated. After all, our human race is so strong, now the Wood Elf clan can't. 2,000. What? What I mean is 2,000 contribution points. We'll take this hot potato. Old Lee almost jumped up. Although he was prepared for a cut in price, 2,000 contribution points was too low. Their adventurer team had gone through life and death to acquire this Heart of Life. No, this 2,000 contribution points is too low. Even if I agree, my teammates won't. At least 9,000. I can't go any lower. 3,000. That's really not possible. It's too low. My bottom line is 9,000. Jekka stopped negotiating and pulled Chu Han toward the long queue at the logistics office. Don't rush, he will definitely call us back. 1 step, 2 steps. 9 steps before Chu Han and the others could take the 10th step, Oldly called them back. Wait, you two, just a moment. How about this, we each take a step back, 6,000 contribution points, or I really can't go lower. Jekka smiled slightly and turned back. Deal. You wouldn't want to play any tricks, would you? Chu Han and Jack followed Oldly to a remote residential building. Oldly led the way while Chu Han and Jack cautiously trailed behind the corridor, filled with a damp, moldy smell. How could I dare? The entire MOU city is under surveillance. If I were to engage in black dealings, I would certainly choose somewhere outside the city. They arrived at a dilapidated wooden door, and Oldly stopped, turning to look at Chu Han and Jack. Wait here while I go inside and get it for you. Not long after Oldly entered, Chu Han and the others heard intense arguing from inside. What? Only 5,000 contribution points. Such a meager amount of contribution points isn't even enough to fill the gaps. We risked our lives to steal it, and Chen Xiao and Zheng Shishui almost died there. I can't help it if this thing can't be sold. High-level spiritual practitioners dare not take it, and low-level and mid-level practitioners can't afford it. If this drags on, Xiao Chun and Xiao Zhao's injuries won't hold out, so it's better to pass this hot potato to someone else. Chu Han vigilantly observed his surroundings, his body tense like a leopard ready to pounce as a nervous atmosphere permeated the air. The room suddenly fell silent, and shortly after Oldly emerged holding a wooden box. Cash on delivery. Let us inspect the goods first. Oldly opened the wooden box, revealing the heart of the divine wood gleaming like rich emerald deep green with an air of profound mystery. It radiated a warm and gentle light, as if containing boundless vitality and energy. Even from a meter away, Chu Han could feel this natural power. Brother Chu, it seems there's no mistake. This heart of the divine wood is just as my father described. Chu Han decisively transferred the payment to Oldly and took the wooden box. Transaction complete. A friendly reminder, just swallow the heart of the divine wood. Its power is gentle and won't harm your body. Chu Han nodded, and together with Jack left the dilapidated residential building. He sat quietly, emanating an indescribable aura. As time slowly passed, he finally fully absorbed the heart of the divine wood. At this moment, Chu Han felt a surge of vibrant life coursing through his body. His eyes sparkled with bright light, as if containing endless stars. That light embodied both the calmness forged through trials and the joy of newfound strength. He slightly moved his fingers and could feel a powerful energy flowing at his fingertips. Every cell in his body seemed infused with new vitality, filled with strength. Chu Han slowly stood up, his clothes fluttering, as if he merged with the surrounding world. The heart of the divine would cause Chu Han's blood vitality to surge by over 100 points, the overwhelming power galloping within him like a waking giant dragon. Every drop of blood seemed to be endowed with new vigor, radiating a blazing aura. Even more surprisingly, his mental strength had significantly increased. Chu Han could clearly sense that his thoughts had become sharper and his perception had grown stronger. Name: Chu Han. Blood vitality 897. Mental strength 55. In the artificial volcano, Chu Han and Jita spoke frankly. Chu Han didn't know why Jita suddenly invited him to the hot springs, but it was likely that there was something he needed him to do. Little Chu, you've been with our bullhead gang for a while. How do you feel about it? The speaker wore a smile, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked at Chu Han. Chu Han's eyes sparkled with sincere light as he replied, I feel great. Here I've not only learned a lot, but also gained precious friendships. Jack is just like my brother. We've been through much together and grown side by side. The bullhead gang feels like a warm family, giving me a sense of belonging. Jita nodded in satisfaction, stating the primary purpose of his visit. You should know that there is no free lunch in this world. To gain one must pay the corresponding price. Now the bullhead gang needs you to do something, and I wonder if you would be willing. Chu Han sat up straight, his expression serious, understanding the deeper meaning behind Jita's words. There is no free lunch. He received help from the bullhead gang, and now it was time to repay. He looked at Jita with determination and calmly said, Please tell me, as long as it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost. Haha, you don't need to be so serious, relax a bit. This is not a difficult task for you at all. Originally this task was supposed to be done by Jack, but you are stronger than him, so the burden naturally falls on you. By the way, do you know about the ethnic subsidy policy in MOU City? After hearing this, Chu Han was slightly taken aback, his expression revealing a hint of confusion and doubt. He slowly shook his head, seemingly completely clueless about the issue. Currently, besides the human race, there are mainly 6 major ethnic groups in MOU City: our Bullhead Clan, as well as the Fox Clan, Wolf Clan, Wing Clan, Elf Clan, and Bear Clan. The MOU City government allocates 11 billion great Xiao coins to our 6 races each year, equivalent to 2 million contribution points. Of course, this money is not easy to obtain. The MOU city government takes care of us for a reason, which we'll discuss next time. Every year, the 6 of us must compete to determine the distribution ratio of this 11 billion great Xiao coins. The top 3 will receive 5 billion, 5 billion, and 2 billion great Xiao coins respectively, while the bottom 3 can only get 1 billion great Xiao coins. Our Bullhead clan has been at the bottom for 8 consecutive years, which is why I pushed to recruit talents like you from the human race. After hearing Jita's explanation, Chu Han finally understood why the Bullhead clan treated him so kindly. It seemed Jita had done a good job in persuasion. Our Bullhead clan currently has 23361 members, and with you, that makes 23362. Among them, 10325 able-bodied men have answered the call and are not here, so the ones you usually meet are old folks like me and the younger ones like Jack and Jialing. In the past 8 years, our Bullhead clan could only receive 100 million, which means every person only gets about 1 million great Xiao coins a year. I know everyone is resentful. Little Chu, as long as you can secure first place, our subsidies can increase by 5 times, and everyone's annual income will increase significantly. Saying this, Jita leaned closer to Chu Han, placing a hand on his shoulder. As long as you can secure first place, your status in our Bullhead clan will soar. Do you remember the day you obtained the blood ignition secret technique? I told you that the wooden sculpture nearby hides an even more powerful inheritance of our Bullhead clan. This inheritance can only be glimpsed by those who have made great contributions to our clan. Even Jack the chieftain's son cannot learn it privately. Rest assured, Chief Jita, I guarantee I will complete the task. Seeing that Chu Han was moved, Jita, worried that he might lack motivation, painted a grand picture. Let me tell you, our Bullhead clan has a divine artifact passed down from the ancient bull god. Do you know what a divine artifact is? With it you can slay gods, even as a mortal. I've seen your file. Your Kanglan city encountered a god-level alien beast, and you must have witnessed the terror of those giant beasts. Once you make an indelible contribution to our Bullhead clan, you will have the chance to obtain that divine artifact. With that artifact, titans and golden dragons will be mere trifles. Chu Han's pupils contracted. Divine artifact, slaying gods. These phrases truly ignited his blood. Something is not right, thought Chu Han calmly as he pondered a question. Uncle Jedi, the Minotaurs have been at the bottom for so many years, but this community looks quite luxurious, not at all inferior to the bustling areas in the center of Moyu City or the affluent districts to the east. Oh, you mean this? Ever since the subsidy policy for alien races was issued by Moyu City 44 years ago, I have consecutively won the championship of the 6 Races Championship for 30 years. This was changed 14 years ago to only allow young people under 18 to compete, which is why you have the chance to participate. Chu Han's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Jetta. No wonder this community is so luxurious. 5 billion x 30 years, that amounts to 5 billion Daxia coins, while the annual GDP of Kanglan City is only around 10 billion Daxia coins. Brother Chu, do you see that winged person with white wings? Her name is Lei Ting, the champion of last year's 6 Races Championship. Generally, members of the winged clan have black wings, but occasionally a mutant bloodline will emerge, and these mutated winged beings are extremely fast and difficult to deal with. Chu Han sat in the front row of the audience listening to Jeek talking about the enemy's information. Do you see that beautiful fox lady with 4 tails? Her name is Hu Liao, and she is quite troublesome. Don't be fooled by her beauty and figure. She is definitely your biggest opponent. She excels at mental charm and illusions, enjoying toying with her opponents. I was toyed with by her last year. Chu Han's expression darkened. This type of enemy is the most troublesome and will not confront him heated. These 2 are the hardest to deal with. The other clans like the werewolves, elves, and bear people are not a problem for you, Brother Chu. On the high platform, the leaders of the 6 clans, Minotaurs, Fox clan, werewolves, winged clan, elves, and bear clan, gathered together. Gentlemen, I think the time is about right. Let's proceed as per the old rules. Jeddah said softly, and the other 5 clan leaders nodded in agreement. A beautiful fox lady walked to the center of the square and began to host the 6 Races Championship. Friends, let's keep it short. The winner of the 6 Races Championship shall be king, and the loser shall be the bandit. Next, according to the old rules, let us invite Hu Liao of the Fox clan and Chu Han of the Minotaurs to have the first match. Brother Chu, do not be careless. Give it your all once you step onto the stage. This fox temptress is not easy to handle. Chu Han nodded, transforming directly into Titan form, holding the sharpless sword in one hand as he stepped forward. Wait a moment. The sudden sound of these 3 words from the high platform was like an invisible rope, instantly stopping Chu Han, who was about to move forward. I say, Brother Jedi, has your Minotaur clan really fallen this far, allowing a human to compete? Upon hearing the werewolf clan leader's words, the crowd erupted into chaos with discussions and noisy voices rising and falling, but most were filled with schadenfreude. Lang Luo, do you have any objections? I remember there was no rule against humans competing, right? Brother Jedi, we named this competition the Six Races Championship. Allowing a human to compete would turn it into the Seven Races Championship, wouldn't it? If your Minotaur clan has no one to shoulder the responsibility, you can simply forfeit and wait for the next Six Races Championship. The werewolf leader Lang Luo's tone carried a hint of nostalgia and sorrow, but more of it was sarcasm. Jedi took off his glasses about to stand up, but was grabbed by the bear clan leader beside him. No, Brother Jedi, we are all in our 70s and 80s. There is no need to create a scene. Old Bear, it was you all who cried out for giving the youth a chance, which is why I agreed to change the rules to allow participants under 18. Now that Lang Luo has objections, let's revert to the original competition rules and have us 6 old fellows compete again. Of course I can give you a chance, you 5 old folks can compete together, I don't mind. The mature fox lady beside him frowned slightly. If this old bull stepped onto the stage, it would be troublesome. The scene of him suppressing the other 5 clans seemed vivid in her memory. Oh, Brother Jedi, don't be angry. We've known each other for decades. You still don't know Lang Luo's character. He always likes to talk back a bit. Let's not bother with him. I'll let the competition continue. Lang Luo's face turned red with anger, but seeing that the other clan leaders did not support him, he could only swallow his anger and sit back down. All right, the clan leaders have reached a decision. Please let Xiao of the Fox clan and Chu Han of the Minotaurs continue with the match. Chu Han held the sharpless sword upside down as he stepped onto the stage, looking at the beautiful Xiao less than 2 meters away, feeling a twinge of reluctance to harm this lovely girl. Xiao stood quietly like a gorgeous flower blooming in the mountains. Her beauty was so captivating that it evoked a sense of pity. A complex emotion surfaced in Chu Han's eyes, hesitation and conflict, as the sharpless sword in his hand felt heavy. Chu Gij, can you bear to strike me? Look at how frail I am, I can't even reach your waist. Don't you humans always say that a good man doesn't fight with a woman? Men who hit women are the most worthless, right? But I promised, Jedi. Chu Han's face flashed with hesitation, but unexpectedly, as Xiao slowly approached him, she had quietly raised a large knife, while Chu Han seemed blind to this. In that moment, all Chu Han could see was her beautiful face. He only wanted to kiss Xiao's enchanting lips. Brother Jedi, that human has fallen for it. How pathetic. Didn't he watch the enemy's information before stepping on the stage? He couldn't even resist the charm of the Fox clan. His willpower is weak. Jedi paid no attention to the mocking comments from those beside him. The harsh words floated past his ears like a gentle breeze, stirring no waves in his heart. He believed in his judgment and trusted that Chu Han would not disappoint him. Clang! In a flash, Xiao struck Chu Han's purple armor 3 times in a second, leaving only shallow scratches. Xiao was startled. Chu Han's armor was so sturdy that even her strongest strike did not cause any substantial damage. Since the last time the purple scale armor was damaged on the 6th level of the Abyss, Chu Han had thought about how to repair the damaged scales, but as time passed, those scales had surprisingly grown back on their own. Since the body is protected by armor, then I will take his head. Xiao thought to herself, her knife swift as it drew a fierce arc in the air. As the knife light flickered, a cut appeared on Chu Han's neck. Although Xiao's strike could not take Chu Han's head, the brief pain on his neck jolted him back to his senses. Feeling the pain in his neck, a long-lost fury ignited within him. If his defense had been any weaker, he might not have survived today. With blood-red eyes and surging power, the secret technique, blood ignition, activated in his rage. The earth trembled. The ground within a 20-meter radius seemed to erupt like an earthquake, with several cracks spreading outwards. Just as Xiao was about to cast her charm again, she stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She quickly steadied herself, looking at the fragmented ground around her, feeling a surge of shock. But the furious Chu Han did not give her time to think of a countermeasure. He charged forward like an unstoppable tank, crushing towards Xiao with overwhelming momentum. Anger burned in his eyes, and the purple armor shone with dazzling light under the sun. Xiao felt a tightening in her chest as she had no time to think of a better strategy and could only instinctively dodge to the side. Chu Han's charge stirred up a gust of wind, blowing Xiao's hair wildly. She narrowly avoided his frontal attack, but still felt the immense pressure. Bang! Xiao successfully evaded Chu Han's frontal charge. However, she could not avoid the 3-meter-long sharpless sword. Xiao was so focused on how to dodge the towering figure of Chu Han, over 5 meters tall, that she completely overlooked the hidden danger of the sharpless sword. She felt a tremendous force hit her, and her body flew away like a kite with a broken string. She crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Pain instantly spread throughout her body, but her eyes still held a defiant spirit. She struggled to stand up, watching the rampaging Chu Han, a surge of despair rising in her heart. She never expected to be so careless as to be hit by Chu Han's sharpless sword. Now her situation was even more perilous. Wait. But Chu Han did not stop. The book was not wrong. The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is. A woman as enchanting as Hu Liao should be dealt with directly. Without hesitation, Chu Han lifted his foot and kicked violently at Hu Liao. Her frail body under this immense power was like a fallen leaf instantly sent flying. Hu Liao felt a sharp pain surge through her body, involuntarily tracing an arc in the air. A flash of pain and unwillingness crossed her eyes, but she was powerless to resist. At the moment of landing, a cloud of dust was raised as Hu Liao crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out another mouthful of blood before losing consciousness. The first match was won by the Tauren representative Chu Han, followed by the Bearman representative Xiong Haotian battling against the Wolfman representative Lang Zikong. Chu Han returned to his seat expressionless. His tall and straight figure seemed to carry an invisible sense of oppression. People around cast fearful glances filled with terror and unease, finally realizing the brutality of this human and understanding why the Tauren would rather be mocked by other races than to swap their personnel. Brother Chu, you are truly ruthless, showing no mercy at all. At this rate, you won't find a girlfriend. I think that Hu Liao may not be able to continue in the arena. Jieke shook his head, while Jieling beside him looked at Chu Han with sparkling eyes admiringly, saying, Brother Chu, you are just too amazing. Don't listen to the nonsense from Jieke. He was turned into a fool within 10 minutes last year by that seductive illusion clone. Little Jean nodded repeatedly on Jieling's shoulder, seemingly understanding their conversation. During this time, Chu Han had been staying at Jieke's home, and gradually Little Jean became good friends with Jieling, following her to school every day. Oh, so that Hu Liao hasn't unleashed her ultimate move, the illusion clone. Yes, Brother Chu, it's not that I am too weak, but her illusion clone is quite something, with various attacks that are indistinguishable from the real thing. I simply couldn't tell the difference. The Tauren Jieke wanted to say more, but everyone's attention had already been captured by the fierce battle between the Bearman and the Wolfman, leaving no one to listen to him. The Wolfman representative Lang Zikong stood nearly 3 meters tall, like a towering iron tower, exuding a strong sense of oppression. He emitted a wild aura, his sharp wolf claws glinting with a chilling glow under the light, as if they could easily tear through steel. The sharp wolf claws combined with the swirling spiritual energy added an aura of mystery and power. In contrast, the Bearman representative Xiong Haotian stood just over 2 meters tall, appearing slightly smaller compared to Lang Zikang's imposing height. However, Xiong Haotian exuded a stable and heavy aura. His muscular arms were crossed over his chest, bulging like small mountains, radiating a sense of strength. Is the Bearman race so small? Chu Han asked in confusion, but looking towards the Bearman's area, there were plenty of large figures, many standing 3 to 4 meters tall, making Xiong Haotian appear somewhat petite. I don't know either. Previous Bearman representatives were all big guys. Why did they send such a small one this year? Lang Zikong moved swiftly, his sharp wolf claws slicing through the air, with cold gleams lunging at Xiong Haotian like lightning. Although Xiong Haotian was only just over 2 meters tall, significantly shorter than Lang Zikong, his body was as solid as a small mountain, showing no fear of his opponent. In an instant, Lang Zikang's claws left several wounds on Xiong Haotian, blood gushing forth. Although Xiong Haotian was also trying to counterattack, he found it difficult to deal with this agile opponent at that moment. As time passed, Xiong Haotian showed no sign of pain. Instead, he became more excited. His eyes sparkled with fervent light, as if the one being injured was not himself. The blood ignited the fighting desire deep within him. Xiong Haotian's strength increased, and his speed became faster. He swung a fist with a whooshing wind towards Lang Zikong. That fist seemed to contain immense power, causing the air to explode with a booming sound. Lang Zikong nimbly sidestepped, but still felt a stinging pain from the wind of the punch against his cheek. The situation reversed as Xiong Haotian transformed from prey to hunter. He moved rapidly, each motion stirring up a whirlwind, lifting dust from the ground, forcing Lang Zikong to flee in a panic. Xiong Haotian rampaged across the battlefield like an unstoppable fighting machine. His wounds continued to ooze blood, but this seemed to only drive him further into madness. Lang Zikong was hit several times, and the overwhelming power was something he couldn't contend with. Each collision felt as if his internal organs were shifting, waves of pain crashing over him. He struggled to stabilize himself, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack, but Xiong Haotian's assaults were like a torrential storm, leaving him unable to cope. Blood continuously flowed from the corners of Lang Zikang's mouth, the vivid red spreading through the air. Yet this only made Xiong Haotian more exhilarated. Stop hitting me, I admit defeat. Lang Zikang's words did not make Xiong Haotian relent. Instead, they provoked even more frenzied blows. Stop it, you madman, I've already admitted defeat. Xiong Haotian disregarded everything and continued to pummel Lang Zikong beneath him. Jieke suddenly had a flash of inspiration and remembered something. I remember now, the Bearman race also has a mutated bloodline. Their size may be smaller than ordinary Bearmen, but they awaken a talent called bloodlust. Whether it's the enemy's blood or their own, it drives them into a frenzy, enhancing their strength and speed while drastically reducing their pain sensitivity. The bear-like figure on stage, seemingly devoid of reason, continued its assault, its eyes bloodshot, roaring as if to destroy everything in sight. His massive bear paws swung wildly, each strike resonating with immense power, shaking the ground. Lang Zikang's body was already becoming more mangled under the bearman's attacks, almost unrecognizable. However, the bearman seemed oblivious to this, relentlessly attacking as if he were tireless. It took several other bearmen to exert great effort to finally restrain him. He continued to struggle, attempting to break free from his companion's hold to continue fighting. But ultimately, under the combined effort of his companions, he had no choice but to stop his assault. That wolfman won't die, will he? Chu Han frowned slightly as he looked at the bloodied wolfman. The wolfman's body was mangled beyond recognition, his once sharp claws now hanging limply, blood continuously flowing from his wounds, pooling into a shocking puddle on the ground. Don't worry, he won't die. The wolfman race is known for its incredible healing ability. As long as they aren't dead on the spot, they basically won't die. Don't be fooled by how badly he's hurt. In a week he'll be as lively as ever. Several wolfmen came up to carry Lang Zikang away, handling him carefully as they hurriedly left the battlefield. Their figures gradually disappeared from everyone's sight, leaving behind a silent and chaotic battlefield. Soon the third round of matches would begin. Next, let us invite the representative of the Elven clan Mu Xingchen and the representative of the winged clan Lei Ting to come forward and start the third round of today's competition. Mu Xingchen, the representative of the Elven clan, stood tall and graceful, adorned in a flowing light green robe that fluttered gently in the wind, seemingly merging with the surrounding nature. Her long snow-white hair cascaded down her shoulders like a flowing galaxy, emanating a mysterious sheen. In contrast, Lei Ting, the representative of the winged clan, resembled an angel descending to the mortal realm, with her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, sleek and glossy, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the sunlight. She moved with an ethereal grace, standing like a delicate flower blooming on the clouds. The two of them, Mu Xingchen and Lei Ting, standing in the arena, resembled a breathtaking painting. Mu Xingchen's handsomeness shone as brightly as a dazzling star, while Lei Ting's beauty was as radiant as a blooming flower. Even Chu Han in the audience felt that they were a perfect match, a flicker of admiration swelling in his heart. However, when Chu Han glanced around, he noticed an awkward atmosphere in the audience. People were whispering among themselves, their faces bearing peculiar expressions. Jekai, do those two have a history? Jekai chuckled, his face full of schadenfreude. For a time, the Elven clan and the Winged clan were quite close, and as the youth representatives of their respective clans, it was only natural for them to be together. During that time, they were considered the big stars among the 6 clans, with countless people gossiping about their relationship. I know, let me share more. Jelling pushed Jekai aside and eagerly began to share the gossip. Excitement sparkled in her eyes as she could hardly wait to share this juicy tidbit with Chu Han. It was a stormy night when Lei Ting, acting on information from her best friend, stormed into a shabby little inn with a group of people. At the moment they kicked open the door, they saw Mu Xingchen engaged in intimate activities with a vixen, a scene too shocking to behold. Lei Ting's heart plummeted into an ice pit. The group broke into a fight, and eventually their relationship shattered, turning the once beautiful memories into mere illusions. Jelling looked around cautiously and lowered her voice, saying, "It is said that this is a plot by the Fox clan merely to prevent the union of the Elven clan and Winged clan. The Fox clan fears the alliance between the two clans, worrying it would threaten their status, thus meticulously orchestrating this conspiracy." Chu Han stroked his chin. No wonder the two on stage looked as if they had taken a dose of gunpowder. Mu Xingchen drew his longbow, his gaze sharp like that of a hawk as he shot arrows that zipped through the air like lightning, emitting a sharp whistling sound. At the same time, Lei Ting spread her white wings and gracefully flew into the sky. Her long black hair danced with the wind, her eyes filled with vigilance. Seeing the arrows coming, she swiftly dodged to the side, the arrows barely grazing her body. Unfazed, Mu Xingchen continued to shoot. The arrows flew like shooting stars towards Lei Ting. She danced in the air, rising and falling, weaving side to side, skillfully evading every arrow. Lei Ting's movements were beautiful and fluid, as if she were performing an aerial dance. The frequency of her white wings flapping increased, whipping up gusts of wind. Mu Xingchen's shooting speed also quickened. He constantly adjusted his angles and strengths, trying to find a flaw in Lei Ting's defenses. So boring, this winged one flies so fast. Jekai, what would you do to counter her? Jekai scratched his head, finally blurting out, "Wait until she tires herself out, she'll come down on her own." Chu Han smacked his forehead. It seemed that Jekai wouldn't have any way to deal with these winged beings. The Winged clan truly possesses a remarkable talent. Chu Han sighed, wondering if the human artillery could pose any threat to them, but probably only to the 4th or 5th rank winged beings, considering that even now he could ignore the threat of human firearms. But that's not to say that your human system of spiritual practitioners can achieve prolonged levitation at the 7th rank and void walking. The 8th rank can already fly freely, and the 9th rank's flying speed is comparable to that of regular winged beings. That said, your human spiritual practitioner system is indeed formidable with almost no shortcomings, which is why few choose the physical cultivation route. In the arena, Mu Xingqian continued to shoot arrows, but soon his quiver ran dry, unable to draw any more arrows to fire. Seizing the moment, Lei Ting dove down holding a trident. This is the first time I've seen such a weapon. Do all winged beings use tridents? Not exactly, some winged beings also choose to use spears. Lei Ting twirled the trident in the air, generating fierce gusts of wind. The trident sparkled with a cold light under the sun, as if it could pierce through anything. The trident lunged at Mu Xingqian, each thrust carrying immense power. Her movements were swift and decisive, leaving no opportunity for Mu Xingqian to breathe. Chu Han initially thought the outcome was already determined, but to his surprise, Mu Xingqian, out of arrows, swiftly dodged to the side, his longbow still swinging, matching Lei Ting blow for blow. Lei Ting continuously shifted her position in the air, making the angles of her trident attacks increasingly tricky. Her face bore no expression, only unwavering determination and boundless fury. She wanted Mu Xingqian to pay the price for his betrayal. A tightening sensation gripped Mu Xingqian's heart. He knew Lei Ting's strength should not be underestimated. He focused, searching for flaws in Lei Ting's attacks. His gaze revealed calmness and wisdom. Even in such a perilous situation, he showed no sign of panic. A sky full of flying feathers. Impatient, Lei Ting refused to wait any longer. Spreading her wings, her pure white feathers instantly stood upright, transforming into darts that shot towards Mu Xingqian. With Lei Ting's trident already like a storm, Mu Xingqian was left reeling. Coupled with the barrage of feathers, he was instantly turned into a hedgehog, collapsing to the ground amidst a chorus of cries. I told you not to cheat, not to be heartless. What makes me any less worthy than that vixen? Lei Ting launched a flurry of punches at Mu Xingqian, throwing the scene into chaos. Stop. We concede. After a long while, the elves could no longer bear to watch, and called out for Mu Xingqian to give up. Humph. Lei Ting was satisfied with her performance and did not dwell on it. By the time Mu Xingqian was carried off, his handsome face was already battered and swollen. Can those winged beings use their feathers as hidden weapons? How do they retrieve their feathers? Just discard them. Chu Han stared in astonishment at Lei Ting, who was leaving. Could a winged being still fly without feathers? It's fine if feathers aren't important to them. They will grow back in a few days. However, this also means she won't be able to compete for first place in the subsequent matches. Indeed, the winged clan directly forfeited the upcoming matches, as they were already quite satisfied with securing third place. Chu Han looked down from a height at Xiong Haoyan, and from this angle Xiong Haoyan appeared unexpectedly cute. If you have the guts, put down your sword. A battle between men should be hand-to-hand. Only cowards rely on weapons. Chu Han was taken aback for a moment, then threw the woofing sword to Jieka. Thud thud. At that moment, as the woofing sword fell, Jieka quickly extended his hands to catch it steadily. As soon as he held it, Jieka felt a heavy sensation wash over him, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing himself. The woofing sword was much heavier than he had expected. Seeing that Chu Han had fallen for his trick, Xiong Haoshan's corner of his mouth lifted slightly, a look of pride appearing on his face. Hu Liao had been directly knocked away by this heavy sword, and with the threat of this sword diminished, his chances of victory increased. Awu! Xiong Haoyan let out an angry roar, charging towards Chu Han with unstoppable momentum. Huh! Chu Han raised a hand to press against Xiong Haoyan, but unexpectedly this little bearman was much more agile than he had imagined. Xiong Haoshan's figure flashed, and like a nimble monkey, he skillfully avoided Chu Han's attack. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he spun like a whirlwind, kicking out fiercely along Chu Han's arm. That kick carried a fierce momentum, fast as lightning, and accurately struck Chu Han's face. With a loud bang, a dull sound echoed, and a sharp pain instantly shot through Chu Han's face, causing his body to stagger backward uncontrollably. Chu Han's expression turned serious. This bearman was more troublesome than he had anticipated, and he could no longer afford to underestimate him. After successfully landing a hit, Xiong Haoyan did not pause, but quickly circled around Chu Han, moving rapidly. His steps were light and agile, like a swift leopard, constantly changing positions around Chu Han. His gaze was fixed intently on Chu Han, always ready to launch another attack, not giving him a moment to catch his breath. Didn't you say that a battle between men should be hand-to-hand? Why are you acting like a coward? Xiong Haoyan paused his steps. The towering figure of his opponent, over 5 meters tall, put immense pressure on him, so he dared not be as aggressive as he was against the werewolf. But he could not tolerate being insulted as acting like a coward. Facing the giant charging towards him, he resolutely straightened his body, his gaze devoid of any fear. Xiao clenched his fists, his muscles tense, as if he were an unmovable mountain. The giant-like figure was drawing closer, creating a whirlwind, yet he stood his ground. It hurts too much. Xiao body flew like a kite with a broken string through the air, the wind howling past his ears, and this thought was all that remained in his mind. The gap in strength made it impossible for him to withstand Chu Han's punch directly. Xiao lay on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth and nose staining his face red, yet he began to laugh. The power surged from deep within his blood, making him stronger. It was as if Xiao had taken a stimulant. He pressed forward without retreating, charging towards Chu Han again and again, only to be sent flying each time. But he never gave up. Each time he was knocked back, he would quickly get up again, charging at Chu Han like an unyielding fighting machine. Chu Han frowned, a hint of irritation rising in his heart. The opponent was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. No matter how heavy the blows he received, he would stubbornly get back up to attack again. Watching Xiao, who was repeatedly knocked back only to charge forward again, Chu Han's eyes revealed a complex emotion: surprise, admiration, and helplessness. "Sorry, but I've already reserved first place this time." Chu Han's voice was steady and firm, echoing in the air. He stared sharply at Xiao, his crimson eyes matching Xiao's secret technique, burning blood. Xiao continued to strike at Chu Han's legs. Due to his height, he found it difficult to injure Chu Han's upper body, but the purple scales on Chu Han's legs had been completely battered. Next, he only needed to break this human's legs to launch a fatal blow. With this thought, Xiao got up from the ground again, excitedly charging towards Chu Han. The earth trembled. As Chu Han stepped down, the ground shook violently. The strong tremors caused Xiao, who was running, to lose his balance, stumbling and nearly falling. "It's my turn now." Like the whisper of a devil in his ear, just as Xiao stabilized himself, a massive shadow loomed over him like a dark cloud. Xiao looked up only to see Chu Han's towering figure standing before him like a demonic god, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. With a hand that struck like lightning, Chu Han exerted immense force, pinning Xiao firmly to the ground. Xiao struggled, but could not break free from the iron grip. Without hesitation, Chu Han swung another fist towards Xiao's head. Bang! A dull, heavy sound resonated in the air. Xiao's head was brutally slammed into the ground by Chu Han's powerful punch, creating a large crater from the impact. Dust flew and debris scattered, with numerous cracks appearing on the surrounding ground. Blood continuously poured from Xiao's 7 orifices, yet he still stubbornly raised his head, struggling with all his might. Bang! Another dull thud echoed in the air, and Xiao's body slumped weakly to the ground, blood gushing out and staining the surrounding earth. Seeing that his opponent no longer struggled, Chu Han loosened his grip. Looking at Xiao, who had been smashed into the ground and had lost the ability to resist, Chu Han felt no joy in victory. He sighed softly and turned to leave, leaving behind the large crater and the unconscious Xiao. "Brother Chu, you're so amazing. From now on, you will be my new goal. When I grow up, I want to be as fierce as you." Jelling excitedly rushed forward to greet Chu Han, her face full of excitement, her eyes sparkling. "New goal? Who was your previous goal?" "My previous goal was Jekka, but as I grew older and met more people, I felt that Jekka was too weak and not worthy of being my goal at all." Jekka awkwardly rubbed his nose from the side, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He helplessly looked at Jelling, realizing that his image in her mind had completely collapsed. "Secretary Lee, the results of the 6-clan competition have come out. I wonder when our subsidies will arrive." On the high platform, Jeddah turned to the young man behind him, asking in a steady tone, "No need to worry, clan leaders. Once I report the results to the city lord, the money should arrive within a week." Jeddah nodded slightly, his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance. After 14 years, their Minotaurs had once again secured first place. He looked forward to the arrival of the subsidies, having heard that the new technology in the north had achieved mass production of the Tai Sui meat, which was excellent for enhancing physical strength. Water benefits all things without contending. It dwells in the places that others despise, thus it is close to the Tao. It resides in good land. Its heart is like a deep abyss. It interacts with kindness, speaks with trustworthiness, and governs with good order. Jiaku opened the door to the room and saw Chu Han sitting cross-legged on the mat chanting scriptures. "You haven't gone to the hot springs these past few days. You're either here chanting scriptures or meditating." Chu Han opened his eyes and looked at Jiaku. Ever since he was enchanted by Hu Lu Yao last time, that unbearable experience had pierced his heart like a thorn. He deeply realized that his willpower was not strong enough, so he exchanged the remaining contribution points for soul crystals to make up for this shortcoming in his mental strength. After a week of rigorous practice, his mental strength had significantly improved, and he felt much more energetic. Named Chu Han. Blood value 922. Mental strength 81. What's wrong, Jieko? Do you need something from me? Jieko scratched his head temporarily, setting aside the matter of Chu Han chanting scriptures, and pulled him outside. Brother Chu, you've been staying in our guest room for a month now. This can't go on. My dad said that you made a great contribution in the Six Clans competition, and against all odds you were awarded this villa. Not bad, right? Thank you for your kindness, uncle. This gift is truly too precious. Chu Han said sincerely. Jieko waved his hand and smiled. Don't be so polite. This is what you deserve. From now on, you'll have your own place to live, and you can cultivate with more peace of mind. In the evening, Chu Han was meditating in his bedroom when a subtle sound suddenly startled him awake. Chu Han opened his eyes, a glint of vigilance flashing in his gaze, which quickly turned into helplessness. Dongsheng, what are you doing here in the middle of the night? You scared me. A figure was sneaking around looking curiously. Wow, old Chu, it hasn't been long since you moved into a big villa. I'm envious. Aren't you also living in a big villa? Lin Dongsheng shook his head, pretending to be helpless. That's my family's place. Yours is earned by your own merit, which is admirable. As he spoke, he wandered around the room, surveying the luxurious villa. Stop chatting, you. I haven't seen you for a while, and you suddenly visit. There must be something going on. Indeed, I went back to Kanglan City recently to find some connections and transferred to Moyu City. Transfer. After a brief shock, Chu Han nodded. Moyu City is much better than Kanglan City in many aspects, and it makes sense for someone like Lin Dongsheng, who enjoys lively environments, to transfer there. Yes, just think about how exciting Moyu City is. There are all kinds of exotic beauties and various adventures. Moreover, from what I've heard, you can apply for qualifications to venture into the infinite wilderness realm as long as your strength reaches the 4th rank. Isn't that thrilling? Students can go to other realms. Chu Han was now truly unable to sit still. Every young person holds different fantasies about the infinite wilderness realm. In Chu Han's imagination, the infinite wilderness realm is a fantastical place filled with mystery, with ancient ruins waiting for him to explore and powerful exotic beasts waiting for him to challenge. Yes, it's said that the school will organize students to venture into the infinite wilderness realm for trials in the 2nd semester of the 2nd year. Even if there's no school, you can apply for the qualification to go out yourself as long as your strength reaches the 4th rank. But there's no but. Don't say I didn't look out for you. I've already helped you get a transfer recommendation letter. Tomorrow morning at 9, just go to the teaching office with me. Dear Mom and Dad, I hope this letter finds you well. I have something to tell you. I will be transferring to Moyu City. Please don't worry about me. I am doing well here. I am healthy and face every day with energy in this new life. In Moyu, I've made many new friends. Not only humans live here, but there are also many interesting exotic races. I know you have always been concerned about me, but please rest assured that I will take care of myself and strive for my dreams, not to disappoint your expectations. I look forward to seeing you both well when we meet next time. Love, your son Chu Han. Ultimately, Chu Han could not resist the temptation of the other realm and accepted Lin Dongsheng's transfer recommendation letter. To avoid being scolded, he chose to write a letter instead of calling to inform his parents about this news. The next morning, Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng went to the teaching office. Your transfer procedures have been completed. As the end of the term is approaching, many students have already gone home. You can report back on March 21st for the new semester. Is that it? Yes, your personal information has been entered into the school system, and you can use various books and cultivation facilities. On the 1SD15th and 30th of each month, there will be various major classes available for you to choose from. Just pay attention to the school's official website for updates. Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng were still in a daze when they were ushered out. Come on, old Chu, I'll take you out to enjoy life. You spend all your time cultivating, showing no understanding of the joy of life. At the Yime Bar, the liveliest place in Moyu City, especially at noon and 9 p.m. every day. If you arrive late, you have to wait in line to get in. Dongsheng, you've fallen drinking early in the morning. What's the point? Why are you in such a hurry? The best part is yet to come. At noon, with a series of gong sounds, all the dancers on stage were driven down. Everyone's gaze was drawn to the beautiful Fox Clan girls who walked out from backstage. They moved gracefully, light and agile like spirit foxes. Their exquisite faces shone even more alluringly under the changing lights, their eyes sparkling with cunning and captivating light, seeming to bewitch the hearts of onlookers. They danced elegantly, each movement filled with grace and allure. Their slender waists swayed like willows, twisting with the rhythm of the music, their skirts fluttering like blooming flowers. Especially the tails swaying to the music behind them added an unusual charm. The fluffy tails made people unable to resist the urge to touch. The audience below cheered excitedly, instantly igniting the atmosphere. Water benefits all things without contending. It dwells in the places that others despise, thus it is close to the Tao. It resides in good land. Its heart is like a deep abyss. It interacts with kindness, speaks with trustworthiness, and governs with good order. Old Chu, what are you mumbling about? Get up and enjoy the moment. Lin Dongsheng pulled Chu Han, interrupting his chanting. Suddenly, the exciting music came to a stop and was replaced by a gentle and soothing tune. A few beautiful elves walked out, while the Fox clan girls automatically retreated to the side of the stage. They wore flowing light green skirts that drifted like clouds. Their faces were pure and sweet, their eyes like clear lakes rippling with innocent radiance. With their slightly upturned lips, they seemed to always carry a warm smile, making one feel as if wrapped in a spring breeze. Unlike the allure of the Fox clan girls, the dance of the elven beauties was filled with innocence and cuteness. Their waists were soft yet resilient, swaying with the rhythm of the music like willow branches in the wind. Their hands danced, as if communicating with nature, conveying the joy of life. Surely, surely, I love you just like a mouse loves rice. Lin Dongsheng and the others beside him went wild, shouting some unified slogan. Who is Shirley? Chu Han grabbed Lin Dongsheng and shouted loudly in his ear. That most beautiful girl in the center with fair skin and long legs, her beauty is extraordinary. Her delicate features are like an artwork intricately carved by a master, an angel's face with a devil's body. I think I'm in love. Old Chu, I warn you, don't compete with me over her, or we won't be brothers anymore. Chu Han looked at Shirley in the crowd, and aside from her figure and beauty, he felt she had a special aura that brought a refreshing and tranquil feeling. No, water benefits all things without contending. It dwells in the places that others despise, thus it is close to the Tao. It resides in good land. Its heart is like a deep abyss. It interacts with kindness, speaks with trustworthiness, and governs with good order. Chu Han quickly hid to the side and began reciting the Tao Te Ching, lest his Tao heart shatter. Hey Lao Chu, what are you doing sitting here? Hurry up, how much contribution do you have left in your account? Lend it all to me. Chu Han, calm as still water, was jolted awake by Lin Dongsheng, who snatched his phone with a bewildered expression. How come you only have 2,000 contribution left? Never mind, hurry up and scan the code, let's go all in. Under Lin Dongsheng's relentless persuasion, Chu Han had no choice but to scan the code for payment. This 2,000 contribution was a reward he received after winning the 6 clan championship. Thanks to our young and wealthy Master Lin for the 2,000 roses he sent, our Shirley's PK value has increased by 1, reaching 2, surpassing Miling's PK value 15 minutes ago. Next we will begin the PK segment. Guests can reward their favorite beauties to help them rise to the top. Those who give the most rewards can not only enjoy drinks with our beauties, but also obtain their contact information and add them as friends. Waiter, come here and give me Shirley's QR code. Lin Dongsheng waved excitedly and unhesitatingly paid 1,000 contributions. Wow, thanks to our Master Lin for sending 1,000 roses to Shirley. Now Shirley's PK value has increased by 5, temporarily placing her in first. On the other side, a werewolf was sneaking around, peeking at Chu Han. Zhanga, look at that guy over there who is interacting with you. Zhang Heng, who was about to continue rewarding Miling, followed the werewolf's finger and took a closer look at Lin Dongsheng's appearance. What do you mean? I don't even know that guy. He's not the main character. Look at the guy sitting next to him. Isn't he the one who brought a few Tauren to beat up your uncle? Zhang Heng widened his eyes and looked at the guy sitting next to Lin Dongsheng, finally recognizing Chu Han's face. Not long ago, this incident caused quite a stir, as it was rumored that several vice principals cheated in the ranking competition, trying to secretly press the rewards for the first place. Not only did they get blocked by the people of Kanglan City with a few Tauren, but they were also beaten up badly. As Zhang Zu's nephew and a prominent figure in the first high school, Zhang Heng had also faced a lot of gossip lately. Feeling depressed, he came to the exotic charm bar to drink with friends and developed a liking for the voluptuous Miling. Waiter, come here. In a fit of anger, Zhang Heng directly sent a gift. Wow, thanks to Master Zhang for rewarding Miling with the spirit tree, now Miling's PK value has increased by 1, reclaiming the top spot. She gently raised her hand, forming a cute heart shape. Then she slightly puckered her lips and blew a kiss. That kiss seemed to carry magic, instantly striking Zhang Heng's heart. Zhang Heng felt as if he was floating, as if about to fly. Lin Dongsheng glared at Zhang Heng, and under the influence of alcohol, he was agitated, waving at the waiter. Waiter, come here. After the payment was successful, the remaining 2,000 contributions in Lin Dongsheng's account instantly cleared. Master Lin is amazing. Thanks to Master Lin for rewarding Shirley with the pure lotus, now Shirley's PK value has increased by 1, crushing the other competitors with a PK value of 1500. Go for it, Master Zhang. Zhang Heng's anger was like a volcano about to erupt. He tightly gripped the wine glass in his hand and slammed it onto the ground. The glass shattered instantly, shards flying everywhere. His chest heaved violently and rage burned in his eyes. The people around were startled by this sudden outburst. You guys, how much contribution do you have left? Gather it all for me. Zhanggo, I only have 500 left. I only have 300. I have 200. I have 250. Thanks to Master Zhang for rewarding Myling with 1250 white lilies, now Myling's PK value has increased by 6-0, defeating Shirley. So exciting. The two masters are so powerful it's still uncertain who will win. Beep, sorry, your account balance is insufficient. Payment failed. On the other side, the few people with Zhang Heng had already burst into laughter upon hearing the payment failure sound. Forget it, little brother, if you don't have this kind of strength, don't come out and show off. Exactly, go home and ask your parents for more money before coming back. Lin Dongxing, fuming with anger, shook awake the meditating Chu Han. Soon Shirley's PK value increased by 1-0, reaching 2-5-0, securing today's victory. Kid, don't be too complacent. In this world, you'll eventually have to pay for your actions. Haha, if you don't have money, go home and ask your parents for it. Don't spout nonsense here. Zhang Heng, furious, slammed the table and got up to leave. Zhanggu, are we just going to let it end like this? There are too many people here, it's inconvenient. Let's go outside and talk. Chu Han sat upright, staring straight ahead, not daring to move, as there was a stunning blonde beauty sitting next to him. Miss Shirley, I'm Lin Dongsheng. I just transferred to Mayu City First High School. I'm the only child in my family. Why doesn't your friend speak? He's a bit simple-minded and not good at socializing. Let's just talk among ourselves. Outside the exotic charm bar, Zhang Heng and his friends were sipping milk tea while staring intently at the entrance. Why haven't they come out yet? Logically, those dancers should have left after an hour. Zhang Heng said angrily. Don't worry, Zhanggu, look, they're coming out. At the entrance of the exotic charm bar, a drunken Lin Dongxing staggered out, with Chu Han following beside him. Lao Chu, I'm so happy to chat with Shirley today. She's my goddess. Usually, I can only admire her from the audience. Fortunately, I dragged you along today, otherwise the 3,000 contributions I saved wouldn't have been enough. Chu Han shook his head, wanting to give him a good punch. What's the use of that? Today you have money, so she calls you brother. But you can't be rich every day. Oh, next time you see her, she might be in someone else's arms calling them brother. Lao Chu, although we are brothers, you are not allowed to speak ill of my goddess. Lin Dongxing staggered against the roadside, and after a wave of nausea in his stomach, vomited. Then he drunkenly fell to the ground, and luckily Chu Han reacted quickly and caught him, otherwise the scene would have been too brutal. What's the meaning of such joy? It's merely an illusion. Lao Chu, you're right. It's valuable to have self-awareness, but your friend clearly does not. What's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Chu Han frowned, straining his mind to search for memories of the person in front of him, but despite his efforts, he remained clueless. He then shook his head, looking confused. We met in the abyss. Plus my uncle was beaten up by the people you called today. It's just right to avenge him. Oh, I remember you. You're the one with the sword. But who is your uncle? It's not playing with a sword, it's using a sword. Be careful with your words. My uncle is Zhang Su, Vice Principal Zhang. Have you forgotten the good deeds you've done? Chu Han raised an eyebrow. It turned out he was Zhang Zu's nephew, so today a battle was unavoidable. Wait a moment. Chu Han set Lin Dongxing down against the corner of the street, then transformed into Titan form. Do you want to come one by one, or all together? To fight you we still. Zhanggu, the opponent seems formidable. Oh, let's go together. The buzzcut boy beside him held Zhang Heng back, offering this valuable suggestion. Zhang Heng looked at the towering figure over 5 meters tall, and silently withdrew his previous statements. We four will challenge you alone. The werewolf shouted ferociously. Upon hearing this, Chu Han instinctively wanted to draw the woofing sword from his back to face the enemy, but halfway through he realized that he had only come out today to handle the transfer procedures and hadn't brought the woofing sword at all. The werewolf charged first, completely disregarding Chu Han, as he had 3 teammates behind him. Chu Han raised his foot without hesitation, crashing it down on the werewolf with tremendous force. The werewolf felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. His face was filled with shock and unwillingness, never expecting to be subdued by Chu Han so easily. Help! Old Wolf is such a useless fellow, how could he be taken down so quickly? Yeah, he didn't even test the waters first. Little Black, you go ahead. Why should I go first? If we're going, we all go together. Just as the 3 were pushing responsibility onto each other, the old wolf pinned beneath Chu Han's foot wore a face of agony, as if he had donned a mask of pain. Bro, I was wrong. Please lift your foot. I promise to run far away and won't get involved in this matter anymore. Get lost. Chu Han lifted his foot, giving the werewolf a reprieve. The old wolf crawled out of the pit, clutching his waist, and immediately fled. Old wolf, come back. Damn it, this ungrateful guy. Every time I see him in the future, I'll hit him. Zhang Heng stood quietly, his gaze icy as he watched the old wolf flee in disgrace. The old wolf's panicked escape resembled that of a stray dog in Zhang Heng's eyes. He furrowed his brow, realizing that if he didn't act, the team would break apart. They'll go first, you two provide support from the side. Zhang Heng's expression was grim as he held a 3-foot-long sword, which glimmered coldly in the sunlight. He walked steadily, step by step, toward Chu Han. Chu Han, arms crossed over his chest, watched Zhang Heng approach with great interest. He recalled that this Zhang Heng was no ordinary opponent. Not only could he unleash fierce sword energy, but he could also attack with his sword. I'll let you strike 3 times first. Let me see the power of your sword energy. Zhang Heng's anger surged, and the spiritual energy within him erupted like a raging tide, causing his clothes to flutter wildly. He had never been so underestimated before. As a 4th-tier expert, his spiritual energy had already transformed from mist into liquid, with each drop containing concentrated essence, harboring even greater power. Zhang Heng moved with a mysterious step, wielding his sword like a dancing spirit snake, the sword's momentum fierce and unpredictable. At times it struck like lightning, quick as the wind, at others it coiled like a dragon, ever-changing. Clang, clang, clanged. A series of crisp, loud sounds rang out like a great bell. Zhang Heng struck the purple armor with 5 successive sword strikes, sparks flying, as the sharp sword energy shattered the purple scales, leaving 5 deep sword marks. I said 3 strikes, you've already done 5. Chu Han said discontentedly, looking at the sword marks on his body. Less talking, let's fight. As soon as Zhang Heng finished speaking, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly shot from Chu Han's deep-set eyes. The lightning roared like a ferocious dragon, instantly slicing through the air with breathtaking speed towards Zhang Heng, leaving a dazzling trail of light in its wake. Zhang Heng felt an overwhelming sense of crisis wash over him, the pressure causing his heart to race. He hastily raised his sword, exerting all his strength to strike at one of the bolts of lightning. At the moment of collision, a blinding light and a tremendous sound erupted. Zhang Heng successfully shattered one bolt of lightning, but the speed of the other was so fast that he could hardly muster a further counterattack. In an instant, another bolt of lightning struck Zhang Heng. He felt a violent numbness coursing through his body, as if countless ants were frantically scuttling around inside him. By the time he regained his senses, Chu Han's massive fist was already in front of him. Bang! The sword was knocked away by Chu Han's punch. Though Zhang Heng lost his weapon, he seized the chance to create distance. Chu Han's fist slammed down onto the ground, instantly creating a massive fist imprint, sending dirt flying and rocks scattering. Then another punch fell, leaving another deep imprint in the earth. Chu Han relentlessly attacked Zhang Heng, and soon the ground was littered with large fist imprints. Zhang Heng dodged Chu Han's attacks, awkwardly feeling like a tiny ant that could be swallowed by this immense power at any moment. Yet he showed no signs of panic, appearing quite composed. Sword come. Seizing the opportunity during Chu Han's assault, Zhang Heng's spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave within him. Zhang Heng's body seemed to transform into a massive furnace of spiritual energy, radiating powerful waves of force. The sword lodged in the distance trembled as if it had gained consciousness. Then, like a bolt of lightning, it soared through the air toward Chu Han. Sensing the intense spiritual energy fluctuation from behind, a strong sense of danger forced Chu Han to halt his attack and dodge to the side. The sword emitted a fierce wave of spiritual energy, whistling past Chu Han's cheek like a bolt of lightning. The sharp sword energy seemed capable of cutting through anything, leaving a long, thin wound on Chu Han's face. Blood slowly seeped out, trickling down his cheek. What a pity, just a little off. Zhang Heng murmured to himself. Zhang bro, you're amazing. Zhang bro, awesome. The buzzcut man and the black man cheered for him from a distance. Chu Han touched the wound on his face, realizing he might have underestimated his opponent. A dense mass of lightning gathered in front of Chu Han, and then he shouted loudly as a web of lightning intertwined and descended toward Zhang Heng. Faced with the storm of lightning overhead, Zhang Heng's eyes flashed with determination. He gripped his sword tightly, the spiritual energy within him surging wildly, infusing into the sword. As the sword was ignited by the spiritual energy, its radiance intensified, and it hummed with power. Zhang Heng shouted and swung the sword fiercely at the dense web of electricity. The sword's momentum was sharp, like a dazzling meteor streaking across the sky. When the sword met the electric web, it erupted with intense light and a tremendous sound. Had Zhang Heng been at his peak, severing this electric web would be a piece of cake. However, he had already exhausted significant spiritual energy in the previous battle, and the subsequent sword strike had drained him further, leaving him with barely a fraction of his energy. Zhang Heng trembled all over, his clothes torn and tattered by the electric shocks hanging in shreds on him. His hands grew numb and weak from the powerful current, causing the sword to slip from his grasp. Chu Han did not hold back, seizing the opportunity while his opponent was immobilized. He slapped downward. Smack! A crisp sound echoed in the air. Zhang Heng felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his body involuntarily flying to the side. He crashed heavily to the ground, rolling backward. Dazed from the sudden slap, Zhang Heng struggled to get up, only to find a large foot pressing him down. This sword is no ordinary item. I can't even bend it. Chu Han gripped the sword tightly, the veins in his arms bulging like squirming earthworms. His eyes revealed a mix of surprise and anger. He couldn't believe this sword was so solid. He exerted even more force, pulling with all his might, but the sword remained unyielding. Zhang Heng's face darkened upon hearing this, and then he felt a surge in his chest, his throat sweet, and he coughed up a mouthful of old blood. The blood he spat out seemed to drain away his last bit of strength, and his consciousness began to fade. Hey, are you really passing out like this? You're so weak. Chu Han glanced at the dazed Zhang Heng beneath him, then at the distant drunken Lin Dongxing, letting out a deep sigh. Hey, you two. Chu Han turned around, but found the two lackeys had already vanished without a trace. Chu Han was about to leave with the two of them slung over his shoulder when he saw the lackeys returning, followed by a group of police officers. Hey, big guy, put those two students down quickly. You are already suspected of gathering a crowd to fight, so immediately put your hands on your head and squat down. Chu Han sensed the spiritual energy fluctuations from the four individuals opposite him, initially determining that there were 4 third-tier spiritual energy users and 2 fourth-tier users. He could barely hold his ground. Chu Han dropped the two onto the ground, and then reverted to his human form, squatting down with his hands on his head. Officer, I've already explained the situation clearly. Although you may not believe it, I am actually the victim. Sitting in the interrogation room, Chu Han explained helplessly. Don't worry, student, we are already analyzing the surveillance footage. We won't let any bad person go free, nor will we wrong any good person. Just then voices could be heard from outside. Principal Zhang, you don't need to worry. You can take your nephew home now. We've checked and found no serious injuries. He just needs to rest for a few days. As for punishing the person who injured your nephew, we will make sure to do so. Do you want to make it a bit harder for him? Zhang Su looked through the glass at the people inside, thought for a moment, and said, no need, I'll let it be handled as it should be. In the evening, a young police officer walked into the detention center. We have confirmed that they indeed followed you with malicious intent. Before Chu Han could feel happy, the officer added, even so, you are still required to be detained for 2 days for fighting. Rest assured you will have your 3 meals a day here. But how can those 3 leave early? Chu Han protested. What do your parents do? Ordinary citizens. Exactly. Your uncle is the principal and knows many people. My direct superior is also his friend, so I have no choice. Chu Han sighed, turned around, and saw Lin Dongxing still fast asleep, his eyes suddenly brightening. Hey bro, can you get out just because of connections? That depends on whether the person you find is influential. Do you have any powerful relatives or friends? I can help you make a call. I don't, but this guy does. Chu Han gave Lin Dongxing several hard slaps to wake him from his drunken state. 10 minutes later, Chu Han and Lin Dongxing left the detention center. I say, old Chu, even if you want to wake me, you don't need to be so rough, right? I suspect you have some personal vendetta against me. Chu Han ignored him and quickly left this place that was his first time in a detention center. Hey, wait for me. Since I chose to transfer schools, I naturally need to gather information about the new institution. Unlike Kanglan City, the schools in Moyu City offer courses related to body refinement. Chu Han searched the official website using the keyword body refinement. Perhaps due to the presence of many non-human races in Moyu City, there are quite a few courses related to body refinement. Tomorrow on the 15th, there is a major class on the feasibility of elemental body refinement. Elemental and body refinement seem quite interesting. Ooh, I can go take a look tomorrow. Chu Han set the alarm clock and then lay down on his bed. Today was exhausting even for his stamina. In the spacious classroom, students from various races sat in their respective seats. However, among these numerous figures, one particular area stood out. The corner of the front row where Chu Han was seated. Out of hundreds of seats, only a handful of non-human students occupied them, along with Chu Han, the only human. Although these non-human students came from different races, they were all curious about this lone human. Soon class time arrived, and an elderly professor with white hair walked in carrying a pile of items. His steps were somewhat slow, yet they carried a steady rhythm. He slightly hunched over, but it did nothing to conceal the scholarly aura he emanated. Chu Han looked at the elderly man at the podium in surprise, expecting a high-level body refiner to teach, only to find an ordinary person with no cultivation. All right, classmates, today we will discuss the special effects of elements on body refinement. As the old professor hung a diagram on the blackboard, he turned and noticed Chu Han sitting in the front row. He took off his glasses to wipe them, and then put them back on, confirming for the second time that he had not seen incorrectly. At that moment, a flicker of surprise and delight crossed the old professor's eyes. Are you interested in body refinement, student? What is your name, how old are you, and what is your chi blood value? Chu Han looked at the excited professor grasping his hand and felt somewhat at a loss. I am Chu Han, just turned 17 this year. My chi blood value is currently 981, and I am about to break through 1,000. Hearing Chu Han's answer, the old professor was immensely surprised, not expecting this seemingly ordinary boy to be on the verge of breaking through to the 4th rank of body refinement. You're not lying to me, are you? You don't look particularly strong, yet your chi blood is nearly breaking through 1,000. Chu Han scratched his head and glanced at the Minotaur sitting to his left. If you don't believe me, ask him. Brother, you've seen my strength in the 6 races competition. Explain it to the teacher. The Minotaur seemed a bit dazed, but he responded quickly. It's true, Teacher Xiao. Brother Chu is really impressive. After transforming, I can't even match him. Upon hearing the Minotaur's words, Xiao Gongming paused slightly, then nodded repeatedly. Very well, today we have a new classmate, so let's start with our theory of elemental body refinement. Saying this, Xiao Gongming hung a blueprint of a forged sword on the blackboard. In ancient times, to forge a weapon, the first step was to prepare materials, selecting suitable iron, ore, or steel, along with other auxiliary materials, such as fuel. The second step was smelting, heating the iron, ore, or steel to high temperatures to melt it and remove impurities, resulting in a pure metallic liquid. The third step was forging, pouring the metallic liquid into molds or shaping it into the form of a sword through hammering. The fourth step was quenching, rapidly immersing the heated sword body into a cooling medium to quickly cool it, thereby increasing the sword's hardness. My inspiration comes from this. We can skip the first and third steps as our bodies are the materials, so there's no need to change their shape. Thus, the first step of elemental body refinement is to heat with high temperatures, further condensing the strength of qi blood and removing impurities from the body. The second step is to directly cool our bodies with low temperatures, enhancing our physical strength. Chu Han, do you understand? Chu Han quickly nodded, realizing that the professor was considering his learning pace. Haha, very good. There's no time like the present. My ice and fire body refining machine has been improved quite a bit. Let's go and experience it together. Saying this, Xiao Gongming struggled to lift a pile of blueprints and books. Seeing this, Chu Han hurriedly stepped forward to take the heavy items from him. This little weight was easy for him. In the laboratory stood an eye-catching machine. It was oval-shaped, resembling a gigantic, mysterious egg, emanating a cold metallic luster. The circular machine was connected on both sides to 2 thick tubes, seemingly designed to transport something inside. Is there any student willing to volunteer to try it out? This device has 3 levels of intensity. You can try the first level, so don't worry, it won't kill anyone. Everyone exchanged glances, hesitating to be the first test subject. He'll go first. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Han stepped forward to volunteer. Seeing Xiao Gongming's confidence, there should not be any accidents. Ding ding, Chu Han, please step in. A faint mechanical whirring sound arose, and one side of the machine slowly opened, revealing a door flickering with a ghostly blue light. Chu Han, filled with curiosity, took a step toward the machine. Moments later, the door that had just opened slowly closed with a soft click. Chu Han, pay attention. The left tube will burn your body with flames, while the right one will bring cold air. Good luck. Before Chu Han could say much, the machine suddenly roared to life, and a deep rumble came from the left tube. Immediately after, a dazzling flame surged forth from the tube, charging at Chu Han like a raging beast. The flames appeared in a scorching, orange-red hue, as if it were the wrath of the Earth's core. They danced and twisted, radiating a stifling heat. Wherever the flames passed, the air seemed to burn and warp, making a sizzling sound. Chu Han could feel the heat wave crashing against him, turning his clothes to ashes. But this level of heat was nothing for him, who often soaked in lava hot springs. The searing flames licked at his skin, yet did not inflict any pain. About 10 minutes later, the flames gradually subsided, and a chilling hiss came from the right tube. Soon after, a bone-chilling cold surged in like a tidal wave. The cold air presented a deep blue hue, as if it were howling out from the depths of a polar abyss. Wherever it traveled, countless tiny ice crystals instantly formed in the air. How do you feel, Chu Han? Have you noticed any increase in your physical strength? Come, let's check if your qi blood value has risen. Beep, qi blood value, 981. The air suddenly fell silent, and Xiao Gongming awkwardly coughed twice. Ahem, according to my theory, after undergoing the baptism of ice and fire, one needs to soak in a medicinal liquid to achieve the desired effect. Xiao, could you please find me something to cover up? Chu Han said anxiously. Oh, I forgot about that. Here, put this on for now. Chu Han took the white lab coat from Xiao Gongming's hand and quickly put it on. The rest of you come up and try it too, but remember to take off your clothes before going in. A scream came from the machine, and Xiao Gongming showed a slight smile. This is how it should be. It must be, because Chu Han is too strong. The intended user group was ordinary students of the second rank, not that his device was ineffective. Next, the bear-like creature from the experimental device stepped out, trembling, soon replaced by the next werewolf. Beep, vitality value, 207. Not bad, my elemental body refining is still effective. Little bear, your vitality has increased by 2 points. Teacher Xiao, your device is useful, but it hurts a bit. Look at me, my fur is all singed, I look utterly awful. The 2 graceful female winged beings behind them turned pale upon hearing this. They exchanged anxious glances filled with hesitation and fear. After a moment, as if reaching a silent agreement, they immediately took a few steps back. Then they cautiously moved their feet, and quietly slipped out of the laboratory. What's the big deal? A bit of fur will grow back in a few days. Besides, you weren't exactly good looking to begin with, so don't worry about it. You're talking nonsense. I'm one of the most handsome in our bear race. I won't attend your class anymore. Hearing this, Xiao Gongming's expression instantly turned tense. He hurriedly stepped forward and blocked the way. This was important experimental data. Don't rush, little bear. My human aesthetic is naturally different from yours. It's my fault, don't be mad. Your human standards are just lacking. Mind your words next time. Little bear muttered, though his tone was still disgruntled. It was clear he was no longer as angry as before. Xiao Gongming sighed in relief and quickly nodded, saying, definitely this time it's my fault. 2 hours later, all the students had been subjected to the device, and Xiao Gongming obtained a batch of valuable data. See you all on the 30th. We will continue our enjoyable experiments then. Xiao Gongming closed the laboratory door and turned back to the ice-fire body refining machine. Hey Chu classmate, why haven't you left yet? As the first experimental subject, Chu Han not only stayed, but remained until the end. Professor Xiao, I feel that the first gear of your ice-fire body refining machine isn't very effective. Why not let me try the power of the second gear? Xiao Gongming pondered for a moment and finally agreed to Chu Han's request. The intensity of the first gear is set for alien races with a vitality value of around 200. Its power has been meticulously calculated to produce specific effects on such beings. The second gear is designed for alien races with a vitality value of 1000. The difference in intensity between these two gears is substantial, so you must be particularly careful when facing it. If you can't handle it, just wave at me, and I will stop immediately. Chu Han nodded and walked directly into the machine. As before, a dazzling light surged from the left amid the rumbling of the machine. The orange-red flames enveloped his entire body, and this time Chu Han felt a bit of pain. The fur that remained unscathed under the first gear's flames appeared utterly defenseless against the second gear's flames, instantly reduced to ashes. Chu Han's face twisted in agony, his eyes filled with shock. This flame was much more potent than the artificial magma in the Minotaur's district. Outside the ice-fire body refining machine, Xiao Gongming nodded repeatedly, realizing this kid was impressive, handling the flames of the second gear as if they were nothing. Click! Xiao Gongming pulled the switch to turn off the flames, and then raised another switch. Chu Han had yet to recover from the high temperature when a deep blue chill began to howl towards him. The rushing cold wave approached at an astonishing speed, the icy air carrying a bone-chilling cold that seemed capable of freezing everything instantly. Chu Han felt a piercing cold rush towards him. His body, just roasted by the high temperature, suddenly jolted. An indescribable sensation of contrast flooded his senses, halting his thoughts in that moment. Chu classmate, Xiao Gongming called out repeatedly, but Chu Han showed no reaction. Xiao Gongming's heart sank. Something was wrong, and he rushed towards the first aid kit. Before Xiao Gongming could find the stimulant, Chu Han had already walked out trembling. This second gear's flames were conservatively estimated to be over 1000 degrees Celsius, but that was unimportant. Chu Han had a strong resistance to high temperatures, perhaps due to his usual exposure to magma. When the deep blue cold wave hit him, Chu Han knew something was wrong. His resistance to low temperatures was much lower than he had imagined, and the transition from extreme heat to extreme cold occurred within just a few seconds. This ice-fire duality seemed to create a unique physical reaction, freezing him instantly. Chu classmate, are you alright? Here, have some hot water and put on some clothes. After sitting down and resting for a while, Chu Han finally regained his senses. Professor Xiao, what are the temperature settings for your flames and cold currents? This is a bit too intense, I almost couldn't handle it. Oh well, I set the flame temperature to 1000 degrees Celsius and the cold current to 70 degrees Celsius. You can't blame me. I did warn you that there was a significant difference between the first and second gear. Chu Han's mouth twitched. The intensity was indeed high. By the way, Chu Han, have you recovered? Chu Han stood up, twisted his waist, and his body had returned to peak condition. Alright, let's measure some data. Beep vitality value 992. See, my theory has no issues. As long as the intensity is sufficient, the enhancement effect on vitality is remarkable. Follow me, let's measure your resistance to impact. This machine. Chu Han gazed at the nearly 10-meter tall steel behemoth before him, feeling a pang of dread. The massive mechanical arm was thick and powerful, seemingly containing boundless strength, its fist larger than Chu Han in Titan form. Don't worry, it's fine. This machine has a high precision capable of controlling the force within a range of 10 digits. Trust me, let's start with a force of 1000 kilograms. Chu Han stood ready. Just as Xiao Gongming said, the enormous steel fist soared above him, delivering a visually striking impact. But as Xiao Gongming mentioned, the mechanical arm's precision was high. A force of 1000 kilograms posed no threat to him. It seems 1000 kilograms has no effect on you. Let's try 1500 kilograms. Let's try 2000 kilograms. A force of 2000 kilograms was already somewhat threatening to Chu Han in his human form. Although he wasn't injured, he staggered back several steps to absorb the punch. 2,100 kilograms, 2,200 kilograms. Until 2,300 kilograms, Chu Han felt his vitality surge and his shoulder began to swell. A resistance of 2,300 kilograms is quite good. Let's stop here. Chu Han frowned. This was not his limit. In human form, he was not only weaker in strength, but also far inferior in endurance. Professor Xiao set the force to 4,000 kilograms. What? Are you crazy? You. Zhao Gongming's eyes widened. Oh, was this guy even human? How could he still transform? Cough, let's add it slowly. Jumping straight to 4,000 kilograms is too big of a leap. It's finer, just give me 4,000 kilograms so I can handle it. Bang. When the mechanical arm came crashing down with tremendous force, Zhao Gongming couldn't help but sweat for him. However, Chu Han remained undeterred, swiftly extending one hand. Compared to the mechanical arm, Chu Han's arm appeared slender. Yet this seemingly frail arm firmly blocked the forceful mechanical arm. 4,100 kilograms, 4,200 kilograms. 5,200 kilograms. At 5,200 kilograms, Chu Han's purple scales shattered, reaching his limit. Wow, you're quite impressive, Chu Han. Here's my contact, add me as a friend. I welcome you to come here to hone your physique. You can come every day? Chu Han assessed his condition and felt he could go for another round. 10 minutes later, Chu Han's legs trembled as he staggered out of the ice-fire body refining machine. Chu Han, do you want to go again? No, I'm done. Brother Chu, you're not tricking me, are you? Is this shabby machine really as good as you say? Jekka frowned slightly, pacing slowly around the unassuming machine. When have I ever lied to you? Even if you don't trust me, you should believe the experimental data. Look, the blood vitality increased by 10 points on the first day, 21 on the second, 29 on the third, and 19 on the fourth day. 12 on the seventh day. Jekka took the notebook, instantly captivated by the string of numbers. Brother Chu, is this machine really reliable? Don't worry, I just went in and out 3 times, and I'm perfectly fine. Professor Xiao, give my good brother a version of the second gear at 70 power. Zhao Gongming gave an okay gesture and then pulled the switch. Just like the first time with Chu Han, Jekka could still endure the intense heat, but as the cold wave arrived, he immediately faltered. Let me out, Jekka opened his mouth wide as if he wanted to say something more, but his body gradually stiffened. His eyes widened in shock and fear. His previously slightly parted lips seemed to be frozen by an invisible force, unable to utter a single word. His limbs slowly lost sensation, becoming heavy and rigid like stone. Professor Xiao, that's enough, let him out. The door creaked open, and a cold wave rushed out, causing Zhao Gongming to shiver involuntarily. Bang! Jekka seemed to be frozen like an ice sculpture crashing out. Chu Han slowly poured prepared hot water over Jekka, and with a creaking sound, Jekka revived. Brother Chu, if you want me dead, just say so. There's no need for this, it's too ruthless. Beep blood vitality 838. As the blood vitality tester beeped, Jekka involuntarily closed his mouth. The anger in his eyes was replaced by a complex emotion, a mix of surprise and joy. How much? 838. Before you went in, your blood vitality was only 827. In just 10 short minutes, it increased by 11 points. Not bad, right? Jekka grabbed the blood vitality tester, and his body, which had still been shivering, instantly became warm. This is great. I've decided to go back and persuade my dad to get one. Brother Chu, how much is this machine? Ahem, this ice-fire tempering machine is still in the experimental stage and cannot be sold. You might be disappointed, my friend. Zhao Gongming's words felt like a cold bucket of water, dousing Jekka's recently ignited enthusiasm, and disappointment washed over him like a tide. However, you can add me as a friend on WeChat, and you can make an appointment to use the ice-fire tempering machine every day. On the way back to the community, Jekka kept complaining, Brother Chu, you really lack loyalty. Why didn't you tell me about such a good thing earlier? Otherwise, I might have already made a breakthrough by now. Chu Han slapped his forehead and quickly sprinted ahead, leaving Jekka behind. This guy, how can he just run off like that? Jekka muttered helplessly. At the entrance of the community, a minotaur in a suit with gold-rimmed glasses was standing there reading a book. Hey, where's Jekka? Jedi closed his book and asked casually. He's still slowly walking behind. That kid. 10 minutes later, Jekka leisurely returned to the community. You little rascal, are you trying to get beaten? You know I have business to discuss with you, yet you're dragging this out. Dad, you don't know just now. Jekka sat in the back seat incessantly trying to convince Jedi to get an ice-fire tempering machine. If this ice-fire tempering machine is as effective as you say, we can get a few to bring to the tribe. Chu Han sat in the specially made oversized SUV for the Minotaurs, but his gaze was fixed on the long line of vehicles outside the window. This is a convoy transporting supplies. Our main purpose this time is to deliver care to the people inside the secret realm and to let you two experience it. Jita's voice came from the front, explaining to Chu Han. Secret realm. Chu Han seized on the key word, his mind racing, but he still had no clue. That's right. You should know that there are hardly any young adults in our Minotaur tribe because they all went into the secret realm to mine. In this secret realm, there is no spiritual energy, so when you humans enter, your strength will be greatly diminished, which is why our 6 clans need to step in. Jedi, sitting in the passenger seat, elaborated on the information regarding the secret realm. This secret realm is very strange, and not only is there no spiritual energy, but there are also no living beings, only some special creatures made of bones, which we call the Undead Clan. They possess no intelligence and cannot communicate. Every 3 months a wave of skeletons attacks the mining area. They are fearless and have only one thought: to kill us living beings. Moreover, your human machinery and the products of gnomish technology cannot be used inside, which is why Muyu City provides us with substantial subsidies each year, essentially hiring us to mine. The convoy slowly moved forward. An hour later, all vehicles, after passing through several checkpoints, entered a military-restricted area. Tall walls and tightly woven barbed wire isolated this area from the outside world. Soldiers, fully armed, vigilantly watched their surroundings. Suddenly, Chu Han's gaze was drawn to a peculiar sight. In the center of this military-restricted area stood a mysterious spatial gate. The spatial gate emitted a hazy glow as if leading to another unknown world. The edges of the door shimmered with mysterious runes, constantly changing colors, giving a profound and unfathomable feel. Get out of the car, it's time to move things. Seeing Chu Han staring at the spatial gate without moving, Xiao realized it was his first time seeing it. The spatial gate is a product of gnomish technology. They reinforced the spatial rift, turning it into a stable passage. This is a great innovation, opening new doors for communication and exploration between different worlds. Unlike those unstable spatial rifts, weak beings can be shattered by spatial tremors and storms, so you and Jekka must be extremely careful. It must be said that the Minotaurs are indeed skilled at moving things. Their strong bodies can move several tons of supplies at once, and their sturdy arms can easily lift heavy loads. Each Minotaur is like a moving hill, slowly carrying heavy supplies through the spatial gate. As Chu Han passed through the spatial gate, he felt the distinct difference between this secret realm and Blue Star. Not only was there no spiritual energy present, but the air was also much more murky. Looking around, the atmosphere was oppressive and dreary, as if all vitality had been drained away. "Brother Chu, this way," Jedi called out to Chu Han, who quickly followed the main group after coming to his senses. Such a large expenditure of manpower and resources, this mine must be quite valuable. "Of course, Brother Chu, since you are one of us, it's fine to tell you. Our Minotaur clan is responsible for the high-grade secret silver mine. We have quotas to meet every quarter. This high-grade secret silver is the main material for crafting spiritual tools. It is not only hard, but also has excellent conductivity for spiritual energy, and it is quite expensive," Jekka explained as he walked. On this monotonous path, it seemed that only through idle chatter could they pass the time and relieve the dullness. "Hey everyone, stop what you're doing, the chief is bringing supplies." The Minotaur on lookout shouted into the mine, and immediately a group of Minotaurs set aside their tasks and hurried towards the ground. A dense throng of Minotaurs emerged from various tunnels, startling Chu Han. All along he had thought that the Minotaur clan was sparse. Even in his small area, there were only a few thousand Minotaurs. "Jekka, you take Chu Han around while I take care of these chores first." Upon hearing this, Jekka, who was already impatient, set down his burdens with a sigh of relief. He stretched his stiff shoulders, turned to Chu Han, and said, "Come on, Brother Chu, let me take you for a walk by the sea." Chu Han nodded slightly, and quickly caught up with Jeek's pace. He was curious about what the sea in this secret realm would be like. Creak. A pale skeleton was crawling slowly on the ground, its hollow eye sockets appearing particularly eerie under the sunlight. It was missing a leg bone, making its entire body look extremely uncoordinated to the point where even standing up was a luxury. Chu Han stood quietly, his eyes revealing a keen interest. He watched as the persistent skeleton crawled towards him and asked curiously, "Is this what the undead in the secret realm looks like? So weak, but must have been calcium deficient in life." Chu Han said with a hint of mockery. Jekka stepped forward and unhesitatingly stomped down. The skeleton immediately emitted a crunching sound that made one's teeth ache, its fragile bones shattering under Jeek's foot. The skeleton, which had been struggling to crawl, now lay completely still, leaving only a pile of remains. "Let's go. The closer we get to the sea, the more scattered undead there will be, but they are not our goal here. Hurry up, I want to show you something interesting." For the sake of what Jekka deemed interesting, the two began to quicken their pace. Along the way, weak skeletons appeared one after another, but without exception, they were all weaklings incapable of normal movement. Chu Han and Jekka continued forward until they finally reached the seaside. Standing on the beach, the coastline seemed endless. Gazing into the distance where the water met the sky was a vast expanse stretching out of sight. The waves continually crashed against the shore, producing a roaring sound, while white foam sparkled like crystals under the sunlight. The sea in this secret realm is not much different from the Sea of Blue Star. It is just as blue. On the sea, a small island stood quietly. It resembled a white pearl embedded in the blue ocean. From afar, the island was shrouded in a thin mist, looking mysterious and enchanting. However, there were no plants on the island, making it appear rather barren. "We have arrived. Brother Chu, stand here, and don't move, we'll be back soon." After saying this, a glimmer of mystery flashed in Jeek's eyes. Chu Han nodded slightly, standing in place, his gaze fixed on Jekka. Jekka took large strides, jogging towards the island. Soon he reached the water's edge and shouted loudly towards the island, "Come fight me, you little lizard." As soon as Jeek's voice fell, the previously calm surface of the sea suddenly surged like a giant stone was thrown in, creating enormous waves. The waves crashed against each other, producing a deafening roar. In the midst of this chaos, the white island shot up from the ground at an incredible speed, transforming into a massive creature over 200 meters tall. It was then that Chu Han realized this was not a small island at all, but a bone dragon, its entire body as white as jade. The dragon's massive form exuded a chilling aura, its white bones gleaming with an eerie light in the sunlight. In its hollow eye sockets burned ghostly flames, making it hard to look directly at. It slightly swayed its body, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Meanwhile, Jekka had already bolted away after his provocative shout, his figure darting across the beach like an arrow released from a bow. Though Chu Han was still nearly 1,000 meters away from the bone dragon, he too did not hesitate to run. The intimidation from the dragon was overwhelming, as if an invisible pressure enveloped him. Chu Han could clearly feel his heart pounding violently in his chest, the rapid rhythm echoing like a war drum, reminding him of the danger he was in. "Brother Chu, don't run. That place is perfectly safe for you." Chu Han did not stop, continuing to sprint forward. How had he never realized before that Jekka was such a reckless guy? Gradually, Chu Han slowed down, his chest heaving heavily as he gasped for air. There was no sound behind him anymore. He turned to look back, and Jeek's figure had become a small black, flickering on the distant beach, while the terrifying bone dragon seemed to have never existed, leaving only a calm shore. What the hell was that? Chu Han wondered if he had just hallucinated or seen something resembling a mirage. "Haha, Brother Chu, you ran really fast just now. I couldn't catch up to you at all. But you don't need to be scared or worried. That guy can't leave the sea." Chu Han glared at Jekka and said angrily, "You better give me an explanation." Seeing that Chu Han seemed a bit angry, Jekka quickly replied, "Brother Chu, don't be mad. When I first saw that giant, I was so scared I couldn't even move. You're doing much better than I did." According to everyone's research, that giant should be a guardian-like existence. Whenever a living being dares to approach the sea, it will launch a thunderous offensive to either obliterate or drive them away. Moreover, its range of activity is limited. It cannot come to the shore, so it poses no threat to us. Chu Han stroked his chin, pondering. There must be some great secret hidden beyond the sea. Has no one ever tried to bypass it from other places? With such a long coastline, that bone dragon couldn't possibly block it all, could it? You can try. Who knows, you might find a loophole. Then I will try. Chu Han walked west along the coastline until he could no longer see the bone dragon. He stepped into the sea, 1 step, 2 steps. Initially, he felt nothing. But as he was about to take the 5th step, a sudden wave of intense unease welled up within him, as if disaster was imminent. Chu Han hesitated for a moment, but it felt as if a pair of eyes were watching him from the shadows. He chose to follow his instincts and retreated back to the beach. As his feet touched the shore, the oppressive feeling vanished instantly, as if it had never existed. Chu Han, defying fate, continued walking westward, but the immense figure in the distance forced him to stop. Unlike the curled-up bone dragon that resembled a small island, this was a giant humanoid monster sitting in the sea, its upper body towering over 100 meters above the surface. Though it still had flesh and blood, unlike the bone dragon, which was just bones, Chu Han could tell at a glance that it had lost all vitality. Its tough skin no longer gleamed, replaced by a dull hue. The waves gently lapped against its body, producing a low rumbling sound. Suddenly, without any warning, the humanoid monster turned around, its hollow eye sockets igniting with 2 flames of green fire fixed intently on Chu Han. "Brother Chu, why are you rushing back so hastily?" Jek saw Chu Han sprinting back and asked, puzzled. "Fear. Over there." Chu Han gasped heavily, his words broken by ragged breaths. "Ah, you mean you saw that Titan wraith? That's perfectly normal. This coastline stretches endlessly, and there are many such colossal skeletal sentinels guarding it." Titan wraith. Indeed. What else could a humanoid monstrosity of such immense scale possibly be? Chu Han fell silent for a moment. Had the creature turned abruptly, even before he entered the water, because of some latent Titan bloodline resonance? Do these wraith sentinels possess self-aware consciousness? Jack scratched his head. The question clearly lay beyond his comprehension. Who'd dare test that? Anyone bold enough to approach for experimentation would likely end up dismembered beyond recognition. At the very least, the fish, birds, and beasts used to gauge their aggression met gruesome ends. Seeing Chu Han still lost in thought, Jack clapped a heavy hand onto his shoulder and said, "Come on, we should head back. Nightfall is near, and missing dinner at the secret realm means going hungry." The high-grade mithril mine was bustling with activity. The monthly bonfire gala had just begun, the most eagerly anticipated celebration among the Minotaur clans. Flames roared fiercely, bathing the surroundings in golden light. The dancing fire leapt like joyful sprites, weaving the very melody of life. "Brother Chu, join us. Dance. Let loose." Jack danced clumsily amid the crowd, performing the Minotaur's ancient martial dance, while beckoning Chu Han to join. "Go on, Xiao Chu. Youth must burst forth with vitality and savor this radiant joy." Jita gave him a gentle shove from behind, and Chu Han tumbled unsteadily into the throng. Truth be told, he found the Minotaur dance unrefined, lacking grace, elegance, or aesthetic polish. Its rugged movements bore no intricate choreography, standing worlds apart from the refined elegance of televised performances. Yet as he joined the circle and moved with them, an unprecedented wave of pure, unadulterated joy surged through him. All around, Minotaurs danced with unrestrained fervor, their passion blazing like the fire itself, igniting every fiber of Chu Han's being. Gradually, the bonfire dimmed, the dancing ceased. Drunk Minotaurs sprawled wherever they fell, snoring deeply. Chu Han returned quietly to his original spot. "Uncle Jita, this bonfire gala is truly delightful, but shouldn't someone stand guard? If those skeletal wraiths were to attack, they'd cut us down one by one." Chu Han glanced uneasily at the Minotaurs strewn across the ground. "Huh, no need to worry. We have me the security guard right here." Indeed, Jita had sat all evening reading. Not a drop of alcohol touched his lips. "Dad, what hushed conversation are you having with Brother Chu?" Jack ambled over, swaying slightly. "Perfect, you're both here. Tell me, do you know why I brought you two to this secret realm?" Chu Han and Jack exchanged glances, then shook their heads in unison. "Didn't you bring us to haul supplies, Uncle?" Jita sighed, disappointed by their narrow understanding. "I harbor a dream. To lead our Minotaur kin back to the primordial wild expanse, our ancestral realm, and reduce that accursed great serpent to dust and ash." Yet alas, decades have passed, and many Minotaurs have forgotten that ancient grudge, content instead with tranquil, uneventful lives. "Though I am chieftain, I cannot force vengeance upon my people." Jita's voice resonated low and resonant, like thunder rolling across time itself, laden with sorrow, gravitas, and unyielding resolve. His gaze drifted far into the distance, where visions of the ancestral land shimmered, haunted by memory, ignited by longing. "Don't worry, father. I'll charge ahead first. Not a single coward bears the name Jia," Jack declared fiercely, pounding his chest with conviction, his eyes ablaze with fierce, unwavering flame. Chu Han, however, stood awkwardly unsure what to say. "This vengeance belongs to our Minotaur lineage alone. It does not bind you, Xiao Chu. Yet you too must contemplate your own path forward. Blue Star offers safety, yes, but also stagnation, offering little opportunity for rapid growth. The primordial wild expanse is vast, breathtaking, and perilous beyond measure. You need not decide now. For the next month you'll mine mithril alongside them. Immerse yourselves in their daily lives. Whatever choice you make, honor it, so long as you never regret it." And so Chu Han and Jack became proud miners for 1 full month. "Jack, Xiao Chu, here are your picks. Hold them well." A towering Minotaur 4 meters tall handed Chu Han a mining pick over 2 meters long and became their temporary mentor. "Cousin, any tips for mining? Teach me a thing or two." "Tips? There are none. Only strength matters." With that, cousin led them into a winding mine tunnel, its passages twisting deep into the earth. After 10 minutes, they arrived before a wall glittering with high-grade mithril. "All right, let's begin. Today's your first day. I just get a feel for the difficulty. No quotas today, but tomorrow we work seriously." Chu Han examined the 2-meter pick in his hands, awkward for his human frame, nearly 1.9 meters tall. For a fleeting instant, cousin's eyes widened in stunned disbelief. He froze speechless. How could this human suddenly tower over him, growing from waist height to towering above his head in mere seconds? Heave-a-ho, heave-a-ho. Chu Han swung the pick with focused might. With his current Kibla value of 1139, a single punch delivered over 4600 kilograms of force. Yet even that failed to chip away the mithril on the first strike. Stroke after stroke, the diligent miner labored without pause. Sweat beaded upon his brow, tracing glistening paths down his cheeks before falling silently onto the earth below. His arms corded with tension, veins rising like serpents beneath taut skin, each swing demanding absolute physical and spiritual exertion. After hundreds of relentless strikes, a large slab of high-grade mithril finally broke free. Chu Han swiftly scooped it into the waiting or sack beside him. Turning, he saw Cousin had already extracted 3 irregular slabs of mithril, while Jek, by contrast, had barely carved a single deep cavity, still far from prying loose a complete piece. Excellent. Excellent. First day, and you've already secured your first high-grade mithril. Just as Uncle predicted, you're a born miner. As he spoke, he playfully kicked Jek's backside, startling him into a yelp. Jek, hurry up. Uncle assigned me oversight, fail your daily quota, and you'll answer to my fists. The monotonous life of mining day in and day out was exceedingly dull. The dark mine seemed like an endless cage firmly trapping Chu Han and Jeka. Each day they repeated the same motions, swinging their pickaxes and striking the hard or mechanical and monotonous. The tedious days were like a slow poison, gradually eroding their spirits, leaving them feeling distressed. Through the passage of time, Jeka and Chu Han had become competent miners, meeting their daily quotas. However, the tranquil days were abruptly shattered by a resounding horn. The high-grade mithril mine was as noisy as ever, with the clamor of hammering and shouting intertwining as everyone wielded their pickaxes. Suddenly, a black appeared in the distant sky, and Wang Dali, the mine commander and security chief, keenly sensed this anomaly. He quickly grabbed his binoculars to look at the dark spot. As the binoculars zoomed in, the distant black spot gradually became clearer. With black wings and a familiar face, it was the winged soldier Legia. Wang Dali's heart tightened. Communication between different minds was scarce, and he understood that the appearance of winged beings often signaled trouble. Brother Dali, those troublesome fellows are coming. Get everyone ready, or I'll go inform the werewolf clan first. Wang Dali replied tersely, then quickly picked up a nearby horn and blew into it with force. The sharp sound of the horn instantly pierced through the noise of the mine like a thunderclap, ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone halted their actions, lifting their heads toward the direction of the square. They knew that the horn signified the arrival of danger. Cousin, what's going on? Don't talk, put down what you're holding and follow me. Seeing each other's anxious expressions, Chu Han and Jeka understood that things were serious. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickly set down their pickaxes and followed out of the mine. A throng of minotaurs was gathered in the square. Brothers and sisters, those pesky skeletons are back. Don't panic, come up one by one to collect your weapons, and just like always, crush them easily. Wang Dali shouted loudly with a trumpet, and the crowd slowly moved forward. Chu Han's eyes lit up. Finally, there was a change in the monotonous days. No wonder Jeddah specifically reminded him to bring the bladeless sword. It turned out there was this situation. The Minotaur army stood ready with weapons, guarding every direction of the mine. Skeletons spotted to the northeast. Skeletons spotted to the northwest. Good, those in other directions gather towards the northwest and northeast. Let's leave no trace of them. Wait, they don't have armor. Crush them into dust. Chu Han gazed at the skeleton army surging towards them like a tidal wave, feeling a surge of emotions. Although these skeletons weren't particularly strong, their numbers were indeed overwhelming. The pale skeletons shimmered with an eerie glow under the sunlight, their hollow eye sockets resembling endless abysses that sent chills down one's spine. The endless white tide surged in, overwhelming everything. The dense figures of skeletons advanced like a swarm of locusts, causing one's scalp to tingle. Everyone heed my command, let's get them. Wang Dali shouted into the horn, and all the minotaurs raised their weapons and charged towards the skeleton army, including Chu Han with his bladeless sword. Charge! Chu Han swung his sword horizontally, instantly splitting a row of skeletons in half. The fragile bones were no match for such a powerful force. The upper halves flew into the air, white bones scattering everywhere. However, this was merely the beginning. More skeletons charged towards Chu Han, stepping on the fallen remains of their comrades. Chu Han slashed left and right, sweeping through the ranks, but the efficiency was far too low. Whirlwind slash. Holding his sword with both hands, Chu Han took a deep breath and then spun around fiercely. His figure twirled like a whirlwind, the sword blade tracing graceful yet deadly arcs through the air. As Chu Han spun, a powerful airflow radiated outward from him. The nearby skeletons were knocked back by the gust, and before they could regain their footing, the sharp sword blades were upon them. Chu Han's whirlwind slash mercilessly harvested the lives of the skeletons. Fragments of white bones danced in the air like falling snowflakes. With each rotation, countless skeletons were diced into pieces, collapsing to the ground. Chu Han abruptly stopped, his body swaying slightly from the inertia. He felt a bit dizzy, as if the world were spinning. He shook his head vigorously, trying to clear his mind. Looking ahead, he was surprised to find that there were no more skeletons before him. Turning to look back, Chu Han realized he had carved a path through the skeleton army, with heaps of skeletal remains piled high on either side. After resting for a moment, Chu Han returned to the fray, but he dared not use the whirlwind slash again. Although it was highly effective, he still felt a bit dizzy. Chu Han fought fiercely, becoming somewhat delirious as he mechanically swung the bladeless sword. He felt as if his sword struck a wall, and before he could see what lay ahead, a white fist slammed into his chest. A tremendous force surged through him, sending Chu Han flying backward, his bladeless sword slipping from his grasp. The massive figure, nearly 6 meters tall, crashed to the ground, crushing a group of skeletons beneath. White bones flew in all directions like shattered porcelain. Yet more skeletons pounced on him, like hungry hyenas, pinning Chu Han down. "Get off me!" Chu Han swung both arms, flinging the skeletons away. Struggling to stand, he realized these skeletons were truly bothersome, numerous, and tireless, as if they could never be killed off. A massive figure approached Chu Han. It was a giant skeleton, nearly 5 times larger than a typical skeleton, towering over him. Its frame was sturdier, exuding a powerful, oppressive aura. Eerie red light flickered in its hollow eye sockets, resembling burning flames. Everyone pay attention. Many skeleton kings have joined the battle. Those with health points below 2,000 should keep their distance. You are no match for them. Leave it to us old folks. Wang Dali shouted loudly, then joined the battle, charging towards the giant skeletons. Chu Han looked at this so-called skeleton king before him, excitement flashing in his eyes. That towering figure and its overwhelming presence awakened the battle spirit deep within him. The earth trembles. A strong tremor radiated outward from Chu Han, shaking the ground violently. The weak skeleton soldiers fell in droves, and for a moment only Chu Han and the giant skeleton king remained standing steadily within a radius of several meters. Chu Han forgot about the bladeless sword that had fallen to the side. As his blood boiled, his mind focused solely on the thought of shredding the skeleton king before him. Like an arrow released from a bow, Chu Han charged towards the skeleton king, exuding an unstoppable momentum, and delivered a powerful punch to its body. With a loud bang, Chu Han's fist collided with the skeleton king's hard frame, the tremendous impact causing the giant skeleton to shudder, slightly, bones grinding against each other with a painful creaking sound. But the skeleton king was no ordinary foe. The moment Chu Han's fist landed, it swiftly threw a punch of its own, its white fist crashing down on Chu Han's chest like a small mountain. Chu Han staggered back several steps, but did not fall. He was prepared and not so easily knocked down. Their fists collided relentlessly, one refusing to dodge, the other unwilling to retreat. They resembled two madmen fighting, chaotic, yet filled with wild power. The purple scales on Chu Han's body were shattered one by one in the fierce clashes, scattering through the air. His chest was dented in from the blows, intense pain radiating through his body, but his gaze remained fervent, devoid of any fear. However, the skeleton king fared worse. Its chest, as white as jade, was shattered, and the previously indestructible skeleton frame exhibited severe damage under Chu Han's frenzied assault. Another punch, like a cannonball, pierced through the skeleton king. This time the skeleton king was no longer indifferent at the bones in its chest shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Han punched once more into the skeleton king's body, striking precisely at the exposed spine. With a crisp sound, the spine broke under the immense force. The skeleton king, once towering and mighty, suddenly froze as if pressed by a pause button. Its raised fist halted abruptly, and its massive body crashed to the ground. The red light flickered in its eye sockets a few times before gradually dimming, returning everything to tranquility. Chu Han slowly walked in front of the skeleton king and then stomped heavily on its skull. With a loud crack, the Skull King's head shattered under Chu Han's foot, turning into countless fragments. It completely severed its hope for survival. The crimson eyes regained clarity as Chu Han touched his chest, which had slightly caved in, the pain still vivid and palpable. Numerous skeletons were already present around him, while in the distance minotaurs were battling the skeleton king. However, Chu Han felt deeply exhausted and needed a moment to rest. He walked back, picked up the Wu Feng sword, and cleared a path through the skeletons. Hiss! Chu Han found a vacant spot and sat down heavily, taking a deep breath of cool air. Pain spread from his chest like a tide, causing him to involuntarily furrow his brows. Leaning against a rock, he slightly closed his eyes, attempting to alleviate his physical fatigue and pain. The skeleton king's strength exceeded his expectations. He needed time to recover. The battle in the distance gradually approached its conclusion, with several skeleton kings having been eliminated, leaving only a handful of small skeletons to clean up. Chu Han opened his eyes and looked toward the direction of the footsteps. "Brother Chu, are you alright? You look a bit pale." Seeing that it was Jekka and his cousin, Chu Han let out a sigh of relief. "I'm fine, just need to rest a bit. Has the battle ended?" "Don't worry, little Chu, the battle is over. But you were truly fierce just now. Oh, I saw those several skeleton kings retreating in fear. I didn't expect you to crush them so thoroughly." Chu Han forced a bitter smile, wishing he had left the formidable skeleton king to someone else. "You don't need to worry. In past battles, we would only encounter a few skeleton kings. I didn't expect this skeleton tide to be so large, but surely there won't be any more waves. You should go back to your room to rest. Just leave the rest to the others." Chu Han nodded and walked toward his residence. Lying on the bed, he quickly fell asleep. His breathing gradually stabilized, and the fatigue on his face slowly dissipated. "What? We lost the defense. Are your fox tribes so useless that you must come here to ask for help? No, Brother Wong, a big guy showed up, and we couldn't hold our ground. Chu Han was awakened by the sparse voices from outside. His consciousness slowly returned from the dream. His eyelids fluttered slightly, then he gradually opened them. His eyes still held a trace of confusion and fatigue, as if he had not completely recovered from the exhausting battle and deep sleep. Chu Han stood up and walked to the window looking outside. The scene before him revealed several members of the fox tribe standing beside the dormitory conversing with Wang Dali. Many minotaurs like Chu Han were peeking out the window, but clearly Wang Dali had no intention of keeping secrets as he continued to speak loudly, his voice echoing in the air. That's difficult. If our people have also sustained serious injuries, going would be pointless. Don't worry, Brother Wang, we've also sent people to seek aid from the werewolves, bear men, elves, and winged people. Everyone rest for a night, and tomorrow at noon we will unite to counterattack. A fox tribe man said with a smile, a hint of flattery on his face. What about your people? Are they all dead? Brother Wang, you jest. Our people have already retreated. Upon seeing that big guy, we ran with no casualties. Wang Dali shook his head. These foxes were as cowardly as ever. All right, you can go to building 11 and find a room to rest. We'll gather again tomorrow. They'll leave everything to you, Brother Wang. Seeing that matters had reached a pause, Chu Han returned to bed to continue resting. After sleeping for a few hours, he felt the wounds were no longer as painful. The previously caved-in area seemed to be slowly healing, and he hoped to recover to peak condition by tomorrow. The next morning, while Chu Han was still in dreamland, a loud voice rang out. The sound, like a tolling bell, instantly shattered the morning tranquility. Everyone get up, it's time for lunch. Eating lunch this early today? Chu Han was startled awake by the sudden shout. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked ahead. The clock on the wall showed it was barely 10 o'clock. Was it really time for lunch? Though he felt a bit displeased about the early meal, Chu Han had no complaints about the food on the table, eating faster than anyone else. Everyone, while eating, listen to me. I believe you all heard my conversation with the fox tribe yesterday. Our 6 tribes share a long-standing friendship, and we still need to provide some support. Those who have not sustained serious injuries and still have combat capability should gather in the plaza after eating. The rest will stay to guard the mine. All right, I won't delay your meals any longer. That's all for now. Wang Dali's words echoed in the air as everyone chewed their food, silently listening, and the atmosphere in the cafeteria grew tense. Brother Chu, how's your injury? Among a group of tall minotaurs, Chu Han stood out like a crane among chickens. Jekka and his cousin quickly spotted him. I'm fine, resting for a night was enough. Chu Han patted his chest, as if yesterday's battle had merely been a minor episode. That's the advantage of being a body refiner, resilient. Even without applying medicine, if he rested for a while, his body would self-repair. After consuming the heart of the divine tree, Chu Han's recovery speed was faster than that of ordinary body refiners. That's good. This time, Brother Chu, don't be reckless. I've inquired with Uncle Wang, and this opponent is a big deal, quite difficult to handle. Don't just rush in like you did with the Skeleton King. Jekka thoughtfully reminded him. As Chu Han's impulsiveness was well known, he rushed into fights more impulsively than even the hot-tempered bear men. Listening to Jek's words, a warm current surged in Chu Han's heart. Don't worry, you'll be careful. The advanced mithril mine area housed tens of thousands of minotaurs, yet only over 3,000 participated in the rescue of the fox tribe, and all were elite troops. The main force followed the fox tribe man westward, walking for nearly 2 hours before finally encountering the remaining members of the fox tribe and the advanced troops of other races. Oh, Brother Wang, you're here. We were just missing you, strapping young minotaurs. A beautiful fox woman came forward, enthusiastically speaking in a delicate voice. However, it was evident that Wang Dali was not swayed by her charm. Stop the small talk. Have you all discussed how to wage this war? Don't rush, Brother Wang. The winged people have already sent someone to scout. We just need to wait a bit here to know the situation ahead. After a while, several winged people flew back from afar. Their wings gently flapped as they slowly descended to the ground. Wang Dali and the leaders of various tribes hurriedly gathered together, discussing strategies with serious expressions. Tisk tisk tsk, how tragic. Even this fortress has been leveled to the ground. The Fox clan is in grave peril. Fortress. Chu Han gazed ahead, seeing only an unbroken expanse of flat earth. No trace of any fortress remained. There once stood a massive fortress here. The Fox clan cultivates spiritual energy above all else, excelling in charm and environmental manipulation, yet their physical bodies are markedly weaker than those of the other 5 clans. Thus, they devoted immense effort to constructing this fortress at the front line, leveraging the terrain's natural advantages to wage defensive counterattacks. Jek's elder cousin sighed deeply and added, "This promises to be a brutal battle. The foxes have abandoned even their homes. Their foe is no ordinary threat." The main force advanced toward the werewolf territory. According to reports from winged scouts, the undead horde had shifted its objective and was now marching directly toward the werewolves. They had to intercept the monsters before it was too late. The leading female werewolf retched violently to the side, expelling the meat she'd eaten that morning. What's wrong, Sally? Could you be with child? Her male companion asked eagerly, but she said nothing, merely pointing northeast. He followed her gaze, and there, stretching across the horizon, marched a vast skeletal army. Among them loomed a colossal figure 17 or 18 meters tall, instantly seizing his attention. At once an indescribable wave of nausea surged through him like a rising tide. His face paled, sharply tinged with sickly green, his stomach churned violently. His throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, his breath grew ragged and shallow. Moments later, soldiers in the vanguard began retching one after another. Chu Han assumed the advance unit had come under sudden attack, until he reached the front and beheld the skeletal host himself. His face turned ashen green, hideous, utterly grotesque. Gazing upon the monstrous giant amid the skeletal ranks, Chu Han could form only this single thought. Before them loomed a creature twisted beyond nightmare, a living abomination made manifest. It was assembled from countless shattered corpses, severed arms and legs served merely as grotesque ornamentation, like a macabre tapestry stitched together from rotting flesh and splintered bone. Its body was colossal, and malformed limbs of disparate hues and states tangled chaotically, each a testament to death's grim artistry, as though some infernal sculptor had used cadavers as clay and decay as pigment. Damn it, that thing is revolting. No wonder the foxes fled on sight. I'd bolt too if I saw it. Jekka's elder cousin nearly vomited. He'd spent years within the secret realm, yet this was the first time he'd ever laid eyes upon such a nauseating monstrosity. Wang Heng, Wang Shun, Zhao Lu, you three step forward. Everyone else holds position. 3 towering, broad-shouldered minotaurs emerged slowly from the ranks. Wang Heng led the trio, his frame the most imposing, shoulders wide enough to bear 1,000-gene burden. His horns were thick, curved, and gleamed with the deep luster of tempered steel forged by time itself. Wang Shun followed closely, his stride lighter, yet no less powerful. His fur was denser than Wang Heng's, black as midnight flame rippling in the wind. Zhao Lu brought up the rear, slightly shorter, yet his musculature was sharply defined. His horns were shorter but razor-sharp, capable of piercing even the stoutest enemy line. Together the 3 minotaurs stood like an immovable mountain, radiating unwavering strength and profound reassurance. You 3 will join me as vanguard. The bearfolk and werewolves will also dispatch elite warriors to support us. We'll bring down that abomination ourselves. No way, Uncle Wang. That thing is repulsive. I refuse to touch it. Zhao Lu frowned, disgust etched across his face. His eyes flickered repeatedly toward the monstrous amalgam of broken corpses, and instinctively he took several steps backward. Enough chatter. If you flinch in battle, I'll hang you from a pillar and roast you under the sun for a full week. Wang Dali swung a heavy palm, but Zhao Lu dodged with effortless grace. Warriors from the other 5 clans soon stepped forward as well, clearly their finest assembled into a unified vanguard to confront the abomination. Charge forward, young warriors. Clear the path for our vanguard. Those impassioned words cracked through the air like thunder. Instantly the formation of over 20,000 surged into motion, like a tidal wave, unstoppable, inexorable. Their footsteps rolled like muffled thunder. The earth trembled faintly beneath their tread. Chu Han and Jekka were swept forward with the tide, charging headlong into the skeletal host to fight with valor. Chu Han gripped his edgeless sword tightly. The blade bore no cutting edge, yet hummed with a deep, contained power. As he plunged into the skeletal ranks, each swing of his sword carved through the air with fierce precision. Before the edgeless blade, the skeletons crumbled like brittle reeds, row upon row collapsing in swift succession. Skeleton King. Amid his furious onslaught, Chu Han suddenly felt a sharp, chilling unease. His gaze snapped toward a towering silhouette emerging from the skeletal throng. There, half concealed among the lesser skeletons, stood a colossal skeletal figure, many times taller than its kin, radiating an aura of ancient, chilling malice. Ever since being gravely wounded by the Skeleton King the day before, Chu Han had carried a smoldering fury within him. Now at last vengeance was at hand. The earth trembled. Countless skeletons were thrown to the ground by the shockwave, revealing the Skeleton King concealed beneath. The quake echoed Chu Han's inner wrath as his edgeless sword cleaved downward toward the monster's skull. Boom! The Skeleton King staggered slightly. The hollow sockets of its skull flared with eerie light as though enraged by the blow. A massive bony fist hurtled toward Chu Han, howling through the air. Even before impact, the crushing pressure of its passage whipped his robes violently. Chu Han's eyes narrowed. He sidestepped swiftly, then slashed horizontally with his edgeless sword, aiming for the Skeleton King's leg. Since their last battle, he had learned the monster's fatal flaw, utter clumsiness. They possessed overwhelming strength, and their bones were unbreakably dense. One must never meet them, Hedon. Chu Han danced left and right, evading the crushing fist, while relentlessly striking the monster's elongated limbs. Another slash struck the skeleton king's femur, its hardened bone shattered with a sharp crack splintering into fragments. A flash of exhilaration lit Chu Han's eyes. He knew his strategy was working. The edgeless sword drove deep into the skeleton king's torso. The monstrous frame wavered. Its attempt to steady itself faltered as its fractured leg buckled, sending it stumbling forward. Chu Han seized the opening. His edgeless sword flashed like lightning, plunging toward the skeleton king's chest. Boom, boom, boom. Stroke after stroke hammered into the skeleton king's neck, relentless, unyielding. The barrage pinned the monster helplessly to the ground, denying it even the chance to rise. At last its neck snapped cleanly in two. The skull tore free and rolled away like a severed football. Yet decapitation proved no mortal wound. The monstrous body still writhed violently, even as Chu Han's blade ripped through its chest, scattering its ribcage to dust. Everyone, it's almost time for us to take the stage. Xianyin stood up, wielding a massive battle axe as he made his way to the battlefield. 22 elite werewolves charged towards the skeletal army, their task being to carve a bloody path for their comrades, allowing them to reach the monstrous foe effortlessly. They surged towards the battlefield like a torrent of steel, their fur flying in the wind, revealing their sharp fangs. The skeletal army was like paper lanterns, utterly unable to withstand the werewolves' onslaught. Even the formidable skeletal king could not endure for more than 10 seconds under their combined might. Chu Han gazed into the distance where the battle against the boss, the Stitch monster, had already begun, stirring his blood and making him yearn to rush forward and deliver a strike. However, he had his own duties. He couldn't witness this passionate battle until he dealt with these minor skeletons first. Old Wang put some effort into it. Haven't you eaten breakfast? Xianyin shouted loudly. He and Wang Dali were responsible for incapacitating the left leg of the Stitch monster. Who would have thought that this creature was so incredibly tough? Despite their efforts, they had only managed to break its skin after striking for a long time, without seeing any blood or flesh inside. Damn it, I've put in all my strength, but I can't budge it. Xianyin exclaimed. How can you still have thoughts about this ugly creature? Can you really bring yourself to do it? As Xianyin and Wang Dali bantered while fiercely attacking, the Stitch monster had no energy left to pay attention to the minotaurs and bears beneath it. Its focus was entirely on the flies above. The massive iron hooks and sickles swung violently in the sky, weapons attached to the Stitch monster's hands. Yet this clumsy assault could not affect the agile winged ones who danced in the air like Lightfoot sprites. With the flapping of their wings, they easily evaded the attacks from the creature below. Ethel and her companions were now so anxious they were about to burst into flames. Their archery skills, which the elven race excelled at, posed no threat to this grotesque being. Even arrows imbued with flames and ice that struck its eyes seemed to have no effect as it continued its relentless assault on the winged ones above. Finally, after a relentless barrage from the minotaurs and bears, the Stitch monster stumbled. Its large and grotesque body began to sway unsteadily under the combined assault of the crowd. The parts of its legs sewn together from fragmented corpses seemed to be bearing immense pressure, with some seams starting to rupture, revealing the putrid flesh and bone beneath. The minotaurs swung their massive iron hammers, each strike delivering tremendous power, leaving deep marks on the Stitch monster's body. The bears, using their strong bodies and huge battle axes, continuously slammed into the Stitch monster, attempting to knock it down. It was only after half its leg had been broken that it realized there were smaller foes below attempting to ambush. In a fit of rage, it raised the iron hook in its hand and swept it across instantly, sending Wang Dali and Xianyin flying. The other minotaurs and bears who had been sneaking attacks on the Stitch monster's other leg immediately abandoned their efforts and retreated. Fortunately, the surrounding battlefield had already been cleared by the werewolves, so there was no resistance as everyone withdrew, making it a breeze. After more than 10 minutes of fierce battle, only Xianyin and Wang Dali were injured. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The furious Stitch monster resembled a war god, descending ferociously, chasing after the minotaurs and bears, slashing wildly. With its massive sickle and iron hook alternating in attack, the vanguard team scattered like frightened dogs. Cousin, are we losing this time? Jack and his cousin, along with Chu Han, sat high above, gazing at the chaotic battlefield with worried expressions. At that moment, the skeletal soldiers had been mostly cleared, leaving only the colossal Stitch monster still stubbornly resisting. You two can relax. Although our 6 races often have disputes, we have faced countless difficulties together over the decades, and this time will be no different. His cousin spoke earnestly, filled with confidence regarding the vanguard team. More and more winged ones soared into the sky, attempting to disrupt the Stitch monster's rhythm of attack. But at that moment, the Stitch monster seemed to have fallen into a frenzied state, completely ignoring the winged ones trying to disrupt its attack. Its eyes were fixed solely on the fleeing minotaurs and bears, filled with endless rage and murderous intent. It moved with heavy, hurried steps, causing the ground to tremble beneath its feet. Each step carried immense power, as if it aimed to shatter the earth. Its massive and grotesque form resembled a moving mountain, relentlessly pursuing the minotaurs and bears. "Bring the iron chains." The leading winged one roared, the sound echoing like thunder across the sky. Soon dozens of iron chains were thrown down from the air by the winged ones. These iron chains glinted with a cold light under the sun, resembling fierce venomous snakes swiftly striking towards the Stitch monster. The winged ones worked together to loop the chains around the Stitch monster, attempting to bind its rampaging body. "Pull hard." Dozens of winged ones gritted their teeth, exerting all their strength. Veins bulged on their arms, and their faces showed signs of strain. They pulled desperately on the chains, trying to halt the Stitch monster's advance. However, the creature's strength was simply too overwhelming, like an immovable giant mountain. Despite the dozens of winged ones straining with all their might, they could not resist this terrifying force. They struggled in vain, only able to watch as they were dragged forward by the Stitch monster. More and more winged ones flew up to provide support. As the number of winged ones pulling the chains broke into the hundreds, the Stitch monster could no longer advance. No matter how it tried to move forward, it could only remain stationary. The dozens of iron chains were taut and straight, tightly restraining the Stitch monster. Finally, under the united efforts of the winged ones, the Stitch monster's body began to topple backward like a collapsing giant tower. The earth seemed to tremble at its fall, raising a cloud of dust. The previously fleeing crowd halted in their tracks, turning back to charge at the Stitch monster, taking advantage of its misfortune. The Stitch monster struggled desperately, but could not stand up. Realizing that the chains around its neck were the true culprits restraining it, it grasped the chains and pulled with all its might, engaging in a tug-of-war with the hundreds of winged ones. Charge! The other 6 races who had gradually surrounded the scene saw the situation turning unfavorable and immediately panicked. After one minotaur led the charge, the others followed suit. If countless ants can kill an elephant, even the bravest man fears the multitude, let alone the hundreds and thousands of strong minotaurs and bears. Cries echoed in succession, their figures shimmering in the sunlight, making them appear as valiant as war gods. After a long time, Chu Han had to commend the Stitch monster. Even with hundreds of people working together, they had failed to take it down in a short time. It took them an additional 20 minutes of hard work before they finally tore the Stitch monster apart. The creature was dismantled piece by piece, completely losing its threat to the crowd. "Finally dealt with this ugly monster, let's wrap up and head home for a meal." The crowd responded, relief evident on their faces as smiles broke through. "Let's go, Jack Xiao Chu, it's time to go back for dinner." In the advanced secret silver mine area, the atmosphere was tense, yet filled with anticipation. Aside from the heavily injured minotaur who was resting to recover, everyone else sat outside the mine, their eyes filled with eagerness, eagerly awaiting the safe return of the support troops. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, an excited shout broke the silence. "They've returned." A large troop consisting of over 3,000 minotaurs and one human was approaching the mine, their figures appearing exceptionally tall under the sunlight. "Hurry, hurry, start cooking, I'm starving." Wang Dali urged the minotaurs who stayed behind, then hurried back to his room. The iron hook of the stitched monster almost sent him down to meet the old clan leader. If he didn't apply medicine to treat his injuries, the consequences would be dire. With the return of the support troops, the tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. The minotaurs began preparing meals, and the land returned to its peaceful daily routine. "Brother Chu, you are truly fierce. You took down several skeleton kings. It's exhilarating to watch. Unlike my cousin who has over 2,300 health points, and still dares not challenge a skeleton king alone." Jekka bit into a large piece of meat, his mouth stuffed, mumbling complaints. Cousin next door didn't even lift his head, focusing solely on the food in his hands, completely ignoring Jeek's complaints. Just as everyone was immersed in the joy brought by the food, a deep horn suddenly rang out, instantly breaking the tranquil atmosphere. The diners immediately stopped their actions, their expressions of relaxation and satisfaction swiftly replaced by alertness and seriousness. With a piece of meat still in his mouth, Jeek's eyes widened as he heard the horn, quickly swallowing it down. Beside him, Chu Han and his cousin stood up immediately. The other minotaurs also reacted swiftly, putting down their food without hesitation and turning to rush to their respective dwellings. Urgent footsteps filled the entire mine area as everyone understood that the horn signified the return of danger, and they needed to prepare as quickly as possible. Before long, everyone gathered together with their weapons in hand, gripping their arms tightly, ready for battle. The troops, awakened by the sound of the horn, gazed nervously into the distance. At first, the end of their vision was merely a blurred shadow, resembling a swirling dark cloud, an oppressive feeling gradually spreading. As time passed, the shadow became clearer and numerous figures began to reveal their outlines. The hearts of the crowd involuntarily quickened, their gazes fixated on the approaching silhouettes. As the view drew closer, the crowd was pleasantly surprised to discover that the visitors were not the skeleton soldiers they had worried about, but a group of werewolves. What are these werewolves doing here for no reason? Their home hasn't been raided by the skeleton soldiers, has it? Wang Dali waved his hand, prompting everyone to lower their weapons and relax. He was ready to curse them, but strangely these werewolves did not approach. Instead, they circled around the side of the mine. Just as everyone was puzzled, a few werewolves left the group and walked towards them. Brothers Minotaurs, hurry and pack your things. The tide of the undead is coming again. The winged ones are buying us time, but they can't hold out much longer. With that, the werewolves left without looking back, regardless of Wang Dali's shouts. Wang Dali, feeling anxious, scratched his head and was about to chase after them for clarification, only to discover that a large troop of bear people was closely following behind the werewolves with a large group of elves on the flank. He now understood that the werewolves were not joking, as something serious was indeed happening. Quickly pack your things and follow them. Don't bother with the unimportant stuff. Zhao Lu, you run the fastest. Go scout for news from the bear people. Hearing Wang Dali's shout, the dazed Minotaurs immediately sprang into action, grabbing important items to evacuate the mine. Uncle Wang, things seem to be serious. I've heard from a friend in the bear people that another wave of skeleton soldiers is marching up the coast, and there are even over 100 of those stitched monsters coming for us. Wang Dali slapped him without hesitation, but Zhao Lu nimbly dodged. Have you gone mad? One stitched monster is already a hassle. How can we handle over 100? If these undead were that powerful, they would have wiped us out long ago. Uncle Wang, listen to me. I was skeptical at first and asked many people, and the answers were all similar. Then I thought, regardless of whether there are really 100, just handling one stitched monster is tough enough. Even a dozen would be enough to annihilate us. Whether there are 100 or not is irrelevant, wouldn't you agree? Wang Dali fell silent. The kid indeed made sense, and it seemed that running away was inevitable. Outside the spatial gate, the sentry soldier noticed unusual light shining and quickly picked up his walkie-talkie. This is Sentry No. 27, reporting to Colonel Lin Dan. There seems to be unusual activity at the spatial gate. It seems someone is coming through. Listening to the incoming report, Lin Dan frowned slightly. It was not yet time for transporting, so there shouldn't be anyone coming from the other side. Something unusual must be amiss. Lin Dan slammed the table and picked up the walkie-talkie, opening all channels to deploy defensive tasks. Everyone pay attention. There seems to be an enemy invasion through the spatial gate. All units on level 1 alert. All members of Team 1, who as the vanguard force, must quickly assemble, maintaining the highest level of vigilance and strongest combat readiness. Team 2 must be ready to provide support at any time. Lin Dan quickly made the battle deployment. As the ace team of this military base, Team 1 consisted of 55th grade psychics. A captain and 2 vice captains were all 6th grade psychics, possessing extremely strong combat power, capable of handling most emergencies. The spatial gate emitted a bright light, signaling that someone was coming from the other side. Drop your weapons. A commanding voice resonated throughout the space. This short yet powerful command carried an undeniable momentum, echoing like thunder in the air. The speaker's gaze was piercing, intensely focused on the figure emerging from the bright light. Calm down, and one of you. The werewolf who first stepped out of the spatial gate, relieved to have escaped the threat, was startled by the loud shout and quickly raised both hands in surrender. You? Before Lin Dan could inquire, one after another werewolves began to emerge from the spatial gate. What are you doing? Today isn't even the time for delivery. Are you trying to rebel? Lin Dan waved his hand while backing away. This was not Lin Dan backing down, but rather the increasing number of werewolves meant there was no longer enough space in front of the spatial gate for them to stand. Hurry up and move forward. What are the ones in front doing? Are you all taking a dump up there? Move it. The chaotic insults echoed throughout the base, filled with anger, fear, and unease. Amidst the uproar, Lin Dan's voice was completely drowned out. He shouted with all his might, trying to give commands, but it was futile against the werewolves. He could only yield space, allowing the werewolves in front to pass. Only when the last werewolf had departed did the spatial gate dim and return to its normal state. Lin Dan finally exhaled in relief, his mind already turning to how best to handle this contingent of werewolves. Yet he soon abandoned that naive notion. The spatial gate, barely having ceased its operation, flared once more with blinding white light. Countless bearmen surged forth in an unbroken tide, driving the entire formation backward. Deputy Xiao. Lin Dan called out sharply, his voice edged with urgency and ire. Sir. Deputy Xiao responded instantly, standing ramrod straight, his gaze unwavering. A blend of deep respect and absolute obedience etched upon his features. Bring me the werewolves' de facto leader, immediately. Sir, what shall we do with the rest of the werewolves? Lin Dan paused for a moment, then replied with palpable impatience. Do you truly think I intend to slaughter them all? Let them all leave. This modest base of ours is hardly large enough to house such a horde of beasts. Inside the base's conference room, the atmosphere hung heavy and suffocating. Lin Dan forcibly suppressed the fury churning within him. His gaze sharp as a drawn blade locked onto the 6 alien delegates seated across from him. His hands gripped the armrests so tightly that with sheer human strength alone, he twisted the iron handles into tangled spirals. So your interpretation is that upon sighting a massive wave of undead, you simply abandoned all 6 mining zones and retreated. Commander Lin, you must understand. We fear no mere skeleton soldiers, but those 100 grotesque stitched-together abominations terrified even the bravest bears. We simply couldn't fight them. No sooner had Xiong finished speaking than Lin Dan's expression darkened like a storm-laden sky. A brief taut silence followed. Then with a thunderous slam of his palm upon the table, the sound cracked through the hushed chamber like sudden lightning. Utterly preposterous. In our city, such conduct earns you the title of deserter. And under the military law of Mayu City, I need no court-martial sanction to execute you publicly on the spot. Lin Dan, incensed beyond restraint, cast aside all decorum and unleashed a blistering tirade. 5 minutes later, after sipping tea, he felt markedly calmer. His wrath at last vented. Yet calmness did not equate to impunity. He could not truly punish these aliens, not bound by Mayu City's military code. Had he not possessed absolute confidence in his own strength, he would never have dared speak to them so harshly. Xiong and Wang Dali flushed crimson. Only their certainty of defeat held them back from hurling themselves at him, even if it cost them their lives. Watching their impotent rage, Lin Dan felt a quiet satisfaction settle over him. Deputy Zhao, take their statements on record. I'll report the situation to higher command immediately. As Lin Dan rose to leave, a clamor outside halted him mid-step. What's happening? Is this some riot instigated by your uncivilized subordinates? Almost instantly, he sensed something deeply amiss. This was no minor disturbance. At the spatial gate, the original portal apparatus swelled violently, its metallic frame groaning ominously, as though buckling beneath unbearable strain. Light flared erratically across its surface, waves of raw energy pulsed outward like a churning ocean. Then with a deafening detonation, the very fabric of space seemed to shudder. A violent shockwave erupted from the gate's center, roaring outward in all directions, kicking up dust clouds and sending soldiers and officers alike sprawling. The spatial rift, once constrained to a mere 8 meters in height, exploded in scale the moment the gate apparatus failed, unleashing itself like a primordial beast freed from its chains, voraciously expanding its dominion. When the chaos subsided, a colossal rift, hundreds of meters tall, loomed before them like a vast vertical abyss. Darkness churned within its depths, radiating an aura of profound dread. We're doomed. As skeletal soldiers flooded forth from the rift like a tide, that single thought consumed Lin Dan's mind. He feared no skeletons, but the rift's uncontrolled expansion posed a far graver threat. At 41, he held the rank of senior colonel, and as a 7th-rank spiritual energy cultivator, needed only a few more years of service here to secure promotion to major general, an outcome all but guaranteed. Yet this calamity had struck his otherwise seamless path like a crushing blow. If he faltered, his future would vanish entirely. All personnel, engage the enemy immediately. Establish defensive lines per Protocol C. 1st and 2nd squads, take the front line. Regaining his composure, Lin Dan began directing his non-commissioned officers to fortify the perimeter. The battle unfolded smoothly. Every soldier stationed here was a seasoned veteran, and confronting these skeletal legions proved as effortless as a father disciplining a child. Soon Lin Dan understood why these usually brawny, thick-skulled aliens had fled in panic before such seemingly feeble skeletons. 3 towering stitched abominations, each over 10 meters tall, emerged from the rift. Cobbled together from grotesque limbs and organs, they reeked of decay and malevolence. Their combat prowess was extraordinary, near impenetrable defenses coupled with complete insensitivity to pain, making them perfect living bulwarks. Human technological weaponry proved utterly ineffective against them. Missiles and mechanized ordnance merely scratched their surfaces, as harmless as idle caresses. The front line steadily receded while over 100 cultivators dared only strike from afar. The once impregnable defenses crumbled like fragile sandcastles, eroded relentlessly by overwhelming force. Now over 100 cultivators crouched behind cover, launching relentless barrages, flames lightning arcane ice. Yet none left even a mark upon the monstrous entities. The sodden earth slowed the undead advance, but only marginally. Suddenly, eerie green flames erupted across the 3 abominations' bodies. ghostly infernal fire emanating from the netherworld itself, reeking of nauseating acrid stench. Flickering unnaturally, the emerald blaze remained vivid, even beneath the sun's glare, spreading swiftly along their warped patchwork forms. The abominations roared, a low, guttural, terrifying sound, as they writhed and thrashed, yet could not escape the searing embrace of the green fire. Under its relentless burn, their bodies blackened and liquefied. Once indomitable limbs grew brittle, crumbling away in chunks until nothing remained but ash. The viridian flame, ravenous as a demon, devoured their very essence, until in a final blinding conflagration all three were reduced to nothingness. Only charred scars and lingering dread remained. At that sight a collective cheer rose from the troops. They knew without doubt that their commander had intervened. In that instant, every ounce of Lin Dan's strength drained away. His legs, no longer able to bear his weight, slowly bent beneath him. He collapsed heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. Sweat streamed down his forehead and cheeks, pooling in a damp patch beneath him. His breathing came in ragged, uneven gasps. His chest heaved with profound exhaustion, each inhalation a laborious testament to utter depletion. His awakened talent, bone-corrosive nether flame, burned with relentless tenacity. Once ignited, it could not be extinguished except by expending spiritual energy or enduring it physically until his reserves ran dry, making it fiendishly difficult to master. Yet even his 7th-rank cultivation fell woefully short of sustaining the flame long enough to incinerate these three colossal monstrosities. Gazing inward, Lin Dan beheld his golden core, normally radiant and vibrant, now dull, diminished by more than half in size and vitality. This golden core was forged through immense effort and resources, crafted using rare materials to serve as a reservoir, augmenting his spiritual energy reserves far beyond ordinary limits. In battle, it granted him endurance and explosive power twice that of his peers, like possessing a mana pool immeasurably deeper than any other. Team 1 advance and do not retreat any further. Team 2 and Team 3 follow closely. You won't return home to farm with me unless you deal with these creatures. Lin Dan shouted into the walkie-talkie. Having already conquered the most challenging checkpoint, the rest was now up to them. Suddenly Lin Dan remembered that there were those alien beings he could utilize and quickly asked his Deputy Xiao, "Are those minotaurs and bearmen still in the conference room? Hurry and call them to bring their people for support." Deputy Xiao wore a resigned expression and said with a wry smile, "Colonel, you are overthinking. When the spatial gate exploded, they took their people and ran. Now we can't even find a trace of them. These worthless scoundrels, they always look strong, yet when trouble arises they flee faster than anyone else." Lin Dan cursed loudly, his face flushed with anger. His chest heaved violently, as if a fire of rage burned within, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. "Colonel, you. What do you mean, Colonel? Hurry and get to work, don't just stand there looking foolish." At that moment Lin Dan had no desire to talk, he just wanted some quiet. "No, Colonel, you should look behind you," Deputy Xiao said in a terrified tone. Seeing that the deputy was not joking, Lin Dan immediately turned to look at the spatial rift behind him. To his shock, the stitched monsters he had just incinerated were emerging from the spatial rift once again, one after another, as if lining up. The scene was truly alarming. Lin Dan's throat felt parched as he hoarsely commanded, "Everyone follow my orders and retreat. I will bear the responsibility." After saying this, Lin Dan surprisingly regained his composure. He turned and struck the wall beside the bookshelf, causing it to crack open and reveal a red button. Lin Dan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself and pressed it. A cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed through the chaotic base, devoid of any emotion, as if it came from a distant void. "Self-destruct sequence initiated, countdown 60, 59, 58. Each word was clear and powerful, resonating in the air like a death knell. The numbers began to mercilessly tick down, causing everyone still engaged in the fight to abandon all thoughts and flee. As the base guarding the spatial rift, its importance was self-evident. It served as the first line of defense against unknown threats, thus it was built with the worst-case scenario in mind. Over 5,000 tons of explosives were buried deep beneath the base. As soon as the highest commander pressed the red button, the self-destruct sequence would be activated, annihilating all creatures that emerged from the spatial rift. In an instant it felt as if time had frozen. A tremendous energy surged from below, carrying the momentum of total destruction. This force swept across the entire base, as well as the countless skeleton soldiers and the dozen or so stitched monsters that had emerged from the spatial rift. Even several kilometers away, the city of Mou felt the aftershock of the explosion. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible force surged from afar, impacting every corner of the city. Everyone inexplicably paused their tasks, gazing at the vast cloud of smoke on the horizon, their eyes filled with unease. MOU City responded quickly with a total of 1,000 troops from the three major legions stationed in the east, west, and north immediately gathering at the west city gate. The city guards also sprang into action at the same time, moving through the streets to maintain order and prevent opportunistic thieves from exploiting the chaos. Meanwhile, Chu Han and the other 6 races had already rushed back to the city. A mere few kilometers was just a matter of minutes for them. Returning to his villa, Chu Han collapsed onto the bed, wishing to disregard everything and simply sleep well. After all, if the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. I am just a student, so why should I care about so much? Outside, the city cannon fire roared incessantly, yet Chu Han felt as though he were listening to a lullaby, quickly drifting into slumber. At the same time, the great battle outside the city was only just beginning. MOU City ranked among the top 5 in terms of overall strength in the Great Xiao, so fending off the tide of undead was naturally not an issue. The poor skeleton soldiers couldn't even approach within a kilometer of MOU City, while only the 80 or so stitched monsters slowly advanced. With each step these stitched monsters took, the earth trembled. Their heavy footsteps sounded like the drums of death echoing in the hearts of the people. But no one was afraid. They were solely focused on attacking the ordinary skeleton soldiers and the large skeleton king in front of them. Commander Lee, are all our troops assembled? Atop the city gate, a young boy who looked about 10 years old with bright eyes asked the elderly man in military uniform behind him. The elderly man in uniform stood tall. Although the passage of time had etched deep lines on his face, his uniform remained sharp, especially the several medals on his chest that gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Yet this man, who commanded 3 major legions, stood respectfully behind the young boy at this moment. Currently, there are only 33 high-grade spiritual energy users within MOU City, and they have all assembled. Should we let them take action now? Well, no rush. The boy smiled at the winged man, crossing his arms behind him, saying, "Old Lay, this time the 6 races have responsibilities too. Let those old-timers come out and stretch their muscles. Don't worry, I've already called out those old bulls and bears. We'll take care of the ugly monsters on the left side." "Rest assured," Old Lay said casually. As the origin of the character Feather in MOU City, Lei Yu was responsible for managing all non-human races and continually recruiting other races from the vast wilderness, enjoying high prestige among the 6 races. "That sounds excellent. Everyone please take action. Do not let those vile creatures harm our soldiers." With a movement, Lei Yu soared into the sky like a bolt of lightning, charging toward the terrifying stitched monsters. Behind him, the human powerhouses surged forward with great momentum, running through the air, closely following him. The 6 races also did not lag behind, each one unhesitatingly jumping down from the city gate and charging toward their carefully chosen targets. All divisions cease fire immediately. Do not harm our own people. Seeing that the attacks from below had stopped, the elderly man in military uniform no longer hesitated. His posture was agile, like a bullet fired from a cannon flying towards the target. Although the years had left deep marks on his face, the fiery fighting spirit burned in his eyes at this moment, as if he had returned to the glorious days of his youth. The soldiers of the 3 major legions looked on with fervent eyes at these powerhouses, who were one of the strongest foundations of this city. It was because of them that MOU City could stand strong throughout the long years. For 150 years of stability, their contributions were undeniable. Jiada, having long awaited the grasp of the totem, stood as a formidable warrior at the pinnacle of physical cultivation, about to shed his mortal form and step into the legendary realm. He had nurtured his mind and body for many years, and it had been a long time since he had fought alongside this old companion. Though he wished to refrain from action, living in MOU City meant adhering to certain rules. He understood well that in this city the rules were not merely constraints, but rather protections, the very foundation that maintained the stability and harmony of the Taran clan. Jiada leapt high and swung the totem, smashing down upon the stitch monster with unparalleled force. Scythes, iron hooks, and formidable physical defenses crumbled like tofu before this single strike, shattering instantaneously. With a thunderous boom, the tremendous impact caused the ground to tremble. The stitch monster was left in ruins beneath the totem's crushing blow. Strange disjointed limbs flew apart, and repulsive pus splattered onto the ground. "How disgusting." Jiada pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, disdainfully wiping away the remnants of the monster and the green blood from his suit before striding towards the remaining stitch monsters. The skeleton soldiers and the skeletal king were mere trifles to him, yet their overwhelming numbers were a source of irritation. Suddenly, Jiada embraced the totem with both hands, his health value surging like a volcanic eruption, the overwhelming vitality making his body feel as if it were ablaze, radiating a searing light. With a furious roar, Jiada slammed the totem down onto the ground. In that instant, a powerful force erupted from the totem, spreading wildly in all directions. The visible shockwaves surged outward like a raging tide. The ground trembled violently under this immense force, dust swirling and debris flying. Wherever the shockwave reached, everything was ruthlessly destroyed. Within a radius of 100 meters, both the skeleton soldiers and the skeletal king were reduced to fragments, leaving only a large pit in their wake. Xiao propelled himself forward with a powerful kick, soaring hundreds of meters away like a cannonball. In midair, he zipped by like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. In the blink of an eye, Xiao stood before the repulsive Stitch monster. Before the creature could react, Xiao raised the totem high above his head. A deafening crash echoed like rolling thunder. The overwhelming force twisted the surrounding air. Under this irresistible power, the Stitch monster was instantly shattered, its bizarre disjointed limbs scattering everywhere, with repulsive pus splattering onto the ground. Meanwhile, the human warriors were not to be outdone, each unleashing their trump cards to decisively slay the grotesque Stitch monsters. 3 towering giants of light, each over 20 meters tall, appeared on the battlefield. This was a mystical technique created by humans to combat massive beasts known as heavenly law manifestation. These giants of light were formed by drawing upon internal spiritual energy and continuously absorbing the free spiritual energy from the heavens and the earth. This mystical technique could only be employed by those who had reached the 8th tier and could initially manipulate the forces of heaven and earth, thus possessing a very high threshold. The 3 massive manifestations bore different visages closely resembling their creators, and their strengths varied. The largest manifestation was more solidly built, and with a single punch it sent the Stitch monster reeling back several dozen meters before it stumbled and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the smallest manifestation was also able to press down the Stitch monster, but it was evident that it would take a while longer to conclude the battle. As the humans and the undead army clashed fiercely, a blue figure stood on a hill a kilometer away from the battlefield, gazing at the scene. This was a very peculiar skeleton, its legs missing yet floating eerily in the air. Unlike the ordinary skeleton soldiers, this one donned a flowing blue robe. Though its eyes had long since decayed, the deep red pupils gleamed with a chilling, malevolent light in the hollow sockets. Is this the strength of humanity in this world? Do they have any hidden trump cards? The blue-robed skeleton said faintly, while the few kneeling behind it shook their heads vacantly like soulless puppets. Their pupils were hollow and devoid of spirit, resembling an endless dark abyss void of any life or brilliance. Very well, let them experience what hell truly is. In the midst of the battlefield, Xiao had already decisively slain 4 Stitch monsters. He looked up and saw that the 80 Stitch monsters remaining had dwindled to just over 30, while many skeleton soldiers were also destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. Suddenly, a strange mental fluctuation emanated from afar, causing all skeleton soldiers and Stitch monsters to halt their actions and retreat. Xiao gazed westward, realizing that the source of this mental fluctuation must be the controller of the undead army. If he could trace it back and eliminate the opponent, perhaps this undead invasion could be swiftly ended. Yet it was merely a thought. Xiao had long outgrown his impulsiveness. Controlling such a vast undead army, the opponent was certainly not an ordinary foe, and there was even a possibility they had stepped into the realm of the divine. A resonant horn sounded from the direction of Mou City, signaling the retreat and preventing them from pursuing the enemy further. Everyone, do not chase the desperate foe. Let's return for now. Lei looked at the city lord in front of him, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. Mo Xian, why don't you let us pursue? These weak little Kalami could be wiped out with a united front while we have everyone gathered. The boy smiled faintly, turning to the elder Mr. Li and saying, Commander Li, please have Xue Dongling and Chun Si take their people back to defend, while Lu Hao and the Southern Legion remain here. Understood. Seeing that the winged Leiyu was still unhappy, the boy explained helplessly, if something goes wrong, there's no need to panic. We'll resolve it slowly. However, we absolutely cannot let any more critical areas falter. Our Mou City, if nothing else, has plenty of people. We can gather a couple more legions to gradually deal with those skeletons. The next day, Chu Han stepped out of the villa brimming with energy. The sky was still as blue as ever, and everything around remained peaceful, indicating that the undead army had likely been dealt with. After satisfying his hunger, Chu Han leisurely opened his phone only to see a bright red exclamation mark, seemingly reminding him of an important message. Lieutenant Chu Han, greetings. According to the Emergency Defense Treaty of Mou City, you have been temporarily conscripted as the Deputy Battalion Commander of the 7th Battalion 9th Brigade 4th Legion of Mou City. Please report to the Military Affairs Office by 1800 today. Any violations will be treated as desertion under military regulations. Looking at this cold and unfeeling message, Chu Han couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He felt a sense of helplessness. He had already been temporarily conscripted several times. Why was it always him? At the Military Affairs Office of Mou City, the soldiers standing guard at the entrance were fully alert, as today there was an unusually high number of people coming and going, representing various sectors of society, including students, merchants, teachers, and mercenaries, among countless others. After waiting in line for a long time, Chu Han finally reached the service window. "Hello, please scan the QR code to verify your identity." Chu Han took out his phone and scanned the QR code ahead, after which a light wave scanned his face. Identity verification successful. In name, Chu Han. In rank, Lieutenant. In position, Deputy Commander of the 7th Battalion of the 9th Brigade of the 7th Division of the 4th Corps. "Hello, Lieutenant Chu Han, please report to Square 7. Just turn left as you exit and walk straight." Chu Han walked right out, surrounded by a throng of people. Every square was packed, filled with both young and middle-aged individuals, and he even spotted several elderly men in their 60s. "Are you that muscle freak?" Chu Han's expression darkened as he shot a hostile glance at the werewolf in front of him. If his memory served him right, this guy was the same one who blocked his way when he first arrived in MOU City. What a crude name, muscle freak. "I see you're just looking for a beating. Come on, meeting here is fate. Who knows, I might even be your superior," Lang Feng said with a smile, his eyes glinting with a hint of mockery and anticipation. "So where were you assigned?" Easy to say. I'm Lang Feng, the squad leader of the 3rd Company of the 7th Battalion of the 9th Brigade of the 70th Division. Lang Feng lifted his chin, a proud look on his face. "Not bad, we're only one rank apart. Just keep up the good work." Chu Han patted Lang Feng on the shoulder, offering encouragement. Lang Feng swallowed nervously and quietly asked, "Are you one rank higher or lower than me?" "What do you think?" Lang Feng pondered seriously. He wasn't a match for Chu Han, and since the latter was human, the outcome was clear. Lang Feng put on a smile and flattered. "So you're our deputy commander of the 7th Battalion. Looks like it's a case of the flood washing over the Dragon King's temple. Relatives not recognizing relatives. Deputy Commander, please follow me. I'll take you to meet the commander." "What? You little brat, are you the deputy commander of the 7th Battalion?" Ma Fei was somewhat angry. Was this a joke? Originally, he was already unhappy about being transferred to the newly formed 4th Corps, and now they assigned him a young boy who hadn't even fully grown up as his deputy. It was infuriating. Chu Han was also at a loss, as the bald man in front of him was getting angry for no reason, seemingly dissatisfied with him. "So, Deputy Commander, what are you good at? Do you have any particularly impressive skills? Achieving a lieutenant rank at such a young age must mean you have some exceptional qualities." Chu Han pondered for a moment. If he really had to name his strengths, he couldn't think of anything right away. "I'm strong, can take hits. Does that count?" "What use is that? No matter how strong you are, you'll just be cannon fodder on the battlefield. Just do this, stand behind me, everyone else fall in line, or I'll just say a few words." Lang Feng was sent back to the ranks, standing with the others. "This time we've temporarily formed the 4th Corps to combat the undead army. You're all new recruits, and I don't expect much from you. All you need to do is obey my orders. Of course you can oppose me. I'm a very democratic person. As long as you little brats can beat me, I wouldn't mind giving you this commander position." As he spoke, Ma Fei's expression turned serious, and in an instant a powerful aura surged forth like a raging storm. The overwhelming aura radiated from Ma Fei, sweeping wildly around him, causing the air to thrum and vibrate under the force. Everyone felt an irresistible pressure bearing down on them, as if a towering mountain was crushing them, making their chests feel heavy. "I am currently at the peak of the 6th rank. You can challenge me at any time. Now does anyone wish to challenge me?" Everyone exchanged glances, but no one dared to step forward, as the vast majority were students and civilians, their strengths varying between the 2nd and 4th ranks. "Very well, then all officers step forward and introduce yourselves. Remember your superiors and subordinates. Don't forget whose orders you're supposed to follow." Starting with the Deputy Commander. Chu Han, Deputy Commander of the 7th Battalion. Zhang Ying, Squad Leader of the 1st Company of the 7th Battalion. Xiao Kong, Deputy Squad Leader of the 1st Company of the 7th Battalion. Zheng Zhe, Squad Leader of the 2nd Company of the 7th Battalion. The next day, the newly formed 4th Corps set out alongside the 3rd Corps to combat the undead army that had taken root near the original Secret Realm base. At this moment, the members of the 7th Battalion were standing before a small hill waiting for Ma Fei to issue commands. "You all should have seen the monster distribution points, right? Our mission this time is to eliminate the undead at location 29, which is that group of fellows ahead." Chu Han squinted at the undead ahead. Unlike the Secret Realm, this time the undead included not only skeleton soldiers and skeleton kings, but also several exotic beasts mixed in. Strangely, these undead and exotic beasts coexisted peacefully, without any conflict. According to the intelligence, these undead can turn recently killed enemies into new undead. It seems these exotic beasts have just been transformed into new undead not long ago, Deputy Commander. "Yes." Chu Han took a step forward, leaving the ranks. "Do you see that silverback gorilla? You lead the 3rd Company to attack from the east, draw that big guy away, and we'll clean up the other undead before we come to support you." Chu Han gazed at the nearly 7-meter turtle silverback gorilla, estimating the beast's strength in his heart. The silverback gorilla radiated a wild aura, and its muscular limbs seemed to contain boundless power, making it daunting to behold. But, as the leader of the third company, Lang Feng felt that Chu Han was simply unable to handle this giant. After all, Chu Han was only slightly stronger than him. Shut up, you just need to obey my orders. I'm giving you a chance to challenge me now. If you win, you'll become the new commander, otherwise, just obediently follow my commands. Everyone was too angry to speak, and Chu Han didn't say much either, directly heading toward the east side of the hill. Seeing this, Lang Feng hurried to follow Chu Han, otherwise he might be accused by that bald man of disobeying combat orders, which would leave him in tears. That bastard is so disgusting. How can we possibly be a match for that gorilla? He just doesn't like us and is deliberately sending us to our deaths. Lang Feng followed Chu Han, constantly complaining beside him, actually wanting Chu Han to take it easy and not rush into danger recklessly. Chu Han tilted his head slightly, glancing at Lang Feng, his gaze sharp, knowing full well the man was trembling with fear. But fear would not do. To yield to it before battle even began was to surrender half the fight. Do not underestimate yourselves. We are all elite warriors. There is no reason to cower before a long-dead gorilla. Chu Han clapped Lang Feng firmly on the shoulder, his expression grave and resolute. And as deputy battalion commander, I bear both the means and the responsibility to lead. When the time comes, I shall charge first, taking the most perilous position upon myself. Your task is simply to hinder it, preventing it from unleashing its full might. Gather close, speak freely, share your thoughts. Sir, I have a suggestion. Chu Han nodded eagerly toward the bear-like warrior, inviting him to voice his idea without restraint. Gorillas love bananas. We can lure it out with them. The bald one only ordered us to draw it away, not how we must do it. The bear-like warrior declared this boastfully, convinced he had devised a brilliant plan, only to be met with an immediate scornful retort. Fool. Who's the fool? Calling whom? I'm calling you the fool. The bald one clearly stated this is a reanimated undead gorilla. How could a corpse still crave bananas? Lang Feng sneered dismissively, then stepped boldly into the center. From experience, such undead possess crude minds, driven purely by instinct. Simplicity is our greatest advantage. A few well-placed traps will suffice to confine it. The sole complication lies in baiting it. Someone must draw the beast directly into those traps. Chu Han nodded thoughtfully. The logic was sound, compelling. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Arrows struck the silverback's skull in rapid succession, yet it remained utterly unmoved. I'll do it. A sharp-featured young woman with cropped black hair stepped forward. Above the silverback, a massive fireball coalesced, swelling steadily, hungrily like a newborn star. Fine beads of sweat glistened across her brow, catching the sunlight like scattered pearls. At last the fireball reached its zenith and plummeted with thunderous force. Though the inferno inflicted little true harm, its cataclysmic descent finally seized the silverback's attention. It whirled around, eyes locking onto Chu Han and his comrades, while the surrounding undead surged forward in its wake. Trouble! More undead have joined the fray. Chu Han rubbed his temples wearily, while the young woman lowered her head in quiet embarrassment. Lieutenant Lang Feng, you are to lead them against the undead horde. Understood. Understood. Chu Han leapt from the hillside, his form swelling midair, transforming into a towering 5-meter giant who crashed down upon the silverback with earth-shaking impact. Man and beast collided in a whirlwind of fury, tumbling headlong down the slope. The surrounding undead froze, momentarily paralyzed, unsure whether to pursue upward or descend after them. But Lang Feng had already surged forward with his squad. Mere skeletal soldiers and spectral beasts held no terror for him. Sir Deputy Commander, Chu Han has successfully lured the silverback away. Shall we advance now? No need to remind me. I see perfectly well. Ma Fei gazed calmly toward the distant battlefield where combat still raged. But you need only obey my orders. Let the bullets fly a little longer. Zhang Ying, captain of Company 1 7th Battalion, withdrew silently, though thoroughly baffled. We haven't even fired a shot. Where exactly are these bullets coming from? Elsewhere, Chu Han endured relentless blows. The silverback proved far stronger than he'd imagined. Its thick, corded arms carried terrifying power. One punch sent Chu Han staggering backward, the sheer concussive force, making his sword hand tremble violently. His arm burned with numb agony, the blade nearly slipping from his grasp. This cannot continue. A grim realization settled in his mind. The silverback's strength defied all expectation. After a dozen crushing blows, he switched the sword to his left hand, the right now paralyzed, deadened by the sheer shockwaves of impact. Purple scales along his forearm cracked under the strain, fine fissures spiderwebbing across their iridescent surface. Within his dantian, the violet sphere spun wildly, unleashing torrents of violet lightning that surged up his arm, like living serpents coiling around his bladeless sword. The sword's pale blade blazed instantly with radiant violet light. He raised it high, and slashed downward with all his might, loosing a crescent-shaped wave of violet energy that cleaved the air. Where the violet crescent passed, the very air seemed to tear, as if sliced by a celestial scythe, its passage marked by a piercing, shrieking howl. The silverback roared, its massive arms swinging forward with tectonic force, smashing straight into the violet crescent. Fist met crescent in a detonation of raw power. The violet arc shattered instantly, dissolving into a shower of shimmering violet motes. Yet though the crescent dispersed, violet lightning clung tenaciously to the silverback's body, crackling across its hulking frame in jagged arcs, hissing with violent intensity. The silverback bellowed in fury, black vapors boiling forth from its pores, as if forcibly expelled from its core, thick with malevolent essence. Agony and wrath contorted its features, its colossal form quivered under the lightning's torment, yet it stood defiant, unbowed. Chu Han's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. He'd intended the violet crescent only as a delaying tactic, to buy time until reinforcements arrived. He had not anticipated this unexpected boon. Gazing upon the silverback wreathed in violet lightning and oozing dark miasma, a fierce surge of exhilaration rose within him. Clearly, lightning inflicted extraordinary damage upon this formidable undead. After 2 stunned seconds, the silverback shook off the shock, its awareness returning. Its massive joints groaned with deep, resonant thuds. Then it charged, gathering speed like a runaway war chariot, barreling straight toward Chu Han. But the blade, now fully charged, swept once more. Another violet crescent flew forth. Unflinching, the silverback shattered it with a single blow, then froze rigid for 2 full seconds, locked in lightning's grip. By the time it regained motion, its target had vanished. It whirled its massive head, snarling, only to find Chu Han standing face-to-face before it, silent and unyielding. Chu Han seized the silverback's wrists. Within his dantian, the violet sphere erupted into frenzied motion, answering his will like a loyal vassal. Violet arcs danced fiercely along his arms, leaping from his palms into the silverback's flesh, surging through sinew and bone. The monstrous current convulsed the silverback's entire frame, but Chu Han held fast, fingers locked like iron bands, refusing to release his grip. Puffs of black smoke billowed from the silverback gorilla, while purple lightning surged continuously from Chu Han's body, crashing against the silverback gorilla like a rushing river. It was unclear how long had passed, perhaps a minute or maybe 5. The purple sphere ceased its operation, the energy running low. Chu Han leaped back, drawing the unsharpened sword from the ground, and aimed it at the silverback gorilla's head. The once robust body had now shrunk considerably. With just one strike, the silverback gorilla's head was effortlessly severed by Chu Han. Furrowing his brows, Chu Han approached the silverback gorilla's body, only to find that not a single drop of blood had flowed from it. Chu Han cleaved open the chest, revealing that aside from the heart, all other organs were utterly destroyed. The organs, which should have been full of vitality, now appeared as if they had been ravaged by the hands of a demon, shattered and distorted. The power of lightning was serene, not as if it had been damaged by the lightning, rather these organs seemed to have been eroded by some other force. "Deputy Commander, don't be afraid, we're here to rescue you." Lang Feng rushed down the hillside with hundreds of men, particularly Lang Feng, who sprinted like a wolf on all fours. His figure dashed swiftly across the hillside, raising a cloud of dust. He looked so urgent, as if he shared a deep bond with Chu Han. Lang Feng slammed to a stop, stabilizing himself right in front of the silverback gorilla. "What is this?" Chu Han shot him a glance, and said irritably, "It took so long to deal with those over 1,000 undead. If I had to wait for your support, I would have been done for long ago." Meanwhile, Ma Fei charged forward with 2 companies, his momentum like a raging tide. Wherever they went, the enemy retreated in droves. Apart from the 20 or so skeletal kings clustered together, causing them some trouble, the rest were merely small fry not worth worrying about. "Commander, we should go support them, otherwise if the 3rd company is wiped out, you'll surely have to bear the responsibility." Ma Fei coldly glanced at Zhang Ying, who seemed to have a decent relationship with them. "You have a point. The 2nd company will stay behind to eliminate these minor enemies, while the 1st company and I will go to support." When Ma Fei and the 1st company arrived at the hillside, they were met with a peaceful scene. Sunlight bathed the land as if cloaking it in a warm golden veil. Chu Han and the members of the 3rd company sat under the shade of a tree, chatting and laughing, entirely devoid of the tension of war. Seeing this, Ma Fei's expression darkened. He quickly approached and shouted, "What are you doing here? You came to fight, not to picnic." "Deputy Commander, where is the silverback gorilla I ordered you to restrain? Do you know what impact it would have if such a powerful creature escaped to another battlefield and joined forces with the enemy? To put it bluntly, you are violating military orders, understand?" Ma Fei reprimanded Chu Han, but he did not achieve the desired effect. The members of the 3rd company not only looked unfazed, but instead wore expressions of curiosity. Third company leader, can you explain what this expression on your face means? Lang Feng, trying to stifle a laugh, said, reporting to the commander the target has already been eliminated and its corpse is lying over there. Ma Fei followed the direction Lang Feng pointed, only to see the shrunken silverback gorilla lying there. His eyes widened in disbelief. His gaze darted between the silverback gorilla's corpse and Chu Han along with the third company members, as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Just you managed to take down this guy. Chu Han shot back unceremoniously, of course with such low-grade material, leave it to us. Commander, you just handle those skeleton soldiers. Ma Fei felt an urge to curse, wanting to vent all his dissatisfaction and anger. But that impending fury was forcefully suppressed. After all, Chu Han and the others had completed their mission and Ma Fei had no reason to curse. Reporting to the commander, the second company has completed the cleanup and the undead over the hill have been dealt with no remnants left. Please give instructions for the next mission. All personnel rest in place and await orders from the command center. Ma Fei took advantage of the situation to escape the awkwardness, but the second company members had no idea what had transpired. The second company's commander Zhang Zhe looked at the silverback gorilla at Ma Fei's feet and flatteringly said, truly worthy of the commander, this powerful silverback gorilla fell at your feet in just a few minutes. Such strength. Ma Fei's face turned red and he merely snorted before leaving the crowd, heading to another grove to cool off. Zhang Zhe scratched his head, entirely unaware that he had inadvertently flattered Ma Fei. Bro Chu, look at that bald guy's face, it looks like a monkey's butt. Lang Feng leaned in with a teasing smile. Why does he always seem to look at us with disdain? Chu Han also looked puzzled. He hadn't provoked him at all. How would I know? Maybe the bald guy is having trouble with his wife, so he's taking it out on us. Chu Han and Lang Feng chatted casually, their relationship improving significantly. Meanwhile, on the main battlefield of the spatial rift, the main forces of both legions were still unaware of the despair they were about to face. Commander Lee, the situation is looking very good. Indeed, City Lord, they are merely remnants of defeated troops. Annihilating them is just a matter of time. Suddenly, the already unsettling spatial rift emitted a sound that made one's teeth ache, as if being violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand rapidly expanding at an alarming rate. The edges of the rift shattered and collapsed like fragile glass. Dark energy surged from the rift, threatening to engulf the entire world. The rift expanded from its original 100 meters to over 200 meters at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just as everyone was taken aback, a shocking aura emanated from the spatial rift. Following that, a towering figure slowly stepped out. The massive head, resembling a small hill, first caught the eyes of all, with hollow eye sockets glowing with fiery red light. Its body was as majestic as a mountain, with a long tail gently swaying behind it, seemingly capable of sweeping away all obstacles with ease. When it spread its wings large enough to cover half the battlefield, everyone felt the sky darken instantly. This was the fearsome bone dragon from the secret realm. Its appearance instantly plunged the atmosphere of the battlefield into an icy chill. The soldiers stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with terror and disbelief. The massive bone wings fluttered slightly, creating a gale that left everyone struggling to maintain their footing. Oh my heavens! Similar exclamations echoed from all directions as such a colossal creature instantaneously extinguished the warriors' will to fight. What should we do, City Lord? Mo Xian's face turned pale. This development exceeded his expectations. Such a giant beast should not appear on Blue Star, and ordinary human spiritual practitioners were no match for it. Even he, a pinnacle 9th-rank powerhouse, could only last a few more rounds against this skeletal dragon compared to the ordinary soldiers in front. Damn it! After the terrifying skeletal dragon appeared, the crowd was still in shock when a more horrifying scene unfolded. From the spatial rift, a giant hand slowly emerged. Even the usually composed Commander Lee couldn't help but gasp. If the skeletal dragon had already extinguished any hope of victory, then the giant hand emerging from the spatial rift plunged everyone into utter despair. In contrast to the skeletal dragon, which was nothing but bones, the second giant beast to appear was a titan with a physical body. Though it wasn't as grotesque as the skeletal dragon, it towered over it, exuding an even greater sense of intimidation. The titan's physique was robust and powerful, its bronze skin seemingly forged through countless trials, radiating a sense of resilience. Its muscular lines were distinct, each containing unimaginable strength. Although it wasn't as hideous as the skeletal dragon, its imposing form exerted an unparalleled pressure. Commander Lee, order the entire army to discard all burdens. Retreat with all our strength. Preserving our lives is our foremost task. The rest is up to you. With that, Mo Xian's figure vanished like a bubble, silently dissipating into the air. His sudden departure startled those around him. I am General Li Feng. Everyone follow my orders, abandon all burdens and flee for your lives. You heard me correctly, don't worry about anything and run for your lives. Yet it was evident that the skeletal dragon and Titan were not here for a mere show. Although the Titan was hindered by the undead, the skeletal dragon could fly. With a gentle flap of its massive bony wings, it stirred up a raging wind. It circled in the air, its hollow eye sockets flickering with a crimson glow. The skeletal dragon opened its mouth wide, a streak of blue light coalescing within. The light grew brighter, gradually becoming dazzling and radiating a chilling aura. Although most of the lower-ranked soldiers had already dropped their weapons and fled towards Mu City the moment they heard the command, it was still too late. From the skeletal dragon's mouth erupted a stream of icy blue air, freezing everything in its path, be it undead or humans, or even the towering stitched monster, into ice sculptures. Wherever the cold wave passed, the air seemed to freeze, producing crackling sounds. Those frozen into ice sculptures maintained their poses from the moment they were struck by the cold wave. Some were running, some were fighting, while others wore expressions of sheer terror. Their bodies were covered by a layer of crystalline ice, transforming them into exquisite works of art. The Allied forces fled in disarray, with only a fraction of survivors remaining. Meanwhile, a blue figure stood on the Titan's shoulder, coldly observing everything. In the distance, the group of Chu Han still chatted and laughed, oblivious to the anomaly. "Get up. The command center has issued orders for us, the scattered troops, to find a place to hide." Ma Fei was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. As a veteran, he understood what this order meant. Such a command would only be issued if the main forces of the alliance had failed, and they needed to conserve their strength for subsequent battles. "What the hell is that?" Lang Feng shouted, his voice filled with shock and incredulity. This shout instantly caught everyone's attention as they all looked up. A massive skeletal dragon soared through the sky, its gigantic bone wings unfurling, each flap stirring up a gale. The skeletal dragon's body shimmered with a ghastly pale light under the sun, and dark red flames burned in its hollow eye sockets. Following it was a Titan giant towering hundreds of meters high. The Titan's physique resembled a towering mountain, its bronze skin exuding immense strength. With heavy steps, each movement caused the ground to tremble. The scene was so shocking that everyone momentarily lost their senses, standing in place, forgetting who they were, with only the gigantic skeletal dragon and Titan remaining in their minds. Suddenly, the colossal Titan turned its gaze towards the direction of the 7th Battalion. All, including Chu Han, felt a shiver down their spines and hurriedly dodged to the side. Chu Han's heart raced wildly. He felt inexplicably that the Titan was looking directly at him. The Lich, the spellcaster among the undead, was also the creator of this undead army. He stared in astonishment at the Titan's actions, following the direction it turned to, but saw nothing. Soon the Titan turned its head back, continuing towards Mu City. The Lich overlooked this minor incident of destroying the human city was the top priority. At this moment, the remnants of the Allied forces had already returned to Mu City. The news of their defeat spread like wildfire, instantly reaching every street and alley in the city. This news was like a giant stone thrown into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar. People were shocked, fearful, and anxious, with various emotions intermingling in the air. Most of the people outside the city were driven inside, and a heavy wall rose around Mu City. Those who couldn't enter had to flee around the city. Their figures grew smaller in the wilderness, filled with confusion and helplessness. At the highest command center in Mu City, 11 general-level officers and 22 high-grade spiritual practitioners, along with 19 high-grade combatant alien warriors, gathered to discuss countermeasures. "Things have reached the worst point. We must face reality. Against such giant beasts, numerical superiority is of no use. We have nowhere left to retreat. I propose we deploy the 2 god-slaying cannons to get through this immediate crisis." First Li Feng said heavily, his voice echoing in the air, filled with profound helplessness and despair. He knew that facing the colossal skeletal dragon and Titan, humanity's numbers seemed insignificant. Those ordinary soldiers in front of such giant beasts were like ants. No matter how many rushed in, it would be futile. Everyone exchanged glances, each with their own thoughts, yet no one stood up to voice their opinions. No, the god-slaying cannon is not yet fully developed. It could very likely malfunction after a single shot, or even explode. With the city lord absent, none of us can make this decision. A major general stood up, his face filled with seriousness and concern. His words were like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, instantly provoking discussions among the crowd. "If Mu City falls, what meaning do we have for the god-slaying cannons?" A brigadier general seated nearby agreed with Li Feng's suggestion. The crowd immediately began to debate, while the powerful beings from various alien races stood by watching like spectators, offering no opinions. "In that case, let's vote. I'll raise your hand if you agree to use the god-slaying cannon." One by one, hands slowly rose. Among the raised arms, only 3 did not raise their hands, voting against. "Lei, what do your people think?" Li Feng frowned, tightly expressing his dissatisfaction. "You can make your decision. Our opinions as aliens have never mattered, have they? Forget about them, just launch the god-slaying cannon and blow them away. Everyone nodded in agreement. Li Feng stood up and said seriously, "All right, everyone go to your defensive positions and prepare. The city lord has granted me the highest authority, including the authority to use the god-slaying cannon. I will retrieve the 2 god-slaying cannons now." Li Feng approached a tightly closed iron door, took a deep breath, and slowly input the unlocking code. The sound of each key pressed resonated clearly in the silence. Soon the password was verified and the door slowly began to rise. As the door opened, 2 beams of laser swept across Li Feng's body, the cold light seeming to scrutinize his very soul. Then a mechanical voice broke the silence. "Major General Li Feng, you have the highest authority to enter the Supreme Research Institute." After a strange noise, Li Feng stepped into the passage. He knew that this was the last layer of defense at the Research Institute. Even he, if he dared to intrude without permission, would face severe injury at best, or perhaps death at worst. As the door of the Research Institute swung open, all the researchers turned to look at him. This was not Li Feng's first visit. As one of Mo Xian's most trusted individuals, he had accompanied Mo Xian to this place several times. "Director, the 2 god-slaying cannons have been requisitioned. Oh, please adjust them as soon as possible." An elderly woman with white hair turned pale and shook her face, filled with fear. "Commander Li, that won't do. The god-slaying cannons are not yet fully developed and have not undergone practical testing. I am not negotiating with you. I am issuing an order. The city lord has granted me the highest authority. Do you understand?" Li Feng said solemnly. The elderly woman fell silent for a moment before finally directing the researchers to bring out the god-slaying cannons. The barrel of the god-slaying cannon is forged from the finest metal heart of secret silver, and its energy source is this red energy cube. Currently, we only have 2 energy cubes of this level, which is why we have not conducted practical tests. Once you use these 2 energy cubes, even if the barrel does not collapse, it will not be able to fire a second shot. Do you understand? Li Feng nodded and solemnly took the 2 red energy cubes. The small cubes felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in his hands. His fingers gently caressed the surface of the cubes, feeling the immense energy contained within. He understood that victory or defeat hinged on this moment. These 2 red energy cubes carried the hopes of Mou City and the lives of countless people. The atmosphere at the gates of Mou City was so tense it was suffocating. The undead army was already close at hand, a dark mass like a surging tide rolling in with the scent of death. A bone dragon circled overhead, seemingly waiting for the following undead army and the undead titan to catch up. Its massive body cast a shadow in the sky as if the shadow of death was enveloping the earth. "Commander Li, fire the cannon and take down that damned bone dragon." Someone shouted excitedly, his voice filled with urgency and anger. Li Feng calmed the excited person, saying, "Don't rush, wait until they get closer before firing. Don't let that undead titan escape." Li Feng knew that these 2 shots were crucial. The best timing must be chosen to achieve the greatest results. The undead army surged to the city gates, beginning to assault the defensive walls. The bone dragon also gradually approached Mou City, gathering icy breath in its mouth. "Li Si Chen Ho, fire!" Li Feng shouted angrily. 2 beams of laser, each with a diameter of only 2 meters, shot towards the bone dragon and the undead titan. The lasers shone with blinding light, as if they could pierce through anything. At the moment the lasers were fired, the air seemed to warp, producing sharp sounds. Everyone looked at the 2 giant beasts with expectation, their eyes filled with tension and desire, as if their hearts had stopped beating, waiting for that moment that would decide their fate. But fate always enjoys playing tricks, and the 2 beams of laser which held the hopes of many failed to fulfill their mission. The bone dragon circled in the air, completely unaware of the god-slaying cannon, yet its remaining instincts told it that a dangerous presence was approaching. Thus the bone dragon ceased gathering icy breath and tilted its head to attempt to fly sideways. At that moment the laser pierced through its shoulder, and a violent explosion erupted, the light and shockwaves sweeping across like a storm. Although the bone dragon's head narrowly escaped disaster, a small portion of its right side was nearly blasted apart. Its originally pale and hard bones were shattered, with fragments flying everywhere. Its left wing was also left in tatters, covered in cracks and gaps, unable to provide any further lift for its flight. The bone dragon could no longer maintain flight. Its massive body lost balance in the air and plummeted down like a collapsing mountain, crashing to the ground with a howling wind. Countless undead soldiers were crushed by this sudden disaster. On the other side, the undead titan's remaining instincts also sensed a dangerous presence, of force capable of killing it. Thus the undead titan shifted to the left. Although its heart narrowly avoided disaster, a large hole was shot through its right chest. The edges of the hole were charred black, emitting a pungent odor. However, this was not a fatal injury for it. The lich on the undead titan's shoulder was startled by the commotion. He had never expected humans to possess such terrifying weapons, and hurriedly commanded the Bone Dragon and the Undead Titan to retreat. As these two giants hurriedly retreated, countless undead perished under the feet of their own kind. Damn it, we didn't even kill those two beasts. Li Si Chun Ho continued firing. Aren't the two god-slaying cannons still intact? Don't let those two beasts escape. Li Feng's face showed disappointment as the two god-slaying cannons failed to achieve their full potential. It's useless, don't urge them anymore. The energy cubes for launching the god-slaying cannons have already been used up. This statement weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Despair and helplessness filled the eyes of the crowd. They had originally hoped the god-slaying cannons would turn the tide, but now that last hope had also been shattered. The Lich retreated with his undead army to a kilometer away, and only when he saw that the humans did not pursue did he feel at ease to stop. The power of the two lasers indeed startled him. With his weak body, he could not withstand such terrifying weapons. The Lich pondered for a moment, and then issued new orders to the surrounding skeleton soldiers. Thus the vast army of skeletons began to withdraw, leaving only the Skeleton King, the Stitcher, the Undead Titan, and the Bone Dragon as their mid to high-level combat forces. Are they retreating? Someone on the city gate exclaimed joyfully. As long as they were given time, Mou City had nothing to fear from these undead. Humans are not without god-level combat power. It's just that those beings have gone to the boundless wilderness to explore new worlds, leaving none behind on Blue Star. If they were here, how would these undead dare to invade Mou City so audaciously? It's not that simple. Oh, don't you see those big guys still glaring at us? Li Feng sighed. They were currently in an awkward position. They could not escape as the undead outside had them trapped. They were holding on for now, but once the opponent regained their composure, they would realize that they could no longer use the god-killing cannon, and at that moment the crisis would undoubtedly return. Outside Mou City, the skeleton army was gradually bringing over the corpses of various deceased creatures, including different exotic beasts, humans, and members of the other 6 races. These corpses piled up behind the undead titan, growing higher and higher. What are they doing? Li Feng frowned and asked. But the people behind him looked at each other, unable to provide an answer. If I'm not mistaken, he should be performing an ancient ritual. Li Feng turned to look at the speaker, who was Chief Jita of the Minotaurs, also a skilled warrior. Seeing everyone looking at him, Jita didn't keep them in suspense. Many tribes in the boundless wilderness perform similar rituals, offering a large number of prey to their ancestors, seeking their protection for favorable weather and abundant hunts. When facing dire straits, they would also borrow the power of their ancestors to repel strong enemies. Of course, the premise is that the ancestors they pray to are still alive, allowing them to tap into great power. In other words, the Lich in the blue robe is either praying for protection from his ancestors or borrowing powerful strength from an unknown existence to unleash a great attack. I don't know what you think, but I believe the second possibility is more likely, added Lei Yu, who was standing nearby. In the distance, a crude altar made from the corpses of various races had been constructed, with the Lich floating above this corpse altar. The Lich raised both hands upwards, black light enveloping his hands, and he was muttering some incantation. Blood flowing from the corpses below gradually converged into 2 small streams, winding along the altar and forming a blood lake at the Lich's feet. The expressions of the crowd turned grim, and they all turned to Li Feng to ask for battle. Commander Li, give the order. I'm willing to lead the charge. Yes, Commander Li, we cannot just sit back and wait. Li Feng looked at the impassioned crowd and felt a sense of comfort in his heart. I know there are no cowards in Mou City, but things have not yet reached the worst point. The city lord has gone to seek external assistance. We just need to hold on and everything. Li Feng's words of encouragement were only halfway through when suddenly a slight tremor shook the ground beneath him. He quickly looked around, but did not notice anything unusual. After a brief moment of confusion, he decided to overlook this small detail and continue to inspire morale. As long as we unite, there is no difficulty we cannot overcome. We cannot be intimidated by the current predicament. We must believe in our strength, and that we will surely defeat the enemy, protecting our home and loved ones. Li Feng's voice was powerful, and the crowd felt their fighting spirit reignite upon hearing his words. But soon Li Feng finally sensed something was amiss. The slight tremor had lasted for over a minute. Though the amplitude was small, it posed no threat to Mou City. Is this an earthquake? Li Feng voiced his confusion. The crowd was dismissive. It's nothing, Commander Li. This small tremor won't affect us at all. With the structural integrity of Mou City, even a level 7 earthquake wouldn't cause any casualties. 5 more minutes passed, and Li Feng's expression began to darken. If the initial tremors had been level 2 or 3, they had now escalated to level 4 and even 5. The crowd could clearly feel the vibrations. Fortunately, Mou City was initially built as a war fortress designed to withstand invasions from the other side of space rifts. Such levels of earthquake did not threaten them yet, But if the earthquake's power continued to escalate to level 9 or even 10, then everything would be uncertain. Li Feng looked at the ordinary soldiers and civilians in the city, his brow furrowed as he hesitated to make a decision. He knew that once he took the initiative to attack, the outcome could be devastating, potentially leading to a total annihilation. Prepare to exit the city for battle. Lei Yu, is everything all right with your side? Of course, no problem, but we can only manage to restrain one of the big guys. If things go awry, don't have too high expectations of us. That's enough. I'll leave the heavily injured bone dragon to you, and we humans will handle the undead titan. Li Feng finally made a decision. He felt the intensity of the tremors was nearing level 6, and they had to fight to the death. He turned to face the ordinary soldiers in the city, his booming voice ringing out. Today we stand here facing the brutal undead with no retreat possible. Look behind us. That's our home, our loved ones and compatriots. If we retreat, they will fall into eternal damnation. Though the enemy is strong, we are braver. We are an ironclad army, warriors guarding justice. Our courage will burn like a raging fire, incinerating the arrogance of the enemy, though our strength will flow like a torrent of steel crashing through their defenses. After Li Feng's motivating words, he began to devise a battle plan. General Xiao, you lead the 2nd Legion. O General Wang, you lead the remnants of the 3rd Legion. The troops of the 4th Legion will be under your command to clear a path for the 1st Legion. The 1st Legion will be led by you, Old Qin. Remember, even if you all perish, you must disrupt that damned ritual. I understand. Understood. Understood. Li Feng nodded and ordered the gates to be opened. We are bound together in life and death. In today's battle, we either return in triumph or wrapped in our own shrouds. We have no path of retreat, only forward to fight with all our might. Li Feng resolutely jumped down from the city wall, and in an instant a powerful aura erupted from him. Before them, a 20-meter-tall manifestation quickly coalesced in the air, and Li Feng, controlling the manifestation, fearlessly charged toward the 200-meter-tall undead titan. Dongsheng, how have you been after not seeing you for so long? Not too well. By the way, Lao Chu, how come you are here? It's fate for us brothers to meet again. In the rear of the battlefield, 3 battalions that had been sent to exterminate the roaming undead gathered together with Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng in 2 of the battalions. After a round of discussions, the 3 battalion leaders finally reached a consensus. Everyone, we have now arrived at a critical moment where our lives are at stake. It's time for us to sacrifice ourselves for MOU City. Have you seen that blur-robed monster? When the main force attacks, we will take the opportunity to rush in and take down that creature. That's right, we don't need to kill him, just interrupt the ritual he's performing. Now that MOU City is at a life and death moment, your families are also inside the city, we cannot retreat. The battalion leaders coordinated the tasks while the mood among the crowd was low. For soldiers like them, charging into the enemy's stronghold was essentially a death sentence, yet nobody voiced any opposition. Captain Ma, it looks like the main force has started attacking. We should be moving soon. Ma Fei looked at the commotion in the distance, crushing his cigarette, and said fiercely, we don't have any cowards here, do we? Charge. The 3 battalions, comprising 297 men, charged towards the lich. At this moment, the undead titan and the bone dragon were already entangled by the high-level forces of MOU City, while the skeleton king and the stitched monstrosities were being distracted by the remnants of the 4 legions. For a moment, the lich, as the big boss, had no protective forces around it, allowing the 4 battalions to rush in. Brothers, the time has come for us to make our mark. If we take down that guy, we will be heroes of MOU City. The hearts of the crowd raced, their hands trembled. As they drew closer to the lich at 100 meters, 80 meters, and 50 meters, suddenly a ripple spread through the air, and the 3 battalion leaders at the front silently turned to ash, dissolving into the atmosphere. The remaining soldiers then discovered that there were 4 transparent barriers surrounding the altar, and the 3 battalion leaders had perished due to these traps. The lich, still casting spells, did not even glance in their direction. How could it be unprepared? At that moment of shock, some of the skeleton king and stitched monstrosities had already started to rush back. Dongsheng, come with me. Chu Han pulled Lin Dongsheng and began to retreat. When some saw Chu Han pulling back, their hearts began to waver, wanting to follow him. Do not retreat. Do not be cowards like those 2. We would rather die standing than retreat. The deputy commander of the 4th Battalion shouted as he led the charge towards the returning skeleton king and stitched monstrosities. Seeing this, the remaining soldiers gritted their teeth and charged forward as well. They were all valiant men, unwilling to be cowards. Dongsheng, are you brave enough to join me for a big score? How could I possibly be afraid? But I do worry that these 4 barriers might extend underground, and I have no way to break through. Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng exchanged glances and once again relied on their familiar earth-shifting abilities. Lin Dongsheng slowly descended underground, and indeed the barriers extended dozens of meters below the surface, prepared for underground attacks. However, the lich did not expect that there would be such a cunning earth-shifting skill. Lin Dongsheng directly dove down 100 meters to circumvent it, then gradually ascended back to the surface. Chu Han stood beneath the altar, signaling Lin Dongsheng to retreat. Then purple lightning gathered on his right fist. He remembered that lightning dealt additional damage to these undead. The lich sensed that something was amiss. A weak energy was gathering at its back. Such a level of energy had never been taken seriously by him, but now he was at a critical moment of the summoning ritual and had no way to defend or counterattack. Bang! A tremendous sound drew the attention of the remaining soldiers in the 3 battalions, and they all looked towards the lich on the altar. They saw a 5-meter muscular giant punch the lich on its head, producing an explosive sound. The crowd watched in anticipation, hoping that the lich would fall from this punch. If the lich had expressions, they would have seen a smirk at the corner of its mouth. This body of his was forged from the hardest bones of the bone dragon. Not even Chu Han could break these bones with a full-force strike. Ziz! Purple lightning surged from Chu Han's fist, spreading with astonishing speed to the lich's pale skeletal frame. The lich felt a surge of numbness throughout its body, instantly blanking its mind. In that brief moment of paralysis, the ritual it was conducting was brutally interrupted. The once powerful and strange ritual energy, like a beast losing control, rebounded with an even fiercer intensity. The rebounding force surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the lich and causing cracks to appear in its already pale skeletal frame. With a deafening crash, the mysterious altar erupted with an extremely powerful force, spreading out like an enraged prehistoric beast, wildly expanding in all directions. In the wake of this massive explosion, neither the lich nor Chu Han had time to react, and they were sent flying like 2 helpless leaves. Everyone on the battlefield was stunned by this scene, including the bone dragon and the undead titan, who involuntarily halted their attacks. You all will die. The lich resembled a malevolent spirit breaking free from the depths of a sinister hell, its sunken eyes gleaming with strange blue light, like ghostly flames from the underworld, sending chills down the spine. In an instant, an extremely powerful energy surged from the lich, radiating outwards like a raging tide. The energy carried a bone-chilling coldness, freezing the air in its wake. Chu Han, over 1,000 soldiers from the 3 battalions, and countless skeleton kings and 7 stitched monstrosities were all frozen into ice sculptures. The lich slowly approached the ice sculpture of Chu Han. I never expected my plans to be disrupted by a weak ant like you. I will make you wish you had never been born. Bang! The stunned crowd looked at the undead titan falling inexplicably to the ground, and the lich being crushed under that massive body, momentarily bewildered. Is the battle over? Get off me, you fool! The lich roared, and the undead titan obeyed the command, slowly rising. By the time the lich crawled out from the pit, there wasn't a single figure left on the ground. At the moment the undead titan fell, the powerful shockwave shattered the ice on everyone. Lin Dongsheng seized the opportunity to take Chu Han away, while the others, seeing the mission completed, so inexplicably scattered in a rush to save themselves. Damn it, damn it. The powerless and furious lich wanted to stomp its feet, but sadly its body made of bones had no feet. Then the lich turned its gaze towards Mou City. Since those little bugs have fled, let you all bear my wrath. The lich floated onto the shoulder of the undead titan, commanding all undead forces to attack. This time he was truly angry. Even at the cost of abandoning this powerful undead titan and ancient dragon, he aimed to destroy the city and all living beings within, letting them understand how terrifying the consequences of offending the great Asher would be. This thought remained his only one. Withdraw, Li Feng shouted. Before them the gigantic bone dragon stood on the ground, its hollow eye sockets flickering with an eerie light. It opened its fearsome maw, gathering blue energy once more. The energy spun like a whirlpool, exuding a chilling aura. Moments later, a powerful icy breath surged forth from the bone dragon's mouth, resembling a torrential blue flood sweeping towards the masses. With a roar, the undead titan unleashed a peculiar wave that reverberated throughout the battlefield. Wherever it passed, both brave soldiers and malevolent undead found their movements involuntarily slowing. It was as if they were forcibly shackled, each movement becoming exceedingly arduous. In that critical moment, the 3 avatars, unable to escape, resolutely chose to withstand the bone dragon's icy breath. The icy breath surged forth like an unstoppable blue torrent. As the icy breath made contact with the 3 avatars, they began to melt rapidly, akin to ice blocks exposed to intense sunlight. The once majestic avatars quickly became indistinct under the onslaught of ice. Within mere 5 seconds, the 3 avatars completely melted away, leaving only a cold aura behind. The 3 8th-tier powerhouses sheltering within the avatars now lost their protection and were directly exposed to the icy breath. In an instant, they were enveloped by extreme cold, turning into solid ice. The ice blocks were hard and transparent, freezing the terrified expressions of the 3 powerhouses within. Soon after, these ice blocks crashed heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud, and then rolled a short distance, stirring up a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the Mo-ing blade, an elite force stationed at the spatial gate leading to the boundless wilderness, remained steadfast even during the undead siege, refusing to provide support. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Mo Chung urgently directed, his voice resonating loudly amidst the chaotic environment. Open the spatial gate, expand it by 250 meters. His eyes brimmed with urgency and anticipation. Upon hearing the command, the surrounding soldiers sprang into action, their busy figures weaving around the spatial gate, tools clattering in their hands. Everyone was fully dedicated to the task, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Soon the previously shackled spatial gate seemed to be infused with new vitality, beginning to expand rapidly. The once closed portal gradually opened, releasing powerful energy fluctuations. As the spatial gate widened, the surrounding air seemed to churn, forming streams of airflow. A dazzling light suddenly flashed, illuminating everything around. The brilliance was so intense, it was nearly blinding, akin to a mysterious signal from another world. Shortly thereafter, a massive robot with a metallic sheen stepped heavily through the spatial gate, descending upon the blue star. This robot was tall and imposing, its entire body shimmering with a cold metallic luster, as if forged from steel, a war god in its own right. Each of its movements exuded immense power, causing the ground beneath it to tremble slightly. At this moment, chaos erupted within Mou City. People ran in all directions, their faces etched with terror and unease. The streets were thick with tension, a cacophony of shouts and footsteps intertwined. The massive protective wall managed to withstand the bone dragon's icy breath at a critical moment. However, it could not fend off the undead titan's heavy blows. The fist, akin to a small mountain, carried destructive force as it struck the protective wall again and again. With each punch, the protective wall trembled violently, deep, dense appearing. After two punches, numerous large holes were smashed into the thick wall, debris flying and dust swirling. Just as the protective wall was about to be completely dismantled, the undead titan suddenly halted its assault. Its gigantic body turned slightly, slowly looking westward as if drawn by something. "Keep attacking, you fool," the lich shouted angrily, its voice sharp and piercing, filled with rage and reluctance. Like a play reaching its climax, but abruptly stopping, the lich screamed in fury. Yet the undead titan did not continue the assault as commanded. The bone dragon beside it seemed to sense something amiss, slowly turning to face the west, as if facing a formidable foe. The gigantic robot resembled a moving fortress of steel, exuding a breathtaking aura. With each step it took, the ground shook violently, kicking up a cloud of dust. The robot's target was clear, charging directly towards the bone dragon and the undead titan. Its movements were swift and powerful, its metallic body shining with a cold gleam under the sunlight. As it sprinted, the surrounding air became turbulent, roaring with ferocity. Faced with the two colossal beings ahead, the robot showed no sign of fear. For it was created to counter these giants, and its name was Chu. The bone dragon's massive form loomed before Mou City, its fearsome head held high. Then the bone dragon rapidly gathered blue energy in its mouth, and its powerful icy breath surged forth like a torrential flood towards the gigantic robot. Wherever the icy breath passed, the air instantly froze, emitting crackling sounds, and a thick layer of frost quickly formed on the ground. The biting cold and powerful impact seemed capable of destroying everything. Yet Chu ignored the attack, a dark green shield manifesting around it as it pressed forward against the bone dragon's icy breath. The dark green light flowed across the shield, reminiscent of a vibrant life force surging. The bone dragon's icy breath crashed violently against this shield, yet it could not penetrate its defense. The collision of ice and shield produced sharp sounds, scattering countless ice shards, but the shield remained steadfast. The bone dragon seemed to realize something was wrong, hastily flapping its bony wings in an attempt to ascend into the sky to evade, forgetting that it was currently missing one wing. Chu surged forward, its mechanical arm glowing brightly, its iron fist crashing down with the might of thunder upon the bone dragon's head. The bone dragon, struck by this sudden blow, staggered back, colliding heavily with the city gates of Mou. The people within the city erupted in cheers, seemingly having achieved final victory. Chu turned its gaze towards the lich perched on the undead titan's shoulder. This fellow was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Chu's sapphire-like eyes glinted with a peculiar light, and then two beams of laser shot forth like swords towards the lich. The undead titan swiftly raised its hand to block the strike. At the moment the laser contacted its arm, black smoke billowed from the arm, the air filled with a pungent, burnt odor. The lich seemed to realize the situation was dire, issuing a final command to the bone dragon and the undead titan: "Get rid of this iron lump." Following that, the lich leapt down, dashing towards the spatial rift leading to the secret realm. The eyes of the undead titan flashed with a strange light, causing the Godbreaker robot to instantly feel an increase in gravity several times its usual weight. Its movements immediately slowed down, and the once fluid rhythm of its attacks was disrupted. Each motion felt as if bound by invisible shackles, becoming heavy and laborious. Its metallic body emitted a deep, grinding sound under the influence of this peculiar force, as if protesting against this sudden confinement. Just as the Godbreaker robot struggled against the immense gravity imposed by the undead titan, the previously repelled bone dragon seized the opportunity. The massive body of the bone dragon swiftly rose from the ground, its eyes flashing with vengeful fury. It charged towards the Godbreaker robot, with astonishing speed, stirring up a whirlwind. Before the Godbreaker robot could defend itself, the bone dragon lunged like a bolt of lightning, opening its gaping maw to viciously bite down on the robot's arm. The sharp dragon teeth sank deep into the metallic arm of the Godbreaker robot, producing a deafening grinding sound. The bone dragon shook its head vigorously, trying to tear the robot's arm off. The arm of the Godbreaker robot shook violently in the bone dragon's jaws, with metallic fragments tumbling down. A dark green light illuminated the metallic body, forcibly prying open the bone dragon's mouth, then blasting its entire body away, simultaneously blocking the punch from the undead titan. Emotian's expression was grave. He was the one controlling the Godbreaker robot. Many giant beasts possess their own unique, gifted domains, and this titan belongs to the Earth Titan clan, whose gift is the manipulation of gravity, making it quite troublesome. Emotian understood that he must first defeat one foe, or else he would be the one to fall. The dark green barrier is the Godbreaker robot's strongest defense mechanism. In addition to its formidable defensive power, it also allows the robot to be impervious to all external forces, with the only drawback being its lack of durability. Once the Godbreaker robot regained its agile mobility, it struck first with a powerful punch, pushing the undead titan back several steps. It then quickly grabbed the titan's arm and pulled with force. Two red lasers shot towards the undead titan's shoulder. In an instant, the red beams burning continuously like searing flames. However, this level of attack could not breach the defenses of the undead titan. As the Godbreaker robot remained locked in a stalemate with the undead titan, the bone dragon was also frantically tearing at the dark green barrier, its massive body crashing against it each impact, sending strong waves of force. Yet this dark green barrier exhibited astonishing resilience and strength. No matter how wildly the bone dragon attacked, it remained as solid as a rock. The Godbreaker robot held its ground against the undead titan's sunlight, illuminating its metallic body, reflecting a cold, hard sheen. Suddenly, a faint mechanical whirring sound emanated from its chest. The previously tightly fitted metal plates began to slowly spread outward, resembling a blooming steel flower. As the metal gradually separated, a pitch-black cavity quietly revealed itself. Soon after, a scorching beam of light surged forth from the dark hole in the robot's chest. This beam of light was dazzling, carrying suffocating heat and unimaginable energy, striking the undead titan's head with a thunderous force, exploding into a brilliant radiance that shattered a large portion of the titan's skull. Perhaps this move exhausted too much energy from the Godbreaker robot, for the dark green barrier could no longer be maintained. The bone dragon crashed into the Godbreaker robot, knocking it to the ground. The scorching beam also veered slightly, slicing along the undead titan's shoulder and severing a third of its upper body and right arm. The bone dragon mounted on the Godbreaker robot bit fiercely, then unleashed a breath of icy air. Meanwhile, the lich had already returned to the secret realm through a space rift. As the lich's figure vanished from the land of Blue Star, the undead titan's murky gaze became significantly clearer. Dragging its broken body, it struggled to rise from the ground, staggering away into the distance. Its silhouette gradually blurred in the distance, resembling a solitary warrior in search of its own sanctuary. "Are you just standing there watching a monkey show? Get down here and help." Emotian's voice came from the Godbreaker robot, which had already consumed most of its energy after unleashing two powerful moves. The once glorious metallic body now appeared somewhat dull, unable to push aside the bone dragon pressing down upon it. Upon hearing Emotian's voice, the crowd surged out of the city like a flowing river. The bone dragon seemed to sense the movement behind it, turning its head to look at these insignificant ants, blue light flickering in its mouth. Bang! Two lasers shot from the Godbreaker robot's eyes, interrupting the bone dragon's icy breath. Blue smoke billowed from the bone dragon's mouth, and this icy breath not only failed to harm the enemy, but also injured itself. "Your opponent is me, sweetheart." On the other side, Lin Dongsheng had brought Chu Han to the original gathering place to rest with the remaining 400 people surrounding them. "Vice Commander, you did a great job this time. You'll definitely rank up several levels when we return." Lang Feng's voice was filled with admiration and envy. He looked at Chu Han with eyes gleaming with respect, as if gazing at a triumphant hero. Lang Feng's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples to spread. The surrounding soldiers turned their gazes towards the vice commander, their faces similarly filled with anticipation and excitement. Just as everyone basked in the joy of completing their mission and surviving the ordeal, a sudden tremor shook the ground and a massive figure came rushing towards them. The broken head and shattered body belonged to the undead titan, barely clinging to life. Without needing to say much, everyone seemed to read each other's minds and bolted in all directions. They fled like startled birds, eager to escape this dangerous place. Chu Han also did not hesitate to run, his figure standing out amidst the chaos. Chu Han's heart raced. For some reason, his sixth sense told him that this creature was coming for him. As it turned out, his sixth sense was indeed accurate. The undead titan, with only one eye left, did not pursue anyone else and charged directly in the direction where Chu Han was fleeing. The distance continued to close, and the sense of oppression followed closely behind. Chu Han's heart pounded violently, each beat feeling as though it would leap from his throat. Whether he stuck his head out or withdrew it, he would still face danger, so Chu Han simply stopped. He chose to confront this terrifying creature head-on. Bang! The undead titan was indeed severely injured. In its frenzy, it could not stop itself and crashed heavily in front of Chu Han. The one-eyed undead titan fixed its gaze intently on Chu Han, its eyes seemingly filled with complex emotions, resentment, anger, perhaps even a hint of confusion. The two figures differed in size by nearly 100 times, making Chu Han appear minuscule before the undead titan. Yet for some reason Chu Han sensed no malice from this colossal being. They stared silently at each other, as if time itself had come to a halt in that moment. The air around them grew tense, making it almost difficult to breathe. Chu Han's mind was racing with thoughts. He didn't know what would happen next, but he was ready to face any challenge that might come. Suddenly, an unexpected scene unfolded. The undead titan plunged its remaining left hand into its chest, and with a forceful motion extracted its own heart. The heart emitted a strange glow, and as it left the undead titan's chest, its rhythmic beating gradually slowed. This heart, larger than Chu Han himself, began to dim and shrink rapidly. Soon the heart shriveled to its limits and exploded with a loud bang, leaving only a drop of dark red blood slowly flying towards Chu Han. "Is this for me?" Chu Han asked the undead titan, but the enormous giant's eyes had already lost their luster and showed no response. The drop of blood containing the legacy of the fallen Earth Titan approached Chu Han's chest, seemingly drawn by some mysterious force, and without any hesitation merged into his body. Instantly Chu Han felt as if he had drunk too much, his head spinning and his body feeling light. A peculiar warm flow spread rapidly within him like a burning flame, causing his blood to seemingly boil. Chu Han's cheeks turned bright red, resembling a monkey's bottom, and his gaze became somewhat dazed. He struggled to remain conscious, but the powerful force within him was overwhelming. Before long, Chu Han stumbled and fell to the ground, darkness enveloping him as he lost consciousness. "Axe, you may enter now, but carry the respect for the earth in your heart." Suddenly, Chu Han's consciousness was jolted awake. He looked at the ancient titan before him and was startled, instinctively trying to retreat. But he couldn't. He wanted to turn and see his surroundings, yet found himself unable to do so. Chu Han nodded passively and then walked toward the deep pit ahead. This familiar feeling was akin to a first-person perspective in a dream. Chu Han remembered this was strikingly similar to the dream where he inherited the memory of the Thunder Titan. With a bang, Chu Han leaped into the bottomless pit, darkness enveloping him as if he were falling into an endless void. The wind howled past his ears, and his heart raced to his throat. Soon after, strange lights began to flicker, as if guiding him toward an unknown hell. It was unclear how long he had been falling. 10 minutes. 30 minutes. Chu Han's body, or rather Axe's body, plummeted like a meteor, eventually landing in a slow-moving sea of lava. The scorching lava surged like a rolling dragon, releasing a suffocating heat. Among the orange-red lava lay several massive skeletons resembling those of the Titan race. Before Chu Han could ponder further, the lava ahead began to swirl, forming a vortex. Suddenly, the movement of the lava intensified as a tremendous force surged from the depths. Gradually, the swirling lava coalesced into a lava giant, tall and imposing as if a demon from the depths of hell had emerged. The giant emanated a terrifying heat, with red light flickering across its body. The lava giant stood at the exact height of Axe, 183 meters. Its eyes were two blazing flames, and angry fire erupted from them, sweeping toward Axe. Axe showed no fear, lacking any thought of evasion. With a sudden powerful punch, he shattered the incoming flames with the might of thunder. Flame fragments scattered in all directions like splendid fireworks. Then, without hesitation, Axe surged forward, dashing toward the lava giant, like a flash of lightning, engaging in close combat with the enormous creature. Each collision between them caused massive tremors, as if the entire world was shaking in response. It was unclear how long they fought. Time seemed to lose its meaning amidst this fierce duel. At this moment, the lava giant was severely battered. Once a majestic figure formed from scorching lava, it was now covered in cracks and dents, with lava continuously oozing from its wounds, losing all semblance of its initial grandeur. Axe stood proudly, equally battered, with gruesome wounds crisscrossing his body. However, his eyes showed no signs of fatigue, still burning with fierce fighting spirit. He could continue this battle for another day. Axe charged once again at the lava giant, his figure swift as lightning, creating a wave of scorching wind. After a long time, even Chu Han the observer grew weary. Axe was indeed valiant, but the lava giant was too cunning, secretly absorbing lava to repair itself. With a loud bang, Axe's final punch struck the lava giant's head, producing a thunderous sound. As the giant's head was instantly smashed, fragments flying everywhere. The lava giant seemed to have reached its limit. Its once formidable strength now ebbed like a tide. It could no longer repair its shattered body, resigned to accept the course of fate. Its entire body began to petrify as if time had frozen upon it. The once scorching lava gradually cooled, losing its former vitality. Eventually, the lava giant collapsed with a resounding roar, causing the ground to tremble and raising a cloud of dust. Axe stood to the side, gazing at the fallen enemy, a strong sense of accomplishment swelling within him. After this grueling battle, he had ultimately achieved victory. Axe resolutely walked toward the depths of the lava, his figure appearing particularly steadfast against the backdrop of the scorching lava. Along the way, no new lava giants emerged, only the rumble of the roiling lava surrounded him. As he continued forward, a towering titan statue 1,000 meters high gradually came into view. This statue was grand and magnificent, seemingly a masterpiece left behind by ancient deities. It stood silently, cradling a radiant orb in its hands. The glow was gentle and mysterious, as if containing boundless power and wisdom. Axe gazed at this orb with reverence. It was the purpose of his journey, the legacy treasure of the Earth Titan, the heart of the Earth. He watched as the orb slowly expanded like a massive halo, instantly enveloping the entire cave. Axe found himself within this radiance, as if he had entered a fantastical world. Within this light, he seemed to witness the formation of the Earth, a grand and magnificent scene of creation, with mountains rising and rivers flowing. Then he saw the destruction of the Earth as endless disasters descended, leaving all things in decay. Following that was the rebirth of the Earth, new life rising from the ruins, filled with hope and vitality. In this moment of days, Axe awakened the bloodline talent of the Earth Titan, gravitational control. Deputy Camp Leader, I am here on behalf of the brothers to visit you. You have no idea. Lang Feng brought a basket of fruits to the hospital room to visit Chu Han, sitting beside him and murmuring softly. Regardless of whether Chu Han could hear him, he continued to share interesting things that had happened recently. Ever since the day the undead titan attacked, everyone ran away faster than the other. It was Lang Feng who first noticed that there was no sound coming from behind, so he cautiously returned to check the situation, only to find the dead undead titan and Chu Han, who had fainted beside it. You're doing well, now promoted 3 ranks, a 17-year-old major. Impressive. Even the city lord knows about such a figure as you. If you weren't still lying in bed, the city lord might have already met you. Lang Feng went to wash an apple, completely unaware that Chu Han's fingers moved slightly. Suddenly, Chu Han opened his eyes. In an instant, a powerful and mysterious force radiated from him, surging outward like a tidal wave. The gravity field erupted with a loud bang, and the invisible pressure was like a giant hand gripping the entire space tightly. The exquisite vase on the nearby table began to tremble violently under this sudden powerful force. With a crisp sound of bang, the vase shattered suddenly and fragments flew in all directions, sparkling with a cold light under the sunlight. The ceiling light bulb was no exception. Under the pressure of gravity, the filament could not bear the load and exploded with a crack. The glass shards fell like raindrops, creating a crisp sound on the ground. At this moment, Lang Feng returned with the washed apple. He felt an irresistible force pressing down on him, and his body lost balance, instantly falling to the ground. Chu Han suddenly sat up, his brain still processing the massive flow of information. After a few seconds, he looked around the hospital room in confusion, then saw Lang Feng struggling to get up. I say, third squad leader, what are you doing? Lang Feng also had a look of frustration, realizing he should have checked the calendar before heading out today. Chu Han looked at the mess around and seemed to realize what had happened, canceling the newly acquired ability, gravity field. As they chatted casually, Chu Han learned from Lang Feng that 2 days had passed since the Great Battle. Now Mou City had returned to its former tranquility. The main task was to repair the city walls and commemorate the martyrs, comforting their families. Yo Lao Chu, you're awake. How do you feel? The door was gently pushed open and Lin Dongsheng walked in. He had been taking care of Chu Han for the past 2 days, coming in the morning and leaving at night. I am in excellent condition. What could possibly be wrong? Chu Han raised his fist and struck his chest twice with force. The dull sound echoed in the room. The doctor also said there's nothing wrong with your body. You are very strong and shouldn't have fainted. I'll go handle your discharge procedures. Returning to the Minotaur neighborhood, Chu Han felt a surge of emotions. He felt very strong now, full of power. He arrived at the training ground to test things out, and coincidentally Jekka was there as well. Jekka, what are you doing here? Chu Han asked curiously. The physical education teacher for these little ones was injured on the battlefield a few days ago, so I'm filling in for a few days. By the way, Brother Chu, are you okay? When I visited the hospital yesterday, you were still lying in bed unconscious. Looking at Chu Han's rosy face, Jekka asked with a strange expression. It was just a minor injury, I'm fine. Coincidentally meeting you, I feel my chi and blood value has increased significantly, so I want to practice a bit. Good. Chu Han transformed into Titan form, suddenly realizing that Jekka seemed much smaller, like a child. Jekka had just gotten into position when he almost dropped his jaw. Chu Han transformed into a 10-meter tall giant, towering even taller than before. Brother Chu, no, Brother Chu Han, I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Jekka, wanting to escape, was caught by Chu Han's hand and could not move. Don't run away, didn't we agree to practice together? I say, Brother Chu, did you take steroids in the hospital these past few days? How did you suddenly become so strong? Please let me go, I'm no match for you. Jekka pleaded desperately, and Chu Han glanced at his significantly larger arm, not intending to make things too difficult for Jekka. Don't worry, I won't fight you. Just assist me in testing my new skill. Jekka felt like a puppet at Chu Han's mercy. After a series of tests, Chu Han managed to grasp the essence of this gravity field. Under his control, the gravity field could exert a gravitational suppression over objects within a 10-meter radius. It could reach a maximum of 3.5 times gravity, but could only last for 10 minutes. If the gravity was only increased to twice the normal level, then the gravity field could be maintained for up to 45 minutes. I say, Brother Chu, your new skill testing is about done. Do you have anything else to instruct? Jekka chuckled awkwardly. Nothing else, thank you for your help. Jekka ran off, motivated by Chu Han to return and undergo devilish training. Chu Han approached the testing apparatus, curious about his own data, especially since the Titan physique had doubled in size, likely enhancing his base attributes significantly. Name Chu Han. Chi and blood value 5039. Mental strength 299. This data startled Chu Han. Not long ago, he was still far from breaking the 2000 barrier for his chi and blood value, and now it had surged to 5039. Ding. The primary punching force tester lit up with red light, indicating that the attacker's strength had exceeded the machine's limit, which was 2.0 kilograms of punching force. Chu Han stared at the dazzling red light, momentarily stunned, then scratched his head, revealing an embarrassed expression as he quickly withdrew his fist. He walked around the primary punching force tester, and after confirming that the machine was undamaged, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this machine didn't break, or I would have to pay for it. He mumbled softly, a hint of relief evident in his eyes. Chu Han returned home contentedly. After experiencing this war, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't updated his parents about his life for a long time, so he picked up a pen and wrote a letter home. Dear Mom and Dad, I am doing well in MOU City, do not worry. A few days ago, MOU City was attacked, and the situation was indeed a bit urgent, but rest assured I am safe. I am currently in excellent health and my strength has improved. Although life here can be tumultuous at times, I will take good care of myself. You both must also pay attention to your health. I will return to see you during the new year. Wishing you happiness and good health every day. Love you, Chu Han. The early bird catches the worm. Chu Han understood this principle well, so he got up early to enjoy a lavish breakfast, then returned to the yard beside the villa to prepare for today's morning practice. Hello, may I ask who you are? A female officer in military uniform with her long hair tied back turned around and smiled, saying, You must be Colonel Chu Han, right? I was sent by the city lord to take you to the city lord's residence. The female officer, though of ordinary appearance, had a very sunny smile. Yes, I am Chu Han. May I ask why the city lord summoned me? You need not be too nervous. Many people witnessed you interrupting the lich's ritual with a single punch. The city lord admires you greatly. In my view, the city lord is likely to reward you handsomely. The female officer said with a smiling expression, her eyes curved. Let's go. Her crisp voice was as refreshing as the spring breeze, making one feel at ease. She slightly turned to the side, gesturing for him to enter, and then led Chu Han towards a nearby off-road vehicle. Upon reaching the off-road vehicle, the female officer skillfully opened the door, signaling for Chu Han to get in, while she went around to the other side and took the driver's seat. With the roar of the engine, the off-road vehicle sped away like a wild horse, kicking up a cloud of dust. This was Chu Han's first visit to the city lord's residence, and contrary to his imagination of a super luxurious castle, it was just an ordinary mansion. However, the area of this mansion was not small, though at a glance it spanned at least 300 square meters. Colonel Chu, please wait here for a moment. The city lord is still inside discussing military matters with several generals. The environment here is tranquil. You might as well relax your mind. Their discussion must be very important and may take some time to conclude. You need not rush, just wait here at ease. Once the city lord and his council are finished, you will be summoned. Chu Han sat on a stone chair by the yard, leisurely surveying his surroundings. One must admit that this city lord truly knew how to enjoy life. The ground was paved with smooth stone slabs, and a few patches of tender green grass bravely poked their heads through the cracks, adding a touch of vitality to the somewhat serious courtyard. The surrounding walls were covered in lush green vines resembling a green waterfall, imparting a refreshing and natural feeling. Oh, are you the Colonel Chu Han who punched the lich away? A little boy stood beside Chu Han, looking up at him and asking. I suppose so. Little friend, who are you to the city lord? Watch it, this gentleman is not just any child. He is the city lord of Mou City, Mo Xian. A young man suddenly grabbed Chu Han's outstretched hand and warned coldly. Chu Han's heart skipped a beat, fearing the worst. Dying before the mission was completed and before the reward had even reached him, he might be thrown into a death cell. Ha ha, Xiao, why did you jump out so quickly? I was curious to see his expression when he finally learned my identity. This has become less amusing. The little boy, the city lord, giggled, appearing unconcerned, while the man, surnamed Zhang, looked furious. This cannot be allowed. Hierarchy must not be disrupted. At this moment, Chu Han was already sweating profusely, not knowing what to say, fearing that speaking more might lead to more trouble. Xiao, you are too serious, just like your father. It's no fun. Seeing Chu Han's nervous expression, Mo Xian floated slightly into the air and patted Chu Han's shoulder. Colonel Chu, relaxed. I'm not that rigid of a person. Actually, I am already 201 years old this year. It's just that my cultivation method is very special, making me appear increasingly younger. So many people misunderstand my identity upon first seeing me, thinking I am the city lord's son. Suddenly, Mo Xian glanced at the man surnamed Wu, then at Chu Han, and an interesting thought popped into his mind. Colonel Chu, your punch that sent the lich flying has greatly contributed to Mou City. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. I have already promoted your rank by 3 levels, but the position is a different matter. After all, in the military, strength is of utmost importance, otherwise your subordinates may not respect you, which can be troublesome. Saying this, Mo Xian flashed over to the man surnamed Wu and crossed his arms. This is Wu Hao, who has recently entered the 7th rank and is currently acting as my guard. Now, with many positions vacant in the 3 major legions, how about you two have a spar? If you can last for 5 minutes, I will make you a battalion commander. If you last 10 minutes, I will promote you to a regiment commander. If you can endure for 20 minutes without losing, I will directly make you a brigade commander. What do you think? This reward is not bad, right? Wu Hao stood by without any reaction. He only needed to execute the city lord's orders. Chu Han glanced at the man. He, entering the 7th rank, was not considered strong, and with his current strength he could fight. I have no problem sparring with him, but I have a question. Go ahead. Mo Xian said, slightly raising his chin, his gaze filled with interest as he looked at the young man. The premise for the positions you offer depends on how long I can hold out under him. What if I knock him down? Mo Xian was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Initially, he was merely curious about this young man, but now he found himself quite fond of him. Haha, Colonel Chu is very confident. Good. If you can knock Wu Hao down, it would be no problem for you to be made a division commander. City Lord. Wu Hao exclaimed anxiously. Titles like regiment commander or brigade commander were insignificant, but a division commander was a coveted position among various factions. Even if he had the strength, his lack of experience would require him to climb slowly. Oh, it doesn't matter. Mo Xian waved his hand, signaling Wu Hao to stop talking. A division commander is acceptable, but a corps commander is out of the question. That position is too important, and even I cannot decide the candidate casually. The position of corps commander is crucial to the entire army's strategic deployment and combat command, requiring strict consideration and selection. An excellent corps commander can lead the troops to bravely fight and achieve victory, while an incompetent corps commander can plunge the entire army into crisis. Chu Han's gaze sharpened. Even he, who usually sought a peaceful and simple life, felt a surge of passion at this moment. His current contribution points were already alarmingly low, and he had no channels to acquire more resources. However, entering the military was different. After the war between the undead and humans concluded, he would receive a generous reward of 10 million contribution points. Becoming a division commander and stepping into the upper echelons of the military was not merely a symbol of power, but also the key to unlocking countless opportunities. He could almost envision countless contribution points and abundant resources flooding toward him like a tidal wave, and the fire in his heart grew even more intense. Though the city lord's mansion appeared unremarkable at first glance, its interior labyrinth of alleys was intricate and bewildering. Chu Han followed Mo Xian into a building that resembled a factory from the outside, but inside it bore the stark clinical air of an experimental arena. As the three entered, maintenance staff were still wiping bloodstains from the floor. "My lord, city lord." Mo Xian gave a slight nod, then commanded, "You may withdraw for now. Return in 1 hour to resume cleaning." "Yes, sir." Mo Xian's figure dissolved like shattered foam and reappeared instantly at the main gate. A metallic groan echoed as the heavy door swung shut. "Make yourselves at ease, as if I weren't here. Xiao, don't lose. If my memory serves, our Lieutenant Colonel Chu is only 17 this year." Wu Hao's expression hardened. The city lord's remark implied doubt in his victory. Chu Han stood motionless upon the arena floor, a towering colossus, his titan form soaring nearly 10 meters high, radiating overwhelming presence. His frame brimmed with raw power. Each movement stirred the very air around him. Whoa, what a fearsome warrior. That innate ability is truly exceptional. Mo Xian's eyes gleamed with admiration as he nodded repeatedly, but to Wu Hao those words pierced like sharpened thorns, grating harshly upon his ears. Wu Hao stood aside, face darkened, the praise echoing relentlessly in his mind, jealousy and fury coiling tightly within his chest. He steeled himself, drawing forth a 3-meter-long greatsword, its blade shimmering with biting cold light, its surface etched with ancient solemn patterns that whispered of formidable energy. Forged by the dwarf master Hela himself, this mid-tier spirit artifact amplified spiritual energy by 50%. Chu Han's gaze lingered on the weapon, thought flickering across his eyes. Suddenly, he recalled leaving his nameless sword at home, but it no longer mattered. With his current colossal stature, nearing 10 meters, the blade seemed laughably diminutive, utterly obsolete. The greatsword blazed with searing brilliance, as though a star had detonated midair. Wu Hao gripped the hilt with both hands, channeling torrents of spiritual energy into the blade. Resolve flared in his eyes, no hesitation, no doubt. He lunged forward, cleaving the air with a single decisive stroke. The resulting blade aura tore through void like lightning, crackling with lethal force and razor-edged intent. Faced with that blinding, shrieking slash, Chu Han neither dodged nor flinched. Instead, he met it head-on with a thunderous fist. The blow descended like a mountain, collapsing upon the earth, shattering the blade aura outright. Wu Hao narrowed his eyes, fixated on Chu Han's fist. In truth, that strike had been nothing more than a probing feint. Yet that seemingly devastating aura left only a faint white scar upon Chu Han's knuckles, not even a trace of blood. Wu Hao could not help but reassess the youth with newfound respect. He had assumed Chu Han relied solely on the intimidating scale of his titan form, a mere illusion of strength, only to discover his opponent's true power was anything but superficial. From now on, caution would be paramount. Wu Hao darted around Chu Han with simian agility, well aware that against such massive, physically dominant foes, mobility, not brute confrontation, was the key to survival. Since absorbing the essence blood of the Earth Titan, the violet scales covering Chu Han's body had vanished entirely. Yet his defenses had not weakened. In fact, they had intensified. Even as Wu Hao circled his legs, striking repeatedly with his greatsword, not a single blow breached his guard or inflicted injury. Likewise, every one of Chu Han's attacks was evaded. Wu Hao's vast combat experience allowed him to anticipate each move flawlessly. Earthquake. This skill, inherited from the giant elephant, had aided Chu Han countless times, and once again proved invaluable. With a sudden seismic stomp, Chu Han triggered a localized tremor across the entire arena. As the ground buckled violently, Wu Hao struggled to maintain his balance, leaving him vulnerable. Chu Han's fist struck without mercy, the greatsword vibrated violently, and Wu Hao's arms jolted uncontrollably. Chu Han held absolute confidence in his strength. This punch carried over 20,000 kilograms of force. What could possibly withstand it? Wu Hao recoiled in shock. The sheer tidal force overwhelmed him completely. He staggered backward 5 full paces before finally dissipating the impact. No sooner had he regained his footing than Chu Han's next blow surged toward him. A flash of ruthless determination ignited in Wu Hao's eyes. He knew retreat or hesitation was impossible, especially with the city lord observing silently from the gate. That invisible pressure weighed upon him like iron shackles, compelling him to stand firm. Spiritual energy surged through him like a raging tide, flooding relentlessly into the 3-meter greatsword. The blade trembled faintly, blazing ever brighter, as if answering Wu Hao's unwavering resolve. Gripping the hilt with renewed ferocity, he felt its surging might surge through him, not away, and charged forward to meet Chu Han headlong. The blade aura roared forth like a tsunami, howling across the arena. Chu Han sensed its terrifying potency, and genuine astonishment flickered across his features. Wu Hao must have employed some secret art. His offensive power had at least doubled. A deep gash split open across Chu Han's massive fist, crimson blood welling slowly from the wound. Chu Han's brow furrowed slightly, his gaze turning grave. Wu Hao's slash had driven him back, and now madness glinted fiercely in Wu Hao's eyes as though he had slipped beyond reason itself. In just 10 seconds, Wu Hao unleashed 21 consecutive slashes, each trailing razor-sharp aura rending the air with shrill, piercing shrieks. Blade light flashed like lightning, relentless, unceasing, striking Chu Han again and again. Though his defenses remained extraordinary, even he began to strain beneath such concentrated assault. Cuts crisscrossed Chu Han's body, blood soaking his form, making him appear grievously wounded. Yet in truth, those 21 strikes had inflicted little more than superficial lacerations. His titan form granted astonishing resilience and regenerative capacity. Those wounds, however severe they appeared, were already knitting closed before the eye, fueled by immense vitality. After delivering the final slash, Wu Hao froze mid-stance, breathing heavily, his expression shifting through layers of exhaustion, disbelief, and something deeper, unreadable. The 3-meter greatsword remained clenched in his grip, but its radiant glow had dimmed considerably, fading like dying embers. Chu Han wasted no time. He stomped hard, sending tremors rippling through the ground, then launched himself forward like a cannonball, hurtling toward Wu Hao. Wu Hao offered a bitter smile, no evasion. Not out of arrogance toward Chu Han's fist, but because those final 21 slashes had exhausted every last drop of his spiritual energy. Death Chain Blade had consumed him utterly. There would be no second wind. Only 2 outcomes remained: victory or annihilation. At that very instant, when fate hung suspended, a figure materialized directly in the path of Chu Han's devastating punch, intercepting the full force with flawless precision. Enough! A familiar voice resonated, calm, commanding, and utterly unassailable in its authority. A small figure quietly appeared in the air, though tiny Chu Han did not dare to underestimate it. In that fleeting moment, the seemingly childlike lord merely extended a finger, effortlessly halting Chu Han's fist, which was larger than his entire body. Seeing that Chu Han had calmed down and ceased his attacks, Mo Xian nodded in satisfaction and floated in front of Wu Hao. Little Wu, don't be disheartened. Practice makes perfect. It's nothing to be ashamed of. How about this? We are currently discussing the counterattack against the undead secret realm and preparing to send a large army to capture that lich and crush it to ashes. You will serve as deputy to Captain Chu and accompany him to the secret realm. Wu Hao's face changed dramatically. Losing to a young brat was already disgraceful, but being made his deputy would truly be mortifying. My lord, you cannot refuse. This is also a punishment for your defeat. Go back and reflect on it well. Report to Captain Chu tomorrow. Wu Hao's face was filled with bitterness. Though he felt 1,000 grievances in his heart, he did not dare to defy the lord's command. Gritting his teeth, he slightly lowered his head and reluctantly replied, "Yes, my lord." Then he turned and walked away with heavy steps, his back filled with loneliness and disappointment. "Captain Chu, please follow me." Mo Xian smiled and cheerfully walked out. Chu Han quickly transformed back into human form and kept pace with Mo Xian. In the tea room, a servant poured tea for Chu Han and Mo Xian before stepping away. Suddenly, Mo Xian cheerfully posed a classic question. "Captain Chu, do you have any dreams?" "Dreams, you say? Indeed, one cannot live merely to exist. One must have a goal, whether large or small." Chu Han fell silent, his thoughts drifting far away as he recalled his experiences over the past 17 years. Memories of joy and sorrow flashed through his mind like scenes from a film. It was only on that day when everyone perished in the aftermath of the battle between the Thunder Titan and the Golden Dragon that he realized how insignificant humanity truly was. "I only hope that one day when I encounter those giant beasts again, I won't have to hide and pray to the heavens, but rather I will strike them down with a single punch." Upon hearing the young man's words, Mo Xian was momentarily stunned, then burst into hearty laughter. "Do you think my dream is unrealistic, my lord?" Mo Xian shook his hand and composed himself. "No, your dream is quite admirable and resembles mine in many ways. My dream is to establish more MOU cities in another world, and to fulfill this dream, I need more interesting young people like you to help eliminate those troublesome giant beasts." Mo Xian took a sip of tea and continued leisurely. "I didn't expect you to be so interesting. However, let's end our small talk here. I appointed you as a captain for my own considerations. MOU City seeks to expand into the boundless wilderness and cannot rely solely on slaughter. Alliances with other races are also an effective means. I have consciously built relationships with other alien civilizations for many years, and the current 6 races are my initial attempt." "What do you mean by telling me this, my lord?" "I had someone investigate your background. Your good relations with the Minotaurs are the primary reason I have high hopes for you." Although the six races have integrated into Mou City for decades, many families and high-ranking officials within the city still harbor hostility towards them, believing that those who are not of our kind must have different hearts, thus mercilessly suppressing them in military and political aspects. To this day, the grievances of the six races have become as tumultuous and uncontainable as a surging tide. I wish to alleviate their resentment, but it is beyond my power. You will become my hidden chess piece. The six races will gradually enter the military system through your connections, and then form a legion composed entirely of elites from the six races. Chu Han fell silent. He was not adept at such convoluted matters. The intricate interpersonal relationships and scheming politics felt to him like an unsolvable puzzle. You need not overthink it. Being promoted to captain is undoubtedly beneficial for you. All you need to do is select 10 to 20,000 suitable individuals from the six races to join your forces and submit the list to me. There is plenty of time ahead. You can ponder it slowly. Seeing the confusion on Chu Han's face, Mo Xian proactively simplified the issue, breaking the originally complicated problem down into two key points, making it straightforward. I will not engage in actions that violate my principles. Chu Han's tone was firm and resolute, his eyes shining with an undeniable light. Rest assured, professional individuals will handle matters that breach principles. You only need to achieve merit and climb upward with the six races. I will lend you a hand at the right time. Returning to the Minotaur district, Chu Han continuously contemplated how to recruit from the six races. In his heart, he naturally prioritized the Minotaurs. After all, he had a relatively close relationship with the Minotaur chief Jita. You've already become a captain, Jita exclaimed in shock upon hearing this. Among the Minotaurs, the highest position within the military system was merely a brigade commander, and that was achieved through a long period of hard work. Hearing that the person before him had already attained the rank of captain, Jita's astonishment was palpable. Indeed, my lord has issued a directive for me to recruit 10 to 20,000 individuals, and I only need to present the list to him. This was indeed a daunting task. 10,000 individuals was no small number. Where would he find so many people? After much thought, he decided to visit the Minotaurs first to assess the situation. This is a good opportunity. I have heard that the Lord plans to launch a counteroffensive against the Lich's lair while the coastline is unguarded and explore the world on the other side. This is a good opportunity. Wait a moment, and I will start rallying people for you. As he spoke, Jita set down his teacup and began making calls to the leaders of the other 5 races. Deshun, hurry over. Haven't you always wanted your nephew to join the army? Now is a great opportunity. Old Lei, come over here quickly. Old Wolf, stop chatting. You just come over. Don't make me come over and beat you up. Can't you understand plain language? Sona, stop bothering with those trivial matters. The others from the 5 races are almost here. Hurry up and set off. Your dad is sleeping. Little fan, go into the room and kick your dad's, but right. After a while, a furious shout and the crying of a small bear were heard from the other end of the line. What is it? Speak quickly. Xiongdi, you are increasingly successful. Using a child to vent your anger is hardly impressive. Come over here and let's spar. Suddenly, there was silence on the other end of the line. You coward, hurry over. I have matters to discuss. The others are almost here. You are the last one. Jiada still holds considerable power among the 6 clans, and within a mere 10 minutes, representatives from the other 5 clans arrived at the Minotaur neighborhood. A person of true energy can hold such a position at such a young age, yet our bear clan can't even muster a leader among all our talented youths. If you ask me, we should charge in and give those old folks a beating and see if they still dare to look down on us. As Jiada finished explaining the situation, Xiongda from the bear clan looked furious, wanting nothing more than to storm the central command at that very moment. Lei Yu, you are at least a deputy city lord. When you recruited us, you painted a grand picture, yet now you don't even dare to utter a word. Lei Yu could only smile bitterly, his expression filled with loneliness and self-mockery. Although he held the title of deputy city lord, in reality, it was merely a hollow honor. Behind this seemingly glamorous position, he possessed no substantial power at all. While others were dissatisfied, Hu Shun saw a golden opportunity. Amidst the complaints of the crowd, a subtle glimmer flashed in Hu Deshun's eyes as his mind raced, contemplating the various possibilities this situation might bring. The Fox clan had always dreamed of entering the upper management of Mou City. However, no matter how hard they tried, the humans were impeccably guarded in politics and military matters, leaving them no chance to exploit. Over the years, the Fox clan attempted time and again, but could never break through the numerous defenses set by the humans. To this day, the cunning foxes within the clan had not abandoned this dream. They relied on their intelligence, quietly observing the shifts in the situation, waiting for the moment they could finally showcase their talents. And now was that long-awaited opportunity after decades. Everyone please calm down, and let me say a few words first. Although Hu Shun was not the clan leader of the Fox clan, he was astute and always managed to propose beneficial plans whenever the six clans encountered issues, thus earning respect from the representatives. Together we six clans only number about 100,000, not even reaching 200,000, while the humans in MOU City number a staggering 90 million. We certainly lack the strength to confront them head-on. Our only option is to integrate ourselves and become part of MOU City. And now the opportunity has arrived. Our six clans can provide money and manpower, directly assisting Brother Chu Han in achieving an unprecedented accomplishment, elevating him to the position of military commander or even 3 Army Corps commanders. I believe Brother Chu Han won't ignore us, then will he? Chu Han looked at the old white-haired fox and found the proposal quite tempting, even stirring his interest. What do you think, little guy? Hearing this, Chu Han raised his head to find everyone staring at him, seemingly awaiting his response. After pondering for a moment, Chu Han felt this proposal was more beneficial than harmful and aligned with the city lord's plans, a win-win situation. Of course, I am a person who distinguishes between gratitude and grudges. I will repay kindness. This time I was sent by the city lord to supplement the troops, recruiting exceptional talents from various clans. As long as they are capable, it doesn't matter if they are from the Bear Clan, Minotaur Clan, or the Winged Clan. If one day you help me ascend to the position of military commander, I will certainly not be stingy in repaying you. At the very least, I will help you secure the position of commander of the 3rd Army Corps. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep contemplation, carefully considering the pros and cons. Little Chu is quite reliable. Having interacted with him for so long, his character is trustworthy. Regardless of your agreement or not, our Minotaur clan will ensure that the youth in our clan join his army. Jada said firmly, taking the lead in expressing agreement, his resonant voice echoing in the room with an unyielding determination. His eyes revealed trust and admiration for Chu Han, a trust not unfounded, but gradually built over long-term interactions. I too from the Fox clan agree. This is a rare opportunity, oh do not hesitate. When have I who shunned ever deceived you? This time our Fox clan will contribute 1,000 elite troops. As is well known, we Fox clan are not good at combat, but our youths have studied Sun Tzu's art of war and undergone complete military training, making them particularly suitable for serving as advisors in the army. I, a humble individual, volunteer to serve as chief advisor. Then I from the Bear clan will provide 5,000 all strong and capable youths, and the Wolf clan will contribute 6,000. The Elf clan will provide 5,000. After a night of negotiations, everyone allocated their respective positions, including 2 brigades and an air combat group, totaling 2,400 troops. The 1st Brigade will comprise 1,000 troops, made up of 5,000 from the Bear Clan and 5,000 from the Minotaur Clan, responsible for charging into the battlefield to eliminate the enemy. The 2nd Brigade will consist of 8,000 troops, formed by 4,000 from the Wolf Clan and 4,000 from the Elf Clan, responsible for supporting and coordinating with the 1st Brigade. The Air Combat Group will have 4,000 troops, all from the Winged Clan, mainly responsible for reconnaissance and aerial combat. Due to the Fox clan only contributing 1,000 troops, which sparked dissatisfaction among everyone, they were compelled to send another 1,000 to form a logistics unit primarily responsible for supply technology, medical care, and transport. The next morning, Chu Han brought the list to the city lord's mansion to meet Mo Xian. Oh, not bad. I didn't expect you could recruit 2,400 troops. This indeed exceeds my expectations. Mo Xian looked at the list in surprise, having underestimated Chu Han's charisma, or perhaps he underestimated the determination of the 6 clans. But that's okay, I'll leave the rest to me. In the evening, a high-level military meeting was held in MOU City. As Mo Xian had anticipated when he presented the list of the 3rd Army's 1st Division, led by Chu Han, the entire conference room erupted into chaos reminiscent of a marketplace. The list seemed like a giant stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up layers of waves. Over 30 military officers joined forces in opposition, and even Li Feng, the commander of the 3 armies who usually supported Mo Xian, frowned and remained silent. City Lord, think twice. This trend cannot continue. We cannot allow those savages to flood into the army, otherwise it will lead to endless repercussions. Similar words echoed continuously in Mo Xian's ears, but he remained expressionless, letting the words go in one ear and out the other. Once everyone had vented their frustrations, he stood up and decisively declared, "Over the years you have suppressed this group of alien races. You always carry prejudice and arrogance, looking down upon them. You forget that on this land we should coexist and develop together. These alien races have their own cultures and traditions. They too have their dreams and aspirations." Seeing that the crowd was unconvinced, Mo Xian grew tired of discussing lofty ideals with them. The most important thing is that in this counterattack against the secret realm, they will be the main force. You won't be able to replenish your spiritual power inside. You would be no better than useless fighting a single round before needing to retreat. With a single decisive blow, everyone fell silent. Although Mo Xian's words were harsh, they indeed could only fight one round, and then flee after entering the secret realm lacking any capacity for sustained combat. Wu Hao reluctantly followed behind Chu Han. Today marked the day the army set forth, and he had to fulfill his duty. Though it was said to be 3 legions, in reality, there were barely 100,000. The recent war against the undead had inflicted heavy losses on all legions. The first legion now had just over 20,000 remaining, while the second legion was left with only over 10,000. Ironically, the third legion, initially the weakest, now had the largest number, nearly 30 to 40,000, but awkwardly too. 4,000 of them were newly joined foreign races. As they traversed the spatial rift, Chu Han distinctly felt a sensation of weightlessness. Without the reinforcement of the spatial gate, the rift was no longer as stable as before. Fortunately, there was no spatial storm, and everyone safely arrived at the side of the undead secret realm. All troops rest in place and prepare to board the ships to cross the sea. The logistics team worked diligently and methodically, unloading various ship components one by one, then focusing entirely on the assembly work. However, amidst this bustling scene, doubts arose in everyone's hearts. No one knew what awaited them on the other side. That mysterious shore loomed like a massive enigma shrouded in the minds of all. At this moment, Meng Dihai's expression was extremely grim, as if he had consumed an animal's excrement, filled with disgust. However, pressed by the situation, he had to suppress his aversion and forced a mild smile as he slowly spoke to Chu Han. Commander Chu, in this battle, your 2nd Division will be the main force. You are young and should seize the opportunity to perform well. Your future is limitless. Chu Han was unaware of the dissatisfaction in the other's heart and thought that General Meng was encouraging him. Rest assured, General Meng, our 2nd Division will ensure we complete the mission. Meng Dihai nodded, returning to the rear with a false smile. Seeing this group of foreign races makes me feel nauseous. If it weren't for the lack of spiritual energy in this cursed place, they wouldn't have had the chance to show off. The 2nd Legion Commander Kong Yun frowned and said with a face full of disgust. His words dripped with dissatisfaction and disdain, harboring deep prejudice against the foreign races. This statement resonated with 2 colleagues nearby who nodded slightly, their faces reflecting similar expressions. To them, the foreign races were always untrustworthy. Why don't we? The 1st Legion Commander Yuan Li suggested with a smile that concealed a hint of malice. No, Meng Dihai quickly interrupted. Though he also disliked these foreign races, he understood the importance of prioritizing matters. We still don't know what the situation is across the sea. We need to rely on their strength. Moreover, the city lord has repeatedly emphasized the need to capture that lich alive. We must see the person alive and the corpse if dead. If we fail, none of us will have a good outcome. In just an hour and a half, under the efficient operations of the logistics team, 27 giant ships were quickly assembled. These massive vessels stood like steel behemoths along the shore, exuding an air of majesty. Over 70,000 people gradually boarded the ships. The crowd surged, and the sounds of footsteps and noise intertwined. Although the ships were a bit cramped, no one could pursue comfort in this critical moment of war. After sailing for over 10 hours on the vast sea, finally, to the weary yet expectant gazes of the crowd, a land vaguely appeared at the end of their sight. As the fleet drew closer, the outline of the land became increasingly clear. The people's moods grew more excited as they gazed at the unfamiliar territory, their hearts filled with curiosity and trepidation about the unknown. Look, what is that? A shout broke the tranquility aboard the fleet. Everyone turned their gaze in the direction of the voice, only to see a vague black shadow moving at the edge of the newly sighted land. The black shadow flickered in and out of visibility, making it difficult to discern its true form. As they drew closer, they discovered it was a swarm of undead spiders. The terrifying sight sent chills down their spines, a wave of cold rising from their feet. These spiders bore fierce visages, their bodies covered in a layer of black exoskeleton radiating an eerie glow. Their sharp claws glimmered like blades under the sunlight. Furthermore, these undead spiders were patrolling back and forth along the shoreline as if on guard. Commander Chu, this cursed place lacks spiritual energy. Our remaining troops need to conserve their strength. Please have your 2nd Division take the lead and clear out that swarm of spiders. Meng Dihai issued new orders. Chu Han frowned slightly, but said nothing more, accepting the task. The 1st Brigade will go up first to clear a safe area, followed closely by the 2nd Brigade. The aerial combat unit should scout ahead for any threats from giant creatures. Move out. Chu Han commanded as 5 ships from the 2nd Division of the 3rd Legion began to slowly sail toward the coast. Chu Han was preparing to join the main force in battle when he was suddenly pulled back by Hu Shun. Commander, what are you doing? Going to fight the monsters. Chu Han replied with confusion, unsure why Hu Shun had stopped him. You are now the highest commander of a division. There's no need for you to handle these minions personally. I'll let those below take care of it. Hu Shun said with a grin. Chu Han's eyes revealed a longing for battle, Yet he did not refute Chu Han standing at the side of the ship, gazing toward the battlefield ahead. Minotaurs and bearmen charged ashore like two torrents of steel. They fought side by side, displaying perfect synergy. The resilience of the Minotaurs combined with the ferocity of the bearmen trampled or flung away the undead spiders. Their roars echoed across the battlefield, seemingly declaring their fearlessness and strength to the enemy. They acted like a sharp battle axe, fiercely cleaving through the enemy's defenses, carving a bloody path for the subsequent troops. The ones of the zero-strong forces of the elves and werewolves also successively landed on the coastline. These two agile races darted like gusts of wind, sweeping freely in all directions. The elves moved gracefully, their bows and arrows glistening with mysterious light as they continuously shot deadly arrows. The werewolves, on the other hand, resembled a pack of wild beasts. With agile limbs, they sprinted at incredible speed, their sharp claws tearing the undead spiders to shreds. The elf and werewolf forces coordinated with each other, one relying on ranged attacks, and the other on sheer strength and speed, forming an impenetrable defense on the battlefield. Chu Han nodded in satisfaction, clearly recognizing these as the elite forces of the six races, possessing extremely strong combat abilities, each with combat prowess of 5th or even 6th rank. Those undead spiders were no match for them. The efficiency of the two teams in eliminating monsters was remarkably high. In less than half an hour, nearly 100,000 undead spiders along the coastline were cleared away, and the main force gradually arrived on this land. "Commander Chu, why isn't your troop advancing further?" Meng Dihai approached Chu Han, expressing his dissatisfaction. "Commander Meng, please don't rush. To know both the enemy and ourselves ensures victory in every battle. Our reconnaissance team hasn't returned yet." Meng Dihai suppressed his dissatisfaction and calmly said, "Commander Chu, you need to advance as soon as possible. Our objective this time is to capture that lich. We must not let it escape." "I will. Once the reconnaissance team returns, we will move forward." Seeing that Chu Han was unyielding, Meng Dihai waved his sleeve and left. "Commander, don't worry. The winged ones are nearly invincible in the sky and excel in reconnaissance," Chu Han reassured from the side. "I understand, it's just that Meng Dihai is truly annoying." Half an hour later, the winged ones began to return. Chu Han directed everyone and prepared a map based on the intelligence from the winged scouts. "Commander, this is the map of the area within a 20-kilometer radius ahead. Aside from a troublesome undead giant elephant in the east, there are no other threats we cannot handle nearby." Chu Han presented the map. Chu Han glanced at the red. This undead giant elephant was undoubtedly a potential threat, but as Chu Han said, it was still far from their troops, so there was no need for immediate concern. Old Hu sent a few winged ones to closely monitor the movements of that undead giant elephant and report back to me at all times. "What about that lich? Have you found its lair?" Chu Han pointed to a blue dot on the map and said, "There is a black ancient castle 11 kilometers to the northwest. It is highly likely to be the lair of the lich. However, there are only over 20 stitched monsters and some skeleton soldiers around the castle, which may indicate an ambush." His brow slightly furrowed, revealing deep concern in his eyes. Chu Han gazed at the ancient castle on the map, his expression grave. He understood that this could likely be a challenging battle. The lich's lair would undoubtedly be filled with traps and evil magic. They needed to advance cautiously and prepare thoroughly to deal with any potential ambush. However, Chu Han was not overly worried as he had support behind him. To support his expedition, the 6 clans pooled their resources with 27 high-tier powerhouses hidden among the crowd, waiting for the opportunity to strike. "Wu Hao, take this map to Commander Meng for his review and inform him that we are advancing towards the Black Ancient Castle immediately." Wu Hao was very obedient now. Running errands was preferable to being surrounded by a group of alien races. He was now afraid that if he accidentally angered Chu Han, he would be torn apart by those minotaurs and bearmen and fed to the fish. As he walked through the desert, Chu Han felt a surge of emotions. This continent was excessively barren. As far as the eye could see, it was a desolate sight. The yellow sand stretched endlessly, seemingly without end. The howling wind occasionally swept through, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring vision. After leaving the coast, he had hardly seen a single green plant. The earth appeared to have been stripped of life, presenting a hopeless, desolate yellow. Chu Han's footsteps left shallow imprints on the sandy ground, quickly covered again by the wind and sand. Suddenly, a scorpion jumped up from the desert, only to be crushed under Chu Han's foot. These little pests, although weak in attack, were quite bothersome when they occasionally popped out from the ground. "It's quicksand, help!" A cry of alarm came from ahead as a bearman stepped into the quicksand, struggling, without realizing that this only quickened his descent. A companion nearby hurriedly grabbed his hand, but inadvertently fell into the quicksand with him. Fortunately, the 2nd Division still had winged ones. Several of them flew like shooting stars above the quicksand and pulled the 2 bearmen up. "Report to the commander, there is a quicksand area ahead, making passage impossible." Then we will detour to the right, leaving a few people as markers to warn those behind to be cautious. Yes. After leaving the quicksand area, they faced a continuous onslaught from various small undead. The body of the undead sheep was emaciated, its fur fallen away, leaving only a skeleton, yet it still ran wildly, as if driven by some evil force. Sand rats darted across the sandy ground like phantoms, making them hard to catch. Scorpions waved their massive pincers, their tails raised high, ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Their only commonality was the absence of life signs. They were all deceased beings. These once vibrant creatures were now controlled by evil forces, becoming part of the undead army. They had lost the brilliance of life, leaving only endless darkness and evil. Finally, after a long journey, everyone saw the ancient castle situated in the desert. It stood silently there like a silent giant, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The outline of the castle appeared particularly clear under the sunlight. Its weathered walls seemed to whisper the sorrows of time. The towering spires pierced the clouds, giving a strong sense of oppression. Commander, should we directly assault that castle and claim the credit first? The 1st Division commander, a minotaur named Kahexing, said excitedly, his stout body leaning slightly forward with a glint of battle eagerness in his eyes. Don't rush. The one who can control the bone dragon and titan is definitely not simple. Let's wait for the rear troops to arrive before making a move. Chu Han spoke slowly, though he too wished to rush in and drag that lich out. However, he knew that something unusual was afoot. His gaze remained fixed on the ancient castle in the desert, filled with vigilance. The area around the castle was too quiet enough to feel unsettling. Behind the human troops were advancing slowly. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, everyone had to find ways to conserve their strength. The scorching sun mercilessly poured down upon the earth, as if wanting to scorch everything. The air felt ignited waves of heat, rolling and making it difficult to breathe. It was too difficult for humans to cross this desert on their own. Fortunately, the 2nd Division had cleared the obstacles along the way, or the marching speed of the rear troops would have been halved. 3 commanders and 7 division leaders gathered together, gazing at the ancient castle ahead. There must be an ambush ahead, however we cannot stop here. That lich might be standing in the castle mocking our cowardice. Commander Chu, let those bear men and minotaurs charge first, and we will follow closely. Commander Meng, this. Chu Han had not finished speaking when he was interrupted by the 1st Army commander beside him. Commander Chu, do not say more. This is an order, not a negotiation. You only need to follow the command, and we will closely follow you. Do not be afraid. Chu Han returned to the 2nd Division with a grim face, coldly stating, those 3 disgusting guys want us to walk into traps while they reap the benefits. Hu Shunda hesitated for a moment before saying, Commander, in my opinion, we can let the werewolves scout ahead. The werewolves are agile and fast. As long as they are careful, there shouldn't be any major issues. Chu Han frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before saying, it seems we have no choice. Issue a command for Deputy Commander Lang to lead his men to probe ahead. If anything seems off, retreat immediately without hesitation. Self-preservation comes first. Lang Zhe felt anxious. The higher-ups had clearly informed him that there were traps ahead, and they were there to clear them out. He knew the dangers of this mission, and a wave of strong unease surged within him. Lang Zhe took a deep breath and, steeling himself, led his team forward slowly. With each step, his heart felt like it was in his throat, his nerves highly tense. Suddenly, Lang Zhe jumped back sharply as the ground ahead felt a bit soft. His foot sank in slightly, and this sudden situation startled him thoroughly. However, after waiting nervously for a moment, nothing unusual happened. He exhaled a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was just a false alarm. At this moment, his forehead was already covered in fine beads of sweat. He wiped his sweat and continued to lead the team carefully forward, yet his unease showed no signs of diminishing. Report to Commander. Deputy Commander Lang has completed the search, and everything ahead is normal with no traps found. Chu Han nodded and said to Meng Dihai beside him, General Meng, you heard that our men have finished scouting, and we can now attack the ancient castle. Meng Dihai exchanged glances with the other 2 generals, and then smiled, saying, Commander Chu, don't rush into the ancient castle yet. The situation here is unclear, and acting rashly could be dangerous. After all, that lich is not an easy opponent. It's better to patiently wait for other troops to arrive, gather everyone's strength, and face any possible situations together. Indeed, acting cautiously ensures the success of the operation and the safety of our personnel. Chu Han was indifferent to their idle chatter. The ancient castle was only over 30 meters high, and he could dismantle it single-handedly. The main force advanced quickly, soon arriving before the ancient castle. In front of a window on the 7th floor of the ancient castle stood a skeleton clad in a blue robe, silently gazing into the distance at the orc and human forces advancing slowly. His figure appeared particularly eerie in the dim light, the robe fluttering gently in the wind. Noticing that the opposing side had gathered nearly enough men, the lich slightly raised a bony hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, a strong wave of soul energy surged like a tidal wave, spreading throughout the surroundings. The sandy ground around the castle trembled violently, and dust filled the air as if a mysterious force was about to burst forth from underground. The distant orc and human forces were immediately thrown into chaos as a sense of unease swiftly spread among them. Seconds later, enormous sandworms emerged from the ground, sweeping towards the crowd. The sandworms that Chu Han saw were at least 30 meters long, with the longest exceeding 70 meters. Meanwhile, the human forces stood at the front, their formidable spiritual energy surging like a tidal wave against the sandworms. The strong individuals among the human forces unleashed their most powerful techniques, dazzling lights flashing across the battlefield, and the overwhelming energy fluctuations made the air tremble. Even though these elite troops reacted swiftly, the sandworms were incredibly powerful and appeared too suddenly. Their massive bodies and incredible strength rendered the human forces' attacks somewhat ineffective. In just a minute, countless troops were lost. On the battlefield, severed limbs and broken bodies were everywhere, and blood stained the sandy ground. Chu Han's 2nd Division had to give way to the other troops, thus avoiding the onslaught of the sandworms. In this situation, numbers don't matter. Elders, please take action. Hushunda gently waved his fan, his expression calm, yet tinged with cunning. He squinted slightly, surveying the chaotic battlefield, and leisurely raised an objection. Commander, don't rush. Let those sandworms expend some of their strength, otherwise if this momentum continues, the final glory won't be ours. Why go through such a laborious and thankless task? Chu Han frowned slightly, feeling a bit reluctant, but he had to admit that the other party had a point. Soon the sandworms that burrowed underground launched another attack on the human forces. This time, as the ordinary troops had begun to retreat, the death toll was much lower than in the first wave. Bang! One sandworm was caught by a massive manifestation and torn in half, dark green blood splattering everywhere. Everyone take action. If they all perish, we will have no face to return and meet the city lord. Chu Han had already seen more than 6 high-ranking generals being devoured by the sandworms, and without even seeing the lich, such significant casualties made him feel a bit uneasy. Hushunda wanted to say more, but Chu Han preemptively cut him off. Elder, who no need for further words, my mind is made up. Everyone take action. Jita, expressionless, took a steady step forward, leading 2 tall and robust minotaurs. Their massive bodies resembled moving mountains, exuding a powerful sense of oppression. At this moment, although Chu Han was the commander and the nominal highest authority, the older figures behind him would not obey him. In their eyes, Chu Han was merely a young man who rose to power through luck, lacking the strength and prestige to lead them. Each of them had their own ulterior motives, calculating their interests and future paths. Seeing Jita take a stand, the other clansmen, despite their reluctance, had no choice but to step forward. In this situation, they had no other choice. After all, Jita was the strongest among these old-timers. In this world where strength reigns supreme, power dictates authority. Seeing that the clan leaders were willing to take action, Chu Han finally breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that he could not command these strong figures who were indifferent to him on ordinary days, and he felt some resentment in his heart. Sigh. Chu Han sighed gloomily while Hushunda beside him smiled cheerfully, noticing Chu Han's gloomy expression and proactively offering him some counsel. Young people are still too young. Although you are the commander, we old folks are gathered here for the interests of our clans. Aside from Jita, no one else even bothers to glance at you. Getting them to listen to your orders is actually quite simple. Just overpower them all. Chu Han looked at Hushunda in surprise, filled with confusion, not understanding why this old fox was saying all this to him. Seeing Chu Han's bewildered expression, Hushunda shook his head lightly, his smile growing more pronounced. I am different from those short-sighted individuals. I understand that the key lies with you. Your identity as a human is crucial for us to fully integrate into MOU City. Whether you are strong or weak is not important. Chu Han felt an intense agitation within his heart, as if a flame was raging inside him. Unable to suppress his fury any longer, he decisively transformed into his Titan form. His body instantly grew tall and robust, brimming with a sense of strength. Chu Han took heavy steps towards the sandworm, lying 30 meters ahead. Suddenly, he leaped forward like a cannonball towards the sandworm. Chu Han embraced the thick and lengthy creature, and the powerful impact sent them crashing down onto the sand, kicking up a cloud of dust. To his surprise, Chu Han discovered that although the creature was massive, its strength seemed to be considerably weaker than expected. Empowered by the blood ignition secret technique, his strength doubled as he roared and punched towards the sandworm. With over 4,000 kilograms of force erupting instantly, he created a large hole in the creature. The sandworm let out a shrill scream, suffering greatly from the blow. The sandworm struggled desperately, attempting to burrow back into the desert. However, Chu Han was intent on venting his frustration and would not let it escape so easily. Chu Han grasped the writhing tail of the sandworm, his veins bulging. Gritting his teeth, he exerted all his strength and forcibly pulled out the half-buried creature from the sand. Then with a loud shout, Chu Han hurled the sandworm into the air. It arced gracefully before crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. With punch after punch, the sandworm sustained several large holes, green liquid gushing forth and emitting a pungent odor. Under Chu Han's relentless assault, the sandworm gradually lost its ability to resist, its body convulsing violently as its life force diminished. Yet Chu Han showed no signs of stopping. He continued to swing his fists as if he aimed to release all his fury upon the sandworm. After a long while, the sandworm lay completely still, and only then did Chu Han take a heavy breath and glance in another direction. The onlookers were astounded by Chu Han's frenzied actions, staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. In their eyes, Chu Han resembled a monster, instilling dread. Although the human forces had initially been caught off guard by the sandworms and suffered heavy casualties, the situation quickly stabilized with the arrival of reinforcements from the 6 races. These sandworms had a singular attack method, relying solely on their massive bodies to charge and bite. Compared to their intimidating size, their actual combat capability was disappointingly weak. Under the combined might of the powerful warriors from the 6 races and the human stronghold, the sandworms were steadily pushed back. Within half an hour, the battlefield was cleared of sandworms. The battlefield, once ravaged by the sandworms, was now left in disarray. The ground was littered with the corpses of sandworms and green blood, and although the soldiers were exhausted, their faces radiated the joy of victory. Creak! A dull sound shattered the brief silence on the battlefield, reverberating through the air with an inexplicable sense of oppression. The gates of the Black Castle slowly opened by themselves, the heavy doors scraping against the ground with a grating sound that made one's teeth ache. The dark entrance resembled a mysterious portal, seemingly inviting them into a world of the unknown. 3 commanders, why don't you step in first to capture that lich? Chu Han stood beside the disheveled Meng Dihai, a teasing smile on his face. His words were laced with clear mockery, as if intentionally provoking Meng Dihai and the others. Infuriated, Meng Dihai's face turned crimson as he glared fiercely at Chu Han, angrily saying, "Why did your 2nd Division provide support so slowly? If those beasts had moved faster, how could we be in such a predicament? We suffered heavy losses in this battle, and you cannot escape blame." Hearing Meng Dihai's words, anger surged within Chu Han. He narrowed his eyes slightly, coldly gazing at Meng Dihai as he replied, "Commander Meng, that's not fair. Our 2nd Division followed your orders to retreat to the periphery, allowing you the chance to achieve merit. Moreover, the battlefield situation changes rapidly, and we could not have anticipated the sudden appearance of sandworms. You cannot place all the blame on our 2nd Division." Meng Dihai was momentarily speechless by Chu Han's words, his expression growing even uglier. He clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, we will settle this matter later. Now we must join forces to take down the lich inside the castle." Meng Dihai understood that this was not the time to argue with Chu Han. They had already suffered significant losses before even entering the castle, and they had no idea what monsters awaited them inside. Upon stepping into the castle, Chu Han immediately sensed something was off, reminiscent of the feeling he had when passing through a spatial rift into a secret realm. In an instant, Chu Han's eyes brightened as he found himself in a new place. It was a spacious room measuring over 1,000 square meters. The floor was paved with smooth marble, reflecting the light and giving a bright and spacious impression. Chu Han stood in the center of the room, glancing around, filled with confusion. The vastness of the space led him to doubt whether he was still within the castle. After waiting for a long time, the others still had not arrived. Thus, Chu Han walked towards the center of the room, his footsteps echoing in the emptiness. He had no idea what dangers lurked within this room or how he would leave, so he could only choose to remain unperturbed. Suddenly, Chu Han felt a chilling presence approaching from behind, as if a bone-chilling cold was creeping up his spine. He turned around sharply, his gaze filled with caution and tension. However, he found nothing behind him, only an expanse of empty space. Furrowing his brows, a sense of unease surged within him. He knew his instincts were not wrong, that icy presence had indeed existed. His eyes scanned the room continuously, not missing a single corner. Yet that chilling presence seemed to vanish, not reappearing. Thus, Chu Han proceeded towards the center of the room once more, and indeed that icy feeling returned behind him. However, this time, he did not turn around, fearing to scare it away. To avoid alarming the snake in the grass, Chu Han allowed the entity to draw closer. Even when he felt a chill at his neck, he still did not act immediately. That chilling presence coiled around his neck like an icy serpent, sending shivers down his spine. Since waking up, not only had his blood energy surged, but the purple sphere within him had also evolved, transforming from a spherical shape into a cubic one. The purple cube within began to spin wildly, as if a powerful energy source had been activated instantly. Countless bolts of lightning danced like frenzied serpents surging towards Chu Han's back. Those bolts of purple lightning flickered with dazzling brilliance, carrying the power to obliterate everything. A piercing scream echoed from behind a sound that seemed to penetrate the soul and chill the bones. Chu Han immediately turned to look, seeing a transparent figure gradually solidifying in the air. It was a female demon with long black hair cascading like a waterfall, wildly drifting in the air. Her face was stunningly beautiful, yet carried an otherworldly allure. Her pale skin was as crystalline as snow, and her deep purple eyes resembled mysterious amethysts, emanating a captivating glow. The black-haired demon hovered silently in the air, coldly regarding Chu Han, with eyes full of hostility and vigilance. "You were the one who attacked me from behind. Will you not speak?" The black-haired demon neither spoke nor attacked until Chu Han noticed her body beginning to turn transparent again, and he suddenly realized. "Oh, so you were just stalling for time." Chu Han's fingertips danced with purple electricity, the sparks resembling agile little snakes flickering with brilliant light and powerful energy fluctuations. As Chu Han focused his intent, the purple lightning shot towards the black-haired demon at incredible speed. The electric surge struck her, producing a dull sound. The demon's body trembled slightly as a powerful current spread across her. Her complexion turned even paler, her eyes filled with pain and fury. The shrill scream reverberated throughout the room, a sound that seemed to penetrate through the eardrums, causing excruciating pain. The sound waves echoed continuously in the spacious area, causing the walls to tremble slightly. Enough of this noise. Chu Han covered his ears, and the purple lightning transformed into a long whip, striking fiercely at the black-haired demon. The demon's expression changed slightly as she sensed the powerful force contained within the whip. She hurriedly sidestepped, but the whip's speed was too swift, leaving a deep gash on her shoulder. Black blood gushed from the wound, emitting a putrid odor. The demon let out a painful groan, her eyes filled with anger and hatred. Seeing the demon still maintain her defiant demeanor, a flicker of anger crossed Chu Han's eyes. He gripped the lightning whip tightly and swung it again, delivering another strike. The whip struck her fiercely, producing a dull thud. The demon was sent flying, crashing hard against the wall. She slid down the wall, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Her complexion grew paler, and her breath became exceedingly weak. Chu Han looked at the demon lying on the ground, feeling not an ounce of pity. He understood that mercy towards enemies was cruelty towards oneself. He slowly approached the demon, preparing to deliver the final blow. After receiving 2 lashes, the black-haired female demon became noticeably more obedient, her previously arrogant demeanor instantly suppressed. Her body trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with fear. Seeing the relentless approach of Chu Han, the female demon hurriedly kowtowed and begged for mercy. Her forehead struck the ground heavily, producing a dull thud. The black-haired female demon seemed to want to say something, but Chu Han couldn't understand. However, he sensed that she might be able to communicate, prompting him to delay killing her. "Can you understand my words? If you can nod your head." Chu Han spoke sternly, his gaze fixed on the female demon, waiting for her response. The female demon quickly nodded, her head bobbing up and down like a garlic press, afraid that any delay would result in another lash. "Do you know how to leave this place?" The female demon nodded eagerly, her urgency suggesting she feared Chu Han wouldn't believe her. Then she pointed her left hand toward the center of the room. Chu Han glanced in the direction indicated by the female demon, but the center appeared unremarkable, with no signs of anything unusual. "You lead the way, no tricks, no invisibility, or else my thunder whip won't be merciful." Chu Han spoke sternly, his gaze piercing like a sword directed at the female demon. The thunder whip in his hand occasionally crackled, its warning unmistakable. The female demon shivered slightly, her eyes revealing her fear. She nodded quickly, indicating her understanding. She knew she had no choice but to obey Chu Han's orders. The black-haired female demon slowly floated toward the center of the room. Chu Han closely followed behind her, gripping the thunder whip tightly, ever vigilant. His gaze swept over everything around him, monitoring every move of the female demon. Should he detect any abnormal behavior, he would unhesitatingly lash out with the whip. "There's nothing here. Are you trying to trick me?" Chu Han looked left and right, still unable to discern any clues. The female demon floated into the air, her body casting shadows that gradually dimmed the previously illuminated area. However, in that darkness, a portal suddenly appeared below. The female demon shouted, pointing at the portal. Chu Han's gaze fixed on the portal, filled with surprise and vigilance. He hadn't expected that such a seemingly ordinary room would conceal a portal. "Where does this portal lead?" Chu Han frowned as he listened to the black-haired female demon's prolonged utterances, but he couldn't grasp her meaning. "How about this? You go in first, and he'll follow later." This time Chu Han understood, The demon was reluctant to go in, and with that he sharply lashed the thunder whip against the ground. With a loud bang like thunder, it echoed through the room. The stone floor instantly cracked, deeply debris scattering everywhere. The female demon trembled in fright at the sudden attack, her fear intensifying. She understood that she had no choice. The female demon helplessly lowered her head and slowly floated toward the portal. Her movements were exceedingly slow, as if each step required immense courage. Chu Han closely followed the female demon, the thunder whip in hand, ready to strike at any moment. Upon entering the portal, he found the black-haired female demon confronting 3 soldiers. From the outside, the castle didn't seem large, so the human army had only sent in a little over 100 elite troops, and with Chu Han's group, there were not even 200 people. "Do you recognize me?" A thunderous voice emanated from a giant 10 meters tall. The 2 soldiers exchanged glances. Only the one in the middle recognized Chu Han. "Reporting, you are the commander of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Army and the commander of the 3rd Battalion of the 1st Division. Chen Xin pays his respects to you." Chen Xin recognized the towering giant. It was him who had slain the sandworm when it charged at him with its gaping maw. In the sky, a giant purple moon hung high, emitting an eerie and enchanting glow. The moonlight cast a hazy silhouette upon the earth. "Very well, tell me the situation here. And you need not worry about this female demon. She is my captive." After a long while, amidst the chaotic recounting of events, Chu Han finally grasped the situation. It turned out that this was a vast labyrinth. Chen Xin and the others had been wandering aimlessly for quite some time, without finding a way out. Their faces were etched with fatigue and confusion, with a hint of anxiety in their eyes. Chu Han gazed into the distance, seeing thick thorny walls rising several meters high, trapping everyone within. Those fences resembled sturdy cages, instilling a sense of despair. The color of the fences was dull, as if they had endured the test of time. Under the sunlight, they cast long shadows, giving an oppressive feeling. "Have you tried to break through these thorny walls?" "Of course we have, but these thorns are incredibly tough, even more resilient than ordinary steel. Even if we manage to destroy them, they can regrow in just a few seconds." Chu Han nodded thoughtfully, then turned to the female demon beside him and asked, "Do you know where the exit of this labyrinth is?" The female demon shook her head in confusion. She had only been alive for 2 days and had never left that room. Looking at the floating form of the female demon, a sudden idea surged in Chu Han's mind. Her existence might provide a way out of this maze. "Do you wish to regain your freedom?" Chu Han's voice echoed in the air, laced with temptation. His gaze was fixed on the female demon, observing her reaction. The female demon was momentarily taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. She yearned for freedom, her deepest desire. However, she also understood that Chu Han wouldn't easily grant her that freedom. She watched Chu Han warily, waiting for his next words. "All right, you can fly up to those thorns and see where the exit is, then point us in the right direction. How about that?" The female demon nodded again, knowing she had no choice. She slowly ascended, heading toward the thorns. When the female demon reached the top of the thorny wall, she looked back and saw that Chu Han had not drawn the thunder whip. She quickly accelerated over the fence and flew deep into the thorny wall. "Commander Chu, do you think that female demon will run away?" Chen Xin looked in the direction the demon flew off, worry evident on his face. His voice held a hint of doubt, clearly questioning the female demon's trustworthiness. Chu Han remained silent for a moment before uttering a few words. "She shouldn't. I just subdued her." An hour later, the distant black-haired female demon still had not returned, confirming that she had indeed fled. Chen Xin and the others exchanged glances, wanting to comfort Chu Han, but daring not to speak. "Let's go, follow me to find out more. She better pray not to run into me, or I will show her what cruelty truly is." Chu Han strode forward resolutely into the depths of the maze. These thorns are indeed very tough, and they grow at an astonishing speed, making them hard to destroy forcefully. These thorns seemed like a solid line of defense set by the maze's master, each one thick and resilient. Even with Chu Han's strength, he could clearly feel their hardness was beyond imagination. The thorns grew at an incredible speed, and within seconds they had filled the gap that Chu Han had torn open. "Yes, Chu Shizhong, and as we continue deeper we will soon lose our way, and walking will just bring us back to the starting point," Chen Xin said with a serious expression. His gaze was fixed on Chu Han, seemingly waiting for a feasible solution. "All right, then let's venture in. This maze will surely reveal its flaws." Chu Han stepped forward with steady strides. His figure appeared particularly resolute in the dim maze passage, like an immovable mountain. The others behind him felt a surge of courage as they looked at Chu Han's tall back. They all followed behind Chu Han, ready to challenge the maze once more. An hour later, time quietly passed, and the air was filled with tension and confusion. Chu Han frowned tightly, his face filled with disbelief. "This shouldn't be. I've been moving forward using this purple moon as a reference point. How did I end up back at this square?" Chu Han looked up at the purple moon hanging high in the sky, its light shining down on him, yet it failed to bring even a hint of warmth. His eyes were filled with confusion, continuously pondering where he had gone wrong. This square was their starting point, yet it appeared before him again, as if trapped in an inescapable curse. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I refuse to believe this maze can be so wicked. Chu Han's words were filled with stubbornness and unwillingness, his eyes burning with anger as he took a stand against this troublesome maze. You all stay here and don't move. I will try again. With that, Chu Han resolutely turned around and stepped once more into the maze passage. Chun Xin and the others stood in the square watching Chu Han go in and out several times like a lost child. We won't be trapped here, will we? I think this kid is unreliable. He has power, but is as simple-minded as those orcs, Wu Kongyue said pessimistically. Yu Xinghe shook his head, clearly not optimistic about Chu Han. Only Chun Xin frowned, extremely dissatisfied with these two negative guys. You all shouldn't speak carelessly. Chu Shizhong has been diligently looking for a way out. In this difficult time, we should unite as one instead of complaining and questioning each other. Chun Zin's words silenced the two as they realized their words were somewhat excessive. In this predicament, they indeed should support each other rather than tearing each other down. Suddenly, Chu Han, who had been stumbling around the maze like a headless fly, stopped his hurried steps and gazed towards the west. He sensed a faint cold aura coming from the west, identical to the aura emitted by the black-haired female demon. Chu Han had always detested traitors. In his heart, loyalty and courage were the most precious qualities. Regardless of whether he could find a way out, he was determined to first capture the fleeing black-haired female demon. Chu Han stood still, his eyes slightly squinted, revealing a look of determination. He took a deep breath and began to gather his strength slowly. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, and everything around turned silent. Chu Han's body trembled slightly as power surged within him like a roaring tide. Secret technique, blood ignition. Moments later, Chu Han suddenly opened his eyes wide, his crimson gaze resembling that of a possessed being. He shouted loudly and charged westward like a cannonball. His speed was like lightning, whipping up a gust of wind that sent dust swirling around. Along the way, the resilient thorn walls crumbled before Chu Han's overwhelming impact. Chu Han struck the thorn wall with the force of an indomitable blade. With a loud bang, a massive human-shaped hole was smashed into the thorn wall. Without a moment's pause, Chu Han continued to charge forward, collapsing another thorn wall under his impact. He was unstoppable, creating one human-shaped hole after another behind him. The broken thorns scattered chaotically on the ground, some still hanging onto a few green leaves. Such a commotion quickly caught the attention of Chun Xin and the others at the square. Could it be that Chu Shizhong has been driven mad by the maze? This reckless charging is useless. The growth rate of those thorns is too fast, and he is wasting his energy for no reason. Wu Kongyue said with a worried frown. His eyes were fixed on the direction Chu Han had gone, filled with concern. In Wu Kangyu's view, Chu Han's actions were somewhat reckless, but there was no alternative. This Chu Shizhong was their only hope. In the dim and deep maze, Chu Han charged through, breaking the last thorn wall. His breathing was slightly labored, and his clothes bore some damage from the fierce impacts, yet his gaze remained steadfast and sharp. When he arrived at the place, emanating a faint cold aura, the sight before him caused him to pause slightly. A tall tree demon stood there, its thick branches intertwined, forming a solid cage that trapped the female demon within. The tree demon appeared increasingly strange. On its trunk were faces resembling those of humans, displaying various expressions of anger, sadness, and indifference. Some faces seemed sunken into the trunk, their outlines vague, yet recognizable. Others bulged slightly, as though trying to break free from the tree. Oh! The black-haired female demon cried out desperately for help. She had been flying in the air searching for the portal, having finally detected its presence, only to be ambushed by this old trickster disguised as an ordinary tree. Her heart was filled with regret and anger, regretting her carelessness and furious at the cunning of the tree demon. Chu Han did not rush forward, but instead stroked his chin with his left hand, observing the tree demon ahead. So this maze is your doing? The tree demon remained silent, merely extending its eerie branches stealthily towards Chu Han's back. In an instant, the branches lunged wildly toward Chu Han. With his powerful perception, he naturally noticed the tree demon's subtle movements. He suddenly turned around and grasped the branches with force. His grip was tight, his fingers exerting pressure like iron pincers, preventing the branches from advancing an inch. That immense strength seemed capable of crushing steel. The branches trembled violently in his grasp, but could not break free. Chu Han then yanked hard, forcibly tearing the branches from the tree demon. The force of this pull contained immense weight, causing the branches to emit a painful cracking sound. Chu Han's arms bulged with veins, his muscles rising like forged steel. The torn branches flew through the air, scattering leaves like green snowflakes. All the faces on the tree demon transformed into expressions of rage. It seemed the sudden counterattack enraged the tree demon, causing its entire body to shake violently, while letting out a deep growl, as if to challenge Chu Han. Strange noises emanated from below, heavy and oppressive. The tree demon's branches, like snakes lurking in the dark, suddenly surged from the ground. As those branches burst forth from the earth's soil, and debris flew propelled by the force. Chu Han sensed the impending danger acutely. Without hesitation, he bolted to evade. While running, Chu Han felt the tree demon's strength and strangeness, its branches pursuing him relentlessly like a rabbit fleeing. I can't remain passive any longer. Chu Han took a deep breath as the tree demon's branches behind him chased after him furiously, seemingly unwilling to cease until they captured him. The earth trembled. Chu Han suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the earth to crack open, great fissures spreading like a gaping maw towards the tree demon. The fissures rapidly expanded across the ground where they passed. Soil and stones flew, dust swirling. The tremendous impact even uprooted the tree demon's roots. Chu Han leaped fiercely, his entire body shooting towards the tree demon's roots like a cannonball. The tree demon began to panic, its extended branches rapidly retracting, forming shields in front of its roots, but it was already too late. Merely relying on the branches that had hurriedly shrunk back could not defend against Chu Han's impact. Bang! Chu Han crashed violently into the tree demon's roots, the tremendous force compressing the surrounding air instantaneously, then violently expanding outward. The tree demon's roots trembled violently under the fierce impact, splitting open a large mouth. All the faces on the tree demon contorted into expressions of pain, but Chu Han would not hold back. Without hesitation, Chu Han extended his arms, tightly embracing the tree demon's robust body. The moment his palms touched the trunk, a rough and icy sensation spread throughout him. The tree demon's trunk seemed to possess immense magical power, attempting to fling Chu Han's hands away, but such a feeble force posed no threat to him. His fingers clutched the trunk tightly like iron pincers. No matter how the tree demon struggled, it could not break free from his grasp. With both hands gripping the tree demon's body, Chu Han's arm muscles, tensed veins bulging in inexhaustible power, surging from within him. He then pulled upwards, forcefully channeling all his strength. A shattering sound emanated from the tree demon's roots, a sound that sent shivers down the spine, reminiscent of ancient shackles being forcibly broken. From the gaping wound on the roots, thick sap began to ooze out like the tree demon's painful tears, releasing a pungent odor that filled the air. As Chu Han's astonishing power continued to erupt, the tree demon trembled violently in his grasp. Its sturdy trunk seemed to make a final struggle, yet it was all in vain. With a loud crack, the tree demon was forcibly torn from its roots by Chu Han. Stripped of its roots, the tree demon appeared to have its soul extracted instantaneously, losing all vitality. Its once lush branches and leaves began to wither rapidly, like a painting eroded by time. The human-like faces that adorned the tree's body grew increasingly blurred, as if they were fading alongside the tree demon's life. Meanwhile, the thorny walls surrounding them began to wilt quickly. The once resilient thorns seemed to have lost the source of strength that supported their growth, rapidly becoming shriveled and fragile. Green leaves drifted down like fragments of life. The thorny wall deteriorated at a visible speed, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Chun Xin and the others stared in shock at the fallen thorny wall, and Chu Han's massive figure came into view. "I knew that Master Chu could do it," Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Indeed, if Master Chu's formidable strength couldn't succeed, then who could?" Yusheng nodded in agreement. Chun Xin looked at these two fair-weather friends with disdain, his brow slightly furrowed, revealing his dissatisfaction. On the battlefield, Chu Han gazed at the fallen body of the tree demon and smashed a large hole in it with a punch, then pried open the tree trunk. Before him appeared a jelly-like green substance. This green object was crystal clear, emitting a faint glow. Its surface was smooth as a mirror, seemingly a masterpiece of nature. Chu Han sensed the powerful energy emanating from this jelly and realized that it must be the essence of the tree demon. Chu Han grabbed the green jelly and stuffed it into his mouth. As soon as it entered, a peculiar sensation spread throughout his mouth. He chewed incessantly, his teeth colliding with the soft jelly, producing a slight sound. With each chew, the green jelly gradually dissolved in his mouth, releasing a faint and pleasant fragrance. Chu Han's powerful stomach began to work, digesting the jelly thoroughly. A wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his body, as if a warm spring was flowing within him. Wherever this warmth reached, a sense of comfort washed over him, sweeping away his fatigue. The stamina Chu Han had exhausted in this battle began to restore at an astonishing rate. He could feel his strength gradually returning, his muscles revitalizing. "By the way, there's still someone waiting for me to deal with." Chu Han suddenly turned his head, only to find that the wooden cage that had imprisoned the black-haired female demon had shattered with the death of the tree demon. The figure of the black-haired female demon had long since vanished, and the teleportation portal ahead still flickered with faint light. What do you three think? Do you want to follow me to the next teleportation portal? Chu Han's voice was steady and powerful, his gaze fixed firmly on Xian and the others. They exchanged glances, their eyes revealing complex emotions. According to protocol, they were required to follow Chu Han into the next battle. However, reason told them not to go, otherwise it would be a dead end. A single maze had nearly left them half dead, and they had no idea what challenges awaited them next. Seeing their hesitation, Chu Han did not want to pressure them. With the strength of Xian and the others, even if they entered, they would merely be cannon fodder, and his own strength was only enough for self-preservation with no spare energy to protect them. Then you three can stay here for now, don't rush to go out. After saying this, Chu Han stepped into the teleportation portal, arriving in a completely new place. Hello, am I arriving at an inopportune time? Chu Han entered a palace where the black-haired female demon was kneeling before the lich, seemingly pleading for mercy with her sounds. Oh, I remember you. You are the human who disrupted my ritual, but you seem to have grown quite a bit. The lich sitting on the throne waved his hand, and a knight-like undead slowly emerged from behind. This undead knight was shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of death. Its armor was old and worn, covered in mysterious runes. The black-haired female demon kneeling beside attempted to sneak away, but with a swift motion of the undead knight's spear, a chilling aura swept over, freezing her instantly into a block of ice. The terror etched on her face was frozen within the ice, seemingly narrating her despair and helplessness. The undead knight stood silently, like a messenger emerging from the underworld. His long white hair flowed like frost and snow, shimmering with an eerie luster in the dim light. He wielded a long spear, its shaft long and straight, emanating a chilling metallic aura. The spear tip flickered with a cold gleam, as if it could easily pierce through any obstruction. Chu Han squinted. This undead knight brought him a different sense of pressure. Just being stared at by the other party made Chu Han feel as if he would be pierced by the spear at any moment. Say, lower, my servant, pierce his heart with your spear. The lich bellowed angrily from the throne. Clop, clop. The white horse beneath the undead knight took elegant, yet powerful strides, the crisp sound of its hooves echoing in the silent space. The white horse's eyes glowed blue, its brilliance becoming more dazzling in the darkness like two radiant blue sapphires. Suddenly the white horse surged forward, its powerful burst causing the ground to tremble slightly. In an instant, the white horse transformed into a white flash, charging towards Chu Han. Its speed was almost unimaginable, like a blue light slicing through the darkness. The wind roared past it, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spear pierced through the air, emitting a sharp whistle, as if it were the roar of death. The spear's momentum was like light, moving so fast that it was nearly impossible to react. In this life-and-death moment, Chu Han's pupils contracted sharply as he gripped the spear tip with his right hand, his body continuously retreating. His footsteps scraped against the ground, producing a piercing sound. With each step back, he countered the spear's impact with immense force. This spear is strange. Although Chu Han had deflected the blow, a peculiar force surged through his wound, flowing into his body. This power was cold and eerie, as if a curse from the underworld. The chi and blood that flowed within him gradually slowed down. This strange power spread like cold frost through his veins, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Thus he focused his thoughts, and the purple square within his dantian began to operate rapidly. Purple lightning coursed through his blood, surging within Chu Han, instantly obliterating all evil forces in its path. With regained strength, Chu Han struck the icy shaft of the spear with his fist. It seemed like an ordinary blow, but powered by the blood-burning secret technique, his punch exceeded 400 kilograms of force, not something easily borne. The undead knight was shaken, his palms splitting from the force transmitted through the spear. His entire body trembled as he gripped the white horse beneath him tightly, which immediately understood its master's intent and retreated. The undead knight seemed unwilling to engage Chu Han in a direct confrontation, steering his white horse in circles around him, attempting to find a flaw in this human. Chu Han squinted slightly, deep in thought. If he were back in the past facing such a nimble opponent, he would have found it quite troublesome. But now the times have changed. Double gravity. The ability derived from the undead titan was being used in actual combat for the first time, and the afterimages left by the undead knight vanished as his speed gradually slowed. The white horse suddenly paused, unaware of what had happened, only feeling heavier than ever before. Soon the white horse adapted to the double gravity and began to run again, albeit at a reduced speed, still much faster than Chu Han. 3.5 times gravity. Chu Han applied gravity to the undead knight once more, this time with noticeable effect. Just as the undead knight and his white horse had adapted to the double gravity, they were suddenly enveloped by immense pressure. The The white horse, which had just resumed its stride, abruptly halted again, its limbs seemingly burdened by insufferable weight, its body trembling slightly. The cold shaft of the spear tapped the white horse's head, urging it to run quickly, for Chu Han was already charging forward. The horse's heavy legs moved, but its once lightning-fast speed had plummeted. Seeing that he couldn't kite his opponent any longer, the undead knight had no choice but to brace for Chu Han's punch. Chu Han's fist struck the spear, driving it deep into the ground, rendering it immovable. Then another punch landed on the undead knight, sending him flying. The armor on the undead knight was evidently of poor quality, as it shattered under the impact of a punch exceeding 40 kilograms. The white horse, unaware of its master's misfortune, continued to gallop forward. Looking at the horse, Chu Han suddenly had a bold idea. He leaped, suddenly aiming to land on the white horse. This was a fine steed, and he felt a strong desire to have a mount of his own. It turned out that Chu Han was overthinking. His massive body landed on the white horse, but its size and weight were far beyond what the horse could bear. Under the immense pressure of Chu Han's bulk, the horse struggled with all its might. Its hooves trembled incessantly, muscles taut to the limit, yet that unbearable weight ultimately exceeded its capacity. With a desperate neigh, the white horse's strength was instantly drained, its body slowly tilting before crashing to the ground. The white horse's eyes remained half open, its once vibrant spirit gradually fading, having already died once it succumbed to death once more in its undead form. Seeing the white horse crushed beneath him, Chu Han awkwardly scratched his head, standing up with embarrassment. On the other side, the undead knight showed no sorrow for the loss of his steed. Once his master had a free hand, this white horse would rise again to fight by his side. Chu Han slowly shifted his gaze from the fallen white horse to the now dismounted undead knight. The latter's expression was cold and resolute as he unhesitatingly discarded his spear. He raised his hands slightly, and wisps of dark energy began to swirl and gather between them. In no time, 2 black energy spheres condensed in each of his palms. The undead knight waved his hands, and the black energy spheres shot forth like arrows. Wherever they passed, the air seemed to rip apart, leaving faint black traces. Chu Han furrowed his brows, instinctively resisting the approaching malevolent force. Just at that critical moment, a brilliant light erupted before him, electric sparks flashing like silver serpents. In an instant, a solid shield formed from purple lightning appeared out of thin air. The arcs of purple lightning danced and twirled upon the shield, slithering like fine serpents. The clash of darkness and thunder erupted with a deafening sound, dazzling light illuminating the surroundings. Before the explosion's glow could dissipate, the undead knight had already condensed 2 new dark energy spheres. Suddenly the sky seemed to tear apart, a thunderous roar echoing. Immediately after, lightning flickered above the undead knight. The lightning danced like a silver serpent, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. The intense brightness made the undead knight appear particularly insignificant. A thick bolt of lightning imbued with a terrifying force struck directly towards the undead knight. The blinding light drained all color from the surroundings, leaving only this annihilating lightning. The undead knight raised his head, facing the impending fatal blow. Under the impact of that thick lightning, his body was struck down as if hit with immense force. He fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Powerful currents ravaged the undead knight's body, impacting every inch of his meridians. Chu Han approached the undead knight, looking down at him sprawled on the ground, his gaze devoid of any pity. He lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the undead knight's heart. With a sound that made one's teeth ache, the undead knight's chest was instantly crushed. As the chest was crushed, the undead knight's heart burst under the immense pressure. Yet the undead knight still did not perish. His eyes remained fiercely fixed on Chu Han. Chu Han, expressionless, raised his right hand, his fist seemingly containing boundless power. Without hesitation, he struck the undead knight's head. This punch was incredibly forceful, carrying an unstoppable momentum. With a resounding bang, the undead knight's head exploded like a watermelon. Shattered skull and brain matter scattered everywhere. The once invincible undead knight now completely lost any signs of life. These undead possessed remarkably resilient vitality, and no one knew whether their weakness lay in the heart or the head, so Chu Han had grown accustomed to delivering a finishing blow. Indeed, the undead knight, with his head smashed, twitched violently a few times before completely losing vitality. Meanwhile, the blue figure sitting on the throne remained unmoved, observing the battle between the undead knight and Chu Han with indifference. Even as the undead knight's heart was crushed and head shattered by Chu Han, he did not show any reaction, his gaze devoid of ripples. The lich simply watched quietly, as if waiting for something or measuring Chu Han's strength. The bloodshed and brutality of the battlefield seemed to him merely an inconsequential farce. Seeing that his opponent had no intention of attacking, Chu Han was happy to remain in this standoff. The battle with the undead knight had drained much of his stamina, providing a perfect opportunity to rest for a moment. "Hey, isn't it a bit disrespectful for you to just sit there?" Chu Han shouted at the lich on the throne. The lich seemed to be startled awake by this voice, slowly turning its head to look at the corpse of the undead knight on the ground, as well as the unscathed Chu Han. "Oh, my apologies, I was just reminiscing about the past, and didn't notice that your battle had already ended." The lich floated up from the throne and slowly flew toward the corpse of the undead knight. "Tsk Tisk, you are quite remarkable. As a human you can transform into a giant, and on top of that you possess the ability of lightning. This lightning is no ordinary thing, it can actually destroy the dark contract I inscribed on the undead knight." Chu Han watched the lich warily, sensing the powerful aura emanating from this being a pressure far surpassing that of the undead knight. "Haha, there's no need to be so tense after all." Chu Han was waiting for the lich to continue, but in that instant a red lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere. This bolt of destruction rushed toward Chu Han at an incredible speed. Chu Han had no time to dodge or defend, and the red lightning struck him fiercely. With a poof, Chu Han's body was hit as if struck by a cannonball. A wave of excruciating pain spread throughout him. A bloody hole was blasted in his chest with crimson blood gushing out from the wound like a fountain. Chu Han looked expressionlessly at the blood hole in front of his abdomen. This red lightning was highly destructive and carried a hint of corrosive properties. At the wound, the once healthy flesh was rotting at a visibly rapid pace, thin wisps of black smoke rising from the edges of the wound, as if countless tiny demons were gnawing at his body. The purple cube in his dantian began to rotate, with strands of purple lightning surging out from the cube, like agile purple serpents swiftly heading toward the wound. When the purple lightning touched the wound, it emitted a faint sizzle sound, and wherever the purple lightning went, the evil power from the corrosive properties of the red lightning was forced back. Soon the wound began to stabilize and self-repair at an extremely slow pace. "What a despicable act," Chu Han remarked. "Ha ha." The lich laughed triumphantly, the sound echoing in the empty space, filled with mockery and derision. "Isn't there a saying among you humans that all's fair in love and war? I've been brushing up on your knowledge these past few days, or look at all these spoils of mine," the lich said, casually waving its hand. Dozens of soulless humans, centaurs, bear men, werewolves, and elves emerged from behind, their movements mechanical and stiff, as if they were puppets from which the soul had been drained. "What have you done to them?" Chu Han roared. "Oh, it's nothing much, I just turned them into puppets and listened to them recount the stories from their world." The lich looked at the furious Chu Han with a sense of unexplainable satisfaction. Although Chu Han wore an angry expression, he was actually not that upset. Having seen many dead and undead, he had long since become numb to it. He had actually been silently accumulating power, and the purple cube within him had already reached its limit. 5 times gravity. Chu Han's gaze sharpened as he instantly activated his ability to manipulate gravity, imposing gravitational pressure on the lich. The air around the lich suddenly thickened, an invisible force binding him like heavy shackles. In an instant, a lightning dragon larger than the one that struck the undead knight quickly took form in the air. The dragon was massive, shimmering with blinding purple light, roaring toward the lich. Within its gaping maw, purple lightning surged like a tumultuous tide, and a low rumbling sound of thunder faintly emanated from its mouth. The lich's eye twitched, his body instinctively reacted, subconsciously attempting to sidestep. However, under the sudden 5 times gravitational pressure, he was unable to evade at all, and could only face the lightning dragon's attack head-on with his skeletal frame. The lightning dragon, carrying the might to destroy the heavens and the earth, surged forward, directly engulfing the lich. The blinding purple light instantly submerged the lich's figure, accompanied by a deafening roar as the power of thunder poured down upon him without reserve. Strands of purple lightning freely danced across his body, the intense current causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. The lich let out a painful howl, his previously indifferent and triumphant expression replaced by agony and embarrassment. His blue robe was burned to tatters by the lightning, black smoke billowing from his body, giving off a charred odor. Chu Han charged at the lich like a rhinoceros. The heavy footsteps echoed across the battlefield as if war drums were beating. He knew that his purple lightning had a special restraining effect on these undead. Though the lightning dragon had dealt a heavy blow to the lich, he could not give this cunning enemy any chance to breathe. As he ran, Chu Han began to gather the purple lightning power in his hands, with arcs of purple electricity leaping and flickering between his palms, emitting a faint sizzle sound. Chu Han reached the lich and unhesitatingly threw a punch. This punch was as swift as a meteor, streaking across the night sky, striking the lich with tremendous force, sending him flying backward like a kite with its string cut. Watching the lich fly backward, Chu Han did not stop his steps. He knew that the lich's strength was not to be underestimated. He must seize this fleeting opportunity to deliver a heavier blow to win this life-and-death battle. Despite suffering 2 consecutive strikes, the lich was not heavily injured. His skeletal body was terrifyingly hard, not something that could be broken with just 1 or 2 punches. Although the lich's body remained unharmed, the blue flames in his eyes had dimmed considerably. Chu Han pressed down on the lich's body, raising his fist without hesitation, delivering punch after punch to the lich's head. Each punch carried immense force, the bang-bang sounds resonating throughout the space. His fists enveloped in purple lightning power, and each time they struck the lich's head, purple arcs of electricity would spread across the lich's body. Soon the lich snapped back to reality from the control of the lightning dragon, glaring at Chu Han as red lightning appeared unpredictably behind him. The red light illuminated the ground around Chu Han, staining that area blood red. Chu Han sensed the energy fluctuations coming from behind, but he gritted his teeth, a resolute intent surging within him. He understood that if he were to divert his attention to deal with the red lightning now, it would give the lich an opening and all his previous efforts would go to waste. So Chu Han decided to ignore the attack from behind and endure it. The red lightning instantly struck fiercely at Chu Han's back, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. With a loud boom, the red lightning accurately hit Chu Han's back. The tremendous impact jolted Chu Han's body violently. His back felt as if it had been seared by a hot iron, and a wave of acute pain spread throughout him. The evil power contained in the red lightning began to rampage within him, attempting to damage his meridians and corrode his vitality. However, Chu Han gritted his teeth and endured the immense pain, continuing to throw punches at the lich's head without hesitation. His eyes reflected unwavering determination, each punch still filled with power, the bang-bang sounds never ceasing. His body trembled slightly from the attack on his back, but his will remained unshakable like steel. The lich's eyes widened, seemingly not expecting Chu Han to be so resolute, choosing to withstand his attack and trade injury for injury. A hint of panic flashed in his gaze. He had originally thought this blow would distract Chu Han and turn the tide, but he did not expect Chu Han's determination to be so strong. Soon another bolt of red lightning coalesced above Chu Han, striking down toward him with the force of a thunderous storm. With a loud boom, the immense impact caused the ground beneath Chu Han to crack like a spider web. This time, Chu Han's body was thrust forward violently. His hair was singed, and a sharp pain shot through his scalp. Chu Han was a bit dazed by the strike. At this moment, one thought remained in his mind: to throw punches, keep throwing punches, and smash the opponent's head. Wait, we can talk this out. The lich began to panic. This red lightning was no ordinary street vendor's goods. Once it hit the enemy, it would surely destroy their vitality. But this monster in front of him seemed to ignore the corrosion and curse of the red lightning. And now his red lightning had entered cooldown, unable to cast spells to stop the opponent's assault. I surrender, please don't hit me. I realize my mistake, please stop hitting me, I will give you all my treasured possessions. But at this moment, Chu Han had already lost his sanity, his eyes bloodshot, only thinking of smashing the opponent's head. Creak. A crisp sound came from the lich's neck, followed by a crack appearing. As Chu Han continued to hammer, the crack grew larger until the lich's head completely disconnected from its body, rolling away like a soccer ball. Only at this moment did the crimson hue in Chu Han's eyes gradually fade, his gaze returning to clarity. Looking at the headless skeleton before him, Chu Han felt no sense of underestimating it, and began to forcibly dismantle the bones from the skeleton one by one. The head of the lich gently rolled into the corner, and at this moment it could only silently pray in its heart, please don't see me, please don't see me. Soon Chu Han dismantled the corpse into scattered pieces. The bones scattered across the ground resembled discarded old parts, devoid of their previous eerie aura. A shadow loomed over the corner, and the lich's head was now backed against the cold, hard wall, with no path of retreat left. Its pale head suddenly turned, moving like a rusty gear struggling to rotate, making the first move. Inside my treasury lies a collection of treasures I've amassed over nearly 3 centuries. Do you want them? As soon as the lich finished speaking, a hand that emerged like a demon paused in midair, refraining from launching another attack. Chu Han looked at the lich's head, not intending to end its life, as the command from the city lord was to capture this lich alive. But unexpectedly, there was a delightful surprise. This lich had its own little treasury. Oh, please don't electrocute me, brother. I'm just trying to lead the way. A flicker of purple lightning occasionally burst from Chu Han's hand, giving the lich a head massage. Who are you talking to? You sly creature, I'm deliberately shocking you to keep you in a weakened state. Chu Han closely followed the lich's head, his heart filled with both vigilance and curiosity about the so-called treasury. The lich's head floated slowly ahead, its skull emitting a cold glow, creating an eerie spectacle in the dim corridor, like a lamp guiding the way into the unknown. They walked along a winding path with faint magical runes flickering on the surrounding walls. The light of the runes flickered like it was breathing, adding a layer of mystery to the journey. Before long, Chu Han followed the lich to a house. The house seemed unremarkable, built from rough stone blocks. Time had left its mark with patches of dark green moss crawling over many areas, as if the house were wearing a tattered coat. Doesn't your treasury have any protective measures? Chu Han asked, puzzled, as the lich effortlessly pushed open the wooden door. My lord, you're joking. This place is mine alone. There's no need to guard against others. The lich grinned, exposing its eerie teeth while trying to appear harmless. Its voice carried a tone of flattery, and the flickering light in its cold eye sockets seemed to hide countless unspoken intentions. However, Chu Han would not be easily fooled by its appearance. The memory of the black-haired female demon fleeing flashed in his mind, a profound lesson not to let the same thing happen again. Thus, with the thought, the purple square within him began to spin rapidly, and a rope made of lightning extended from his hand, binding the lich's head. Don't even think about escaping. And if there are any traps inside, well, both die together. If the lich's head had flesh, it would be sweating bullets by now. I wouldn't dare. Right now, I just want to use these treasures to exchange for my life, the lich said as its mental energy floated towards the hidden formation, quietly shutting down the self-destruct program. Very well. Since you just said you've studied our world, have you ever heard the saying, those who know the times are the wise? As long as you sincerely lead me to the treasure, I promise not to kill you. Is this true? The lich was tempted. The items inside were just material possessions. Given time, he could raise another army of the undead in this continent. After accumulating for 100 years, he could re-enter that world with a new undead army. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. Of course, I Chu Han am a man of my word. As long as you provide treasures of sufficient value, I guarantee I won't kill you. You guarantee not to kill me. What about those people outside? The lich's mind turned, feeling that it wasn't secure enough. Don't worry, as long as you satisfy me, I will protect you and ensure that your life won't be lost at our hands. Please, my lord, after you. The lich eagerly led the way, actively guiding Chu Han into the room. Although the room appeared small from the outside, its area was actually over 100 square meters. My lord, look here, this is the corpse of a light-based archmage. If it were turned into an undead, its combat power would surpass that of the recent undead warrior. The lich enthusiastically introduced its treasured collection, but Chu Han frowned as he looked at the row of frozen corpses from various races, saying with a headache, what use do I have for these things? If you're just trying to fool me with this scrap metal, then I might as well send you on your way. You see, you're getting anxious again. I still have treasures I haven't shown yet. When the lich's cold gaze met the purple lightning that erupted from Chu Han's fist again, it felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over its head, causing its entire head to shiver uncontrollably. The purple lightning flickered with a dangerous glow, and the tendrils of electricity slithered across Chu Han's fist like lively little snakes, occasionally emitting hissing sounds as if issuing a warning. The lich dared not delay any longer, quickly twisting its head and floating towards a nearby wooden box. Chu Han followed it to the box. The box appeared ordinary, made of aged wood covered in the marks of time, with several small cracks that seemed as if they would shatter with the slightest touch. Dust lay thickly around the box, indicating that it hadn't been opened in a long time. Chu Han coldly regarded the lich, having no intention of opening the box himself. My lord, you see, I don't have hands right now, so I can't open this box. Then use your teeth to bite it open. The lich truly wanted to curse, but had to bow his head under the current circumstances. It opened its mouth, revealing uneven but sharp teeth, which seemed to emit a faint greenish glow. It first bit down on the edge of the box's lid, then yanked hard, the decaying power transferring from its teeth to the box, producing a creaking sound that was painful to the ears. What is this? Chu Han's attention was instantly captured by an unidentified fruit inside the box. My lord, don't be anxious. Let me start by introducing the left side. This first item is a spatial ring which contains nearly 10 cubic meters of space. With just a mental probe, you can store or retrieve items within it. The lich looked up and saw Chu Han's gaze sharpening, as if he were ready to strike at any moment. Since it's such a treasure, why is it left here in this box gathering dust? With that, the thunder rope emitted a blinding light, and the lich barely had time to utter 2 words before losing consciousness from the shock. Wait. However, the power of thunder showed him no mercy, as the intense current instantly pierced through the lich's skull. Its mouth gaped wide, yet no sound could escape. After a while, the lich finally recovered from its stunned state and trembled as it spoke. Listen to me, big brother. I haven't had the chance to explain. I have another spatial ring that is much larger, so this small one has just been collecting dust here. As it spoke, the lich opened its mouth wide and produced a different style of spatial ring. Chu Han grabbed a handful of ice from the ice block beside him and wiped the ring clean. As his mental energy approached, Chu Han saw the interior scene. Nearly 50 cubic meters of space, utterly empty, with nothing inside. Why is there nothing in here? Chu Han questioned. Didn't I just empty my stash? I specially set up over 100 traps to distract you, yet you came up so quickly, making it so I haven't even had a chance to recover. Chu Han accepted the lich's explanation, placing the clean spatial ring in his mouth, then turning his gaze towards the crystalline fruit. What is this thing? My lord, you indeed have an eye for treasures. This fruit is extraordinary. It has absorbed the blood of countless strong warriors on the battlefield, condensing immense energy within. Sadly, I originally planned to use it as an energy core to create a powerful warrior, but I have yet to find a suitable body. Chu Han took the fruit and tossed it into his mouth, unable to resist the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from it. The lich was left dumbfounded. He just swallowed it directly. He had been racking his brain trying to figure out how to trick him into eating it. Chu Han ignored the lich, feeling the energy within his body surge. He was not afraid of any potential explosive crisis. His powerful digestive ability had never let him down. Suddenly, countless resentful thoughts erupted from the fruit, attacking his soul. This is none of my business. I hadn't finished speaking. Who would have thought you would be so impatient, swallowing the blood spirit fruit without a second thought? The lich felt a surge of joy and quickly exited the room, closing the door behind him. He had not lied to Chu Han. This fruit indeed absorbed the blood of countless strong warriors on the battlefield, but it also absorbed the resentful thoughts of numerous deceased. In a daze, countless chaotic fragments appeared in Chu Han's mind, with memories of powerful warriors before their deaths flashing through his consciousness like a revolving lantern. A heavily armored warrior plunged his holy sword into the ground, and instantly flames surged like waves, sweeping towards the surrounding exotic beasts. The clergy chanted scriptures, and countless holy lights shone upon the fighting human warriors, healing their wounds and granting them greater strength. The holy mage, covered in light, wielded a magic wand, while a seraph with a gigantic fiery sword unfurled its 6 wings and engaged in battle with the gigantic beast ahead. The lich hummed an incomprehensible song filled with eerie rhythms, as if the voice was a mournful whisper coming from the depths of the underworld. At this moment, he felt quite pleased. He never expected to so easily escape that troublesome predicament, as if it were a divine favor. Thud thud. A sound of footsteps approached, causing the lich's heart to skip a beat. It had been planning to return and awaken the other undead knights, but the path ahead had already been blocked by someone else. Oh, what a surprise. I didn't expect to capture the lich so effortlessly. This is a great accomplishment. The commander of the 2nd Legion, Kong Yuan, exclaimed in delight as he grabbed the lich's head. Originally, he was puzzled about where the lich had been hiding, but he didn't expect to run into it hidden, and it was just the head of the lich left after being beaten. My lord, I am willing to surrender. Please don't kill me. You are quite perceptive. Don't worry, the city lord's order is to capture you alive. I won't kill you. With a wave of his hand, Kong Yuan's subordinates promptly handed him a sack, placing the lich's head inside. Commander, you are truly amazing. Other people haven't even shown their shadows yet, and you have already completed the task. The other 2 Legion commanders will surely be overshadowed by you. A soldier with a full beard grinned, his eyes filled with flattery. His words were as sweet as honey. Yes, those shabby orcs are of simple minds, likely still eating dust in the back. Another skinny soldier quickly chimed in, gesturing as if those orcs were right in front of him, looking utterly pitiful. Compared to your wise command, they are simply weaklings. Commander Li Feng is getting old. Oh, perhaps when you return, the city lord will see how capable you are and appoint you as the supreme commander of the 3 armies. At this moment, Kong Yuan felt as if he were floating, envisioning himself being appointed as the commander. Haha, brothers, you have all worked hard. This victory is the result of our united efforts, but of course my abilities are evident to all. Kong Yuan's chest puffed up, his proud posture resembling that of a victorious rooster. The sack in his hand shook violently, causing the lich's head to bump around inside. Kong Yuan frowned, opening the sack. He didn't believe a small lich's head could turn the tide. The lich's head flew out of the sack ingratiatingly, saying, My lord, I want to make amends and contribute. My treasure chamber contains countless treasures, and I am willing to offer them to you as a show of sincerity. Oh, you have a treasure chamber. Lead the way. Kong Yuan felt elated, as if the fatigue that had weighed him down had been swept away in an instant. His eyes sparkled, closely following the drifting figure of the lich ahead. Why is your treasure chamber so shabby? You're not trying to lead me into a trap, are you? Do I? Kong Yuan looked like a fool. My lord, you are wrong. Bang. Just as the lich was anxiously explaining things to Kong Yuan, the previously silent space was shattered by a heavy rumbling sound. The nearby thick wall seemed to bear an immense force. In an instant, countless cracks spreading across its surface. You crafty lich, don't say you're not trying to deceive me. Bang. Another loud noise erupted as the wall shattered like fragile tofu, with countless bricks and dust flying everywhere. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, a giant, over 20 meters tall, walked out. Commander, isn't that the officer who specializes in managing the beastmen? What was his name again? I know it's Chu Han, but I remember he wasn't this big. How did he suddenly double in size? The people at the back were discussing among themselves, showing no signs of tension, and after all, Kong Yun was there to hold the fort. Kong Yun's expression suddenly turned serious, his brows slightly furrowing. His keen intuition alerted him that something unusual and irrational was quietly developing. It felt as if he was facing not a human, but some mindless beast. With a shield in his left hand and a blade in his right, Kong Yun faced the towering giant with no fear. With the shield in hand, he felt invincible. This shield was no ordinary item. It was a top-tier spiritual artifact he had obtained during his adventures in the boundless wilderness, the demon-suppressing shield. It could reduce 70% of the force from any frontal attack, leaving only 30%. Moreover, the shield was entirely crafted from hard Mojing stone, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities. In the 11 years since acquiring this shield, Kong Yun had never been defeated in a heated confrontation, and it was precisely because of this shield that he had risen through the ranks so quickly. You all retreat first while handle him. This guy seems to have lost his mind. Kong Yun's gaze was cold and resolute as he slightly turned to the three people beside him. The three behind had been waiting for Kong Yun's words, and without hesitation, they swiftly turned and dashed towards the hall. Hey, take me with you. The lich shouted, its head left behind, flying too slowly. Kong Yun kicked with his left foot, sending the lich flying. Keep an eye on that guy, don't let him escape. Thud. Just as Kong Yun kicked the lich away, the enraged Chu Han charged towards him like a rampaging beast. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, carried a roaring wind and boundless strength, crashing violently against Kong Yun's indestructible demon-suppressing shield. Instantly, a powerful shockwave radiated outwards from the center of the shield. Accompanying this shockwave, a circle of transparent sound waves spread out like ripples, making the air around vibrate with a buzzing sound. Kong Yun's feet quickly alternated on the ground, stepping back 3 times, each step steady and strong. With these 3 steps to cushion himself, he skillfully dissipated the remaining force of Chu Han's punch. He slightly raised his head, a trace of contemptuous sneer appearing on his face. Is that all you have? I even let them leave early, how weak. However, Kong Yun soon paid the price for his words. Chu Han seemed like a furious beast, his eyes flashing with madness. His attacks were like a torrential storm, ceaseless and ferociously swift. His fists streaked through the air like shooting stars, carrying immense power, continuously pounding against the rock-solid demon-suppressing shield, as if striking a giant bell. Boom, 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 boom. Chu Han's fists descended upon Kong Yun like a torrential rain, the speed astonishing. Kong Yun barely had any time to dissipate the force. He could only hide behind the demon-suppressing shield, instinctively using it to block the tidal wave of attacks. Under this relentless onslaught, Kong Yun felt a massive force crashing through the shield towards him. He gritted his teeth, desperately resisting, yet this force was powerful and unrelenting. His legs left deep gouges in the ground, as if plowed by a giant plow. What are they doing? Oh no, Commander Chu and Commander Kong are fighting. As time passed, more and more people passed through the portal into the hall. Suddenly, a drumbeat came from the right passage. Just as everyone thought there was an enemy attack, they saw Chu Han beating Kong Yun. Kong Yun was in a difficult position, his hands and feet had gone numb from the shock. He now felt like a solitary boat adrift in a storm about to capsize under Chu Han's torrential attacks. He wanted to strike back with all his might, but every attempt was suppressed by the opponent's even fiercer onslaught. Now he truly could neither fight back nor escape. Commander Kong, do you need help? A familiar voice like a ray of dawn in the darkness floated in from behind. It was Yuan Li, the commander of the 1st Legion. At this moment, Kong Yun felt like a drowning man grabbing for a life-saving straw, urgently shouting, "Old Yuan, come help me. This guy has gone crazy, I can't hold on much longer." Yuan Li's eyes suddenly sparkled with brilliant golden light, and then a colossal 20-meter-tall avatar slowly emerged behind him. As the avatar appeared, the surrounding air seemed to be compressed, producing a buzzing sound, and a powerful pressure spread out like a tide. "Old Kong, get out of the way." Kong Yun gritted his teeth and used the last of his strength to dash to the right. The massive avatar charged from behind with incredible force. Its fist, like a small mountain, sliced through the air, crashing down on Chu Han's chest with lightning speed. With a loud bang, Chu Han's body was struck as if hit by a speeding war chariot, uncontrollably stumbling back. Yuan Li pressed the attack, controlling the avatar to close in. "Be careful, old Yuan." Kong Yun's voice came from behind, but Yuan Li did not understand the warning. He was in an advantageous position, so what was there to be cautious about? A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Chu Han's eyes as he landed a punch against Yuan Li's avatar's chest. After exchanging blows, it was Yuan Li's avatar that collapsed inward, creating a large dent. The situation reversed. Now it was the enemy who was pressing the attack. Yuan Li, not one to back down, boldly chose to punch back against the young man. With the first punch, the avatar's fist was directly shattered upon impact like fragile glass, with shards and light scattering everywhere. With the second punch, the other arm of the avatar was also destroyed under this terrifying force, leaving it mangled and in disarray. In just 2 punches, the avatar had already suffered severe damage. With a third punch, Xuanwu felt a surge of intense fear. He knew he could no longer endure and instinctively turned to flee. However, the opponent was much faster than him. Another heavy blow struck, this time piercing a large hole through the back of the avatar, sending Xuanwu's real body flying. With the loss of the source of spiritual power, the avatar began to wobble, as if it were a tower on the verge of collapsing. Starting from the feet of the avatar, it disintegrated and dissolved like weathered rock, transforming into sparkling spiritual light that floated away, leaving no trace of the avatar. At this moment, Kong Yun was resting against the wall, his numb hands and feet just beginning to regain some feeling. However, at that moment, a disheveled figure flew back, like a torn piece of cloth. This figure was Xuanwu, who crashed heavily into the wall beside Kong Yun, producing a dull thud. Seeing Xuanwu spitting blood, and as pale as a sheet, the corners of Kong Yun's mouth twitched slightly. He had not expected Xuanwu to be defeated so quickly. Go! Xuanwu struggled to utter this word, blood continuously pouring from the corner of his mouth, his face as white as paper, and his gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Kong Yun did not say much. Seizing the opportunity while the monster was entangled and its manifestation was gradually dissipating, he immediately threw Xuanwu onto his back and exerted all his strength to run towards the distance. Old Neo, that kid doesn't look right. It seems like he's possessed by something, Fox Shun said quietly, approaching Jeddah. Jeddah slightly furrowed his brows, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk, closely locking onto every move of Chu Han. He lowered his voice and said, indeed, it's a bit strange, not like Xiao Chu's usual self. His fighting style resembles that of a mindless beast. At this moment, dozens of members of the 6 clans were standing behind watching the scene. Some were indifferent, while others wore a hint of playful amusement, showing no intention of helping the two. I think otherwise we call that losing one's mind where we come from. I estimate this kid has fallen into the trap of that lich and has been stimulated by something. Meng Dihai moved closer to the crowd, eliciting eye rolls from the members of the 6 clans. Fox Shun looked at him speechlessly, as if they were not familiar at all. Meng Dihai also realized his awkward situation and quickly changed the topic. Brothers of the Beastmen, we are at least one of our own, right? You can't just stand by and do nothing. Seeing the indifferent expressions on everyone's faces, Meng Dihai was so anxious he was about to jump up. If Commander Chu truly kills the 2 colonel ranks, I don't know what will happen to you, but he is most likely doomed. Even for the sake of the army's reputation, the city lord cannot allow him to continue as this commander. You beastmen won't be able to make further progress either. Fox Shun's eyes rolled, grabbing Jeddah's sleeve, and said, Old Neo, I think this guy makes a point. Why don't we? However, Jeddah waved his hand and said calmly, it's all right, I will take action. This situation is neither simple nor difficult. Fox Shun's curiosity was piqued instantly, and he hurriedly asked, what do you mean? Just beat him up. This answer was simple and straightforward, yet left people puzzled. Jeddah took large strides, heading straight towards Chu Han, who was chasing after Kong Yun and Xuanwu. This kid must have some special bloodline. Jeddah murmured quietly as he looked at the towering Chu Han ahead, who was several times larger than himself. The giant figure chasing after Kong Yun and Xuanwu suddenly stopped. Even though he had lost his mind, he still sensed an oppressive force that felt suffocating coming from ahead. The totem surged like a shooting star, accurately colliding with the giant figure. With a loud bang, the impact generated a shockwave that instantly engulfed him. His massive body shook violently, unable to react in time, and was pushed back repeatedly by this tremendous force. Before he could respond, Jeddah was already in front of him, throwing a punch. Thud! A strong pain shot through his thigh as Chu Han lost his balance and fell to the ground due to the punch. Seizing this opportunity, Jeddah moved behind and struck a knife hand towards Chu Han's neck. My! Jeddah slightly furrowed his brows, feeling surprised that Chu Han was still struggling to move after taking a hit. It seems my strength is lacking, Jeddah muttered to himself softly. While speaking, he unhesitatingly increased the force in his hand. Another knife hand struck towards Chu Han's neck with greater speed and strength. This time, Chu Han promptly fainted and did not rise again. The 20-meter giant body seemed to be reversed in time, gradually shrinking back to a young man of 1.80 meters. Meanwhile, Kong Yun, Xuanwu, and Meng Dihai finally regrouped, but before they could catch their breath, they found themselves surrounded by beastmen. What do you brothers of the beastmen want by surrounding us? Meng Dihai laughed awkwardly as Kong Yun and Xuanwu had already been beaten to the point of incapacity. If these beastmen rushed in, they would truly be no match. Fox Shun approached with a friendly smile and said, everyone, don't be nervous. We are all our own kind and will not harm you. But soon Meng Dihai could no longer smile. He saw Fox Shun wave his hand, and a burly bear man rudely squeezed through the 3. Hand it over. The bear man glared with eyes as big as bronze bells and said in a deep voice. Wan Hong holding the lich's head looked helplessly from the faces of Kong, Yun, Yuan, Li, and Meng Dihai. The expressions of the three froze. Normally, they would have beaten this bear man into a pulp, but at this moment they were left with barely any combat power and could not resist. Give it to him. Meng Dihai spat out these two words with a face like thunder, his voice filled with reluctance and helplessness. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Although they were reluctant, the three had no choice but to yield for the time being and hand over the lich's head in exchange for temporary peace. Mountains and rivers will meet again. Don't fall into my hands next time. Yuan Li's eyes burned with flames of anger as he clenched his fists tightly and said fiercely. But at this moment the beastmen had already walked far away and no one responded to his words. Forget it, old Yuan, we lost. Speaking of which, was that kid Chu Han really that ferocious, chasing after both of you alone? Chu Han's consciousness returned from the darkness, his head feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, dull and painful. His eyelids felt as heavy as lead, but after a struggle he slowly opened them. He felt his body gently swaying, as if in motion. Chu Han opened his eyes wide and looked around only to find himself being carried by an unfamiliar minotaur. The minotaur's footsteps occasionally stepped on protruding stones or tangled tree roots, causing Chu Han's body to jolt slightly. Chu Han's throat was extremely dry, as if fire was burning within. He slightly moved his cracked lips and asked in a low voice, "Where am I?" Hearing this faint sound, the minotaur instinctively looked down. When he saw that Chu Han had awakened, a hint of joy appeared on his face, and he hurriedly replied, "Commander Chu, you are finally awake. We have now left the necromancer's secret realm and returned to Blue Star." Holding the head of a lich, Chu Han received great commendation from the city Lord Emotian. If it weren't for his insufficient seniority, Chu Han would have been directly promoted to the rank of army commander. Even so, his military rank jumped 2 levels, making him the youngest major general in MOU City, while the rest of the 2nd Division also received various promotions. In the past few months, MOU City has experienced considerable turmoil, halting all future external plans for the next few months to recuperate. "Commander, why are you here?" lost in thought again. "There's no one else here, so just call me by my name." Although Chu Han was a commander, he had a team of orcs under him and needed some trustworthy individuals to assist him. Thus Lin Dongxing, who was low in combat ability but strong in escape skills, was undoubtedly chosen as his trusted aide. Besides him, Chek also became the deputy staff officer of the 1st Brigade, primarily tasked with acting as his eyes and ears. "I told you, Lao Chu, what's so great about this broken robot? As soon as I can't find anyone, I know you're here." Currently, the 3 major legions in the city are understaffed, so the 2nd Division of the 3rd Legion also has its own garrison duties. The God-breaking robot, which defeated the Bone Dragon and the Undead Titan, is their protection subject. Although the God-breaking robot emerged and secured the safety of MOU City, it also paid a heavy price. Originally smooth and shining with high-tech luster, the metal shell is now covered with deep scratches, as if it had been mercilessly clawed by evil spirits. Some parts have even severely deformed, concaved by powerful impacts. Look, these goblins are much smaller than us humans. Isn't it strange how they are so intelligent to create such a metal giant? Chu Han looked at the goblins in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He saw several little green-skinned people operating armored suits several times larger than themselves, bustling around the God-breaking robot for repairs. Chu Han also understood. No wonder Mo Xian valued this undead secret realm so much, as the God-breaking robot is entirely made from high-grade ores found within the realm. Thus, in a certain sense, the undead secret realm is even more significant than the boundless wilderness realm. I don't know why they are so smart, but you should go back. Even if you're not working, you need to sit there and put on a show. Chu Han shook his head helplessly and followed Lin Dongsheng back to the garrison base. Name: Chu Han. Rank: Major General. Monthly salary: 2,000 contribution points. Name: Chu Han. Position: Commander of the 2nd Division of the 3rd Legion. Monthly salary: 3,500 contribution points. One must say that the treatment of soldiers in MOU City is quite good. Major General Chu Han receives a monthly salary of 5,500 contribution points, which warms his heart. To exchange for high-level resources in the logistics department of MOU City, permissions are crucial. Experts like Chek, who possess peak 9th rank combat power, can only exchange for 7th rank items using contribution points, and that is due to his exceptional privilege. As for experts from the other 5 races, even the leaders can only exchange for 6th rank resources at most, so the grievances of the 6 races are not unfounded. Although they have settled in MOU City for decades, they still suffer from unfair treatment in various aspects. In contrast, Chu Han, despite being only 17 years old and having been in MOU City for less than a year, has his Major General rank, granting him higher exchange permissions than Chek. He opened his tablet, entered the official website of the logistics department, and a dazzling array of high-level resources appeared on the exchange list with the highest grade reaching level 8. As for the level 9 resources, they belong to the category of strategic materials and are beyond the exchange range for a major general. Blood Spirit Fruit level 9 grows in places filled with blood and resentment, such as ancient battlefields and mass graves. It absorbs the blood and resentment of countless deceased, appearing vividly vibrant and emitting a strange glow. After consuming the Blood Spirit Fruit, the user's blood will gradually strengthen, but doing so will also allow the user's soul to be affected by the resentment within the fruit, causing hallucinations and mental confusion. Seeing the description of the Blood Spirit Fruit, Chu Han felt that he had been lenient at that time, never expecting that he would fall for such a small fruit. If the lich's head were still in his hands, Chu Han would certainly have electrocuted it for 24 hours. After calming his emotions, Chu Han scrolled down the catalog. He had no qualification to exchange for level 9 resources and could only see the item descriptions. Superior Spirit Tool Red Scale Blade, made from the skeleton of a high-level beast, the Red Scale Lanternfish, with a 40 amplification of spiritual energy. It activates upon contact with water underwater, encountering no resistance. Chu Han swiped his finger, looking further down. These spirit tools were meaningless to him. Heart of the Ocean level 8. This item is formed from a level 8 deep-sea giant clam, which has absorbed abundant spiritual energy over a long period in the depths of the ocean, settling like 100 years in one day. After refining, simply holding it can activate a water shield of nearly 8 cubic meters. Contribution points required for exchange 90000. Just an 8 cubic meter shield, what use could that have? Chu Han frowned and swiped down. Crimson Flame Crystal level 8, the result of an explosion of level 8 fire elements, shining with a scorching light akin to the sun, containing extremely pure and concentrated fire elemental power. It is of great help for cultivating fire-based divine powers. Note a necessary resource for cultivating the Fire Cloud Divine Palm. Contribution points required for exchange 1000. What is the Fire Cloud Divine Palm? Chu Han switched pages and went to the demonstration video of the Fire Cloud Divine Palm. An old thin man stood in front of the camera, his form hunched, his clothes loosely hanging on him. He looked ordinary, like any old man one might see on the street. Teacher Xiao, you may begin. As someone nearby gently reminded him, the old man's gaze instantly sharpened. His frail-looking body seemed weak, yet at the moment his expression changed, he unleashed a shocking wave of spiritual energy. He raised his right hand, and the nearby air seemed to ignite, followed by a red palm print advancing forward. The speed of the red palm print increased rapidly, its size enlarging until it reached nearly 50 square meters before it finally ceased to expand. Bang! The red palm print collided with a small hill 100 meters away, leaving a deep imprint on the mountain, the edges of which burned like flames, and the surrounding earth and stones were charred black. Chu Han watched the old man in the video with envy. Putting aside other factors, this move had already earned his recognition in terms of prestige. However, this divine ability is exclusive to spiritual energy users, making it unattainable for him. Dragon and Snake Essence Blood level 8, a creature that is neither a dragon nor a snake. Its essence blood contains powerful energy and cannot be consumed directly. It is recommended as a main material for refining various pills and potions, or diluted at a ratio of 1:0 for young people to consume, nourishing their bodies. Contribution points required for exchange 95000. Chu Han nodded in satisfaction. This was exactly what he needed. However, his current contribution points were insufficient, so he would have to wait until next month to receive his salary. Name Chu Han. Vitality value 10233. Spiritual power strength 621. Maximum attack power 4139 kg. After a long and arduous repair process lasting more than a month, the numerous goblin mechanics were exhausted, resembling worn-out dogs, yet the god-breaking robot finally returned to its original state. On this day, Chu Han was summoned by Mo Xian to the city lord's mansion. Chu Commander has arrived, please come in. Mo Xian greeted enthusiastically while gesturing for him to enter. Come sit here, have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Chu Han sat in the chair facing such an enthusiastic superior, momentarily at a loss for words. Despite being the highest ruler of Mou City, wielding absolute power over life and death, as well as all resources, Mo Xian showed no heirs. Commander Chu is so young, you must not have been to the wilds yet. The familiar name of the wilds left Chu Han momentarily stunned. Everyone knew this name, yet few had ventured into that world. By the looks of you, it seems you haven't been there. Tomorrow your 2nd Battalion will receive the task of transporting the god-breaking No. 1 to the wilds. You can go back and rest well for a day, or I still have tasks for you over there. Chu Han left the city lord's mansion in a daze, having spent no more than 10 minutes in total. In the dead of night, Chu Han was studying under a lamp, searching online for all information related to the wilds. The next day, the portal to the boundless wilds. Today, the area around the portal was eerily quiet with a temporary ban on all entry and exit. Old Chu, can't this robot walk over by itself? Why do we need to escort it? Ahem, there are many people around, call me Commander Chu. Lin Dongsheng was speechless. He had previously told him not to stand on ceremony, yet now he was saying this again, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Full, can the god-breaking robot activate by itself? A goblin mechanic driving a small mech passed by, letting out a mocking laugh. Chu Han felt a flicker of joy in his heart. He had tried to engage with these goblins during this time, but unfortunately once the goblins entered work mode, they completely ignored people. Dongsheng. Chu Han signaled to Lin Dongsheng, who immediately understood and nodded slightly. It's just a broken robot, what's so impressive about it? His tone was filled with disdain and jealousy, instantly igniting the goblin's anger. What do you know, ignorant barbarian? The God-breaking series is one of the greatest designs of our Kusong Empire. Under its brilliance, all things must bow in submission. Even the powerful dragons and titans must kneel before our invention. The goblin said proudly, as if the God-breaking robot was a miracle he had crafted himself. Then can this goblin brother enlighten us on why this God-breaking robot cannot walk in by itself and requires our escort? Lin Dongsheng suddenly vanished into the ground and then reappeared beside the goblin armor, startling the latter. Well, that's no problem at all. The goblin stuttered from inside the armored robot, looking around and seeing so many people, feeling a surge of confidence. With a nearly 200-meter stature, the energy required for a single battle is astronomically high. So do you know what the energy source of the God-breaking robot is? Chu Han and Lin Dongsheng stood on one side, shaking their heads in unison. Take your MOU City's God-breaking robot, for example. Its energy source is a heart from a mythical-level armored titan. What does it mean for the armored titan to be at the ancient god level? Chu Han asked in confusion. Do not interrupt me. If you speak again, I will not say anything. The goblin's eyes widened instantly, and its already sharp voice became even more piercing, as if a cat's tail had been stepped on. It glared fiercely at Chu Han and shouted, if you interrupt me again, I will keep my mouth shut and say nothing. All right, I won't interrupt you, continue. Chu Han placed his thumb and index finger in front of his mouth, mimicking a zipper motion. This gesture indicated that he would keep his mouth tightly shut and not disturb the goblin's narration. In this world, extraordinary beasts follow this rule. The larger the size, the stronger the contained power. Generally speaking, those extraordinary beasts under 100 meters in size are classified as common extraordinary beasts. Those exceeding 100 meters are referred to as superior sacred beasts. As for those that exceed 250 meters, they are revered as mythicals. This time Lin Dongsheng could not contain his curiosity and posed a question. Why is a sacred beast labeled if it exceeds 100 meters, but a mythical if it surpasses 250 meters? The goblin glanced at Lin Dongsheng. This elusive fellow was still a bit intimidating, so he refrained from reprimanding him and continued to explain. For ordinary races like us, our innate conditions are inferior to those of the extraordinarily gifted beasts. No matter how hard we train or cultivate, we will eventually hit a wall due to the limits of our race. And the first barrier is the vast chasm difficult to cross between the sacred and the common. At such times, we need to rely on various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to break through our genetic shackles and ascend to a new realm. Seeing that the two were about to interrupt again, the goblin hurriedly quickened his explanation. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures vary widely, such as the 1,000-year medicine king, earthly fire, and cold essence spirit jade. Of course, such heavenly materials and earthly treasures are rare. Dragon blood and phoenix marrow are much more common. As for the gap between mythicals and sacred beasts, don't ask me. I don't know about that level of information. Hearing the goblin's words, Chu Han felt extremely excited. The wilds were truly fascinating. Terms like sacred beasts, mythicals, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures sparkled like dazzling stars in his mind. Of course, you humans are also impressive. Your cultivation system allows you to break through your limits by yourselves. Unfortunately, you are too stingy. You hide all your techniques and cultivation experiences. Even the god-breaking robot can only exchange for a heavenly tier technique. Us goblins have it really tough. Under Lin Dongsheng's sweet talk, the goblin gradually divulged more information, and soon the two began to address each other as brothers, almost pledging to become sworn siblings on the spot. The goblin armor opened upwards, revealing a small green goblin figure in their sight. Good brothers, in the future, if you want to buy anything, just go to the goblin shop at 1703 Haduan Street and find me Malka. I guarantee you the best prices. The goblin Malka's cunning eyes twinkled, as if already plotting how to make these two potential customers spend some money in his shop. Malka, what are you dawdling over there for? If you don't catch up with the line, I'll kick your butt. An angry shout came from up ahead. An old goblin was furious, seemingly ready to rush over and beat Malka. Crack. The goblin armor quickly closed, and Malka hurriedly sped towards the goblin line ahead. You little rascal, I told you humans are very crafty. Why did you go up to them? Uncle Mato, you're so naggy. How could anyone deceive someone as clever as me, Malka? Chu Han never expected that there was also a MOU city on the other side of the portal. This smaller version of MOU City was only 1/20th the size of the authentic MOU City on Blue Star, and it only allowed citizens of the Great Xia Kingdom to enter permeated by an atmosphere of coldness and hostility. However, outside the city, there was a liveliness that could not be compared to that within. MOU City had firmly established itself in the vast wilderness for over 50 years, during which it had engaged in numerous conflicts with surrounding forces, annihilating several races and leaving a formidable reputation in its wake. Besides having strong fists, MOU City had also formed alliances with races such as goblins, dwarves, and wood elves, standing together through thick and thin. At the same time, a large number of foreign beings gathered outside MOU City, coveting the cultivation techniques of the human race, while forming a vast black market outside the city. Only after sending the broken divine robot into the warehouse within the city did Chu Han and the others consider their mission complete. Captain Chu, what shall we do next? Let's do this. Everyone take a day off to wander around, but remember not to cause trouble. We are still unfamiliar with the situation here. Upon hearing the news of a day off, the members of the 2nd Division eagerly left, leaving only Jieka and Lin Dongsheng beside Chu Han. Where are we going, old Chu? I heard there's an interesting arena outside the city. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. In the chaotic black market, Chu Han encountered numerous races he had never seen before. The most peculiar was the elemental life forms. For instance, the water element, whose entire body was composed entirely of water, glimmered with a strange luster under the sunlight. As it moved, droplets of water continuously rolled off its surface, and it gradually evaporated the liquid on its body while walking. The diminishing amount of water made Chu Han, who witnessed this scene, involuntarily worry for it, fearing that it might completely evaporate and disappear at any moment. The fire element, on the other hand, was an even more formidable presence. Its body, composed of flames, emitted intense heat, and wherever it appeared, the surrounding temperature would sharply rise, as if the air itself were ignited. Both humans and other races around would retreat due to the unbearable scorching heat, thus creating a special area around it that was as if isolated. Chu Han felt a hand reach into his pants pocket. He instinctively turned around, sharply meeting the gaze of a rat man only 1 meter tall. Their eyes met, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. This rat man was extremely slippery. As soon as it realized it had been spotted by this human, it wasted no time, immediately turning and darting into the bustling crowd like a nimble shadow. However, just as the rat man squeezed into the crowd and was about to catch its breath, it was horrified to discover that its limbs were suddenly suspended in midair. It struggled in panic, only to realize that it had been completely lifted by someone. I warn you, I have brother who backing me up. If you know what's good for you, let me go, or else. Chu Han paid no mind to what it said about brother who, but asked with curiosity, you can speak Great Xia language? Of course. One relies on the mountains for food and on the water for sustenance. How could I not learn their language on human territory? Before Chu Han could ask more, the rat man suddenly shrank in size, slipping from its clothes and fleeing naked into the crowd. Chu Han chuckled. As the saying goes, there are ways for humans and ways for rats. He was too lazy to continue entangling with this little rat. Old Chu, should I go catch it? This little rat can't escape from my grasp. Lin Dongsheng said confidently, who, although he was not good at fighting, his escape technique was unbeatable in this situation. Forget it, let it be. Let's continue to the arena. This little interlude was thus brushed aside. In the northern part of the black market, the lair of the Tiger Head Gang. Brother who, you must help me get revenge. I have already mentioned your name, but that human showed me no respect at all, completely disregarding you. As the rat man spoke, it bent its legs and thudded down to the ground. The Tiger Man emerged from the shadows, imposing like a small mountain. It stood over 7 meters tall, its body covered in vibrant tiger stripes, resembling a natural battle armor that flickered with a mysterious sheen in the dim light. Rather than expressing a desire to avenge its little brother who instead slapped the rat man against the wall. Upon hearing the rat man's lament, Brother Huss' expression darkened. With a swift motion of its large palm akin to a fan carrying a whistling wind, it forcefully slapped the rat man away. The rat man's small body flew through the air like a ragged bag, tracing an arc before crashing heavily against the wall with a bang, slowly sliding down and leaving a faint mark. How many times have I told you not to provoke humans? Their lair is right next door. When their forces come out, will you block them, or should I? Ignoring the pain in its body, the rat man hurriedly bowed its head in supplication. When this brother who got angry, it would be troublesome. One careless mistake could cost it its life. Get lost. If you cause me trouble again, next time it'll swallow you whole. In the arena, Jieka and Lin Dongsheng watched with great interest, but Chu Han, however, was bored and yawned. The three of them had spent 6,000 great Xiao coins on their tickets, but most of the fighters in the arena were of 5th and 6th grade strength, with not even a 7th grade fighter in sight, which truly failed to pique his interest. Esteemed guests, we have now arrived at the grand finale, the Earth Dragon's turn. Let us welcome today's main character, the 8th grade exotic beast, the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon. As the host's passionate voice echoed across the arena calling out the name Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, the already raucous audience erupted like a barrel of gunpowder instantly ignited. The cheers of the audience surged like a tide, one wave after another. The long-sealed gate in the center of the arena suddenly swung open, shaking the ground, and an Earth Dragon over 25 meters long, the Rock Abyss Earth Dragon, slowly emerged. Its body covered in rock-like hard scales shimmered with a cold light under the sun, resembling a moving fortress that had risen from the depths of the earth. The Rock Abyss Earth Dragon slightly raised its head, emitting a roar that shook the heavens and the earth, its voice filled with endless majesty, causing the entire audience in the arena to instinctively cover their ears. Now let us invite the top 50 strong contenders from last month's ranking competition to the arena. The host's loud and highly stirring voice echoed throughout the venue. As the voice fell, the audience's gaze collectively turned towards the contestant passage. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, figures gradually appeared in the passage. Chu Han looked at the contestants and shook his head in disbelief. Among the 50 contenders, only the top 3 possessed the strength of rank 7, while the rest were all rank 6. While it is said that many ants can take down an elephant, no number of ants could challenge an 8th-tier Earth Dragon. Next, Captain Anderson will lead 50 brave warriors to hunt down this Earth Dragon. As long as they kill or subdue it, those who survive can share the prize of 5 billion Xiao coins. Anderson's eyes burned with excitement as he gazed at the Earth Dragon ahead. The 5 billion prize was not his true goal. In addition, the one who delivers the final blow to this Earth Dragon can take home this exquisite spirit tool, the Storm Staff, personally crafted by the master dwarf Hela. According to our tests, this staff can unleash a hurricane over 20 meters in length when wielded by a rank 7 warrior. Moreover, when your strength is insufficient, you can also use spirit stones to charge it in advance. Just 5 top-grade spirit stones can achieve effects comparable to that of a rank 7 warrior. Chu Han couldn't help but feel tempted as he looked at the exquisite spirit tool. It was known that he usually had no interest in such tools as he did not cultivate spiritual energy. Yet this spirit tool was remarkably unique. It could be charged with spirit stones, meaning even without spiritual power, he could wield this powerful instrument. Dongxing, how much is one of those top-grade spirit stones worth in Xiao coins? Lin Dongxing scratched his head, having never used such high-end resources. Do you know Jieka? Jieka quickly shook his head. As a body refiner, he had never used spirit stones. Not even recognizing top-grade spirit stones, the youth is simply too inexperienced. The dark horse sitting in front of the three shook his head slightly, a hint of disappointment mixed with a touch of pride in his wide experience evident in his gesture. Oh, I wonder if Brother Ma could enlighten us. Lin Dongsheng leaned forward to strike up a conversation. You won't go wrong by asking me who I've been in this black market for over a decade. Isida slightly lifted his chin, wearing an expression of pride. A top-grade spirit stone currently exchanges for around 5 million Xiao coins, equivalent to about 1.0 contribution points for you humans. It's not cheap. Upon hearing this price, Chu Han immediately lost all interest in the exquisite spirit tool on stage and began watching the battle unfold. Lin Dongxing, however, was quite interested in the dark horse in front and began chatting with him. Facing an 8th-tier subdragon, no one dared to underestimate it. After all, it was a fearsome 8th-tier subdragon whose immense power and imposing presence instilled fear and caution in everyone. Anderson was no fool. He had prepared several plans in advance, hoping to secure that exquisite spirit tool through these meticulously crafted strategies. Plan A: Anderson purchased 10 ropes said to be made from the tendons of 7th-tier flood dragons from the goblin merchant, spending a total of 152.0 Xiao coins. Anderson intended to use these flood dragon ropes to trap the beast, and the initial attempts went smoothly. However, the situation quickly reversed when they prepared to slay the dragon. The Yenyuan Earth Dragon seemed to be merely toying with them. Its massive body rose, causing the 20 or so warriors at either side of the flood dragon ropes to stumble. The Yenyuan Earth Dragon clearly despised the feeling of being restrained. Its body suddenly turned crimson, as if covered in magma, emanating intense heat like a tide. In just a second, it was as if a slumbering volcano had awakened and erupted, sending forth bursts of searing flames like angry fire serpents, rapidly shooting towards the warriors on either side. Those who reacted quickly released the flood dragon ropes and fled for their lives. However, the remaining 10 or so, who were a bit slower, were not so fortunate. The scorching flames instantly engulfed them, leaving no time for a scream before they were melted away by the intense heat leaving only a puddle of charred remains that emitted a pungent odor. Plan B. Upon hearing this, the 30 or so survivors quickly responded, hastily pulling out transparent bottles from their pockets and throwing them with all their might towards the Yenyuan Earth Dragon. The transparent bottles contained a mysterious ice-blue liquid shaking violently in the air. The quality of these bottles was evidently subpar. As they reached the air above the Yenyuan Earth Dragon, the residual heat in the atmosphere compromised their structure, causing them to explode instantly. But they had already fulfilled their mission. The ice-blue liquid fell like rain, soaking the Yenyuan Earth Dragon's body. Given the high temperature of the Yenyuan Earth Dragon's surface, the moment the ice-blue liquid made contact, it instantly vaporized into a large amount of steam. This steam spiraled upwards, gradually forming a hazy white mist around the Yenyuan Earth Dragon, completely obscuring its massive form. As the steam dissipated, it appeared as though the Yenyuan Earth Dragon was covered with a layer of glistening ice, remaining motionless. "Quick, quick, quick!" Anderson shouted as everyone pulled out unknown items and piled them in front of the Yenyuan Earth Dragon's head. Chu Han twitched his mouth. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a large amount of explosives with a description written in Daxia script TNTX7. With a loud boom, the explosives piled in front of the Yenyuan Earth Dragon's head were instantly detonated. A tremendous shockwave spread out like a raging hurricane, the explosion's flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire arena. The ice that had originally covered the Yenyuan Earth Dragon was shattered by the powerful shockwave, countless ice shards scattering like twinkling stars. The Yenyuan Earth Dragon's massive head bore the brunt of the explosion, struck directly by its force. Its tough scales were blown apart, leaving it bloodied and mangled. Blood gushed from the wounds like a spring, flowing down its scarred head and staining the ground. Even so, the Yenyuan Earth Dragon did not fall. This Yenyuan Earth Dragon was extremely resilient. Despite its grave head injuries, it still struggled to remain standing. Its heavy breathing sounded as labored as a worn-out bellows, yet its bloodied eyes still glimmered with unyielding defiance, fixated on its enemies. Anderson also understood that this Yenyuan Earth Dragon would not be easily defeated. These TNTX-7 explosives were not his trump card. Standing beside the Yenyuan Earth Dragon's head, he held a tube of red serum weakness X7J, special version for dragon-type creatures. The Yenyuan Earth Dragon had not noticed when this human had approached its side. With a lift of its left hand, it swatted Anderson away. But soon the Yenyuan Earth Dragon sensed something was amiss. Its internal blood flow began to stagnate, strength gradually waning, and its limbs felt weak and feeble. Although the Yenyuan Earth Dragon is not adept at thinking, it does not mean it lacks a brain. At this moment, it has already realized that the red potion must hold some sinister secret, but now it is too late. The Yenyuan Earth Dragon used its last ounce of strength to pull its head back, then clasped its head with its hands in a final struggle. "Attack it!" Anderson shouted in anger, leading the remaining 30 people to rush forward. A dragon in shallow water is humiliated by shrimp. A tiger fallen in the plains is bullied by dogs. The once indomitable Yenyuan Earth Dragon has now turned into a docile little lamb, unable to fight back or retort. In a luxurious yet slightly dim high-level box, a tall and indistinct green figure quietly leaned against the huge window. With his head slightly bowed, his gaze was as sharp as a hawk, closely watching the fierce and brutal battle below. He raised his bony hand slightly and downed the glass of blood-red liquor in one gulp, the spicy taste spreading through his mouth. Then he casually shook the exquisite bell by the window, the crisp sound echoing in the quiet box. Before long, a series of hurried footsteps sounded from outside the box, gradually drawing closer. As the footsteps stopped, the door to the box was gently pushed open, and in walked the host who had just been passionately officiating the matches in the arena. Thorn, our Eternal Flame Arena has established its 71st branch, which is not a trivial matter, do you understand? The hurried Thorn, upon hearing this, felt beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, like large peas instantly drenched in perspiration. His mouth opened as if to explain something, but it was as if something had choked his throat, leaving him unable to utter a word. If they kill that Earth Dragon, then the 5 billion Xiao coins and the top-tier spiritual weapon will certainly fall into their hands. Then they only need to depend on some major power like the nearby MOU city. At that time, even I would be powerless against them. The speaker paused, looking deeply at Thorn before continuing. But Thorn, I have heard that you have an elderly mother over 80 to support and 2 young sons waiting to be fed. If such a huge mess occurs, even if your whole family is sold into slavery, it won't fill this enormous hole. You should understand how serious the consequences are, right? Upon hearing this series of hammer-like statements, Thorn felt his mind go blank. His face turned as pale as paper devoid of color. He soon realized that he had no way out. "I understand, my lord. I will handle this matter well. Then I look forward to your performance." In the center of the arena, the Yin Yuan Earth Dragon had already been beaten to a near-death state. Its massive body was covered in shocking wounds, and the gaping holes continued to ooze blood. The dragon's blood flowed like a gushing stream, quickly soaking into the vast expanse of dry gray earth around it. Although the Yin Yuan Earth Dragon was only an 8th-tier subdragon, its blood was still quite valuable. However, compared to the 5 billion Xiao coins and the top-tier spiritual weapon, the value of this subdragon's blood seemed negligible. What does that smell, eh? A front-row spectator frowned slightly, lifting his chin, his nostrils gently flaring. In this arena filled with the stench of blood, sweat, and various mixed odors, he suddenly caught a whiff of a unique floral fragrance. This floral scent was not overpowering, but possessed a unique, penetrating quality. Soon this faint and elegant floral fragrance spread throughout the entire arena like a silent tide. Whether they were spectators seated in different positions or staff maintaining order within the arena, everyone smelled this peculiar scent. Of course, this included the Yin Yuan Earth Dragon, which was lying on the ground barely alive. Originally closing its eyes in anticipation of death, it suddenly opened them wide, its limbs regaining mobility, and its heart began to pound. The familiar power returned to its body, and it was even more ferocious than before. This floral fragrance was a mysterious key that unlocked the potential within its body, revitalizing every inch of its muscles and every blood vessel. To the onlookers, the Yin Yuan Earth Dragon, which had already appeared to be a corpse, suddenly stood up. Its massive tail covered in hard scales whipped through the air like a black lightning bolt, accompanied by the sound of howling wind. There were several screams as those still attacking behind it had no time to evade. Like leaves swept away by a fierce wind, they were instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, their fates unknown. Immediately, a strange wave of energy radiated from its body to the ground, and before anyone could react, the arena's floor seemed to melt, transforming into a swamp. The Yin Yuan Earth Dragon advanced towards the terrified crowd. Now the positions of hunter and prey had reversed. This was a one-sided massacre. With just a lift of its foreleg, a werewolf was smashed into pulp. Then it gathered energy in its mouth, unleashing a fiery breath as it swung its head, incinerating a group of enemies into ashes. The contestants, restricted by the swamp, cried out in despair, begging for mercy and surrendering, but this battle was always about winning or losing and deciding life or death. Seeing the situation take a sudden turn, Anderson, who had thought victory was within reach, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped on him, plunging him into deep despair. The spectators, on the other hand, seemed to have been injected with a stimulant, growing even more enthusiastic. They stared wide-eyed, fixated on the people being slaughtered. Excited cheers surged through the arena like waves, their faces radiating with a frenzied delight. Isn't this cheating? Chu Han frowned, his tone revealing a hint of irritation. The countless tricks employed by Anderson and others had startled him, thus, he greatly admired those warriors who overcame their enemies with wisdom. However, the Yin Yuan Earth Dragon's counterattack was very strange. It had seemingly been lifeless just a moment before, yet in the next, it could unleash such astonishing power. Furthermore, that floral scent appeared very suddenly amidst the bloody atmosphere of intense battle. It drifted inappropriately like a stone thrown into a calm lake, breaking the original ambience. This made Chu Han feel as if he had caught a whiff of a conspiracy. What else could it be? You young people are truly too naive. How could the Eternal Flame Arena genuinely allow them to take away that top-tier spiritual weapon and the 5 billion Xiao coins? The Dark Horse EC turned around, a thick sneer on his face as he laughed. Hearing this, Chu Han's brows knitted tightly, and the anger in his heart ignited like dry tinder, rapidly surging upwards. His anger was not directed at Isida, but rather at the despicable actions of the Eternal Flame Arena's underhanded operations. Are you not convinced? If you're not satisfied, just go ahead and fight it. The ever-burning Colosseum allows spectators to enter the arena themselves. The Black Horse Yeside urged from the front, clearly enjoying himself as he teased the young ones. Really? Then I'll go directly. Of course it's true. As long as you go up and kill that Earth Dragon, the 5 billion Xiao coins and top-tier spiritual weapon will all be yours. If I'm lying, you can just chop off my head and use it as a ball to kick. Chu Han suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on the Yinchuan Earth Dragon in the arena. Hey, are you serious? Aye. Before Yeside could finish speaking, Chu Han pushed off with his legs shooting toward the arena like a cannonball. I was just joking. But by the time Yeside finished his sentence, Chu Han had already vanished from sight. In the swamp, Anderson was struggling to escape. Now, including Anderson, only 3 survivors remained. It wasn't that they were stronger than their companions, rather the Yinchuan Earth Dragon, seeing its toys nearly dead, slowed down its killing spree. It relished the joy of a cat playing with a mouse. Suddenly a gasp arose from the audience. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon detested these ants, wanting nothing more than to rush out and devour them, but it was currently restrained by those damned trolls, losing its freedom. Boom. A dull thud echoed as the Yinchuan Earth Dragon was struck, violently rolling sideways uncontrollably like it had been hit by a speeding train, kicking up clouds of dust. Hey, where did you come from? Stop messing around. Get out of here. Thorn shouted anxiously into the microphone. Isn't your arena supposed to allow spectators on stage? The tall figure responded nonchalantly. Thorn was instantly left speechless. Indeed, there was such a rule in their arena. However, they had already made arrangements with powerful experts in the black market. Where did this giant, over 20 meters tall, come from? Chu Han glanced at the three lucky survivors still alive, grabbing two with his left hand and one with his right, tossing them out. Just as Thorn was pondering a solution, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon shook its head and charged over. While Thorn furrowed his brow, racking his brains for a way to resolve the predicament, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon had already recovered from its daze after taking a heavy hit. It shook its enormous fierce head in anger, letting out a chilling roar, then charged forward like an out-of-control war chariot. Chu Han looked at the rampaging Earth Dragon, feeling no fear at all. After all, his full-powered punch had already reached 56530 kilograms. Even an 8th-level Earth Dragon couldn't intimidate him. Bang! The collision of pure strength occurred without any skill involved as Chu Han's fist struck the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's head. In this peak confrontation of power, the giant emerged victorious. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon was sent flipping over by Chu Han's punch, its hard scale scraping against the ground, producing a piercing sound. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon quickly got back up. Clearly, it was unwilling to accept defeat. Losing to others in a clash of strength was a humiliation for it. Bang! The Yinchuan Earth Dragon was repeatedly pushed back by iron fists, charging forward towards the giant again and again. The giant's iron fist struck the Yinchuan Earth Dragon with tremendous force, each blow making its body tremble violently as it was repeatedly forced back by this domineering power. However, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon showed no signs of retreating. Its bloodshot eyes burned with an indomitable flame. It adjusted its stance, and after a brief pause it roared again and again, charging fiercely at the towering giant ahead. But in the end, the arm couldn't twist the thigh. With a loud crack, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's head was knocked askew. From Chu Han's perspective, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's originally fierce and aggressive head now looked like a tattered doll ravaged by a storm, tilted sideways, appearing somewhat comical, yet more so tragic. Its previously fierce and glimmering eyes now seemed confused and vacant, as if it had yet to recover from the intense blow. In the audience, everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. They watched silently, afraid that even the slightest sound might disturb this breathtaking life-and-death struggle. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon slowly swayed its massive scarred head. The recent series of fierce attacks had left it momentarily dazed, its head buzzing and consciousness somewhat blurred. However, after this brief moment of disorientation, the dazed creature gradually regained its senses. Although it didn't understand why its opponent had halted the assault, it had deeply felt the immense gap in power through the previous confrontations. It was no match for Chu Han. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon warily stared at Chu Han while slowly retreating. Seeing this, Chu Han couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He had originally expected the Yinchuan Earth Dragon to reveal some hidden trump card, but now that it was backing down, Chu Han felt this battle seemed to lack some challenge. But in the unseen background, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's scales began to glow with heat and turn red, as if they were iron blocks being roasted at high temperatures. Waves of heat rose from the gaps between its scales, as if a mysterious power was brewing within it. Soon the scales on the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's back and head became scorching red, at which point Chu Han also sensed something was off, but it was already too late. Its fierce head lifted high, its massive mouth suddenly opened wide, releasing a deep rumble from its throat. Then a torrent of raging flames erupted from its mouth. The flames exhibited an extreme orange-red hue, and the intense heat seemed to distort the surrounding air in an instant. The flames surged forward like a fire dragon, with bared fangs and claws exuding an aura of destruction. Wherever it passed, the ground was scorched and cracked. As the flames approached, Chu Han had no time to dodge. He didn't even want to. According to Jetta, only by taking more hits would the skin on the surface of the body become tougher after damage. Only by hitting others would the meridians inside become stronger and more resilient. The originally dark-colored muscles gradually turned bright red under the high-temperature roasting from the Yinchuan Earth Dragon, resembling heated iron blocks. But Chu Han didn't mind. This little pain was nothing more than a trivial matter to him. He suddenly stepped forward, causing the ground beneath him to crack slightly. He charged forward into the rolling heat wave like a fearless lion. His eyes sparkled with blazing light, brighter than the flames spewed by the Yinchuan Earth Dragon. With each step he took forward, the Yinchuan Earth Dragon retreated 2 steps, its once fierce gaze now mixed with a hint of fear. In its long 200-year dragon life, apart from the mysterious and powerful blackbird that had once imposed such pressure, this was the second time it felt such immense pressure from an opponent. Suddenly, the giant opposite swiftly accelerated, catching the Yinchuan Earth Dragon off guard as it burst through the flames and charged right before it. Chu Han grasped the Yinchuan Earth Dragon's mouth with both hands, slamming it shut with great force. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon struggled to open its mouth to continue spewing flames, but Chu Han's strength peaked at that moment. Veins bulged like dragons on Chu Han's arms as he roared, exerting all his strength to twist forcefully, transmitting immense power through his hands to the Yinchuan Earth Dragon. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon was utterly unable to withstand this overwhelming force. Its massive body was like a boulder swept away by a gale, losing balance. After a violent shaking, it was forcibly flipped onto the ground. One punch, two punches, Chu Han's fists fell like heavy war hammers, each strike accompanied by a dull thud. Soon Chu Han felt that something was off. Why wasn't this Yinchuan Earth Dragon fighting back? He quickly retracted his fists and stepped back. He hadn't knocked it out, had he? As it turned out, he was overthinking it. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon was still alive and well. It was just lying on its back, limbs unmoving. The once ferocious Yinchuan Earth Dragon now resembled a tamed pet with a hint of a submissive look in its eyes. Chu Han looked at the 8th tier subdragon with a strange expression. He had heard that some exotic beasts would lie on the ground belly up to show submission when they couldn't defeat their opponent. However, the situation before him was still hard to believe. This was not an ordinary exotic beast. It was a dragon standing atop the food chain. Even though it was just a subdragon, it shouldn't lack dignity like this. Chu Han crouched down, observing the subdragon that showed no will to fight. No more fighting. Have you given up? Roar. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon nodded repeatedly, its massive head gently rubbing against the ground, as if to express its sincerity. Its eyes revealed a look of appeasement, the once dominant aura of a dragon now replaced by the instinct to survive. All right, you can lie there, but don't get up. If you do, I'll continue to fight you. The Yinchuan Earth Dragon quickly closed its eyes, pretending to be asleep. Chu Han leaped up and flew towards the host on the platform. In midair, the 20-meter Titan body gradually shrank. By the time he landed in front of the host, he had returned to his human form of 1.80 meters. What? What do you want? Soaring, nervous, stumbled over his words. Chu Han slightly raised his chin, his gaze sharp as he fixed it on Soaring, his tone carrying a hint of questioning. What do I want? I defeated the 8th tier Yinchuan Earth Dragon according to the rules. Where's my prize? Soren's face paled slightly as he saw the Yinchuan Earth Dragon still lying obediently on the arena ground, looking as if it were asleep. His expression became extremely complicated. He couldn't make this decision. Please wait a moment, I will be back shortly. Soren hurriedly left, heading towards the VIP box above. Soon Soren's figure returned to the platform. Let us congratulate this young lad for defeating the ferocious Yinchuan Earth Dragon and winning this month's championship. Here are 1,000 top-grade spirit stones worth 5 billion Xiao coins. Please take them, Soren said with a smile. Although Chu Han felt his smile was forced, it did not stop him from accepting the prize. With the storm staff in his left hand and a box of spirit stones in his right, Chu Han slightly squinted. With a thought, the spatial ring hidden in his body flashed with a mysterious white light. In an instant, the box tightly gripped in his right hand seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly vanishing as it was transferred to the storage space of the spatial ring. However, Chu Han's left hand still tightly held the storm staff, which remained still unaffected by the power of the spatial ring. It seemed that the storm staff possessed some special property or restriction preventing it from being easily stored in the spatial ring. Chu Han nodded thoughtfully, while Soren nearby was startled. Spatial storage equipment was a luxury. A cubic meter of storage space was nearly the price of a top-grade spiritual weapon, while 20 cubic meters would exceed the price of a supreme spiritual weapon, yet it was hard to come by. Sir, our boss invites you to discuss something upstairs, Soren said respectfully, slightly lowering his head, his gaze unwilling to meet Chu Han's. Chu Han glanced at him indifferently, but did not refuse the invitation. He nodded slightly and followed the man upstairs. In the VIP box, Chu Han sat across from a giant ogre. The ogre was tall and muscular, its skin covered with a layer of light green moss, exuding an ancient and wild aura. Its deep-set eye sockets held a pair of dark yellow eyes that flickered with sharp light, intently studying Chu Han, filled with scrutiny and vigilance. Chu Han appeared calm and composed, his back straight, hands casually resting on his knees, his expression unperturbed. You're quite strong for such a young lad. May I ask your surname? My surname is Chu. Hearing that the other party's surname was Chu, the ogre's tense face relaxed instantly. As long as the other party was not surnamed Mo, it didn't matter to him what surname they had. The ogre squinted slightly, speaking in a deep voice. Little brother Chu, do you know that the storm staff is not so easily obtained? It's hot to the touch. How about this? You leave the storm staff here, and you can take 100 of the 1,000 top-grade spirit stones with you. How does that sound? The ogre's gaze was fixed intently on Chu Han, trying to discern any hint of wavering from his expression. But Chu Han was unfazed. He had complete confidence in his strength. Even if he was not the ogre's match, just a short distance away was Mou City, and he could tough it out. Not at all. If you want it, come and take it from me yourself. Do you think that by threatening me here, I will obediently hand over my spoils? After saying this, Chu Han stood up and walked towards the box door without any hesitation. Just as Chu Han was about to push open the box door, a sinister voice came from behind. Young man, while the box door is easy to open, the black market's door is not so easy to traverse. Chu Han's footsteps paused slightly, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he pushed open the box door without looking back and walked out. As the music ended and the crowd dispersed, the hall was empty except for Lin Dongsheng and Jike, who waited for him. How is old Chu? The two approached and asked. It had only been a short 10 minutes since Chu Han was taken away, but Lin Dongsheng and the others felt as if it had been years. When we get out the door, I will go right, and you two go left. Dongsheng, you take Jike and go first. I will draw their attention alone. Chu Han said firmly as he looked at the arena door. Dongsheng frowned, his face full of worry. How can we do that? It's too dangerous. We can't leave you alone. Just give me some time, 5 minutes. As long as you give me 3 minutes to prepare, I can take you and Jike away together. Chu Han shook his head. Even in the arena hall, he could feel several vague gazes fixed on him. They won't give us the time. Just do as I say. You all know my strength. There's no need to worry about me. As they exited the arena through the heavily worn door, sunlight poured in, but carried an undertone of tension. Chu Han gently patted Dongsheng and Jike on the shoulders, speaking in a low, powerful voice. Go quickly. Chu Han dashed towards the right alley while Lin Dongsheng and Jike turned sharply and sprinted down the left avenue. Lin Dongsheng and Jike hurriedly entered a restaurant, scanning their surroundings warily before finding a table at the back relatively hidden. A wave of yellow light spread from Lin Dongsheng, gradually enveloping him and Jike. Meanwhile, those watching them outside the restaurant did not notice anything unusual at first. By the time they sensed something was amiss and a sense of foreboding surged within them, it was already too late. The watchers rushed into the restaurant in a panic, only to find that Lin Dongsheng and Jike had vanished within the yellow light. In the alley of the black market, as Chu Han delved deeper, the number of people in sight dwindled. Gradually, he found himself completely alone, with only the echo of his footsteps resonating in the air. Chu Han was aware that many were trailing behind him, yet there was no trace of fear in his eyes. Third brother, someone has run into that courtyard. The speaker's voice was urgent, his gaze fixed tightly on the slightly dilapidated courtyard in the distance. 5 ogres gathered together, their tall and robust figures casting massive shadows on the ground. The leading ogre squinted slightly, looking towards the house, a fierce expression creeping onto his rough face. The other 4 ogres cracked their knuckles, bearing sharp fangs, fully prepared to charge into the house and initiate an exhilarating chase. You 4 climb over the wall, and I will enter through the front door. Aren't we waiting for the boss? One of the ogres hesitated, a hint of worry in his tone. They understood the significance of this mission. Without their leader, their actions could face greater risks. The ogre known as Third Brother hesitated for a moment, a flicker of conflict crossing his face. But soon he made up his mind, gritting his teeth and saying, no more waiting. If that top-grade spiritual weapon is lost, we will all die. His words struck like a hammer, resonating in each ogre's heart. Chu Han stood by the wall, quietly listening to the sounds from outside. Although their footsteps were light, Chu Han was still able to discern that several individuals were approaching the wall. As for the footsteps coming from the front door, he had no particular thoughts about them. Those who dared to walk boldly through the front door must have great confidence in their own strength. Almost there, Chu Han silently counted the seconds before abruptly activating his Titan form. In an instant, a tremendous power erupted from his body, muscles bulging and his aura surging. The ogre ranked 4th nodded to the 5th, and they both leaped agilely to the wall's edge. Their movements were swift and fluid, like 2 leopards ready to catch their prey off guard. Unfortunately, Chu Han had the same thought. Just as the 4th and 5th ogres vaulted over the courtyard wall, they found themselves face to face with the giant. A wave of shock and panic surging through their hearts. In midair, there was no space left for them to evade. 2 ogres desperately hurled their spears, making a last-ditch effort. The spears struck the giant's palm, but were mercilessly deflected, unable to impede that massive hand in the slightest. The spears fell to the ground with a crisp clatter. 4th brother, 5th brother. The 2 ogres, having just crossed the courtyard wall, believed they were about to catch the enemy off guard, only to be shocked into stillness at the sight before them. They saw their 4th and 5th brothers, the once fearless ogres, now tightly grasped in the giant's palm. The 2 ogres struggled with all their might, their limbs flailing uselessly, yet they could not shake the giant's grip in the slightest. Hearing the startled cries from behind, Chu Han halted his earlier thoughts of interrogation. He knew that he could not afford a moment's hesitation, otherwise the situation could spiral out of control in an instant. Thus, Chu Han exerted force with both hands. A tremendous power surged from his arms like a torrential tide. The two ogres held in his grip, widened their eyes in terror, desperate cries escaping their mouths. However, their cries quickly faded beneath the overwhelming strength. With a loud bang, the two ogres were crushed in an instant. After shattering the two ogres, Chu Han immediately turned and charged towards the two newly appeared ogres in the courtyard. Stop! A furious shout erupted like thunder. The third ogre, who had been cautiously approaching the front door, was calculating various possible scenarios in his mind. However, upon hearing the cries of the sixth and seventh ogres, he realized something was amiss and promptly rushed through the door. Gravitational field. Suddenly, the supercharged gravity caused the three fleeing ogres to stumble, hastily stopping to adjust their balance. In that brief moment, Chu Han's massive figure had already closed the distance. Bang! One ogre was smashed into the ground by Chu Han's right fist, green blood oozing from the cracks. The other ogre, filled with dread, turned to flee. But under the pressure of 5 times gravity, he had no way to escape the giant's attack range. With a sweep of his left hand, Chu Han captured the terrified ogre. Thump! A sharp pain shot through his waist as a spear pierced into him. Fortunately, the opponent's strength was insufficient, and only the spear tip penetrated. Chu Han lifted the ogre in his hand, and like throwing a baseball, hurled him towards the third ogre standing at the door. The third ogre was suddenly caught in a dilemma: should he dodge or catch him? He quickly made a decision. After all, the other was his brother. The two ogres collided together, but the one attempting to catch underestimated the other's strength and was instead knocked away. Cough, cough. The third ogre coughed painfully, each sound seemingly filled with endless suffering. He struggled to rise, his hands pressing against the dust-covered ground. His body trembled slightly, blood continuously coughing from his mouth, the crimson droplets falling to the ground like blooming red flowers. At this moment, his internal organs felt as if they had been displaced from the impact, and intense pain surged over him like a tide, making it nearly impossible for him to breathe. The third ogre looked in terror at the giant, drawing closer, the massive figure looming over him like a dark cloud, the oppressive feeling growing ever stronger. Wait, I can. Chu Han had no intention of listening to his pleas for mercy. He lifted his right foot and stomped down fiercely. Feeling movement beneath his foot, Chu Han lifted his foot, surprised that this ogre was so resilient, still having the strength to resist. Bang! Another stomp caused the ground to tremble violently. This time the opponent had no strength left to resist. The overwhelming force instantly crushed the ogre's body. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. Since that's the case, please ensure your people behave themselves. I will reward you handsomely afterward. Of course, we 9 have been allied for many years. Naturally, we will support you. In a luxurious mansion at the center of the black market, the ogre Dalek was gathered with 8 other bigwigs of the black market. The 9 of them had been united for many years, and with just a stomp, they could stir up great waves in the black market. At this moment, Dalek was willing to offer a heavy reward to successfully capture Chu Han, hoping to keep others from intervening. Bang bang. A short ogre opened the door, whispering something in Dalek's ear. What? Didn't I tell them not to take action first? Dalek exclaimed in anger, but at this moment he had no other choice but to grab a spear beside him and rush out the door, not even sparing a word of greeting. Tsk tisk, angering Dalek that human is in trouble.